At that time, he Suasua saw Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong lining up outside a small restaurant. But if Yu Qianlong really was the daughter of the Yu family, how could she be lining up at a cheap restaurant? What kind of family is the Yu family? They are true upper-class people. Even the daughter of the Yu family wouldn't go to such a low-level, reputation-damaging restaurant. Not even Hisuosu would go there. And besides, Jiang Ning, who is divorced and considered a second-hand person, how could she be friends with the daughter of the Yu family? People with similar backgrounds tend to gather. Just thinking about it, Yu Qianlong couldn't be the Yu family's daughter. Yu Qianlong, like Jiang Ning, is just a person from a declining family. Hisuosu's words instantly opened Lin Wani's memory. She seemed to remember something, her eyes widened, and she turned to look at Hisuosu. Then she said, "Oh, I remember now. I also saw Yu Qianlong last month when Suosu and I went shopping. We saw Yu Qianlong and Jiang Ning lining up outside that small restaurant. That restaurant seems to be called Manhwa Restaurant?" "No, it's called Xiaohua Restaurant," Hisuosu corrected. As for why Hisuosu remembered the name of the restaurant so clearly, it was because Jiang Dongsheng used to go there often to save money. But since Hisufang and Jiang Dongsheng started their business, Jiang Dongsheng hasn't gone there anymore. After all, the He family has now successfully escaped poverty. Lin Wani immediately nodded. Yes, it's Xiaohua Restaurant." Then she looked at Su Lin. "Liner, you don't know how bad the hygiene is there. The people lining up are mostly cleaners and taxi drivers from the lower social classes. The most expensive dish is only 18 yuan. I think Suosu is right. If Yu Qianlong really is the daughter of the Yu family, she definitely wouldn't eat at such a low-end restaurant with people like Jiang Ning." When Su Lin heard that the most expensive dish at the restaurant was only 18 yuan, her eyes showed disdain. Are dishes costing 18 yuan considered food? Even their dog food costs 60 yuan a pound. In that case, Yu Qianlong really can't be the daughter of the Yu family. Hearing this, Su Lin frowned in confusion. Could I have heard it wrong? Isn't the character for thousand in Yu's daughters named the same as in million? Hisuasua looked at Su Lin and said, "Maybe it's the character for light as in light color?" "Light color?" Su Lin asked. Yes, Hisuasua nodded. Su Lin continued. "Why do you suddenly say that?" "Because there's a transfer student named Yu Qianping," Hisuasua explained. "She was assigned to class 18, and we can't see her from where we are in our class. We can see Jiang Ning, because Jiang Ning is in class 1. We are in class 2. Lin Wani shook her head. "I don't think Yu Qianping is necessarily the daughter of the Yu family either. After all, the Yu family doesn't want Miss Yu to be exposed to the public, and the Yu surname is rare. But our school suddenly transferred 5 people with the surname Yu at once. Don't you think that's strange? Maybe it's a secret move by the Yu family." Hisuasua and Su Lin nodded, agreeing that Lin Wani's analysis made sense. There are only 30 transfer students in total. 5 of them share the surname Yu, and they are all girls. Clearly, the Yu family is trying to confuse everyone and protect the real Miss Yu by this method. Su Lin added, "Although we don't know who the true daughter of the Yu family is yet, we can use the process of elimination. First, Yu Qianlong definitely isn't. So, among the remaining 4, there must be one who is Miss Yu. Although Su Lin is the wealthiest among the 3, she, Lin Wani, and Hisuasua all want to get close to Miss Yu smoothly. After all, people want to rise higher, and water flows downward. As humans, who doesn't want to improve themselves? As long as they can contact Miss Yu, they can reach her level and connect with her family, expanding their social network. For business people, connections are resources." Hisuasua lowered her head, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. Su Lin is right. They have already successfully eliminated Yu Qianlong. Now, only 4 remain. The upper class and the lower class are different. If she is careful, she will definitely find the real Miss Yu. Then, she can find a way to become Miss Yu's best friend. She will succeed. Thinking of this, Hisuasua looked up at Jiang Ning in the crowd, a slight smile on her lips. So, what if Jiang Ning is the top student in the whole school? Just wait. After she became close friends with Miss Yu, she would smoothly marry into a wealthy family. Then, She could always look down on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, a divorced small-town girl, had no right to compete with her. After the big class break, Class 1 was the first to leave the playground. Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong walked side by side. Su Xiaodong caught up and said, "Ning Ning, you were really amazing just now. It was the first time I heard a speech that made me feel so excited." That feeling was very strange. It was like Jiang Ning was born for the stage. "Really?" Jiang Ning smiled and looked at Su Xiaodong. Yes, it's true. Not only did we feel shocked, but even the principal and others were stunned. "Ning Ning, you're the most impressive girl I've ever seen." The first high school generally had more boys than girls. There were fewer girls, which meant many top students were boys. Only 2 girls were in the top 10 students in the whole school. It was even more extreme among the top 100 students. Only 18 girls. So, during speeches and other big activities, boys usually took the stage, and girls had few chances to show their talents. But Jiang Ning changed this situation. Jiang Ning continued, "There are always better people outside the mountains and beyond the sky. There are many more talented than me." This was not false modesty, but a natural way of speaking. She didn't feel proud or boastful about her success in the speech. Su Xiaodong held Jiang Ning's arm and said, "I don't care. In my heart, you are the most amazing girl in the world." "In my heart, too." Yu Qianlong immediately took Jiang Ning's other arm. "Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, wait a moment." Just as they were about to reach the classroom, a male voice came from behind. Jiang Ning stopped and looked back. She saw a teenage boy, about 17 or 18, calling her. He was dressed in a blue and white school uniform, handsome and bright. He looked like the hero from a youth novel. Su Xiaodong's eyes widened, and she bit her finger, whispering to Yu Qianlong, "That's Qian Sicheng." "Qian Sicheng? Who is Qian Sicheng?" Yu Qianlong asked curiously. Su Xiaodong explained, "Qian Sicheng is the top student in the school, number 1, before Ning Ning arrived. He's been the best for a long time. And he's also the school's handsome guy." Hearing this, Yu Qianlong's eyes lit up. Wow. Is he here to confess to Ning Ning? If she hadn't been more interested in Shen Jingnian and Jiang Ning, she might have thought so. Actually, Qian Sicheng was quite talented too. Su Xiaodong nodded and said, "I think so too. After all, Ning Ning has only been in our class for 2 days and already received a big pile of love letters. But Qian Sicheng is really brave to confess in public. I used to think he was just a bookworm who only studies hard." Jiang Ning looked at Qian Sicheng and asked, "Classmate, do you need something?" "Unquestionably. You're very talented and good at expressing yourself," Qian Sicheng said confidently, locking eyes with Jiang Ning. "But I will definitely beat you in next month's exam." Qian Sicheng has a serious obsessive-compulsive disorder. Since he was young, he always aimed to be first in every exam. This time, he was careless. Because he knew the second-place student's strength, he didn't take the monthly exam seriously. He thought he could comfortably stay in first place. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ning appeared. Hearing Qian Sicheng's words, Su Xiaodong and Yu Qianlong looked at each other, both stunned. "No way? Is this guy crazy? It turns out he's here to challenge." "Okay, Jiang Ning said happily. Good luck. Do you have anything else to say?" "Yes." "What is it?" Jiang Ning asked. You can." When mentioning this, Qian Sicheng seemed a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head, blushing. "You can." Seeing Qian Sicheng like this, Su Xiaodong squinted and said, "Bet a pack of spicy strips." He's definitely trying to get Ning Ning's WeChat. Yu Qianlong nodded. "I'll bet 2 packs of spicy strips." "I think you're right." Qian Sicheng struggled a lot mentally, but finally decided to speak up. He looked at Jiang Ning and asked, "Jiang Ning, can I borrow your exam paper? The one where you scored 710 points. Knowing your opponent is key to winning every battle." Qian Sicheng is a cautious person. Only by seeing Jiang Ning's paper can he understand her true strength. That way, he can aim to beat her in the next exam. Hearing this, Yu Qianlong and Su Xiaodong were both stunned. "No way? What's wrong with this guy? He doesn't want WeChat, He wants to see her exam paper. Sure, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Wait here for a moment. Qian Sicheng was surprised. Are you really willing to lend it to me? School geniuses compete very intensely. Usually, no one is willing to lend their exam paper to a rival because if the opponent scores just 1 point higher, they might take your special admission spot. Qian Sicheng had never met someone as honest as Jiang Ning. Yes, you heard that right. Soon, Jiang Ning handed over the exam paper. Here. Qian Sicheng took the paper and felt it was almost unreal. Why are you willing to lend me your paper? Because I am a helpful person, Jiang Ning said jokingly. Thank you. Qian Sicheng sincerely bowed. I will return it within this week. No rush. After Qian Sicheng left, Su Xiaodong and Yu Qianlan immediately gathered around Jiang Ning. Su Xiaodong asked, Ning, aren't you worried that after Qian Sicheng sees your paper, he might beat you in next month's test? He's very scary. Everyone calls him the exam robot. No, I'm not worried, Jiang Ning said with a small smile. I like challenges. Su Xiaodong gave Jiang Ning a thumbs up. Shen Yuan. Today is the 15th. The Shen family gathers once a month. Shen Jingshu, Yun Jingyi, and Yun Haotian's family all came. Even Shen Yan, the workaholic, took an early shift to join. Yun Haotian, wearing an apron, said, Grandma, my dad and I will show you our skills tonight. Madam Shen looked forward to it and said, Great. Not to mention, Yun Jingyi is a really good cook. She hadn't eaten her son-in-law's cooking in a long time. Today, he was in a good mood and wanted to cook. Mom, I want to show you my skills too. Shen Jingnian stood up, rolled up her sleeves, ready to cook. Madam Shen was startled and immediately stood up, hands on her hips, and said, Sit down, don't bully the elders. She wanted to live a few more years. Mom, Shen Jingnian said helplessly, You don't trust my cooking? Hee. Madam Shen glanced at her. The last meal you made, even dogs wouldn't eat it. Shen Jingnian immediately got upset. Who said dogs wouldn't eat it? Nian and Haotian ate it last time. Yun Haotian. Critical hit +1. Madam Shen asked back, Are those two single dogs considered human? Yun Haotian. Critical hit +2. Just then, Shen Yan pushed the door open and came in. Yun Haotian immediately went to Shen Yan's side. Little brother-in-law, come with us to the kitchen to cook. I don't know how to cook. Shen Jingnian's thin lips lightly parted. Yun Haotian smiled warmly and said, It's okay if you don't know how to do it yet. You can learn. I just learned too. Boys cooking is really cool, you know? Anyway, he was already deeply fond of himself. Shen Jingnian slowly took off his suit jacket and handed it to the servant nearby. His cold voice sounded, The kitchen isn't my battlefield. The office is. If you two father and son are willing to be lazy, please don't involve me. I will never learn to cook in my life. Thank you. Shen Jingnian didn't like the kitchen. He also hated the smell of oil and smoke. A real man should be strategizing in the business world or on the battlefield. Why bother with the kitchen? It's a waste of time. Yun Haotian knew his brother-in-law's personality. Hearing this answer, he stopped persuading him. All right, I'll go to the kitchen with my dad first. Yun Jingyi looked at Shen Jingnian. Jingnian, cooking isn't about being lazy. Maybe, when you like someone in the future, you'll want to cook soup and meals for her yourself. Brother-in-law, you are you, and I am me. I can't promise about others, but I will definitely not become the kind of person you mentioned. Yun Jingyi shrugged. That's not certain. Who can guarantee what will happen tomorrow or the day after? Shen Jingnian sat on the sofa. Actions speak louder than words. Yun Jingyi nodded. That's true. Jingnian, you'd better not mess up or I'll really laugh at you. Me too. Old madam, Shen spoke up. Not only will I laugh at you, I'll laugh loudly. Me too. Shen Jingzhu also chimed in. Meow. Even the little white cat lying on the sofa let out a sound. Unfortunately, you probably won't see this scene. Shen Jingnian walked over to the sofa and picked up the little white cat. You rebellious kid. You still know how to come back. He sniffed the cat's fur. Good. The familiar scent was still there. Shen Jingnian held the little white cat a little tighter. Yun Jingyi and Yun Haotian's cooking skills were indeed good. During dinner, old Madam Shen almost couldn't stop praising. Even Shen Jingnian, who was picky, complimented a few words. After dinner, old Madam Shen seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, Jingzhu and Jingyi, if your family is free on Saturday, remember to come home." Saturday? Shen Jingzhu continued, "Mom, I have an appointment on Saturday. I won't be able to come back. Grandma, I also have plans with friends to go racing on Saturday, so I won't be able to come back either. Is there something important?" "I invited Ning Ning to come over and play," Madam Shen continued. Hearing this, Shen Jingzhu quickly said, "I have time." Yun Haotian also decided not to race anymore. "I also have time. Just in time to show Jiang Dad my skills on Saturday." Shen Jingnian silently picked up his phone and sent a message. "All plans for Saturday are cancelled." After sending the message, he placed his phone back on the table. Hidden talents and fame. When the secretary saw Shen Jingnian's WeChat message, he almost thought he was imagining things. Cancel all plans for Saturday? All of them? He had worked at Shen Group for 3 years. Shen Jingnian had never cancelled any plans without reason. What's going on today? Did Ninth Master forget that there's an important contract he needs to sign on Saturday? Thinking of this, the secretary sent a WeChat reminder. "Ninth Master, there's a contract coming in on Saturday for your review." His phone vibrated. Shen Jingnian picked up his phone again and replied with 2 words, "Postpone." Though only 2 words, it still made the secretary sweat nervously and dare not send any more messages to Shen Jingnian. This time, Shen Jingnian didn't just turn off his phone. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't posted on Moments for several days. He immediately switched his phone to camera mode and took a picture of the dinner on the table. Caption: dinner. Just like last time, as soon as he posted this Moments, he received many likes and comments. Shen Jingzhu happened to be scrolling through Moments at this moment. Seeing Shen Jingnian's post, she couldn't help but feel curious and said, "Jingnian, I remember you never used to post on Moments before, but recently you've posted twice. Do you really like someone?" Madam Shen was very excited. "Who? You little brat, who do you like?" "Isik Ning Ning." Hearing the name Ning Ning, Shen Jingnian's breath hitched for a moment, but he quickly steadied his mind and kept his usual cold and composed look. When people reach a certain age, they naturally develop new interests, like watching plays or practicing Tai Chi. Is that strange? Yun Haotian nodded. "That's true. I used to dislike practicing Tai Chi, but now I really enjoy it." Shen Jingzhu squinted, feeling like something was off but couldn't figure out what it was. Madam Shen suddenly looked disappointed. She thought this kid had finally woken up, but unexpectedly, "Will you come back on Saturday?" Madam Shen asked. "Maybe," Shen Jingnian said, picking up a silver spoon and taking a sip of soup. "I warn you." Madam Shen was determined to match Shen Jingnian and Jiang Ning. After all, for her beloved daughter-in-law, she even learned to swim, even though she used to be afraid of water. That day, our whole family was at home. "If you dare not to come back, be careful, I'll give you a good scolding." Shen Jingnian glanced at Madam Shen with a reluctant look. "Since you really want me to come back, I'll try my best." After speaking, Shen Jingnian put down his silver spoon. "Mom, brother-in-law, sister, I've finished eating. I'll go upstairs first." "Go away, go away." Madam Shen waved her hand. "Seeing you just annoys me." No one noticed that, after Shen Jingnian turned around, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Soon it was Saturday. Jiang Ning came to visit the Shen family as promised. She brought flowers, fruit, and a box of tea. Madam Shen personally came out to greet her. Seeing her carrying so many things, she couldn't help but chide. "Ning Ning, you're such a good girl. I'm very happy you came to visit. Why did you bring so many things?" Jiang Ning's dimples appeared softly as she replied, "Just a small token of my appreciation." "Auntie, you're too polite." Shen Jingnian walked over to Jiang Ning and lowered his voice. "Let me carry these." "Okay." Jiang Ning handed the things to Shen Jingnian. As Shen Jingnian took the items, he looked at Jiang Ning with some surprise. It was because these things were much heavier than he expected. He saw Jiang Ning carrying them lightly and thought they weren't heavy at all. It seemed that the Jiang girl he saw was only a small part of her true self. Shen Jingzhu, Yun Jingyi, and Yun Haotian's family also came out of the house. Ning is here. Jiang Dad. Miss Jiang. The three of them used 3 different ways to address her. Jiang Ning walked over to Shen Jingzhu. Sister Shen, brother-in-law, Haotian. Shen Jingzhu liked hearing Jiang Ning call her that way. It made her feel young again. Ning, let's go inside quickly. I have to tell you, the chef recently created several new desserts. You'll definitely like them. Madam Shen hurried to catch up. Wait for me, Jingzhu. Ning, wait for me. It was already autumn. The garden behind the house looked very beautiful. So, Shen Jingzhu suggested they go to the backyard to enjoy tea and the scenery. Jiang Ning naturally agreed. But in fact, the scenery viewing was just a pretense. The real reason was to create a private moment for Jiang Ning and Shen Jingnian. So, not long after arriving in the backyard, Jiang Ning only went to the bathroom. When she came out again, only Shen Jingnian was left inside the pavilion. Jiang Ning asked curiously, Auntie and Sister Shen? Shen Jingnian replied, they seem to have gone to see the camellias over there. Then what about brother-in-law and Haotian? Jiang Ning continued to ask. They went to the kitchen to cook. They said they want to show off a bit today, Shen Jingnian said. Cooking? Jiang Ning was surprised. Brother-in-law and Haotian are so talented? They can cook too? Is being able to cook really impressive? Shen Jingnian asked. Of course it is. Jiang Ning looked at Shen Jingnian and asked with a smile. Do you know how to cook too? Yes, I do. Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. They can cook, so I can too. But a cold sweat broke out on his back. He felt guilty. Then you're also very talented. Jiang Ning picked up her cup and took a sip of tea. I tried to learn how to cook before, but it was too troublesome. How did you learn? I really didn't expect you to be able to cook. Jiang Ning thought that someone like Shen Jingnian wouldn't bother with the kitchen. But unexpectedly, he was different from others. Cooking is actually very simple, not as complicated as you think, Shen Jingnian said calmly, though he was panicking inside. As expected of you. Jiang Ning gave him a thumbs up. If they kept talking, Shen Jingnian's forehead might sweat even more. He quickly changed the subject. Ning, this is a rare opportunity. Let's play a game of Go? Sure. Jiang Ning's attention was immediately drawn to the game. Shen Jingnian sent a message to the servant of Shen Garden to bring over a Go set. Soon, the two started their match. They played back and forth. Old Lady Shen and Shen Jingzhu watched from behind a nearby pillar, observing everything happening in the pavilion. They felt quite amused. Shen Jingzhu sighed, beautiful. Jingnian and Ning are like a perfect match. So, eye-catching. Old Lady Shen nodded. I can't even imagine how beautiful my future granddaughter will be. She even saw her adorable granddaughter waving at her. That evening, after Jiang Ning returned home, Shen Jingnian first ordered 2 cookbooks online. Then he signed up for an offline cooking class. He was bragging. He was determined to finish it, even if he had to kneel. And he had to do it secretly. Monday morning, Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong agreed to go to school together. Just as they arrived at the school gate, Qian Sicheng chased after them from behind. Jiang Ning, please wait a moment. What is it? Jiang Ning looked back slightly. Qian Sicheng handed her a paper. Here, this one is for you. Have you finished reading it? Jiang Ning asked. Yes, I have. Speaking of which, Qian Sicheng looked a bit discouraged. Your skill level is too high. I might not be able to beat you in the next monthly exam. Wah. He might always be second place forever. Are you so unconfident? Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. It's not that I lack confidence, but you really have the ability. Qian Sicheng carefully examined Jiang Ning's test paper. He discovered a shocking fact. Jiang Ning's essay was nearly perfect. Her English only missed a few words, and her math mistakes were very basic errors, not because she answered incorrectly, but because of careless mistakes. He tried to do the test himself. Without looking at the answers, even trying his best, he could only score around 690 points. So, he didn't believe he could beat Jiang Ning in the next exam. Qian Sicheng looked up at Jiang Ning. But even if I can't beat you in the next exam, Jiang Ning, Don't be too proud. I will work hard to beat you in the college entrance exam. I will definitely do it. Okay, Jiang Ning noted. After saying this, Qian Sicheng left. Watching his back, Yu Qianlong crossed her arms and smiled. That nerd is actually pretty interesting. Jiang Ning nodded along. Yeah, he's quite interesting. As he Suasua entered the school gates, she saw Qian Sicheng actively approaching Jiang Ning. He Suasua frowned slightly, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Shameless, he's already so quick to get close to Qian Sicheng. Qian Sicheng is not only a top student with a very good family background, but also handsome, so he has many admirers at school. But Qian Sicheng is a bookworm, obsessed with studying, and never gets close to girls. Jiang Ning had only been here a few days, and already Qian Sicheng was chasing after her. The more he Suasua thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Jealousy was almost suffocating her. No, she couldn't let Jiang Ning be so proud. He Suasua quickened her pace and caught up with Qian Sicheng. Qian Sicheng, wait a moment. Qian Sicheng stopped. Classmate, do you need something? Jiang Ning is divorced. Qian Sicheng frowned slightly, a bit stunned. A proud look flashed in He Suasua's eyes. Yes, you heard right. Jiang Ning was married before. She's just a discarded second-hand item. Don't get too close to her. Hearing this, Qian Sicheng's face darkened immediately. He said coldly, so what if she was married? Compared to her past marriage, your careless slander behind her back is even more shameful. He Suasua froze in place, her face turning pale and then green.
Why?
Why is the result a little different from her expectations? Isn't Qian Cheng supposed to stand with her in criticizing Jiang Ning? Why is he defending Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning really deserves to be blamed. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, a semester is over. On the first day of winter vacation, Yu Qianlong came to find Jiang Ning, wanting to invite her on a trip. Ning, let's go out for a few days, then come back just in time for the new year. Do you want to go with me? Coincidentally, Jiang Ning also wanted to travel before the new year, but she didn't have specific plans, so she asked Yu Qianlong, sure, in March. Where shall we go? How about Xiangjiang? Xiangjiang, a legendary city. It's dazzling with wealth, yet full of opportunities and challenges. In the last century, many famous figures emerged there. One of the writers Yu Qianlong admires most is from Xiangjiang. She has wanted to visit Xiangjiang for a long time, but she never found the right chance. Or rather, she never met the right person. Xiangjiang? Jiang Ning also has a special fondness for Xiangjiang. Hearing this, she nodded, sounds good. But we need to get the Shengbao travel permit in advance. Have you arranged your documents? I haven't yet. Ning, if you're going, we can apply together. My dad knows some people, so we can get a fast track. Sounds great. I also like Xiangjiang very much. Seeing Jiang Ning agree, Yu Qianlong was very excited and quickly said, Ning, bring your household registration book and ID card. Let's go apply now. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. I'll go upstairs to get my documents. In December, in City A, the outside temperature has already dropped to about -2 or 3 degrees. Very cold. Jiang Ning put on a long white down jacket. Although it looked bulky, wearing it gave her an indescribable sense of beauty. Yu Qianlong held Jiang Ning's arm and said, Ning, let's go. Jiang Ning paused. Wait a moment. What's wrong, Ning? I need to wear gloves. Jiang Ning isn't afraid of heat, but is very sensitive to cold. Although today the sun is shining brightly outside, Jiang Ning still needs to wear gloves. After saying that, Jiang Ning took a fluffy little bunny glove and put it on. Yu Qianlong smiled and said, These gloves are so cute, Ning. Send me the link, I want to buy some too. Hearing this, Jiang Ning seemed to think of something. She quickly handed a pair of gloves to Yu Qianlong. In March, I'll go upstairs to get something. Wait for me a moment. Okay, Yu Qianlong nodded. About 3 minutes later, Jiang Ning came down with a brand new pair of matching bunny gloves in her hand. She smiled and said, When I bought these gloves, I also bought a pair for you. But I was too busy recently and forgot. Here, in March, I'll give these to you. Yu Qianlong was very happy. Really, Ningning? These are for me? Of course. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Thank you, Ningning. You're so kind. Yu Qianlong excitedly hugged Jiang Ning and happily put on the bunny gloves. Not only are they pretty, but they're warm too. Ningning, we have matching gloves now. The two girls laughed and left the door together. Because it was a bit cold and it rained last night, the roads were icy, so it was hard to get a taxi today. Yu Qianlong frowned slightly. I should have told my driver to stay. Wait here for me a moment. Jiang Ning remained calm.
No rush.
Maybe someone will pick up a ride soon. Just as she finished speaking, a luxurious Cullinan car stopped beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a sharply featured face. His thin lips parted, and his voice was very pleasant and magnetic. Ningning. Jiang Ning looked up slightly. Shen Jingnian, what are you doing here? I'm heading to a meeting, just passing by, Shen Jingnian said as he opened the door and got out of the car. Where are you two going? I can give you a ride. No need, no need. We'll take a taxi, Jiang Ning said. Why be so formal with me? Shen Jingnian opened the back door. I have plenty of time.
Get in.
It's cold, and taxis are hard to find. Yu Qianlong, very naturally, got into the car and waved to Jiang Ning inside. Yeah, Ningning, no need to be polite with Mr. Shen. Come on in. As her bodyguard for love, she naturally wanted to protect them and create more chances for them to be together. And Yu Qianlong could tell that Shen Jingnian was especially attentive to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't mind Shen Jingnian's attentiveness either. Jiang Ning sat in the back seat. Shen Jingnian opened the driver's door, fastened a seatbelt, and looked back. Where are you two headed? Yu Qianlong was playing with her phone, looking down. The car had air conditioning. Jiang Ning took off her gloves. We're going to the entry and exit center to get our Hong Kong and Macau travel permits. Okay, Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. Are you going to Hong Kong for fun?
Yes.
Jiang Ning responded. From Shen Jingnian's perspective, he could see Jiang Ning's face in the rearview mirror. It was clear and beautiful. But just a quick glance made Shen Jingnian's heart race. If he remembered correctly, it had been 15 days since they last met. Shen Jingnian parted his lips slightly and then said, Are you going with Senyu? Yes, that's right. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Shen Jingnian felt unexpectedly relaxed and smiled, saying, Hong Kong is a nice place. You can stay and have fun for a few more days. But as two girls going out, you must be careful and avoid talking to strangers too much. Although it's a society ruled by law, there are still bad people everywhere. Okay. Shen Jingnian continued, By the way, I have some acquaintances there. If you encounter any trouble or need help, feel free to contact me. Got it, Jiang Ning nodded again. The entry and exit center was not far away. Soon they arrived. Jiang Ning opened the car door. Shen Jingnian, thank you for bringing us here. It was just a matter of stepping on the gas. No need to thank. Just a quick drive. No need to thank me, Shen Jingnian said. Go inside quickly. They don't allow parking here. I'll be on my way. Drive safely on your way back. I will. Watching Li Nan disappear into the distance, Yu Qianlong linked her arm with Jiang Ning's and sighed. Mr. Shen is not only handsome, from a good family, capable, but also has a very good personality. Whoever becomes his girlfriend in the future will be very happy. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Ning. Seeing Jiang Ning silent, Yu Qianlong asked, Ning, what do you think? Am I right? Jiang Ning smiled and said, In terms of looks, family background, ability, and character, Shen Jingnian is truly top-notch. He's a very good choice for a boyfriend. Character is like a person's integrity. Jiang Ning had played chess with Shen Jingnian many times, but whether she won or lost, he never regretted his moves or became arrogant. From this, it was clear that Shen Jingnian deserved the title of a gentleman. So, do you like him? Yu Qianlong pressed on. Like him? Not really, but I don't dislike him either, Jiang Ning replied casually. Yu Qianlong nodded slightly, thinking to herself, if Shen Jingnian were to pursue you, would you agree? Jiang Ning chuckled softly, Senyu, don't talk nonsense. I heard from his nephew that Shen Jingnian is a non-marriage type. We're just good friends. So Jiang Ning never associated her relationship with Shen Jingnian with romantic feelings. Non-marriage? Yu Qianlan looked stunned. Yeah. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Yu Qianlan pressed her hand to her temple. But why does Shen Jingnian's look at Jiang Ning seem more complicated than just not wanting to marry? On the other side, after sending Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlan to the immigration center, Shen Jingnian drove straight to the culinary training base. Since the last time he boasted in front of Jiang Ning that he could cook, Shen Jingnian has been taking classes here once a week for an hour and a half. To avoid being seen by acquaintances, he chose a training center 50 kilometers away from Shen Garden. He has been attending classes here for over 2 months now. In 2 more months, he will graduate smoothly. Just as Shen Jingnian parked his car, a surprised voice rang out nearby. Little uncle? Yun Haoyan also signed up here to improve his cooking skills. Although this place is a bit far from the city center, the teachers are all top chefs with authority, and they're skilled in many types of cuisine. But Yun Haoyan didn't expect to see Shen Jingnian here. Why is Shen Jingnian at the culinary training base? Could he be learning to cook?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
His little uncle hates cooking the most. He even said that men should not be involved in the kitchen, calling it a sign of weakness. Could he be mistaken? Yun Haoyan rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things, then hurried over. Little uncle, it really is you. Hearing Yun Haoyan's voice, Shen Jingnian froze completely. A cold sweat broke out on his back. To avoid running into acquaintances, he chose a training center far from the city. But unexpectedly, he still ran into someone he shouldn't have. Bad luck. Why are you here? Shen Jingnian glanced sideways at Yun Haoyan, his voice still cold as ever. Yun Haoyan seemed to think of something. Looking at Shen Jingnian, he said, Little uncle, what are you doing here? This is a culinary training class. You can't be here to learn cooking, right? Of course not. Shen Jingnian immediately denied. Then what are you here for? Yun Haoyan narrowed his eyes. His instincts told him this was not simple. Very not simple. Just as Shen Jingnian was trying to come up with an excuse to fool Yun Haoyan suddenly shouted, Oh, I know. Little uncle, I understand why you are here now. Stop guessing randomly. Shen Jingnian's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Things are not as you think. Before Shen Jingnian could finish speaking, Yun Haoyan hugged Shen Jingnian's arm and said with a full face of emotion, Little uncle, you must know that my car was borrowed by someone, so you came especially to pick me up. Thank you, little uncle. You are truly the best uncle in the world. Hearing this, Shen Jingnian let out a sigh of relief. Yes, that's right. I came to pick you up. Little uncle, you're so kind to me. Woo, I'm so touched. After saying that, Yun Haoyan directly opened the car door on the passenger side. Let's go, little uncle. Go where? Where to? Shen Jingnian was worried about a class he had in 10 minutes and was momentarily stunned. Yun Haoyan sat in the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt, and said, Take me back. Little uncle, didn't you come especially to pick me up? Shen Jingnian. Suddenly, he really wanted to hit someone. A few seconds later, Shen Jingnian walked around to the driver's seat, opened the door, and got in the car. Yun Haoyan connected his Bluetooth and played his favorite Peking opera. By the way, little uncle, how did you know I signed up for the training class here? Shen Jingnian. Yun Haoyan also signed up for the class here. How will he continue attending classes here in the future? Each class costs 600 yuan. He still has 8 classes left. I am your little uncle. Shen Jingnian looked at Yun Haoyan. Is there anything you can hide from me? Yun Haoyan smiled and said, That's true. Soon, the car was filled with the sound of Peking opera, singing softly. Yun Haoyan leaned back in his seat. Little uncle, for me you not only started liking Peking opera, but also drove all this way to pick me up. You're so indulgent. As he spoke, he reached out to pat Shen Jingnian's shoulder in a very greasy way. Be normal. Don't touch me. Shen Jingnian shivered from the layers of goosebumps. Gross. I'm just telling the truth, Yun Haoyan said mischievously, imitating a girl's coquettish tone. Little uncle, you're so annoying. You clearly care about me, but act cold on purpose. Do you really think you can push me away from thousands of miles? Shen Jingnian. Do people really need to have heirs? Meanwhile, in Beijing, the Shi family. Chen Yin was originally here in Beijing for a 2-day meeting and planned to return afterward. But due to some delays, she ended up staying for over 3 months. Taking this opportunity, she visits Lady Shi every day when she has time to chat with her. At this moment, Chen Yin is walking in the back garden with Lady Shi. Winter is a time when everything withers, but the plum blossoms in the garden are blooming beautifully. They are as red as fire. Lady Shi, holding Chen Yin's hand, looks at the full garden of plum blossoms, lost in thought, then smiles and asks, "Ian, do you like plum blossoms?" "During the coldest season, I like the 3 friends of winter," Chen Yin replies. "But compared to ordinary red plums, I prefer green plums." Green plums are simple and elegant, not competing for attention, and are loved by scholars. Lady Shi continues, "I remember Shengbao loved red plums the most. When she was only 2 months old, whenever she cried, I would hold a fake red plum to comfort her, and she would stop crying. She sighs softly, I still keep that plum now. I just hope Shengbao can come back someday." I want to tell her stories from her childhood. As the new year approaches, Lady Shi's longing for her granddaughter grows stronger. Recently, she keeps thinking about her granddaughter, no matter what she does. For ordinary families, New Year's is about family reunion and happiness. But for Lady Shi, it feels like a trial. Others are laughing and celebrating, but she feels lonely and sorrowful. Chen Yin turns to look at Lady Shi. "Qiongfang, don't think so much. Even if Shengbao isn't with you, you still have Xiao Yu and Anan. The new year is coming soon. Think of happy things instead." "Happy things?" Lady Shi's lips curl into a bitter smile. "Ian, do you think I still have happy memories to recall?" After her son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter all had accidents one after another, Lady Shi's world turned gray. There was no more color left. Others advised her to let go. But how can she? It was such a happy family of 3. She had a lovely granddaughter. But overnight, everything shattered, like a bubble. Chen Yin, also a mother, understands Lady Shi's pain deeply, but she doesn't know how to ease her suffering. Suddenly, Chen Yin seems to remember something and continues, "By the way, Qiongfang, do you remember the little divine doctor I told you about before?" "Yes, I remember," Lady Shi nods. Chen Yin, who is proud and a master of her generation, rarely praises anyone. The little divine doctor named Jiang Ning is the first. Plus, she saved Chen Yin's life. The old lady had a very deep impression of her. Work in the capital is almost done, and I will be returning to Sidia soon. Yin, why don't you come back with me? First, you can relax a bit, and second, your headache hasn't fully gone away. Come back with me to see Miss Jiang. Maybe she can cure your headache. Chen Yin not only liked Jiang Ning but also admired her. So, she believed Jiang Ning must have a way to treat the old lady's headache. Hearing this, the old lady shook her head. "My headache isn't a serious problem. It hasn't come back recently, so it's not a big deal. Plus, it's getting cold, and I don't want to keep traveling back and forth." Apart from matters concerning Shengbao, the old lady had lost interest in everything lately. Since the old lady didn't want to go, Chen Yin couldn't force her. "All right, then I'll come to the capital next spring to pick you up and take you to City A for a break." "Okay," the old lady nodded. They were chatting when Shernanyue and Tang and came over. Mom, Aunt Yin, Grandma, Granny Chen. Mother and daughter greeted each other. Chen Yin nodded slightly. Looking at Shernanyue, the old lady was a bit surprised. "Xiao Yu, didn't you say you were going back to Huaixiang with Gao Yi today?" Huaixiang is Tang Gaoyi's hometown. Every year before the Spring Festival, Shernanyue would go back with her husband to pay respects to their ancestors. Today was supposed to be her return day. Gao Yi had some urgent matters to deal with, so we decided to go back the day after tomorrow. She paused. "By the way, Mom, this year Anan won't be coming back with us." "All right, just handle your own affairs." The old lady rarely asked about her daughter and son-in-law's family matters. Shernanyue continued, and wants to visit Hong Kong before the new year. Hong Kong? Before the old lady could react, Shen Jingnian added, Mom, last time Madam C and third aunt personally came to the capital to see you. If an aunt goes to Hong Kong and doesn't visit the C family, wouldn't that be impolite? Actually, after Madam C and Shuang Xiang returned home, Tang An had been waiting for Shuang Xiang to invite her to visit the Xie family. After all, Madam C and Shuang Xiang had a very good impression of Tang An in the capital. In theory, Shuang Xiang would definitely invite Tang An to Hong Kong to visit. But as the new year approached, there was still no news from Shuang Xiang, which made Shen Jingnian very anxious. Some things are better done early rather than late. If I wait any longer, it will be next year. So, they need to take the initiative. If I keep waiting, it will only be next year. After all, Shuang Xiang is a strong woman and different from ordinary women, so she must be too busy to remember to invite Tang An. Hearing this, Madame Sure thought for a moment and then said, Xiaoyu, and Ruo want to go on a trip to Hong Kong. Let them go, but I think it's better not to disturb the C family. In the end, Tang An is just the granddaughter of the Sher family. She has no connection to the C family. What would it mean if she suddenly visited the C family? Who could she represent? People who don't know might think Tang An is trying to climb higher. Madame Sher is someone who considers the bigger picture. She can't let others gossip behind her back, saying that she, the elderly lady, is careless or doesn't know how to behave. Hearing this, Tang An felt a little upset. She knew she was not as important in Madame Sher's heart as Shisheng. But she didn't expect Madame Sher to even forbid her from visiting the C family.
Why?
What's the reason? Why can't she touch the plane? Why can't she touch the jewelry? Now, even the C family is off limits. What is Madame Sher afraid of? Is she afraid that Tang An is clever and might replace Shisheng in the hearts of the C family?
Yes.
It must be that. Otherwise, why wouldn't Madame Sher let her go to the C family? It's favoritism. Too much favoritism. Is it only Shisheng who is her granddaughter, and not Tang An? The more Tang An thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. When she heard Madame Sher's answer, Shen Jingnian's smile froze clearly. Mom, I understand your worries, but the C family's matriarch and third aunt have traveled a long way to see you. Now, An is going to Hong Kong for a trip. If she shows no interest at all, won't that make people talk? Madame Sher shook her head. The C matriarch and Ing Xiang are not unreasonable people. They understand our family situation. They won't blame us. Since An wants to visit Hong Kong, let her have a good time. Don't think about all those complicated things. Then Madame Sher looked at Tang An and said, Hong Kong is a shopping paradise. An, you're at the age where you love shopping, dressing up, and wearing nice things. When you go to Hong Kong, don't worry about saving money for Grandma.
Just buy whatever you want.
If you don't have enough money, tell Grandma. Madame Sher still cares a lot about her granddaughter. After all, if she can't find her Shengbao, Tang An will be the only heir of the Sher group.
Thank you, Grandma.
Tang An forced a small smile. Shen Jingnian knew there was no room for negotiation anymore. She looked around and then said, Mom, I understand what you mean. I won't let An bother the C family anymore. You and Auntie talk it over. I'll go prepare lunch. Go ahead, old lady Sher nodded, then added, Aunt Een will be returning to city soon. Have the kitchen prepare more dishes that suit her taste. Okay, Mom. Chun Een then spoke. Actually, you don't have to trouble yourself. It's no trouble. Old lady Sher patted Chen Yin's hand. After Shen Jingnian took Tang An to the backyard, Tang An looked downcast. Mom, maybe I shouldn't go to Hong Kong. I should stay with you and Dad and go back to our hometown, she said.
Why?
Shen Jingnian asked. Tang An continued, she won't even let me visit the C family. What's the point of going to Hong Kong? Tang An's main reason for going to Hong Kong was to get closer to the C family and make them like her more.
But now...
Shen Jingnian squinted her eyes. If she doesn't want you to go, does that mean you won't go? At this, Shen Jingnian grabbed Tang An's hand. And opportunities are created by yourself, not given by others. Shen Jingnian's words carried a lot of meaning. But a mother knows her daughter best. Tang, and instantly understood what Shen Jingnian meant. Her previously gloomy and sad eyes lit up. Mom, I know what to do now. Shen Jingnian smiled slightly. Old Lady C loves the handmade pastries from Lu San Hadong. Remember to buy some for her. A small gift can carry deep feelings. In a wealthy family like the C family, it's not about expensive gifts, but about sincerity. Tang smiled and said, Okay, Mom. I'll have someone go buy them now. Go ahead, Shen Jingnian nodded. After Tang left, Shen Jingnian went to the kitchen and instructed the head chef, Today, Master Chen will stay for dinner. The lunch dishes can be a bit spicy. Chunin was from Sichuan and Chongqing. She liked spicy food. The head chef nodded. Yes, Miss Jingnian. Shen Jingnian then asked, Has the tonic for Mr. Shen been prepared? She was referring to Shen Jingnian. Although Shen Jingnian was paralyzed and in a vegetative state, he still needed proper nutrition. It's ready, the head chef replied. Shen Jingnian turned to get the tonic. About 10 minutes later, she carried the tonic to Shen Jingnian's courtyard. She held the tonic in one hand and pushed the door open with the other. Jingnian's sister is here. Shen Jingnian was lying on the bed, unresponsive. The supplement was prepared in advance by the chef and could be directly injected through the feeding tube. Xiaoya carefully filled the supplement into the tube, injecting it while speaking softly. Naxing, you need to get better soon. Mom is still waiting for you to wake up and find out the truth about the car accident back then. No one noticed that, just after Xiaoya said this, Naxing's index finger on the bed moved slightly. It was a very slight finger twitch. Xiaoya continued to push the supplement into Naxing's feeding tube, not noticing this small detail. Ding-dong, there was a knock at the door.
Come in.
Xiaoya spoke calmly. A young doctor in a white coat came out from inside. She looked refined and gentle, about 28 or 29 years old. This was Jiang Ning, the doctor responsible for Naxing's recovery. Miss Xiaoya. Xiaoya had just finished injecting all the supplements into the tube when she heard Jiang Ning's voice. She stood up. Dr. Jiang has arrived. Jiang Ning nodded and walked to the bed, opening her medical kit to check on Naxing's condition. Xiaoya stood beside, asking with concern, Dr. Jiang, how is my brother's health now? Jiang Ning's voice was very pleasant and gentle. She looked into Xiaoya's eyes as she spoke. Miss Xiaoya, don't worry. I will do my best and not let you down. We'll get him better soon. Xiaoya smiled and nodded. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. 2 days later, Jiang Ning successfully obtained a Hong Kong travel permit and took a plane to Hong Kong with Yu Qianlan. Yu Qianlan was very excited. Ning, this is the first time I've traveled with a good friend. Before, she always traveled with her parents and brother. I've never been before either. Jiang Ning used to have no close friends and preferred to be alone. After more than 3 hours of flying, the plane arrived at Hong Kong Airport. As soon as they got off, they saw the iconic photo spot at Hong Kong Airport. Yu Qianlan immediately handed her phone to Jiang Ning. Ning, take a picture for me. I want to post it in the Loving Family group. Okay. Jiang Ning took the phone and helped Yu Qianlan take the photo. After taking the photo, Jiang Ning casually handed her own phone to Yu Qianlan. San Yu, you also take a picture for me. I want to send it to my grandpa to report I'm safe. In the past, Jiang Ning never needed to report her safety when going out. It was Yu Qianlan's words that reminded her. When she left home in the morning, old man Jiang told her to send him a message once she arrived at the airport. Okay. Jiang Ning went to the landmark and struck her usual peace sign. Hisuasua, who grew up with her childhood friend Feng Xiaojing, saw Jiang Ning taking photos at the landmark right after they got off the plane. She was momentarily stunned, then snorted coldly. This little village girl really is embarrassing. In Hisuasua's view, only people who haven't seen much of the world would keep taking pictures like Jiang Ning, eager for everyone to know she came to Hong Kong. Seeing Hisuasua's reaction, Feng Xiaojing asked curiously, Suasua, do you know her? Feng Xiaojing and Hisuasua used to come from similar backgrounds, an ordinary family, 5 people, 3 generations living in a small, old house. Hisuasua was willing to hang out with her because she felt superior. After all, They used to be on the same level, but now her family was much better off than Feng Xiaojing's. She enjoyed being admired by Miss Feng very much. This feeling was much better than the contempt she had for Lin Wani and Su Lin. Because her family had improved, she now bossed Feng Xiaojing around like a maid. Yes, I know her. She's the abandoned baby that Jiang Fuhai found, he suasua said. Since old man Jiang had cut ties with Jiang Dongsheng, she naturally didn't need to call him grandpa anymore. Feng Xiaojing knew about Jiang Ning. Didn't she already divorce from the Cheng family? Yes, he suasua's lips curled into a slight smile. So now she's just a second-hand item no one wants. Feng Xiaojing's eyes showed disdain. Even after divorce, she still dares to stand there and take photos. Does she think she's so glamorous? If I were her, I'd jump into a river and end it. Excuse me, please make way. Thank you. Suddenly, a voice rang out. He suasua and Feng Xiaojing looked up and saw a group of bodyguards clearing the way, escorting a powerful-looking middle-aged man. Next to him stood a stunning woman dressed in a qipao and coat, well-maintained, her beauty making it hard to tell her real age.
The scene was grand.
Everyone at the airport turned to look. Feng Xiaojing exclaimed, "Wow, are they celebrities? So impressive." Hearing Feng Xiaojing's words, disdain flashed in He Suasua's eyes. "Xiaojing, you're so naive. They're not celebrities. Then who are they?" Feng Xiaojing curiously asked. Besides celebrities, who else at the airport can cause such a big fuss? He Suasua rolled her eyes. Sure enough, people from the lower classes are just that, lower. For someone like Feng Xiaojing, her understanding of the wealthy probably only extends to celebrities. He Suasua then said, "Their status is much more noble than celebrities. They are the second master and the great-grandson of the Xi family in Hong Kong, Xi Huawu and Jiechi. The second master runs a famous entertainment company, and top actors and actresses are all under his management. His status is far more respected than that of celebrities. I heard that 10 years ago his wealth was already over $1 billion. Sun Jiechi is also the top wealthy girl in Zhucheng. The two of them together are a powerful team. In Hong Kong, besides the Xi family, no one can surpass the second master's branch of the family." Feng Xiaojing was shocked.
Wow, Su, you're amazing.
How do you know all this? Hearing this, He Suasua proudly said, "Because my cousin is the assistant to the second lady." See, the girl standing next to her, holding her bag? After saying that, He Suasua waved at Zhang He in the crowd. Cousin. That was the Xi family, an authentic top-tier Hong Kong family. Ordinary people can't be the personal assistant to Jiechi, the second grandson of the second lady. So, He Suasua has always been proud of Zhang He. She came to Hong Kong for tourism, but also to find Zhang He and get close to high society. When Zhang He heard He Suasua's voice, she smiled and waved back. Seeing Zhang He respond, He Suasua felt very proud.
See?
My cousin greeted me. My cousin is amazing. She's been working as the second lady's personal assistant since she graduated from university. She gets to meet all kinds of big shots that ordinary people like us only see on TV. Finally, He Suasua looked proudly at Jiang Ning in the crowd. She has a cousin who works as an assistant for the second lady. Jiang Ning doesn't have one, so she knew, just from seeing her wave at Zhang He, that Jiang Ning must be jealous of her. For a moment, He Suasua felt a strong sense of superiority. But then, she turned around and saw Jiang Ning's gaze fixed on Xi Huawu. Yes, Jiang Ning was looking at Xi Huawu among the crowd. For some reason, although it was her first time seeing Xi Huawu, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. This feeling made it hard for her to look away. Her heart was full of complex emotions, something difficult to put into words. Jiang Ning kept looking at Xi Huawu, while He Suasua snorted coldly, her eyes full of disdain. From Jiang Ning's expression, it was clear she was trying to flirt with the Xi family members. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Jiang Ning thought that because she looked pretty, she could climb the social ladder and attract the Xi family's attention? With her small village background, she would never have a chance to be connected to the Xi family in this life or the next. He Suasua narrowed her eyes. Only she could get close to the Si family. After all, her cousin was the assistant to the second young master. He Suasua felt more proud the more she thought about it. She was worried Jiang Ning might not have seen her wave to Zhang He earlier, so she raised her hand and greeted Zhang He again. Cousin, I'll come find you tonight. Zhang He was working, but because Sun Jiaqing was quite relaxed with her staff, she responded with a wave. Okay, so After greeting Zhang He Suasua looked at Jiang Ning. Humph. Little village girl. Still trying to compare herself with her. Jiang Ning, this small-town girl, would never have a chance to be connected to the Si family in this life or the next. Jiang Ning paid no attention to He Suasua at all, not even noticing she was there. Her eyes were fixed on Si Huawu in the crowd. She was even a bit lost in thought. She didn't realize it herself, until Yu Qianlan asked, Ning, what are you looking at? Jiang Ning's thoughts snapped back as she looked around. I think I've seen this person somewhere before. Are you talking about second young master Si? Yu Qianlan continued, the middle-aged man walking in the middle, very commanding presence? Yes, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Yu Qianlan smiled and said, second young master Si is the head of Xinguang Entertainment. He often appears in entertainment news, so it's normal if you've seen him. Oh, I see, Jiang Ning said with a smile, not thinking much. Maybe I saw him on TV. Yu Qianlan linked her arm and continued to explain, Old Madam Si and Old Master Si have 8 children, all outstanding. Each one is a leader in their field, dominating their areas. The Si family in Hong Kong is even more powerful, almost controlling everything. I often hear my dad talk about the Si family in Hong Kong. That's why Yu Qianlan knew so much about the Si family. Jiang Ning nodded slightly and smiled. Having so many successful children, old Madam Si must have a very happy old age. When people grow old, they usually have 2 wishes. First, safety and health. Second, children and grandchildren around them. Both of these points were achieved by Madam Si. Yu Qianlan shook her head. There is no perfect solution in the world.
Why?
Jiang Ning asked next. Actually, Jiang Ning isn't a very nosy person. Usually, if she heard such a thing, she wouldn't ask more. But today is different. For some reason, she is very curious about the Si family. She really wants to know about their situation, especially after meeting Si Huawu. Yu Qianlan held Jiang Ning's hand. Ning, let's walk together, and I will tell you. They still have luggage to pick up.
Okay.
Jiang Ning followed Yu Qianlan. Yu Qianlan continued. Originally, the old madam was quite happy, but 19 years ago, a car accident took away her only daughter, Si Huashang. In that accident, Madam Si not only lost her daughter, but also her 3-month-old granddaughter, Shisheng. The only surviving son-in-law, Shernanqing, is still in a coma, lying in bed without consciousness. People have 3 sorrows: losing a father in youth, losing a spouse in middle age, and losing a child in old age. Madam Si experienced one of these sorrows. How could her later life be happy? She sighed and continued, because the accident was a direct fall off a cliff. They didn't find Si Huashang and Shisheng immediately. They disappeared without a trace. Over the years, both the Si and Shi families have held on to hope, thinking Si Huashang and Shisheng are still alive, so they've been searching for them. In fact, Madam Si's situation is somewhat better. She has 8 sons and 13 grandchildren. The real pity is Madam Shi. She only has 2 children, Shernanyue and Shernanqing. After Shernanqing's family had an accident, Madam Shi was in tears every day. Plus, she has to handle the Shi group, and her health has been getting worse in recent years. When Madam Si passes away, Shernanqing might not last long either. At the end, Yu Qianlan sighed again. Although Shernanyue is Shernanqing's biological sister, no matter how well she is cared for, she can't match a mother's careful attention. People speculate that if Madam Si has any mishap, Shernanqing probably won't live much longer. Moreover, a person in a coma is very fragile. Hearing these words, Jiang Ning also sighed deeply. In a way, Lady Si and Lady Shi are both unfortunate old women. They are at an age meant for enjoying life, but they have to endure great pain. There is a saying that life is worse than death. Now, this saying has become a clear reality for the two elderly women. Finally, Jiang Ning continued, I hope both of them can find their loved ones soon and reunite as a family. Although she didn't know the two women personally, her blessings were sincere. She truly hoped they could find their loved ones quickly. Yu Qianlong looked up at Jiang Ning. Ning, do you think Si Huasheng and Shisheng are still alive? I don't know. Jiang Ning shook her head. But maybe a miracle will happen. Yu Qianlong frowned. Although I hope they are alive, the hope seems slim. I heard that when the driver was thrown out, he was badly injured. If Si Huasheng is still alive, it might be possible, but Shisheng was just a 3-month-old baby. I think Shisheng might really be gone. Not only Yu Qianlong thought so. Almost everyone shared this belief. Hearing this, Yu Qianlong seemed to remember something. But I heard that the Si family consulted a very skilled master. The master said Shisheng has a phoenix fate. Although Si Huasheng's whereabouts are unknown, Shisheng is definitely still alive. This is also why, after so many years, the Si and Shi families still search for Shisheng. Because a phoenix not only can reborn from ashes but also rise anew from fire. People in Hong Kong are generally superstitious and believe in feng shui. Also, because Shisheng has a phoenix fate and is the only granddaughter of Lady Si, when she was less than 3 months old, Lady Si and her 8 uncles and aunts spoiled her as their precious treasure. Unfortunately, the little princess eventually. At this point, Yu Qianlong sighed. Then she continued, if Shisheng is still alive now, she would truly be a little princess. She is the only heir of the Shi family in Beijing, loved by 8 powerful uncles in Hong Kong, protected by 13 excellent cousins. No one in Hong Kong dares to offend her, and in Beijing, she can walk freely. Meanwhile, Si Huawu also felt as if a gaze was watching him from the crowd. This feeling was strange. It was as if an invisible, unbreakable bond was pulling at him, something he had never experienced before. Qi, wait a moment. 司华武叫住妻子，不由得停下脚步，往人群中看去。Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlian also happened to turn around at this moment. They perfectly missed each other. All that was left for Si Huawu was a back view. Si Huawu scratched his head. It's strange. He clearly saw something. But now, there's nothing special. Soa was standing in that direction too, and when she saw Si Huawu looking over, her heart raced with excitement. She grabbed Feng Xiaojing's hand and said, Xiaojing, look. Is that the second young master of the Si family looking at me? Feng Xiaojing immediately looked up. She saw Si Huawu indeed looking in their direction. Feng nodded excitedly, just like Soa. Yes, Soa. The second young master of the Si family is definitely looking at you. Oh my, that's the Si family's second young master. Do you know him? No, I don't. Soa shook her head, her face turning red. But my cousin is the assistant to the second lady, and I look so pretty, much more beautiful than many girls from Hong Kong. It's normal for the second young master of the Si family to look at me. The second young master of the Si family is very important. Though he's older, he's still very charming. If she could catch his eye, it would be a great honor for her family. Although Sun Jiaqi also has some beauty, she's older now, her beauty fading. How could Sun Jiaqi compare to her? She's only 18, young and fresh, with a lovely face. Even Jiang Ning married into a wealthy family. She's confident she can too. Once the second young master of the Si family likes her, he'll kick Sun Jiaqi aside, and she will become the second lady of the Si family. She will have a personal assistant. She will be the owner of Xing Huang Entertainment. Even Zhang, he will have to respect her. At that point, she'll be the one in charge. Even if she just becomes a lover of Si Huawu, that's good enough. Si Huawu doesn't need money. Soa heard gossip from Zhang. Si Huawu treats his wife Sun Jiaqi very well. His birthday gift alone was worth tens of millions. When she becomes Si Huawu's new favorite, he'll definitely spend a lot on her. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, imagining herself as Si Huawu's lover. She believed Si Huawu was interested in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep looking at her. Those eyes, dangerous and charming. Even in his 50s, approaching 60, he still remains incredibly charming, making people feel breathless. Moreover, He Suosu also heard Jiang He say that Si Huawu is very discreet in his personal life. Unlike other big shots in the industry, he never flirts openly with women. If she could catch Si Huawu's attention, she would become his only lover, his last one. Seeing her husband stop, Shen Jingnian asked curiously, "Huo, what are you looking at?" "Nothing," Si Huo said, scratching his head. "Just feeling a bit strange." "Strange? How so?" "Someone seemed to be watching me just now," he replied. Shen Jingnian burst out laughing, covering her mouth. "There are many people watching you. What's so strange about that?" Her husband is a big entertainment company boss. There are not only secret glances, but also paparazzi taking photos. Si Huawu nodded. "You make a good point, but I still feel that the look in that person's eyes was different from others." "Different how?" Shen Jingnian asked. "How can a look be different?" Si Huawu looked puzzled. "If you ask me, I can't quite explain what's different, but it definitely is. It's a feeling that's hard to put into words." Then he looked away. "But maybe it's just my imagination. Let's go." Shen Jingnian nodded and followed Si Huawu. After walking a few steps, Si Huawu seemed to remember something. "The new year is coming soon. What do you think we should give Shengbao as a gift this year?" Although his niece hasn't been found yet, Si Huawu and his brothers carefully prepare a gift for her every year, kept in a safe deposit box at the bank. Hearing this, Shen Jingnian said, "Actually, I've been thinking about this too. Last year, when Shengbao turned 18, we gave her a crown headpiece. Maybe this year, we should buy her a pair of dragon and phoenix bangles?" "That sounds good." Si Huawu nodded, then sighed. "We've waited so many years, but we still don't know when we'll find Shengbao." Shen Jingnian said seriously, "I told you not to sigh."
Don't sigh.
"You're wasting Shengbao's good luck." Like other sisters-in-law of the Si family, she treats Shengbao like her own daughter. She hopes to find Shengbao as soon as possible more than anyone. Okay, no sighing," Si Huawu said with a smile. "Can I smile a little?" Suddenly, the phone rang in the air. Shen Jingnian picked up the phone. "Hello, hi." I don't know what was said on the other end, but Shen Jingnian's expression changed. He quickly said, "What?" Okay, we're already at the airport. We will come back right away." After hanging up, Si Huawu immediately asked what happened. The Sun family's face looked very serious. "Mom, something happened to Mom." "Mom had an accident?" Shen Jingnian continued. "Don't worry yet. Uncle Sun just called me and said Mom fell while going to pray for Shengbao and Huashang. She is now in the hospital being treated. Near the end of the year, Madam Si always personally visits the temple to pray for her daughter and granddaughter." Hearing this, Si Huawu became even more anxious. He quickly looked at his assistant walking ahead. "Xiao Ma, go to the hospital."
Go now.
He didn't specify which hospital because the best hospital in Hong Kong is the Si family's. Madam Si was taken there for treatment. "Yes, second master. I will arrange it immediately." Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlan had already gotten into a taxi, heading to the hotel. Since Yu Qianlan booked the first-class tickets for their round trip, Jiang Ning booked the hotel. She reserved a luxurious king-sized room. The hotel was in a very good location. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, you could see the best sea view in Hong Kong. Actually, it wasn't exactly a sea view. It was a port, but the scenery was unmatched. Many classic scenes from port movies were filmed here. Yu Qianlan was video chatting with her parents. Jiang Ning was also video chatting with old Master Jiang. "Grandpa, look, this is Hong Kong's port. The view is very nice. Next time I bring you here for a trip, we can stay at this hotel." Old Master Jiang smiled and said, "Grandpa is getting old. I'm afraid of the long trips by car or plane. Ning, you have fun outside.
Don't worry about Grandpa.
Today is a day off. Look, Grandpa is playing cards with Grandpa Zhao, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa Fong." He then turned the camera to his 3 old friends. Compared to traveling, Grandpa Jiang preferred relaxing at home and playing cards. Actually, Grandpa Jiang loved playing cards, but because life was tight before, he wanted to save money for Jiang Ning. But now, things are different. His granddaughter is doing well. On his day off, he can do what he likes. A little gambling to enjoy life. Hello, Ning Ning. His 3 card-playing friends immediately raised their hands to greet Jiang Ning. Hello, Grandpa Zhao, Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Fong. Ning greeted everyone in order. Just as old Master Jiang was about to say more, a voice came from nearby. Old Jiang, someone is looking for you. Coming. Old Master Jiang turned the camera. Ning Ning, have fun. Grandpa has to go now. Okay, Grandpa. Ning ended the video call. Yu Qianlan also just finished her call at this moment. Ning Ning, the scenery over there is so beautiful. Let's go downstairs for a walk, take some nice photos, and see if there's anything tasty nearby. Sure, Ning nodded slightly. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, Madam C suddenly had an accident. When Si Huawu and Sun Jiaqing's couple arrived, the eldest son Si Huawen and Zhao Yunong, as well as the third son Si Huali and Shuang Xiang, had already arrived. Si Huawu immediately asked, Big brother, big sister-in-law, Huali, third sister-in-law, how is mom? Jiaqing also looked anxious, waiting for an answer. Si Huawen shook his head. When we arrived, Mom had already been taken to the emergency room. Dr. Shengguan said that Mom is old, and she fell badly. There is some brain bleeding, so the situation might not be good. Zhao Yunong then spoke, but you don't need to worry too much. Mom is a lucky person, and with good fortune, she will be fine. Jiaqing immediately clasped her hands together. Buddha bless, please keep my mom safe. She hasn't seen Hua Shang and Shengbao come back yet. Si Huawu then asked, have you notified the others? Si Huali said, yes, we already told the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th brothers. They are now rushing to the hospital. Fortunately, the new year is coming soon. The 5th and 6th brothers took a plane last night to go home for the holiday. Only the 4th, 7th, and 8th brothers are rushing back temporarily. Suddenly, the door of the emergency room creaked open. Dr. Shengguan came out. The 3 brothers and their families hurried over, asking anxiously, Dr. Shengguan, how is my mom? He took off his mask, looking regretful. Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, although the surgery was successful, the old lady's skull condition is very complicated. We can't remove the blood clot for now. She needs a ventilator to breathe. Unless a miracle happens, I'm afraid she won't make it through this year. Hearing Dr. Shengguan's words, the faces of Si Huawen, Si Huawu, and Si Huali, the 3 brothers, instantly turned pale. Zhao Yunong, Sun Jiaqing, and Shuang Xiang, the 3 daughters-in-law, also looked distressed. In the Sai house, there was no scheming or family conflicts. The mother-in-law was a true strong woman, never meddling in household affairs and always treating her daughters-in-law like daughters. Now, hearing this terrible news, it was like a lightning strike. Si Huawen's steps faltered, almost fainting. Fortunately, Si Huawen and Si Hua Li quickly supported him. Be careful, big brother. Si Huawen forced himself to stand firm. Dr. Shengguan, my mother's condition, has it really become this bad? I'm sorry, Shengguan Feiyang bowed to Si Huawen. Sir, my medical skills are not perfect. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Not perfect? Shengguan Feiyang was a top international graduate with a PhD and had won many medical awards. He had also invented many patented medicines. If it weren't for that, the Sai house wouldn't have asked him to oversee the hospital. Clearly, it wasn't that Shengguan Feiyang's medical skills were lacking. The problem was that Madame Sihua's injuries were so severe that even a top doctor like him was at a loss. Then Shengguan Feiyang continued, Sir, you should quickly inform the others to come back and see Madame Sihua one last time. If we delay too long. Although he didn't finish his sentence, his meaning was clear. Madame Sihua might only have a few days left. Though everyone knew aging could bring such an ending, this news was still hard to accept. It was so sudden. And Madame Sihua had always been in good health. Sihua Li grabbed Shengguan Feiyang's hand. Dr. Shengguan, you know so many people. Is there really no one who can save my mother? She is the pillar of our family. We brothers aren't ready for her to leave. Plus, she hasn't even seen my little sister and Shengbao in her lifetime. She can't go like this. The brothers couldn't bear for Madame Sihua to leave with regrets. Shui Xiang also spoke quickly. Yes, Dr. Shengguan, you know many famous doctors. With so many experts together, can't anyone save my mother? As long as she is saved, no matter the cost, our Sai house can afford it. My younger sister-in-law is right, Zhao Yunong said immediately. Dr. Shengguan, as long as you have a way to save my mother, we are willing to pay any price. Shengguan Feiyang looked troubled. Third master, third lady, the eldest lady, it's not that I don't want to save Mrs. C, but her injuries are too serious. The situation is now hopeless unless. At the end, Shengguan Feiyang changed the subject. Si Huawen asked immediately, unless what? Shengguan Feiyang continued, unless we can find the divine Dr. Wenyi. He is skilled in the art of using golden needles to pass through acupoints. Mrs. C's brain injury is complicated, and surgery can't be performed. Perhaps only divine Dr. Wenyi can use his special needle technique to draw out the blood stasis. Divine Dr. Wenyi is a legend in the medical world. It is said that his golden needle technique can make bones grow flesh again. He can bring dead people back to life and make bones white again. But since a year ago, divine Dr. Wenyi has disappeared from the medical scene. No one has been able to find him, even offering a reward of 100 million abroad. Hearing this, the surrounding atmosphere became strangely quiet. Sun Jiaqing frowned and said, but divine Dr. Wenyi is very elusive. Now that the incident happened suddenly, can we really ask him to come? Shengguan Feiyang sighed. That's why I said, unless a miracle happens. Otherwise, the old lady's condition is very grim. Sun Jiaqing then asked, I remember that Professor Zhou, Wenyi's only disciple, is also very capable. Can we invite Professor Zhou? Professor Zhou, full name Zhou Wanliang, is Wenyi's only disciple and a respected figure in medicine. Shengguan Feiyang shook his head. Although Professor Zhou learned the true skills from divine Dr. Wenyi, the art of passing through acupoints with golden needles is very mysterious. Professor Zhou hasn't mastered its essence yet. Because Zhou Wanliang hasn't fully mastered the technique, there was a news story offering a 100 million reward abroad to ask divine Dr. Wenyi to come out of hiding. Hearing this, everyone in the C family looked disappointed. Shui Ingxiang couldn't help but speak up. Is this golden needle technique really that hard? Even Professor Zhou can't do it? Shengguan Feiyang nodded. The technique requires not only medical skill but also knowledge of yin-yang and the 8 trigrams. Only divine Dr. Wenyi is known to use this miraculous needle method. Zhao Yunong then said, although that's true, Professor Zhou is Wenyi's direct disciple. We should still invite him to come and see if he can help. Shi Huawen nodded and said, your sister-in-law is right. Mom's condition is urgent now. Whether Professor Zhou can perform the acupuncture or not, he is a direct disciple of the divine healer. Bringing him here might give us a small hope. Then Shi Huawen looked at Shi Huali and said, Huali, I'm leaving Professor Zhou's matter to you. Yes, big brother. At the same time, Jiang Ning was taking photos of Yu Qianlan. Suddenly, she felt a strange feeling in her heart and dropped her phone on the ground. Snap. Yu Qianlan, who was posing, quickly ran over and asked, Ning, what's wrong? Jiang Ning raised her hand and pressed her temple. I don't know what's happening. I just feel a bit stuffy inside. It's like something big is about to happen. This was a very strange feeling. At least, Jiang Ning had never experienced it before. Yu Qianlan stopped taking photos and bent down to pick up her phone. Maybe you're just having some water and soil discomfort after arriving in Hong Kong. I'll sit with you nearby. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. The port's wind was a bit strong. After sitting for a while, Yu Qianlan asked Ning, are you feeling better now? Much better. Jiang Ning picked up her phone again. March, I'll keep helping you take photos.
All right.
Although Jiang Ning smiled, she still felt empty inside during the photo session. It was like she was about to lose something important. In City A, Chen Yin had just returned from Beijing when she received a WeChat message from Zhao Yunong. It was sent by Zhao Yunong. When Chen Yin saw the message, her heart skipped a beat. Madame Shi had an accident. Coincidentally, Chen Yin was not only friends with Madame Shi's mother-in-law, Madame Shi, but also became close friends with her during an academic conference. Seeing Zhao Yunong's message, Chen Yin immediately made a call. "Hello, Yunong. What's the situation with your mother?" Zhao Yunong's hoarse voice came from the phone. "Yini, my mother's condition is very bad. The doctor said unless we find the divine healer who can perform the special acupuncture, it might be just a matter of days." Hearing this, Chen Yin was struck like lightning.
How can this be?
Last time in Beijing, we even had tea together. This happened so suddenly that Chen Yin found it hard to accept at first. Zhao Yunong explained, "My mom has always been in good health. The reason she is like this now is because she fell while on her way to pray for Huashang and Shengbao. The doctor said there was blood pooling in her brain pressing on her nerves, which kept her in a coma. Since she is old and cannot undergo brain surgery. In the end, only sighs remained." Hearing this, Chen Yin felt very upset. Suddenly, she had a bright idea and seemed to grasp something. She then asked, "Golden needle acupuncture. Yunong, did you just say that golden needle acupuncture can save your mother?" If she remembered correctly, when she suddenly had a heart attack, Jiang Ning used golden needle acupuncture to save her. Yes, Zhao Yunong nodded. But only the divine doctor Wen Tian can perform golden needle acupuncture. We have invited his disciple, Professor Zhou, but he can only stabilize my mother's condition for now. He cannot remove the blood pooling in her brain. So, Auntie Yin, if you have time, please come to Hong Kong to see my mother one last time. One last time? Hearing this, Chen Yin quickly said, "Who said only the divine doctor Wen Tian can perform golden needle acupuncture? I know a great doctor who also can do it." Hearing Chen Yin, Zhao Yunong was very excited, afraid she was hearing things. She hurriedly asked, "Aunt Yin, you mean you know a great doctor who can do golden needle acupuncture?" Chen Yin replied immediately, "Yes, that's right. That doctor is also my lifesaver. When I suddenly fainted from a heart attack on the street, she saved me. Without her, I wouldn't be here now. Jiang Ning's medical skills are so good, she can definitely save Madame C." Zhao Yunong immediately said, "That's wonderful. That's really wonderful. Aunt Yin, could you please help us contact that doctor? As long as she can save my mother, we are willing to pay any price." The C family isn't short of money. Madame C also regrets not having fulfilled her wishes. As children, no one wants her to just leave like that. She wants to live well. Only by living well can she wait for Shengbao to come back. Actually, the C family has lost hope that Huashang is still alive. After the car accident, they consulted many masters across Southeast Asia. But every time, the results were uncertain about Huashang's life or death. And Shisheng would be reborn from the ashes. Phoenix rebirth. So, over the years, most of the C family's energy has been focused on Shisheng. She's not in Hong Kong. She's in City A, you know. Don't worry too much. I happen to be going to visit her and bring her New Year's gifts. Wait until I arrive, then I will call you back. After returning from Beijing, Chen Yin's first thought was to visit Jiang Ning. She had already arranged a gift in advance. Before she could go, she received a message from Zhao Yunong. Zhao Yunong continued, "All right, Auntie Yin, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll wait for your call. Your mother and I are the best friends. You're being too formal." After hanging up, Zhao Yunong immediately ran to the hospital ward. The 5th and 6th sons of the C family had already returned. Only the 4th, 7th, and 8th sons were still on the way. At this moment, the VIP ward of Madame C was crowded with people. It proved the saying, "Children and grandchildren fill the house."
Hua Wen.
Hearing Zhao Yunong's voice, Si Huan turned around immediately, looking worn out. "What's the matter, Yunong?" It's often said, when parents are alive, life still has a way forward. After they pass, life only has a return path. Although he was already in his 60s, he still couldn't bear the pain of losing his mother. It had only been 2 days since Madame C's accident, but Si Huawen had secretly cried several times. Zhao Yunong sniffed and said, I just contacted Anine. She said she knows a divine doctor skilled in acupuncture and acupoint therapy. Huawen, our mom can be saved. Really? Si Huawen's previously gloomy eyes suddenly brightened. Hearing this, others in the ward also looked at Zhao Yunong. Big sister-in-law, are you joking with us? No, I'm serious. Aunt Yin told me that she had a sudden heart attack this year, and it was this divine doctor who saved her. A heart attack is a serious illness. Ordinary doctors can't easily save someone from it. Blessings from the Bodhisattva. Blessings from the Bodhisattva. Sun Jiaqing immediately clasped his hands together. I knew it. Our mom is lucky and will definitely meet a benefactor. Si Huajing looked at Zhao Yunong. Big sister-in-law, since Aunt Yin knows a divine doctor skilled in acupuncture and acupoint therapy, what are we waiting for? Let's quickly invite the doctor here. Yes, our mom's condition can't wait any longer, Si Huazhong added. 5th and 6th brothers, don't worry. Aunt Yin said the divine doctor is now in City A. I've already asked her to visit her. Now just wait patiently for her reply. Si Huajing's wife, Zhou Ruoying, was very impatient. Hearing this, she quickly stood up and said, how long does it take for someone to reply? Besides, our mom's condition can't wait. How about this? I'll go to City A with Huajing myself to invite Aunt Yin and the divine doctor. Although Zhou Ruoying didn't know whether that divine doctor could really save Madame C, there was at least some hope now. It's much better than losing hope entirely. No, Si Huawen shook his head. Our mother is in a dangerous condition now. None of us brothers or the children can leave. Aunt Yin and Mom are the best friends. Let's wait for Aunt Yin's call first. If something really bad happened to their mother, none of them could be away from her. They had to prepare to send their mother off peacefully.
Si Huajing nodded.
Big brother is right. Mom's condition is unstable. None of us can leave now. What if they leave first, and Madame C can't hold on afterwards? Although no one wanted to see that happen, they had to prepare for the worst in advance. Gao Feiyang just happened to come to the ward to change Madame C's dressing when he overheard the family discussing. He paused, a bit surprised, and asked, Did I hear you say that someone else knows how to use the special acupuncture technique to pass through points? Yes, Si Huawen nodded. Gao Feiyang frowned slightly and warned, Sir, even Professor Zhou, who is a direct disciple, doesn't know how to use that acupuncture technique. The chance that others do is very low. It's better not to rush to seek treatment in desperation. Zhou Wanliang is a respected expert in medicine who has studied the special acupuncture technique for many years. Even under the guidance of the divine doctor, he couldn't master it, showing how difficult it is. Now, an unknown person claiming to know this technique made Gao Feiyang very suspicious of their motives. Zhao Yunong then spoke. The introducer is Academician Chen, and that divine doctor also saved Academician Chen when he had a sudden heart attack. I believe that divine doctor must be truly skilled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save Academician Chen. Gao Feiyang continued, a sudden heart attack is different from Madame C's condition. Heart attacks mainly require quick rescue. Any experienced doctor can save a patient if they act fast. It's not only the special acupuncture technique that can save lives. While heart attacks are dangerous, they are not incurable. With timely treatment, they can be cured. But Madame C's situation was quite the opposite. Si Huawen naturally understood Gao Feiyang's concerns. His eyes were deep as he said, whether or not the other person is a divine doctor or knows the special acupuncture technique, we must invite him to try. The other brothers and sisters-in-law of the C family also nodded in agreement. After all, this was Madame C's last hope. On the other side, after landing at Hong Kong airport, Tang'an planned to quietly visit Madame C. The C family's old house is in the most luxurious part of Hong Kong. Almost as soon as the car stopped, Tang'an received a call from Shen Jingnian. Hello, Mom, what's wrong? Shen Jingnian's voice came through. Did you go to the C family? I just arrived at the C family. Nanhua continued, and if you haven't gone inside, don't go in.
Why?
Tang An's pupils shrank, feeling very nervous. Did Grandma say something to you again? She thought she could smoothly meet the C family this time. But unexpectedly, it's laughable. Truly laughable. Other elders usually hope the younger generation does well. But at Grandma C's place, it's the opposite. Not only does she not want her to do well, she keeps stopping her from improving. The more Tang An thought about it, the more upset she felt, her eyes turning sore. A cold wind blew, almost making her cry. She was unwilling. She really was unwilling. Then, Nanhua's voice came again from the other side. Grandma received a call from the eldest wife of the C family. She said Grandma C had a fall and is critically ill. She's now at Zhugang Hospital. You need to go there immediately. At this point, Nanhua paused, and originally Grandma was going to come in person, but she had a headache before leaving. Your little uncle is also in bed needing care, so I have to stay home to look after Grandma and your little uncle. Hearing this, Tang An felt incredibly happy.
Good.
Excellent. It seemed like even heaven was helping her now. It's worth noting that Grandma C's headache came at just the right time. Grandma C is old-fashioned and strict. If she came to Hong Kong, Tang An would be restricted and unable to show her true self in front of the C family. But now, with Grandma C having a headache and unable to come, she wouldn't have to always watch her manners in front of the elders. Nanhua's voice continued, and Grandma C is critically ill. All the younger members of the C family will rush back from all over the world. You must seize this opportunity. After coming to Hong Kong, you might be able to stay forever and become the lady of the C family. Okay, Mom, Tang An said with a proud smile. I won't let you down. All right, I'll hang up now. Call me if anything happens. After hanging up the phone, Nanhua went to the medical room at the Shi family house. Because Naxing was ill most of the time, the old lady Shi had set up a relatively large medical room at home. Nanhua reached the door and knocked. Come in, came Zhang Wenyun's voice from inside. Nanhua pushed the door open. Zhang Wenyun immediately stood up from her chair. Miss Nanhua. Nanhua nodded. Dr. Zhang, please take extra care of my mother's head condition these days. Miss Nanhua, you're too polite. It's just my duty. Meanwhile, Tang An bought a bouquet of flowers and went to Zhugang Hospital. Because Madame C was staying in the most luxurious ward, guarded by security at the door, Tang An was unable to see her smoothly. The security captain first checked Tang An's identity, then said, Please wait here. I will ask the matriarch for instructions. After Madame C collapsed, the responsibility of managing the C family naturally fell on Zhao Yunong. Okay, Tang An said gently and thoughtfully. I'll wait for your reply. The security captain turned and headed into the ward. Madame C's ward was a 3-room suite. Since the eldest, second, and third brothers from the night before had stayed by her bedside all night, now the 4th and 6th couples were guarding her. Zhao Yunong and Xiang, 2 sisters-in-law, were sitting in the living room talking.
Madame Tai, Sam Tai.
What's wrong? Zhao Yunong looked up. The security captain continued. Miss Tang is here. Which Miss Tang? Zhao Yunong was momentarily confused. Even Xiang was a bit stunned. The security captain explained, she's the granddaughter of the Shi family. Hearing this, both women understood. Zhao Yunong quickly said, Please, let Miss Tang in. Yes, madam. The security captain turned and went outside the door. Zhao Yunong seemed to remember something, stood up and looked at Xiang. Second sister-in-law, let's go greet Miss Tang. Although Tang An had no direct relation to the C family, she was the granddaughter of the Shi family and the cousin of Shengbao. It was better to be polite than rude. No need, sister-in-law. We can sit and wait for her. Xiang pulled Zhao Yunong back onto the sofa. That Tang An is good at climbing the social ladder. If we go to greet her ourselves, she might imagine all sorts of things. Zhao Yunong asked curiously, You don't like her? Xiang did not answer Zhao Yunong directly. Instead, She asked sister-in-law, when my mother and I first visited the house. Did she call us anything when she saw us? Zhao Yunong thought for a moment. According to the family hierarchy, she should call my mother Grandma Si and you third aunt. No, she didn't call us that, Shuang Xiang quickly replied. She called me third aunt right away and called my mother Grandma Lao. Hearing this, Zhao Yunong frowned slightly. It seems this girl is quite clever. Although the Si family and the Shi family are related by marriage, and Tang and is Shengbao's cousin, ultimately, Tang An has no direct connection to the Si family. Not just clever, but also quite rude in her behavior. Shui Ingxiang really dislikes Tang An. She fears that if Shengbao is found and brought back later, Tang An might bully Shengbao. Just then, footsteps sounded outside, and the two sisters-in-law stopped their discussion. Anin has arrived. Although Shui Ingxiang didn't like Tang An very much, she didn't show it out of respect for old lady Shi. Hello, third aunt. Shui Ingxiang nodded and then introduced her. Just call her big aunt. Tang An looked up at Zhao Yunong, thinking to herself that this was the current matriarch of the Si family, Zhao Yunong. Although Zhao Yunong was over 60 and already had a grandson, she still looked very well maintained. Hello, big aunt. Tang An politely greeted her. Zhao Yunong nodded. She's a lovely girl. Seeing Zhao Yunong praise her so highly, Tang An felt very proud inside. Zhao Yunong is the head of the Si family, very strict and discerning in her judgment, rarely praising others. But today, she praised Tang An so highly. This showed that Zhao Yunong must really like her. As she knew, Zhao Yunong and Si Huawen had a son named Si Sudong, who was very talented, 32 years old this year. Unfortunately, Si Sudong had been married for 3 years and had a son with his wife. So Zhao Yunong was not on her list of people to flatter. But she couldn't offend Zhao Yunong either, since she was the head of the Si family. Thank you for your compliment, big aunt, Tang An said, then quickly added, Big aunt Grandma Si, I want to go see her. Zhao Yunong nodded.
Come with me.
Tang An followed Zhao Yunong inside. They arrived in the inner room, where Grandma Si was lying on the bed. Tang An's eyes immediately filled with tears. She hurried to the bedside, took Grandma Si's hand, and cried, Grandma Si, are you feeling better? Can you hear me talking? Shui Ingxiang looked very upset. Seeing Tang An's distressed expression, people who didn't know might think she had a close blood relation with Madame Si. But she was just a stranger she had met only twice. It was all just pretending. Even Zhao Yunong slightly frowned. No wonder Shui Ingxiang didn't like Tang An. The way this young girl acted, she didn't like it either. Tang An's actions also surprised Si Huajing and Si Huazhong in the room. Where did this girl come from? Why was she crying so sadly? Shui Ingxiang quickly introduced, Huazhong, let me introduce you. This is Tang An, the granddaughter of Madame Shi in the capital. After that, she looked at Tang An again, and this is your 5th uncle and 6th uncle. Tang An wiped her tears and looked at Si Huajing and Si Huazhong. 5th uncle, 6th uncle, I am Tang An.
Just call me An.
They nodded. Then Tang An turned to Zhao Yunong, Great aunt. Originally my grandma was going to visit Madame Si herself, but her health hasn't been good these past years. Before leaving, her headache flared up again. My mom needs to stay home to take care of her, and my little uncle. I happen to be in Hong Kong these days, so my grandma asked me to visit Madame Si on her behalf. Zhao Yunong nodded, understanding Madame Si's situation. Good girl, let your grandma rest and recover. No need for her to worry about other things. Great aunt, how is Madame Si now? What did the doctor say? When mentioning Madame Si, Zhao Yunong sighed and honestly told her the situation. Hearing this, Tang An subtly narrowed her eyes. Acupuncture points? That meant Madame Si's injury wasn't hopeless, just that she hadn't met a skilled doctor. If she could find a good doctor and bring Madame Si back from the brink of death, wouldn't she become the savior of the Si family? Then she could have influence and power in Hong Kong just as she wished. Meanwhile, Qian found Jiang Ning's new home in Wancheng Villa smoothly, using the address Wang Shengli gave her. When Qian arrived, old Master Jiang was at home. Hello, sir. May I ask if Miss Jiang Ning lives here? Old Master Jiang looked at Chen Yin, was momentarily stunned, then asked, Are you here to see Ning Ning? Chen Yin nodded. Yes, I have something to discuss with Jiang Miss, and also to bring her some New Year's gifts.
Come in quickly.
Ning Ning is grandfather. Old Master Jiang immediately brought Chen Yin into the house. Ah, so it's Old Master Jiang. Chen Yin followed inside. Old Master Jiang hurried to make tea for Chen Yin. Chen Yin took the tea with both hands. Old Master Jiang, is Miss Jiang not at home? Old Master Jiang continued. Ning Ning went on a trip to Hong Kong. Ning Ning went to Hong Kong? Is it such a coincidence? Hearing Old Master Jiang's reply, Chen Yin thought she was hearing things. She asked uncertainly, Do you mean Miss Jiang is in Hong Kong now?
Yes.
Hearing the clear answer from Old Master Jiang, Chen Yin relaxed. Traditional Chinese medicine values the connection between doctor and patient. It seems that Madame Jiang and Ning Ning are truly destined to meet. Chen Yin then said, Old Master Jiang, I came to talk to Miss Jiang about something. Since she's not home, I won't bother her. I'll call her later. All right. Old Master Jiang stood up. By the way, miss, may I ask your surname? When Ning Ning returns, I will tell her. Chen Yin had brought many gifts, but he didn't even know her last name, so he needed to ask. Also, because Chen Yin wore glasses and carried a scholarly aura, Old Master Jiang could tell she was someone important, so he respectfully called her teacher. My surname is Chen. Chen Yin smiled. Old Master Jiang, you have a good granddaughter. Miss Jiang once saved my life. For Chen Yin, Ning Ning not only saved her life, but also showed her kindness and help. Because of her success in breaking into the spotlight and becoming very popular, many young people now love intangible cultural heritage. Her studio's followers increased from 1 million to over 30 million. Chen Yin's initial goal in studying intangible cultural heritage was to let more people understand and love it. Now, her wish has come true, surprisingly, even beyond her expectations. Chen Yin is very glad she made her choice back then. If she hadn't insisted on choosing the game Heartbeat, she might never have seen today's scene. So many young people loving intangible cultural heritage. Hearing Chen Yin's words, Old Master Jiang smiled and said, Ning Ning has always been kind-hearted since she was young. Her marriage to Qing Zijuan was also because she saved Old Master Qing from falling into the water while fishing. Old Master Jiang personally sent Chen Yin to the car outside the villa. After getting into the car, Chen Yin immediately called Ning Ning. Ning Ning hadn't slept well all night. She had a strange, bizarre dream all night. In her dream, a group of people were crying for her, crying very sadly. They seemed to be searching for her, but she was clearly standing opposite them, yet they couldn't see her. It was as if she didn't exist. No matter how hard she tried in the dream, she couldn't see their faces. They were so close to her, yet separated by such a great distance, so far away. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing broke the silence. Jiang Ning reached under her pillow to find her phone, then swiped to answer, Hello. Is this Miss Jiang? Chen Yin's voice came from the phone. This is Chen Yin. Teacher Chen. Jiang Ning's sleepiness instantly cleared. Is there something urgent? Why are you calling so early? Chen Yin continued. I'm sorry to bother you so early, Miss Jiang. I just visited your home. Old Mr. Jiang told me you're now in Hong Kong. Are you still there? Yes, I am. I arrived the day before yesterday. Yesterday, Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong visited several scenic spots. That's great, Miss Jiang. I have a very important favor to ask of you. Go ahead, Jiang Ning said. It's about an old friend of mine. Chen Yin briefly explained the current condition of Madame C, then added, Miss Jiang, you're a skilled doctor and happen to be in Hong Kong. Could I trouble you to see my old friend? Old friend.
Madame C.
Could it be the same Madame C who lost her daughter and granddaughter at the same time? Jiang Ning couldn't believe it. Just yesterday, she heard about Madame C, and today she received news that she was critically ill. Hearing Chen Yin's words, Jiang Ning immediately said, I have time. Teacher Chen, please send me Madame C's address. I'll go as soon as I get up. The reason she agreed so quickly was because of her compassionate heart and empathy. Although she had never met Madame C, she truly felt sorry for what she was going through. The old lady hadn't even seen her daughter and granddaughter one last time. Jiang Ning couldn't imagine how sad and heartbroken Madame C would be if she passed away like this. So, she would do everything she could to save this stranger. Seeing Jiang Ning agree, Qian was very excited. Miss Jiang, I'm so glad you agreed. Please send me your address, and I will have the C family come to pick you up. That works too. Jiang Ning then said, after I hang up the phone, I will send the address to your WeChat. Okay, from now on, we will communicate through WeChat.
All right.
After hanging up, Jiang Ning immediately sent the address to Qian. Next to her, Yu Qianlan was awakened by Jiang Ning's call. She rubbed her eyes and asked Ning, what's wrong? March, I might need to go out soon. If you don't want to go alone, you can wait for me at the hotel or take a walk nearby. Go out? Hearing this, Yu Qianlan's sleep was gone. She quickly sat up and asked, Ning, where are you going? While changing clothes, Jiang Ning explained the situation of Madame C. Yu Qianlan widened her eyes. Is it the C family, the big boss from Shenzhen? No way. What a coincidence. They just arrived in Shenzhen, and the C family is having trouble. I'm not sure, but from what Teacher Chen said, it should be the C family. Yu Qianlan nodded. All right, go ahead without worry. I'll wait for you at the hotel. Okay. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunong was very excited after receiving Qian's call and immediately shared the good news with her family. Huawen, this is such great news. Aunt Yin just called me and said that the famous Dr. Jiang, who saved her, is now traveling in Shenzhen. Let's go pick her up. Si Huawen was also very excited. Really? Absolutely. Hearing this, the other brothers of the Si family were also very excited. Fourth brother Si Huatao, seventh brother Si Huabo, and eighth brother Si Huafeng came back in the afternoon. Big brother and sister-in-law, I'll go with you to pick up Dr. Jiang.
Si Huatao said.
We're coming too. Si Huabo and Si Huafeng said in unison. No need, just stay at the hospital, Si Huawen told his brothers. My wife and I will go and come back. If anything happens, remember to call me. All right, big brother and sister-in-law. We'll wait for you at the hospital. When Tang An came to visit Madame C at the hospital, he saw Si Huawen and Zhao Yunong hurriedly leaving the hospital. They were in such a rush. Even when Tang An greeted them, they didn't hear him. Tang An frowned slightly. What's going on? Could it be that Madame C's condition has worsened? He quickened his steps toward the hospital. After walking a few steps, he heard people nearby discussing the C family. Did you hear? The C family seems to have found a famous doctor who can perform acupuncture to unblock the meridians. Madame C is saved. Unblocking the meridians with acupuncture? Isn't it said that only the divine doctor Wen Tian can do that?
I don't know about that.
I think that so-called divine doctor is probably a fraud. The C family just doesn't want to see Madame C die so easily, so they've lost their minds and believe anything they hear. Hearing these comments, Tang An slightly smiled. A fraud? That's great. Even the heavens seem to be helping her. To gain the good favor of the C family, Tang An specially invited a top medical expert to treat Madame C. Only through comparison can one see the difference in quality. If the doctor they hired is a fraud, then Madame C will be treated poorly, almost to the point of being half dead. That way, she can show how difficult it is to find a real expert to treat Madame C. Even if the expert can't cure Madame C, she can blame the fraud. Not only will she earn a good reputation with the C family, but she will also be appreciated by them. It's a perfect plan. Tang An felt more and more excited as she thought about it. She continued walking toward the VIP floor inside. Before entering the ward, Tang An adjusted her expression to look worried and took out her phone to switch to selfie mode. After confirming her expression was perfect, she proceeded into the ward. Because Madame C's condition was serious, the atmosphere inside was very heavy. All 13 of Madame C's grandchildren had also returned. They were all present now. The C family members are very handsome. Looking around, almost everyone is a good-looking man. Except for Si Sudong, who is already married, the other 12 are unmarried. Tang An's heart was pounding. Fortunately, Shisheng is no longer alive. If Shisheng were still alive, she wouldn't even dare to think about how jealous she would be of him. 13 brothers. 8 uncles. Most importantly, the Si family truly cherishes Shisheng and treats him with great care. Tang An walked over to Sun Jiaqing and Zhou Ruoying, acting very sensible. Second aunt and fifth aunt. Don't worry too much. I believe Madam Si will get better because she's a lucky person blessed by heaven. By the way, I met a top foreign medical expert when I was at school. She's very skilled and even more famous internationally than Professor Zhou. Last night, I contacted her overnight, and she's coming to Hong Kong tomorrow. Then Tang An continued, she also told me that she has a way to clear the intracranial blood clots in Madam Si. Zhou Ruoying looked at Tang An and said, Anan, I'm sorry for making you worry about our family. But your great-uncle and great-aunt have already gone to ask Dr. Jiang for help. Dr. Jiang uses special acupuncture techniques, and we believe he can definitely cure Grandma Si. Tang An nodded and said, I also hope Dr. Jiang can cure Grandma Si. Some words were left unsaid. Once that con artist causes old Madam Si's condition to worsen, the Si family will naturally come to her and be grateful. Thinking of this, Tang An's lips curled slightly in a hidden smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Ning arrived downstairs at the hotel, waiting for the Si family's car. At the same time, the Si family's car also arrived. The driver was driving, while Si Huawen and Zhao Yunong sat in the back seat. Zhao Yunong kept looking at the roadside. Aunt Yin said Dr. Jiang is right by the road, but I don't see him. There were many people on the roadside, but they were mostly young tourists. To Zhao Yunong, even if Dr. Jiang was young, he probably looked around 40 or 50. Si Huan took out his phone. Let me make a call. Chen Yin had sent them Jiang Ning's number. Yes, you should call now. Si Huan dialed the number. The call was answered quickly. Hello. A very pleasant voice. It sounded young and pure. Because Si Huan had the speaker on, Zhao Yunong was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Even Si Huan was momentarily surprised. Although Chen Yin said Dr. Jiang was very young, they didn't expect her voice to sound so youthful. Just from her voice, she seemed only 18 or 19. But some people's voices are naturally young. Some are in their 70s or 80s, but still have a babyish tone. Perhaps Dr. Jiang was like that. Si Huan took a breath and said, Hello, is this Dr. Jiang?
I am Si Huan.
I'm calling to invite you to the hospital to treat my mother. I've arrived at the address you sent. Where are you now? Jiang Ning continued, I am downstairs at the hotel, wearing a black windbreaker, holding a medical box, standing under an ancient banyan tree on the east side of the hotel. The banyan tree is a famous landmark in Hong Kong. Hearing this, Si Huan and Zhao Yunong immediately turned their heads toward the banyan tree. And sure enough, they saw a slender figure under the tree. This made the couple even more surprised. Oh my God! Miss Jiang herself was really so young. From a distance, they couldn't see her face clearly, but her posture and manners were top-notch. Okay, I see you. I'll come right over. Si Huan suppressed the shock in his heart and hung up the phone. Seeing her husband hang up, Zhao Yunong asked with some concern, Huan, Miss Jiang is so young. Can she really use acupuncture to pass through the points? Si Huan continued, after all, she was recommended by Aunt Yin. I trust her judgment. Besides, Mom has reached the stage, so let's give it a try. Zhao Yunong nodded. Si Huan asked the driver to pull over, and then he and Zhao Yunong got out of the car, heading toward the ancient banyan tree. Seeing the couple walk this way, Jiang Ning guessed their identities based on their clothing and demeanor. She stepped forward and asked, Are you Mr. Si and Mrs. Si? Are you the famous Dr. Jiang that Aunt Yin introduced us to? Zhao Yunong asked. Yes, I am Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. When Si Huan saw Jiang Ning's face clearly, he froze in place, his pupils shrinking, and his eyes filled with disbelief. Si Huawen stared at Jiang Ning for a long time, unable to react. She looked so much like someone. The girl in front of him looked very similar to his missing younger sister. Not only did she resemble his missing sister, but there were also hints of Madame Si in her features. In that moment, Si Huawen completely lost his composure, feeling overwhelmed and at a loss. His eyes welled up with tears, almost crying out. Perhaps no one could understand that feeling. He hadn't seen his sister in 19 years. He didn't know where she was now or how she was doing. Seeing her husband lost in thought, Zhao Yunong gently pinched his arm and reminded him, "Huawen, this is Dr. Jiang." Hearing Zhao Yunong's voice, Si Huawen finally snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Ning, and tried to steady his mind. "Hello, Dr. Jiang."
"Iam Si Huawen."
"Hello, Mr. Si." Jiang Ning's voice was similar to the one in his phone. It was very pleasant to hear. Looking at Jiang Ning's familiar face, Si Huawen still felt a bit stunned. He composed his thoughts and spoke again. "Miss Jiang, please come with us. The car is over there."
"Okay."
Jiang Ning nodded slightly and stepped forward. For some reason, even though it was her first time meeting Si Huawen, Jiang Ning had a strange feeling of familiarity. It felt less like meeting a stranger and more like seeing a family elder. There was an indescribable feeling of admiration. Although it was their first meeting, there was no awkwardness between strangers. Si Huawen and Zhao Yunong followed Jiang Ning's steps. Zhao Yunong lowered her voice and asked curiously, "Huawen, what just happened to you?" She had never seen her husband like that before. His look at Jiang Ning just now was very strange indeed. Si Huawen suppressed his shock and also lowered his voice, then said, "Don't you think this Dr. Jiang looks a lot like someone?" "Like someone? Like who?" Zhao Yunong asked. "Huashang," Si Huawen immediately replied. Hearing this, Zhao Yunong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. No wonder when she first saw this young girl, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The reason was right here. Zhao Yunong was filled with a strange feeling. "Yunong," Si Huawen continued, "do you think she looks like Huashang?" Zhao Yunong looked up at Jiang Ning's back and said, "This Miss Jiang does resemble Huashang a bit." Huashang was once the most beautiful woman in Hong Kong. Although Jiang Ning didn't look exactly like her, her beauty and figure were not inferior, perhaps even better. Most importantly, their eyes were exactly the same, those delicate peach blossom eyes. The couple felt a wave of shock. As they approached the car, Si Huawen stepped forward and helped Jiang Ning open the door. "Dr. Jiang, please." The driver nearby looked at Si Huawen with disbelief, eyes wide open. He had never seen their master show such respect to anyone before. And the other person was just a girl of about 18 or 19. It seemed that Dr. Jiang's identity was not simple. Zhao Yunong got into the car and said, "Dr. Jiang, we'll sit in the same row." Then she looked at Si Huawen and said, "You sit in the front passenger seat." "Okay," Si Huawen nodded. They entered the car, with Zhao Yunong and Jiang Ning sitting side by side in the back. After getting in, Zhao Yunong continued, "Dr. Jiang, are you and Anning from a city too?" "No." Jiang Ning shook her head slightly. "My grandfather and I are currently settled in a city, but our ancestral home is in Qing City." Qing City. Back then, Shen Nanxing's ancestors were from Guangzhou. Their ancestral home was Guangzhou, and their trip back was naturally to visit relatives there. The place where the incident happened was more than 3,000 kilometers away from Qing City. Although she was curious, Zhao Yunong didn't show it and continued, "Dr. Jiang, to be honest, I feel very close to you the moment I saw you. That feeling is like seeing a loved one you haven't seen in many years. My husband and I have always wanted a daughter, but unfortunately, we not only don't have a daughter, but we also haven't been able to have a son and daughter-in-law, so we haven't had a granddaughter. By the way, Dr. Jiang, may I ask how old you are this year?" The Si family has always been strong externally, but weak internally. The fourth couple in the Si family had 3 children in a row trying for a daughter. All 3 were sons. They even wanted to try for a 4th child. They consulted a master to predict their fate. The master said their lives didn't include a daughter, so they gave up on having a fourth child. I am 19 years old, almost 20, Jiang Ning replied. 19. That age makes sense. Zhao Yulong wanted to ask more but felt it might be inappropriate since it was their first meeting, so she didn't ask about private matters. Just then, Chen Yin called to ask if Jiang Ning had arrived. Zhao Yulong answered the phone. Auntie Yin, don't worry, we've already received Dr. Jiang. That's good, Chen Yin said quickly. I'm already at the airport. I should arrive at Shenzhen Airport around 1 p.m. Okay, Aunt Yin. The hotel is not far from a hospital. Soon the car arrived. After parking, Si Huan hurried to open the door for Jiang Ning and reminded her, Miss Jiang, watch your step.
Thank you.
Dr. Jiang, you're welcome. Si Huan then helped Zhao Yulong out of the car. After getting out, the three of them headed into the hospital. As Jiang Ning walked, she asked Mrs. Si about her current condition. Zhao Yulong and Jiang Ning walked side by side. My mother was in good health before. Although she sometimes had headaches and fevers, eating a balanced diet makes those things unavoidable. I didn't expect that just a fall would cause her to lose consciousness completely. Today is the day the old lady has been unconscious for how many days? My mother fell the night before last. Jiang Ning nodded slightly and asked, does the old lady have any chronic illnesses like diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or high blood sugar? Zhao Yulong shook her head. My mother usually checks her health regularly. She doesn't have diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or high blood sugar. But her blood pressure has been a bit unstable this year, going up and down. Gao Fuyang was just about to visit the old lady in her ward. As he was about to enter the elevator, he saw Si Huan and Zhao Yulong with a young girl walking over. The girl was very beautiful. Although she was only wearing a simple black coat, she still drew attention and was hard to look away from. Officer Feiyang has worked in hospitals for many years and has seen many top beauties. However, almost all of them have had minor adjustments. He is not only a doctor but also a perfectionist, so he can spot even slight changes. But he has never seen someone as naturally beautiful as Jiang Ning. Not only is she very attractive, but her elegance is rare in the world. It seems she is related to the Si family. Officer Feiyang first respectfully greets Si Huan and Zhao Yunong, then asks, haven't you gone to invite Dr. Jiang yet? Yes, we have already invited Dr. Jiang, Si Huan nods. Invited Dr. Jiang? Hearing this, Officer Feiyang asks curiously, where is Dr. Jiang? Zhao Yunong smiles and says, Officer Feiyang, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Ning, Dr. Jiang. Officer Feiyang is stunned. Her? This young girl? He almost thinks he's hearing things. After a few seconds, he reacts and turns to Jiang Ning. Are you the young lady who practices the golden needle technique? Jiang Ning slightly turns her eyes, her voice calm, yes. Officer Feiyang looks puzzled. How old is Jiang Ning? She looks under 20, right? The golden needle technique is a unique acupuncture method created by the divine healer, asking Tian. Even Professor Zhou, who studied it for many years, couldn't fully understand its principles and couldn't successfully treat Madame C with it. But now, Jiang Ning claims she knows the golden needle technique? Is she really not joking? Officer Feiyang wants to say more.
Ding.
The elevator doors open. Zhao Yunong speaks, Miss Jiang, let's go into the elevator. Okay. Jiang Ning nods slightly and steps into the elevator with them. Officer Feiyang doesn't say anything else and follows. From the expressions of Si Huan and Zhao Yunong, they clearly trust Jiang Ning completely. He is just an outsider after all. And this is a family matter of the Si family. No matter what he says, it won't matter. They soon arrive at the VIP floor. At this moment, the ward is full of people. All 8 brothers of the Si family, their 8 wives, and 13 grandchildren are present. When the ward door opens, everyone stands up from the sofa in the living room. Big brother and sister-in-law, have you invited Dr. Jiang? The scene is grand and impressive. It commands respect. The Si family members are all extraordinary, full of presence. Most others would be a bit intimidated by this display. But Jiang Ning remains unaffected. She still looked calm and indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Yunan turned to look at Jiang Ning, her eyes full of admiration. This young girl was more composed than she had expected. She didn't have the kind of eager ambition to climb higher in status. Compared to Tang An, she was very different. Tang An's thoughts were obvious on her face. No matter how well she disguised herself, her true intentions couldn't be hidden. But Jiang Ning was different. She was very calm and untroubled. Zhao Yunong began introducing Jiang Ning to everyone. Please welcome Jiang Shini. Si Huawen stood nearby. Yes, this is Jiang Ning, Jiang Shini. Hearing Zhao Yunong and Si Huawen, the room fell into a strange silence. Jiang Shini. She was surprisingly so young. Si Huawen, Si Huali, Si Huadai, Si Huijing, Si Huizhong, Si Hubo, and Si Huafeng, several brothers, were all stunned. Their faces showed the same surprised expression they had when they first saw Jiang Ning. It's like, how can she look so much like someone else? Sun Jiaqing, Shuangxiang Mahan, Zhou Ruoying, Zhao Yanan, Wang Ahui, Chu Mingli, and other sisters-in-law, along with more than a dozen grandchildren from the Si family, were also very surprised. Their surprise wasn't about Jiang Ning's appearance, but about her age. This girl was too young. So young that it was hard to believe she could have the ability to save Madame Si. Si Sudong frowned slightly and quietly asked Sun Jiaqing, second aunt, "Do you really think she can use acupuncture to pass through the points?" Sun Jiaqing shook her head gently. "Let's see what your parents say first." Si Sudong stopped talking. Tang An was also in the living room. Seeing Jiang Ning, she was very shocked. Such a young doctor? She must be a fraud. From behind the crowd, Tang An narrowed her eyes. Although it was her first time seeing Jiang Ning, she felt a strong sense of danger in her heart. She believed Jiang Ning would definitely take away what belonged to her. Before Jiang Ning appeared, she was the only non-relative woman in the Si family and was very beautiful. But as soon as Jiang Ning appeared, she instantly looked dull in comparison. Tang An thought she was already very pretty, but standing next to Jiang Ning, she felt a little lacking. If she had known earlier, she should have had a chin job before coming to Hong Kong. Seeing Jiang Ning's beautiful chin, it was obvious she had plastic surgery. From Jiang Ning's appearance, she could tell that her visit was not just for treating Madame Si, but was actually an attempt to climb higher. After all, the Si family had 12 single young masters. Such shamelessness. At a young age, she doesn't study hard and just thinks about taking shortcuts. Does she really believe life has so many shortcuts? Tang An hates women who rely on their looks to get ahead. The blonde girl is overestimating herself. The 8 brothers from the Si family are not ordinary people. They won't be fooled by a blonde girl. Just wait and see. Jiang Ning is about to be kicked out of the hospital. Thinking of this, Tang An's lips curl into a smug smile. Si Huabo was the first to realize what was happening and quickly walked over to Jiang Ning. "Dr. Jiang, I've heard of your reputation. You are truly talented at such a young age." Yes, Dr. Jiang is very talented for someone so young. The other brothers nodded in agreement. Although the Si brothers were meeting Jiang Ning for the first time, and she looked so young, certainly not a typical expert in traditional medicine, they all felt a strange sense of trust in her. And they trusted her completely. This scene was completely different from what Tang An had imagined. She thought that after seeing how young Jiang Ning was, the Si brothers would dismiss her immediately. But surprisingly, they praised her for being talented at such a young age. Are they crazy? Do they really think this blonde girl knows any medical skills? It's so funny. It seems she must personally reveal Jiang Ning's true nature herself. Zhao Yunong introduced the Si brothers to Jiang Ning one by one. Jiang Ning greeted them politely. Mr. C2, Mr. C3, Mr. C4, Mr. C5, Mr. C6, Mr. C7, and Mr. C8. Perhaps because of their blood relation, the brothers looked very similar. Their features were very distinctive, and all of them were very handsome. After greeting them, Jiang Ning looked at Zhao Yunong. "Please, Madame Si, take me to see Madame Si." "All right, my mother is in the innermost ward. Follow me." Everyone followed her to the hospital room. Madame Si was lying on the bed, her face pale and lips lacking color. Seeing the elderly woman on the bed and recalling her situation, tears welled up in Jiang Ning's eyes, almost instinctively. She took out a pulse pillow from her medical kit and began to check Madame C's pulse. After about a minute, Jiang Ning released her hold on the pulse. Si Huawen immediately asked, "Dr. Jiang, how is my mother's condition?" Jiang Ning then spoke. As the hospital diagnosed, Madame C's condition is very urgent because there is too much blood pooling in her brain, pressing on her nerves, which caused her to fall into a coma. She needs immediate acupuncture treatment. What's the chance my mother will wake up? Si Huafeng asked quickly. 80%. Jiang Ning replied. 80%? At first, Shengguan Feiyang was unsure if Jiang Ning was a fraud. After all, there are many geniuses in the medical world. But after hearing this answer, he was sure Jiang Ning was lying. Even the top doctors here wouldn't dare say they had an 80% certainty. Yet Jiang Ning casually said this. Obviously, she had no idea how serious Madame C's condition really was. Truly fearless like a young bull. Unlike Shengguan Feiyang's reaction, the brothers of the Si family were very happy after hearing Jiang Ning's words. Si Huajing even cried with joy. That's great. Mom is finally saved. He then walked over excitedly and held Jiang Ning's hand. Dr. Jiang, I entrust my mother to you. Almost involuntarily, Jiang Ning disliked touching strangers, but surprisingly, she didn't mind Si Huajing's touch. Mr. Wu, don't worry. I will do my best, she said. Hearing this, Si Huajing was a bit surprised. The Si brothers looked alike and were numerous. Usually, when strangers first meet them, even after several introductions, they can't tell them apart. Many people mistake him for his brothers. But Zhao Yanong had only introduced him once, and Jiang Ning remembered his number. This kid is truly different from ordinary people. Tang took a few steps forward and looked at Jiang Ning. I didn't expect Miss Jiang, who looks so young, to be so talented. It makes me feel ashamed. By the way, Miss Jiang's medical skills must have come from a prestigious school abroad, right? Jiang Ning lowered her eyes slightly and looked at Tang calmly. I just finished high school this year and haven't gone to university. Not gone to university? Hearing this, Tang almost laughed out loud. Not going to university is like being illiterate. Just an illiterate person, yet she dares to act so proud in front of her. Shameless. Si Huazhong continued, Dr. Jiang, you must have studied under a famous master, right? My master is indeed very impressive. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Hearing this, Tang subtly frowned. What's wrong with the Si family? This yellow-haired girl admitted she didn't attend college anymore. Yet they still haven't kicked her out? They must not really believe that Jiang Ning is a famous doctor from a prestigious background. I have to say, the Sima family members are much dumber than Tang imagined. It seems that in critical moments, she must be the one to reveal Jiang Ning's true nature. Thinking of this, Tang narrowed her eyes. You're just a girl who didn't even go to college. Why should we believe you can save Madame Sima? Even the direct disciple of the divine doctor can't perform acupuncture to unblock channels. Do you really think you can? Besides, Madame Sima is noble and kind. If your treatment goes wrong, who can take responsibility? Sima Huatai really likes Jiang Ning. Seeing Tang openly making things difficult for her, Sima Huatai immediately stepped in to defend her. Miss Tang, the divine doctor is a guest we invited from the Sima family. Even our family members have no doubts about her. Please speak carefully. His last words were very serious. What is Tang in? If it weren't for respecting Madame Shi, Sima Huatai would have already thrown her out. But now, with Madame Sima bedridden and in poor health, and Shi Nanqing lying in a coma, the Sima family has to show some respect for Madame Sima. After all, before Shengbao is found, Tang is the only heir of the Shi family. Tang was stunned, her face turning pale. What was Sima Huatai doing? He was just thinking about Madame Sima's safety. Everyone could see that Jiang Ning was just a liar, yet Sima Huatai was defending her. Sima Huatai was simply being unreasonable. Before Tang and could react, Sima Jing spoke again. Dr. Jiang, please don't take Miss Tang's words to heart. She's just a guest we invited from the Sima family. The few of us trust you very much. Yes, the other brothers nodded. This implied that Tang and was just an outsider. Jiang Ning didn't need to listen to her. Tang and was stunned.
Why?
Why could Jiang Ning, who hadn't done anything, win the trust of the Sima family? Had she bowed her head to the family? Why did the brothers of the Sima family all become so foolish when they saw her? Tang felt wronged, and her eyes immediately turned red. She looked up at Jiang Ning and took a step back. Dr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I was just too worried about Madame Sima's condition. I got carried away. If I said anything you didn't like, please don't take it to heart. How could Jiang Ning not see Tang An's careful thoughts? She didn't even give Tang An a glance and continued, Mr. C, the old Madame C is in urgent condition. I need a sterile operating room and a medical assistant. Si Huan nodded. I'll arrange that immediately. As for the medical assistant, how about Dr. Shengwan? Tang An was furious that Jiang Ning, this young girl, dared to ignore her. She was the only heir of the Shi family. She had personally apologized to this young girl, yet she still dared to show no gratitude. Humph. This young girl won't be proud for long. The called-forward Shengguan Feiyang took a few steps forward. Master, I have a surgery in half an hour, so I might be a little short on time. Actually, there was enough time. But Shengguan Feiyang didn't want to help a liar. If Jiang Ning truly had real skills, he would be happy to help. Because if she managed to save the old Madame C, he would become one of her benefactors, which could help his career advancement. But now, the situation was different. He was sure Jiang Ning would cause the old Madame C's death. If she did, he would be seen as an accomplice, and he couldn't take that risk. Si Huan didn't press Shengguan Feiyang further. Then I'll arrange for someone else. Jiang Ning was very smart. She saw the hesitation in Shengguan Feiyang's eyes and said, Mr. C, there's no need. I just remembered I can do the acupuncture myself. Since Shengguan Feiyang didn't want to risk helping her, others wouldn't want to either. Jiang Ning disliked forcing others. Hearing this, Si Huan quickly said, Dr. Jiang, the Jiugang acupuncture points are part of our Si family. It's easy for me to find a medical assistant at the hospital. Nonet yang ningrepliet. Just arrange a sterile room for me.
All right.
The sterile room was soon prepared. The nurses pushed the old Madame C into the sterile room. Jiang Ning changed into a surgical gown. Before entering the operating room, Si Huafeng looked at Jiang Ning. Dr. Jiang, how long will the acupuncture take? About 3.5 hours, Jiang Ning answered.
Si Huafeng nodded.
We'll wait outside the operating room for you. Okay. Jiang Ning put on her mask and entered the operating room. The Si family members waited quietly outside. Si Sudong looked at Si Huawen and asked his long-held question, Dad, why do you and the uncles trust this young girl so much? Si Huawen smiled and said, I don't know why I trust her, but whenever I see her, I feel at ease. Si Huali quickly added, me too. Whenever I see Dr. Jiang, I feel close. Even though it's our first time meeting, I feel like we've known each other for a long time. Si Huabwa nodded in agreement. Exactly, I feel the same. When I see Dr. Jiang, my heart is full of mixed feelings. Si Huawu and Si Huajing also nodded in agreement. I thought it was just my imagination, Si Huazhong said. But it turns out that big brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, Huabwa, and Huafeng all feel the same. If someone else had tried to treat Madame C today, they definitely wouldn't believe such a young girl could do anything with acupuncture and acupoint therapy. It's like a fairy tale. But now, standing in front of them is Jiang Ning. Although it's their first meeting, they trust Jiang Ning unconditionally. It's as if something invisible has tightly bound them together. Since their father and uncles all say so, Si Sudong didn't say much more. His father and uncles have been through many storms. They've crossed more bridges than they've walked roads. Si Sudong nodded. If that's the case, I hope Dr. Jiang won't let us down. Tang Nin, who had just walked over, overheard Si Sudong's words. Not let them down? Humph. How is that possible? A bunch of fools. They are betting Madame C's life on a young girl with yellow hair. But for her, it's not a bad thing either. She has already invited that top expert from the international medical community. When that young girl nearly kills Madame C with her treatment, the C family will come to her for help. Thinking of this, Tang couldn't help but smile slyly. Her eyes gleamed with pride. It's almost time. The C family will soon come to ask her for help. Inside the sterile room, Jiang Ning took out her acupuncture bag and began to treat Madame C. One needle after another, each inserted into key points. Madame C lay on the bed, feeling drowsy. She only felt as if her blocked blood vessels suddenly opened up, flowing freely again. It was a very relaxing feeling. Madame C struggled to open her eyes. When she did, she saw the young girl acupuncture her. Why does that face look so much like the young C Huasheng? Is it Shengbao? Did Shengbao come back to find her? In a daze, Madame C fainted again. She dreamed that Shengbao had come back for her. 19 years have passed. Shengbao has become more beautiful and graceful, even more charming than the stunning C Huasheng was back then. Shengbao.
Shengbao.
Madame C muttered softly. A hot tear rolled down her cheek. Shengbao, Grandma really misses you. Outside the sterile room, the C family members anxiously wait. Time passes second by second. Soon, it reaches the 3.5 hours that Jiang Ning mentioned. C Xuanan starts to feel a bit anxious. Uncle, didn't Dr. Jiang say the acupuncture would take about 3 hours? Now it's been 3.5 hours, and there's still no movement in the sterile room? C Huawen checks his watch. Dr. Jiang said about 3.5 hours. Don't worry, just a little longer. C frowns slightly. Uncle, do you really think Dr. Jiang can do it? Can she really do it? Hearing this, Tang An's eyes flash with a sinister look, and she sneers silently in her heart. If that blonde girl could really save Madame C, she would go eat dirt. Suddenly, the door of the sterile room opens. Jiang Ning walks out. Dr. Jiang, how is it? The C family members rush forward. Jiang Ning lowers her mask. The acupuncture process went very smoothly. Madame C's intracranial blood clot has been completely cleared. She is now out of danger. The blood clot has been cleared? She is out of danger. Hearing this, Tang An's pupils shrink, and she nearly can't stand steadily. Could this blonde girl really save Madame C? No way, it must be fake. The C family members cheer loudly. C Huawen quickly asks, can we go in and see my mom now? Yes. Jiang Ning nods. Please follow me. Everyone follows Jiang Ning into the sterile room. Madame C just woke up at this moment, looking around confused. She raises her hand to her forehead. Although her voice is still weak, her face no longer looks as pale as before, and her complexion is gradually returning to normal.
What?
What's happening to me? Seeing this, Tang An's face turns pale.
How could this be?
She thought she was seeing Madame C's body. But unexpectedly, Madame C is woken up. What is really going on? Could it be that Madame C was really saved by that blonde girl? Impossible.
How old is she?
She definitely doesn't have such high medical skills. So, this must be a coincidence. Madame C woke up thanks to the hospital treatment, and unexpectedly, Jiang Ning got a big benefit. Otherwise, why would Jiang Ning refuse even a medical assistant? No one knows what she did inside the sterile room after it was closed. Tang Anyue increasingly believed this was the case. If she had known, she would have said she could also practice medicine, since Madame C was going to wake up anyway. If she had treated Madame C inside the sterile room, she would now be considered her lifesaver. Tang Xian was furious inside. Seeing Madame C, who was on the brink of death just 3 hours ago, now awake and well, everyone in the C family was overjoyed. Grandma is awake.
Mom.
You're okay. You're really okay. Oh my, this is such good news. C Huawen and his 7 brothers rushed forward, crying happily. Zhao Yunong and the 7 sisters-in-law also shed tears of happiness. Mom, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere now? Madame C clearly felt her strength returning. Looking at her sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren, she smiled and said, "No, I don't feel uncomfortable."
I'm fine.
"Children, don't worry." Zhao Yanin quickly added, "Mom, you don't know how dangerous your condition was just now. Dr. Shengguan even prepared your funeral. Luckily, Dr. Jiang was here. She is truly a great benefactor to our family." "Yes, Mom. Yanin is right. Dr. Jiang is really our family's great hero." "Dr. Jiang?" Madame C's eyes seemed to flicker with images of a girl giving her acupuncture, but she couldn't tell if it was real or a dream. "Where is Dr. Jiang? Where is she?" "Old Madam, I am here." Jiang Ning stepped forward. Seeing Jiang Ning, Madame C's cloudy eyes were filled with shock. She froze for a moment, then grabbed Jiang Ning's hand, tears suddenly pouring out. She cried, "Shengbao! Shengbao! My Shengbao! You finally came back. You finally came to see Grandma. That's so wonderful, so wonderful." It turns out Grandma wasn't dreaming just now. No one knew how excited Madame C was at this moment. So many years had passed. She never got her daughter back, but she got Shengbao. Madame C held Jiang Ning tightly, crying loudly. She cried very sadly, as if all her years of suffering had finally found a way to break through. "Shengbao, Shengbao," Madame C cried, 19 years, 19 years. "Do you know how hard Grandma has searched for you? Grandma has been waiting day and night, and at last, she has found you and brought you home. Poor Shengbao, all these years you've suffered outside." No one knew how hard Madame C had been living all these years. Although she had many children, as a mother, who would want to be separated from their own flesh and blood. Even if she had 100 children, she couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Every day, she thought about her daughter and granddaughter. Madame C had been diligent with health checkups and wellness routines all these years, just to wait patiently for her daughter and granddaughter to return. Jiang Ning was held in Madame C's arms, feeling a bit stunned. Besides feeling stunned, she also felt a bit heavy-hearted. For some reason, seeing Madame C crying so much made Jiang Ning feel uncomfortable too. Her nose felt sour, and she almost felt like crying herself. It was very hard. At this moment, the sterile room became extremely quiet. Everyone stopped talking. Only Madame C's sobs could be heard. The C family members looked at Madame C, none of them willing to interrupt her. Because they knew the old lady had been holding back for too long. She needed to cry like this. Seeing Madame C cry so sadly, her sons and daughters-in-law also felt deeply moved. They wished everything before them was real. If only Jiang Ning really was Shengbao, how wonderful that would be. Chu Mingli couldn't help but hug Si Huafeng, crying, "Huafeng, life is so hard for Mom." Si Huafeng's eyes were also very red. "I really hope Miss Jiang is Shengbao." Si Shubei looked at Si Huadao and Ma Han with confusion in his eyes, lowering his voice to ask, "Dad, Mom, does this Jiang doctor look a lot like my little aunt?" When Si Huashang had an accident, Si Shubei was only 6 or 7 years old, so he didn't remember much about his aunt. Although there were photos of Si Huashang at home, the Si family was afraid Madame C would be reminded of her loss, so they kept all her photos hidden. Si Huatao nodded. "Yes, very much so. That's why, even though it was their first meeting, they trusted Jiang Ning so much." "Shengbao?" Hearing Madame C calling Jiang Ning that, Tang Anxin felt full of disdain. This young girl, Jiang Ning, wanted to soar like a phoenix?
Dream on.
Again, Shengbao has already died. Tang had heard this from her mother. The car accident was very terrible at that time. There was blood everywhere. Old Lady C was also blind. She even mistook her own granddaughter. Tang and looked up at Jiang Ning and saw her red eyes, full of dislike. What is that yellow-haired girl pretending for? She was even crying. She was just a stranger who had only met Old Lady C once, yet she was acting so dramatic. Shameless. Does she think she doesn't know what Jiang Ning is planning? Jiang Ning probably wants to take advantage of the situation, claiming to be Old Lady C's savior, and then rise in the family as a phoenix, becoming the C family's granddaughter. Dream on. Someone like her, who is unworthy, Wanting to join the C family? That's impossible. Jiang Ning calmed her complicated feelings and then said, Old Lady C, you might have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Shengbao. I am Jiang Ning. Not Shengbao? I am Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's voice brought Old Lady C back to reality. At this moment, Zhao Yunong spoke. Mom, this is your lifesaver, Dr. Jiang. Hearing this, Old Lady C looked up at Jiang Ning with a complex expression. But she really thought the girl looked very much like Huashang. Old Lady C tightly held Jiang Ning's hand. Because she had cried, her voice was hoarse. Dr. Jiang, thank you for saving my life. From now on, you are our family's greatest benefactor. Actually, Old Lady C was not afraid of dying. Because everyone has to die eventually, no one can escape it. But she was afraid she wouldn't see her daughter and granddaughter before she died. No one knew how excited she was when she saw Jiang Ning just now. She truly thought she had found Shengbao. The girl in front of her was her granddaughter. She was Shengbao. Old Lady C, you are too kind. Saving lives is what doctors do, Jiang Ning said next. You just recovered and need to rest well. Big emotions, whether joy or sorrow, are not good now. Jiang Ning spoke without any arrogance. She was like a rare orchid growing on a steep cliff, rare, but never arrogant. After speaking, Jiang Ning helped Old Lady C lie back on the bed and tucked her in. Shi Huawen seemed to remember something and asked, Dr. Jiang, when can my mother be discharged and go home? Anytime. She wants to leave, but she still needs to take Chinese medicine for a week to stabilize her condition. Upon hearing this, Shuang Xiang said, Dr. Jiang, my mother is very afraid of bitterness. Can we replace the traditional medicine with Western medicine? Western medicine pills are easy to swallow and more friendly for elderly people. Jiang Ning shook her head slightly. Although traditional medicine is a bit bitter, it is gentler and less irritating, which suits Madame C's current health better. Western medicine works faster, but is more stimulating. If Madame C takes Western medicine, it might harm her liver. She paused, then continued, if Madame C is afraid of bitterness, I can make the traditional medicine into small pills. Making pills is a bit troublesome, but that's okay. Jiang Ning was never afraid of trouble. Plus, she liked Madame C very much. Shuang Xiang was about to thank her when the bedridden Madame C spoke up. It's fine, it's fine. I can endure the bitterness. No need to trouble Dr. Jiang. Madame C had just woken up and was still weak. She was pushed into the ward and soon fell asleep. In the doctor's office, Shengguan Feiyang was organizing patient records. Actually, today was supposed to be his day off. But recently, he had been working hard for his position as director of city doctors, sacrificing a lot of his rest time. Dr. Shengguan.
Dr. Shengguan.
The assistant's voice came from outside. Shengguan Feiyang looked up and saw his assistant rushing over anxiously. What's the matter? He asked. The assistant, panting, replied, Madame C. Madame C. Madame C. Hearing this, Shengguan Feiyang immediately stood up from his chair. Madame C is in trouble? Although he knew Jiang Ning was not a real doctor, he was still shocked by the news. Fortunately, he had refused Jiang Ning's request to be her medical assistant. Otherwise, he would also be a suspect. The assistant continued, No, it's not that. Miss Jiang really is a miracle doctor. Madame C has now woken up safely. What? Hearing this, Shengguan Feiyang was stunned. Jiang Ning actually cured Madame C. Could it be? Could she really perform acupuncture to pass through the points? But Jiang Ning was so young. How did she do it? Shengguan Feiyang looked at the assistant. Did you see with your own eyes that Madame C is fine now? Yes. I saw it myself. The assistant nodded. Officer Gao's face looked very bad, extremely bad. Just a second ago, he was feeling glad about refusing to be Jiang Ning's medical assistant. But now, he wished he could slap himself. He regretted it very much, so much that his intestines felt green with regret. If he had known Jiang Ning was truly capable, he shouldn't have refused her. If he had become Jiang Ning's medical assistant, he could have learned real skills from her and might have been lucky enough to save Madame C, which would greatly help his promotion. But now, he had turned down such a great opportunity. Officer Gao sank into his chair, his face pale. After a few seconds, he got up and headed outside. The assistant immediately asked Dr. Gao, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to check on Madam C." "I'll go with you." Officer Gao was very anxious. The VIP ward was on the 17th floor, and his office was on the 19th, but the elevator was still on the first floor. He couldn't wait and turned to run toward the emergency stairs. He decided to take the stairs. He didn't believe Jiang Ning had truly cured Madam C. Thud, thud. His footsteps were very fast. A few minutes later, he reached the VIP floor. Standing at the door of the ward, Officer Gao took a deep breath and straightened his posture before knocking.
"Come in."
Inside, he heard the voice of Wang Ahui, the sixth daughter-in-law of the C family. Officer Gao pushed the door open and smiled, saying, "Sixth Madam, I came to check on Madam C." Wang Ahui nodded. "Please come in." Madam C was asleep at this moment. Seeing her lying in bed, Officer Gao sighed in relief. It seemed the assistant's news was wrong. Madam C had not been cured by Jiang Ning. He looked at Zhao Yanan and Chu Mingli, who were standing by the bed, and lowered his voice. "Sixth and eighth Madam, didn't you say Madam C's condition had improved? Has she woken up?" Chu Mingli smiled and looked back, after being treated by Dr. Jiang. "My mother has indeed improved, but she is still weak and just fell asleep." "Fell asleep? Are you sure she didn't faint?" Without seeing Madam C wake up with his own eyes, Officer Gao still couldn't believe that a girl of only 18 or 19 could use acupuncture to treat her. It went against everything he knew. Coincidentally, just as Chu Mingli finished speaking, Madam C opened her eyes and looked at her two daughters-in-law. "Yanan, I want some water." Zhao Yanan quickly stood up to pour water for Madam C. "Okay, Mom, I'll go pour water right away." Shengguan Feiyang then couldn't believe what he had just seen. His face showed a mix of emotions. It was real. It was truly real. He had really missed a great chance for promotion. At this moment, Shengguan Feiyang felt a mix of feelings and almost wanted to cry. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have refused to be Jiang Ning's medical assistant. Shengguan Feiyang didn't even know how he left the hospital room. He only hated that there was no regret medicine in this world. Inside the hospital room, after drinking the water, Madam C asked, "Where is Dr. Jiang?" "Mom, my older brother, sister-in-law, and second brother and sister-in-law took Dr. Jiang back to the hotel," Zhao Yanan answered. Madam C looked at her two daughters-in-law. "Yanan Mingli, do you two think that girl looks very much like Huasheng?" Really. Seeing her, I feel like I see Huasheng. Do you think she might be my Shengbao, my poor Shengbao?" By the end, Madam C's eyes filled with tears again. She really missed Shengbao. Missed so much. 19 years. They had searched for Shengbao for 19 years. Exactly 19 years. Seeing Madam C like this, Chu Mingli comforted her. "Mom, we haven't done a DNA test yet, so we can't be sure that Dr. Jiang is Shengbao. Don't worry. We've invited Dr. Jiang to come to our house as a guest tomorrow. I remember, doesn't Shengbao have a red birthmark on her arm? Tomorrow, we'll look for a chance to see if Dr. Jiang has the same birthmark on her arm. If she does, then we'll do the test." Actually, during the years of searching for Si Huasheng and Shi Sheng, they had met many people who looked very similar to Si Huasheng. They even encountered scammers who had plastic surgery to look like Si Huasheng. Because they had experienced too much hope and disappointment, and Madam C's current condition wasn't suitable for such emotional ups and downs, the family decided that after confirming everything, they would proceed with the test. Okay. Madam C immediately sat up from the bed. "Dr. Jiang said I can leave hospital at any time, so I want to leave now. I need to go prepare." "Mom, don't worry, rest well first. You can leave in the afternoon," they said. Madam C nodded and then asked, "By the way, did you notice today if that girl has dimples when she smiles?" Although Si Huasheng didn't have dimples, Shengbao did. The 3-month-old baby was already able to smile. Back then, Madam C loved making Shengbao laugh very much. Whenever she smiles, Lady C feels very comforted. Although she has only been with Shengbao for a few months, Lady C remembers everything about her granddaughter. Chu Mingli hesitated and said, I didn't really notice that. Then she looked at Zhao Yanin and asked, Sixth sister-in-law, did you notice? At that time, our mother was very ill. I didn't see Dr. Jiang smile once, Zhao Yanin replied. Mom, don't worry. Dr. Jiang is coming to visit us tomorrow. When the time comes, you can see whatever you want. Zhao Yanin helped Lady C tuck in the quilt. Sixth sister-in-law is right. Mom, don't think too much now. If Dr. Jiang really is Shengbao, she can't run away. Finally, Zhao Yanin smiled and said, that girl, Dr. Jiang, not only looks beautiful and elegant, but also behaves properly and is very likable. It would be great if she really is our Shengbao. Honestly, Zhao Yanin feels a strange fondness for Jiang Ning. If Jiang Ning is Shengbao, she would definitely treat her as her own daughter in the future. Chu Mingli nodded in agreement. I like that girl too. The new year is coming soon. If Dr. Jiang is really Shengbao, then we can have a good new year this year. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was personally sent to the hotel entrance by Si Huawen, Si Huawu, Zhao Yunong, and Sun Jiaqing. Zhao Yunong and Sun Jiaqing held Jiang Ning's hands on either side. Dr. Jiang, don't forget our appointment tomorrow. Thank you for the kindness from the eldest and second lady. I definitely won't be on time tomorrow.
Good.
We'll send a car to pick you up then. Zhao Yunong and Sun Jiaqing both liked Jiang Ning very much. They both wished Jiang Ning was their own daughter. Watching Jiang Ning's back, Sun Jiaqing asked brother, sister-in-law, Huawu, do you think this girl is Shengbao? Yes, she definitely is. Si Huawu said firmly. I have a feeling she carries our Si family's blood. Although this was Si Huawu's first time meeting Jiang Ning, as soon as he saw her, his heart felt warm. It felt even more intimate than seeing his own son. Hearing his brother's answer, Si Huawen nodded in agreement. I feel the same. This girl must be from our Si family. Zhao Yunong smiled and said, let's hope we see a good result this time. 19 years had passed. It was time for them to reunite with Shengbao's family. Sun Jiaqing linked arms with Zhao Yunong and said, if that child isn't Shengbao, I want to adopt her as my goddaughter. Zhao Yunong immediately looked unhappy and said, Ah Qi, how can you try to steal her away? I was thinking the same thing. If Jiang Shini isn't Shengbao, I would also want to adopt her as my goddaughter. Big sister-in-law, how can you say that? I was the one who brought it up first. But I really do think that way. The two sisters-in-law argued loudly about who should be the godmother to Jiang Ning, both getting red-faced. Si Huawen looked a bit helpless and said, all right, stop arguing. Neither of you can officially adopt her. Why not? Zhao Yunong and Sun Jiaqing asked together. Si Huawu continued, because Jiang Shini must be part of our Si family, 100%. Sun Jiaqing pushed her hair behind her ear and said, even though I hope she is Shengbao, we've met many people who look like Huasheng over the years. We've been disappointed so many times, and I'm worried this time. Her words were clear without needing to finish. Si Huawu squinted and said, it's different. This time, it will definitely be different. Jiang Ning swiped her card and returned to her hotel room. When she heard the door open, Yu Qianlan ran over immediately. Ning, you're back. Yes, March. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Didn't you go out this morning? I went shopping and found a super hidden gem of a shop. Yu Qianlan said. Ning, how about we go there for afternoon tea this afternoon? Sounds good. Jiang Ning took off her coat. Yu Qianlan asked again, by the way, how is Madame C doing? She's gotten better. Ning, you're amazing, like a miracle worker. Yu Qianlan smiled. When I heard about Madame C's accident, I felt really upset. She's a very kind old lady, always involved in charity work. I hope she lives a long, healthy life until her daughter and granddaughter come back. Hearing this, Jiang Ning seemed to remember something and looked at Yu Qianlan. By the way, March, the Si family invited me to visit tomorrow. You should come with me. Then Jiang Ning added, and the Si family's grandchildren are all quite handsome. Don't you love seeing good-looking guys? Handsome guys. Hearing this, Yu Qianlan's eyes lit up. Getting to visit the Si family and see handsome men would be wonderful. She had been curious about the powerful family in Hong Kong for a long time. But Yu Qianlong still refused Jiang Ning's invitation. Ning, you are the savior of Madam C. I won't go this time. Yu Qianlong is not the kind of person who doesn't understand manners. The C family invited Jiang Ning mainly to thank her. She is not the savior of Madam C. Why should she go along? It's okay, San Yu, Jiang Ning smiled. The C family knows I came to Hong Kong as a tourist with friends, and they specifically asked me to bring you. No need, Ning. This is your first time visiting the C family. Later, once you get to know them better, I'll go with you to see the handsome guys at the C family. If I go now, I'll really feel guilty. And this guilt is very big. Hearing Yu Qianlong say this, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Will you be bored alone at the hotel tomorrow? No, I had a lot of fun exploring alone today. All right then. In the afternoon, Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong went out together for afternoon tea. The snacks in Hong Kong are not only delicious but also very delicate. Most importantly, they are very sweet. It suits Jiang Ning's taste perfectly. She finished 2 plates of desserts in one go, which surprised Yu Qianlong. Ning, you ate so much at once. Aren't you worried about gaining weight? It's okay. If I gain weight, I'll just lose it again, Jiang Ning said casually. Eating and drinking are part of life. If you like something, why hold back? Yu Qianlong nodded, thinking Jiang Ning made a lot of sense. After the afternoon tea, they went sightseeing and took photos at various spots. The next day arrived quickly. Jiang Ning went to visit the C family as promised. The C family's car was waiting downstairs early in the morning. When Jiang Ning came out, Si Sudong and Si Shushang immediately stood up to greet her. Dr. Jiang, young master, 5th young master. The younger generation of the C family are named after directions: east, south, west, north, and celestial bodies, sun, moon, stars. Si Shushang is the 5th among his cousins. His name is based on the up character, which sounds similar to up in Chinese. Interestingly, ever since they heard from their father and elders that Jiang Ning looks like Aunt Si Huashang, Si Sudong and Si Shushang instinctively regarded her as their younger sister. They are brothers, over a dozen of them, all boys. When they were young, they dreamed of having a soft, fragrant sister. Sadly, their aunts only had 1 child each, a boy. If Jiang Ning really were their sister, it would fulfill their wish for a sister. Dr. Jiang, Si Shushang stepped forward. The car is outside. Please. Jiang Ning nodded slightly and walked out. Si Sudong and Si Shushang followed her. The car was moving very fast. Madam C and her sons and daughters-in-law were already waiting outside. There were many members of the C family. Looking at the scene, it was very grand. Hiss. The car stopped. Si Sudong and Si Shushang went over and opened the car doors. Jiang Ning stepped out from inside. At the same time, Madam C and everyone else came forward to greet her. Dr. Jiang, you finally arrived. I've been looking forward to seeing you. Jiang Ning held Madam C's hand. Madam, your health has just recovered. You shouldn't stay in the wind for long. Please come inside.
Okay, Madam C nodded.
Just seeing Jiang Ning made her very happy and feel much better. Inside the house, Madam C immediately asked someone to bring tea and snacks. They served the best tea, cloud mist tea. The snacks were very delicate. Madam C kept holding Jiang Ning's hand and talking to her. Zhou Ruoying and Shuang Xiang exchanged glances. Then Zhou Ruoying smiled and said, Mom, I have a joke to tell you and Dr. Jiang. Sure. Zhou Ruoying continued. Once, it was the day of the underwater world exam. Because Little Shrimp didn't review at night, he cheated during the test. Teacher Fish asked him, Who did you copy from? Little Shrimp, feeling guilty, said, Sorry, teacher, I copied from the clam. Teacher Fish got angry and said, What nonsense. Madam C burst into laughter. Even Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile. Her smile was very beautiful, with a faint dimple at the corner of her mouth, almost as if she could draw people in. At this moment, Zhou Ruoying and Shuang Xiang were both very excited, because she had dimples. When this child smiled, she really had dimples. Madam C was also very excited. Zhao Yunong came over carrying drinks. Dr. Jiang, we have lemon water, fresh orange juice, and watermelon juice. What would you like to drink? Lemon water is fine. Hearing this, Zhao Yanin immediately picked up the lemon water and offered it to Jiang Ning. Just as she was about to hand the lemon water to Jiang Ning, her hand slipped. Smack! A glass of drink spilled all over Jiang Ning's arm. Zhao Yunong frowned slightly. Sister-in-law Lu, look at you, clumsy, spilling Jiang Doctor's clothes. Zhao Yanin quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Let me help you wipe it. She took out tissues and helped Jiang Ning dry her hand. It's okay, sick sister-in-law. I'll do it myself, Jiang Ning said casually, rolling up her sleeve. At this moment, everyone's attention was almost entirely focused on Jiang Ning's arm. She is very fair. Her skin is smooth and white. On her pure white arm, there is no birthmark, not even a mole. Madame C's face instantly lost its hopeful expression.
No.
There is really no birthmark. Why? Why does heaven treat her this way? Jiang Ning smiles with dimples and looks very much like Si Huashang, but why does she have no birthmark? Seeing that Jiang Ning's arm has no birthmark, the others in the Si family also look very disappointed. They had hoped for so long, but it was all for nothing. Jiang Ning quickly dried the water on her left arm and then rolled up her right sleeve. In the next moment, a bright red birthmark suddenly appeared in everyone's view. The birthmark on Jiang Ning's arm is very red and quite pretty, shaped a bit like a plum blossom. Her skin is also very white, making her look like a red plum blossom in the snow, vivid and lively. When everyone saw the birthmark on Jiang Ning's arm, the room seemed to freeze as if paused. The disappointed people suddenly seemed to come alive, their faces full of excitement. They matched up. All of them matched. Shengbao has dimples, and Jiang Ning has them too. Shengbao has a birthmark, and Jiang Ning also has one. It looks like Jiang Ning is probably Shengbao. Madame C's pupils suddenly shrank. The red birthmark on Jiang Ning's arm overlapped with the one she saw on her granddaughter's arm. Yes,
She remembered now.
Shengbao's birthmark is on her right arm, not her left. Zhao Yunong suppressed her shock and stepped in front of Madame C, holding her arm to calm her down. She looked at Jiang Ning and smiled, saying, Dr. Jiang, your arm's tattoo is really beautiful. Jiang Ning was lowering her head to wipe water and didn't notice everyone's unusual reactions. When she heard this, she simply explained casually, this is a birthmark, not a tattoo. I've had it since I was a child. Not a tattoo. Zhao Yunong heard Jiang Ning's reply. She said it's not a tattoo. Not only Zhao Yunong heard it, everyone else in the C family also heard it. They all became very excited. Madame C opened her mouth as if to say something but couldn't speak due to her emotional excitement. It was like a fish caught in her throat. 19 years. 19 years. She had waited for this day, for 19 years. Zhao Yunong suppressed her shock and continued, Dr. Jiang, you're so young and talented. Your parents must be very proud of you, right? When hearing the word parents, Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned, then said, Madam, I have no parents. She spoke very casually, but this made everyone in the room feel very uneasy. Si Huawen quickly asked, Where did they go? The others in the living room also looked at Jiang Ning, waiting for her answer. I am an orphan. I've been living with my grandfather since I was little, Jiang Ning said easily, even picking up her cup to drink some water. The village elders say my grandfather found me in a ditch. I was covered in blood. Everyone thought I wouldn't survive, but I was lucky. Blood all over. Found in a ditch. Madame C felt like she couldn't breathe. She felt terrible. Si Huafeng's nose twitched, and he asked, Jiang Doctor, if I may ask, how old were you when your grandfather found you? About 3 or 4 months old, Jiang Ning replied. 3 or 4 months. 3 or 4 months. Hearing this, Madame C couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. Her beloved child, Shengbao, went missing when she was 3 months old. Jiang Ning was her Shengbao.
Madame C looked at Jiang Ning tightly, crying, Shengbao.
You are my Shengbao. You're finally back, Shengbao. These years, you almost took my life.
Shengbao.
My Shengbao. Grandma is sorry. Grandma looked for you all these years, but never found you. Others also wiped their tears. Jiang Ning couldn't quite understand her feelings. This was the second time Madame C mistook her for Shengbao. Without a doubt, Shengbao was happy. Even though she lost so many years, she had people who cared about her. Unlike herself. Thinking about her past life, Jiang Ning felt bitter inside. She hugged Madame C and gently patted her back, speaking softly, Madam, you have mistaken me. I am not Shengbao. Yes, you are. Madame C held Jiang Ning tightly, unwilling to let go. You are my Shengbao. She was afraid that if she let go, Shengbao would disappear like 19 years ago. Madame C never wanted to go through that again. Shengbao, do you know how much Grandma has missed you all these years? Sun Jiaqing and Ma Heng came over to Madame C, supporting her arms. They helped her sit on the sofa and comforted her. Mom, calm down. Don't scare Dr. Jiang. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Yes, Mom, Chu Mingli continued. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Dr. Jiang, you sit too. Only then did Madame C gradually calm down and sit next to Jiang Ning on the sofa. After everyone was seated, Zhao Yunong slowly spoke. Dr. Jiang, I won't hide from you. The features on your face, your background, and your appearance are very similar to our Shengbao. Shengbao was in a car accident when she was 3 months old, returning with my sister and brother-in-law to pay respects. The accident was very serious. The driver died instantly. My brother-in-law was seriously injured and became a vegetable, still lying in bed today. My sister and Shengbao disappeared without a trace. At that time, everyone said my sister and Shengbao had been eaten by wild animals in the mountains. But we didn't believe it. We couldn't believe my sister and Shengbao just vanished. A master once said that our Shengbao was reborn like a phoenix, so over the years, we and the Shi family have been searching for my sister and Shengbao. When Shengbao smiles, she has 2 cute dimples on her cheeks, and she also has a red birthmark on her arm, just like yours. That's why my mom thinks you are Shengbao. Then Zhao Yunong continued, Dr. Jiang, would you be willing to cooperate with us for a DNA test? Hearing this, everyone looked at Jiang Ning with hopeful eyes. Yes, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. But I must tell you, many things in this world are just coincidences. Although my and Shengbao's experiences are very similar, I can't guarantee that I am Shengbao. Madame C, the eldest lady, you need to be mentally prepared. Madame C held Jiang Ning's hand firmly and said with determination, you must be my Shengbao. Absolutely. This time, there will be no mistake. 19 years. Madame C had undergone more than 500 tests. But each time, the results never brought her good news. Jiang Ning's lips curled slightly, clearly smiling, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Madame C, I actually hope I am Shengbao, but I might not have as good a fate as Shengbao, with so many people hoping she'll come home. She had already experienced disappointment once, so she dared not hold on to hope again. Wang Ahui looked at Jiang Ning and said, Dr. Jiang, please don't think that way. You're so excellent. Even if you're not our Shengbao, your family must be looking for you. Everyone nodded in agreement. The C family had been searching for Shi Huashang and Shi Sheng for many years. All of them had their own biological testing company. Shi Huawen quickly arranged for samples to be taken. 2 hours later, a person in a white coat came to collect a sample. They used a blood sample. The staff pricked the index fingers of Jiang Ning and Madame C to collect the samples. After successfully collecting the samples, Si Huawen asked, Shaoli, when will the test results be ready? Shaoli respectfully replied, Sir, the normal process takes 7 days. If we speed it up, it will take 3 days. Then let's go with a faster option as usual. Understood, sir. Madame C couldn't wait any longer.
Can it be faster?
The results could be ready in just a few hours. That would be best. Shaoli looked at Madame C. Madam, I understand how you feel. But paternity testing is a very serious legal matter. After we get the results, there will be a review, and then another review. If anything goes wrong during this process, we all have to take legal responsibility. Hearing Xiao Li's answer, Madame C was a bit disappointed but didn't say anything more. She simply said, "If the testing center has the results, you must notify me immediately." "Don't worry," Xiao Li nodded. "As soon as we have the results, I will inform you right away." Si Huabo looked at Jiang Ning and asked, "Dr. Jiang, is your grandfather good to you?" Everyone else looked at Jiang Ning when they heard this question. Although the test results hadn't come out yet, everyone already believed Jiang Ning was their Shengbao. They were eager to know about Jiang Ning's past, to understand how much suffering their Shengbao had endured. Yes, Jiang Ning's eyes filled with a warm smile when mentioning old Master Jiang. "My grandfather and I are not related by blood, but he is very kind. He is the best grandfather in the world." Every time Jiang Ning saw old Master Jiang, she thought of a passage from Qinbiao. "I have no grandmother, so I am here today. My grandmother has no grandson, so she will not see me through the rest of her years." Although Jiang Ning and old Master Jiang were not related by blood, he gave her everything good he had. "Did you rely on your grandfather for support when you were a child?" Si Huazhong asked next. "Yes," Jiang Ning nodded. "Back then, life was a bit hard, but my grandfather never let me suffer any injustice." "Shengbao, or Dr. Jiang, I heard from my sister-in-law that you grew up in Qing City?" Si Huajing asked. Their uncles were very curious about Jiang Ning's past life.
Yes.
Hearing this, Madame C felt even more convinced that the car accident back then was definitely caused by someone intentionally.
You see,
the Qing City and Naxing's hometown are thousands of miles apart. Shengbao was only a 3-month-old baby at that time. How could she possibly appear in a water ditch so far away? And she was covered in blood. Clearly, those people didn't give Shengbao a chance to survive. They were so cruel. They were just too cruel. Madame C felt increasingly upset, tightly holding Jiang Ning's hand. "Good child, you've suffered so much over the years." "I'm not suffering, old madam. In my eyes, it's not suffering at all." Not only was it not suffering, but it was also a very beautiful memory. "Dr. Jiang, whether you are my Shengbao or not, we are destined to meet. If we are destined, we can meet even from afar. From now on, don't call me old madam. Just call me Grandma C, okay?" "Yes, Grandma C." Jiang Ning nodded slightly. "Then call me Ning from now on. It's too formal to keep calling me Dr. Jiang." Jiang Ning liked Madame C and the C family very much. She liked their family atmosphere even more. "Ning, you can't call me the eldest wife anymore. From now on, call me Auntie C." Zhao Yunong then spoke. "Ning, I am your second aunt. I am your third aunt." The women of the C family eagerly spoke one after another. After they finished, Si Huan couldn't help but be the first to speak. "Ning, I am your eldest uncle. Ning, I am your second uncle. Third uncle. Fourth uncle. Eighth uncle." Seeing the enthusiastic C family members, Jiang Ning's face was full of smiles. She didn't even dare to imagine how happy she would be if she really were Shengbao. "Old madam, Miss Tang has arrived." At this warm moment, the butler stepped forward respectfully and spoke. "Miss Tang?" Hearing this, Madame C slightly frowned. What is she coming for? At this time, Madame C didn't want outsiders to disturb them. Most importantly, Madame C didn't like Tang. She thought the other person was full of schemes. But since the C family and the Shi family were related by marriage, visitors were guests. For Madame Shi's sake, she couldn't turn the person away. "Please let her in," Madame C then said. "Yes, old madam." The butler turned and headed toward the door. Soon, Tang entered from outside. This was Tang En's first time visiting the C family. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she was stunned. Although the Shi family was the top noble family in Beijing, and their estate was very grand, it still fell short compared to the C family. The C family was located in the most luxurious part of Hong Kong. The hall is very luxurious. Even ordinary decorations come from high-end brands. Just a single ornament is worth a regular person's house. The title of Hong Kong's local tyrant truly lives up to its reputation. Tang and couldn't help but look around. Thinking about becoming the lady of this place in the future, she felt very excited. She would work hard, not only to inherit the Shi family, but also to take over the Si family. Tang and narrowed her eyes, suppressing her greed, and walked into the hall. Grandma Si, are you feeling better? I brought some tonic for you. Actually, Tang knew that Grandma Si didn't lack these things. But what mattered was the sincerity. After saying this, Tang saw Jiang Ning sitting beside Grandma Si. Moreover, Jiang Ning was holding Grandma Si's hand. They looked like grandmother and granddaughter. Tang sneered inwardly. That shameless Jiang Ning. Yesterday, when Grandma Si was confused, she called her Shengbao. Did she really think of herself as Shengbao? And today, she still dares to come to the Si family. What right does she have to come here? Grandma Si looked at Tang and nodded. After Ning Ning's treatment, she has improved a lot. Please sit. And Tang had never seen someone as shameless as Jiang Ning in her life, but she didn't show any of her feelings on her face. She still smiled at Jiang Ning. Dr. Jiang is truly amazing. I've never admired anyone before, but now, you are the first and the only. There is a saying called praising to the point of overpraising. Some people, when overly praised, become arrogant, as if they are walking on clouds. She wanted to elevate Jiang Ning high, make Jiang Ning proud, and let her reveal her true self in front of the Si family. Hearing Tang's words, Jiang Ning's expression remained calm. She didn't seem excited and spoke in a relaxed, normal tone. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Tang. But there are many people in this world who are better than me. Your praise makes me feel unworthy. Hearing this, Grandma Si's eyes showed satisfaction and pride. Indeed.
Shengbao is Shengbao.
Her response, her expression, absolutely flawless. Tang and their Shengbao were simply incomparable. Soon it was time for lunch. The Si family's dining room was very large. When she saw the dishes on the table, Tang was stunned with wide eyes. A full Chinese banquet. This is the highest honor for noble families in Hong Kong to entertain distinguished guests. Although Tang knew that the Ji family valued and liked her very much, she didn't expect her position in their hearts to be so important. This is a full Chinese banquet. The Ji family specially prepared a full Chinese banquet for her. This shows how high her status is in their hearts. Come, Ning Ning, let's sit together. Sit next to me, old lady Ji said, holding Jiang Ning's hand.
Okay, Grandmaye. Grandmaye?
Upon hearing this, Tang felt terrible. What is Jiang Ning? What right does she have to call the old lady Ji the same way she does? It's shameless. Most importantly, the old lady Ji was just being polite, asking Jiang Ning to sit beside her. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to take it seriously. She actually sat next to the old lady Ji. She really has no self-awareness. Even she herself isn't qualified to sit next to the old lady Ji, so why does Jiang Ning think she can sit on top of her? Tang watched Jiang Ning silently. Her eyes were full of sarcasm. Today, she was the most honored guest in the Ji family. Can Jiang Ning tell the difference between the main guest and others? The more Tang thought about it, the angrier she became. She thought people like Jiang Ning, who have no self-awareness, only existed in novels. But now she realizes they really do exist in real life. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Old Lady Ji then said, Ning Ning, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just asked the kitchen to prepare some dishes. Try them and see if they suit your taste. Grandma Ji, if even a full Chinese banquet is just something casual for you, then what are the things I usually eat? Jiang Ning looked at her. Grandma Ji, this is too grand for me to handle. Jiang Ning wasn't new to Hong Kong and knew the customs of hospitality there. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Tang almost rolled her eyes. From Jiang Ning's tone, she probably thought the Ji family prepared this full banquet just for her, right? How shameless. She clearly benefited from her, yet she's so unaware. So embarrassing and petty. If it weren't for herself, Jiang Ning wouldn't even think of eating a full Chinese banquet. It's simply impossible. Old Lady Ji quickly said, "You can handle it, you can handle it." Ning, putting everything else aside, "You are my savior."
Savior?
What kind of savior is Jiang Ning? She just got lucky and took a big bargain. Tang thought Old Lady Ji was just being polite, but Jiang Ning actually believed it. And then sit here. At this moment, Chumingli approached Tang and arranged a seat for her. Qiming. In ancient times, it was a poetic name for stars. At the same time, Si Qiming was also the youngest grandson in the Si family. He is the son of Chumingli and Si Huafeng. She knew that the Si family members must like her very much. Sure enough, they seated her next to Si Qiming. It was obvious that Chumingli wanted to match her with Si Qiming. Although Si Qiming was the youngest among all the Si grandchildren, his abilities were impressive. He grew up on P continent and, at only 23 years old, was already among the top 3 wealthy people there. He hadn't yet made it onto the Forbes global list, but it was only a matter of time. The more Tang thought about it, the more excited she became, smiling as she said, "Thank you, Auntie Bai. You're welcome. Sit comfortably, and don't be shy when we eat later," said the Si family's dining hall, which was over 350 square meters, with an enormous dining table that was quite extraordinary. When the meal started, her voice could hardly be heard from the other side. "Auntie Bai, you're too kind. I'll treat this place like my own home." Treat this place like home?
Chu Mengli Supli Frauen.
Was Tang being too informal? Or had she done something to make Tang misunderstand? It didn't seem so. She arranged for Tang to sit here because her seniority was lower, so she could only sit with the younger members of the Si family. After all, Tang was different from Jiang Ning. She couldn't possibly seat Tang in front of the old Madam Si. "Sit down," Chumingli said calmly before turning to leave. She was afraid that if she said more, Tang might misunderstand again. Tang sat beside Si Qiming, sweetly saying, "Brother Qiming." "Miss Tang," Si Qiming nodded politely. "Brother Qiming, you don't have to be so formal. Just call me," and Si Qiming didn't reply, only offering a polite smile. Si Qiming had a strong, handsome appearance. His smile was very charming, just like his name, with stars in his eyes, bright, sparkling, warm, and captivating. Tang almost drowned in Si Qiming's smile. "Oh my!" He smiled at her, and his gaze was so deep and affectionate. Could it be that Si Qiming also fell in love at first sight? Maybe so. Realizing this, Tang's heart started pounding very fast. She continued, "Brother Qiming, I heard you're now working in P continent." "Yes." Tang smiled even more sweetly. "I traveled to P continent 2 years ago. P continent is a very nice place." "Brother Qiming, did you also go to university in P continent?" "Yes." "So noisy." Tang was really loud. Si Qiming wanted to cover his ears. "Yes." Si Qiming had no desire to talk to Tang so no matter what she said, he just responded with a simple But Tang seemed unable to understand. For the first time, Si Qiming realized that some people can be so unaware. "Qiming brother." Just as Tang wanted to say more, Si Qiming stood up and said, "Sorry, Miss Tang. I need to go to the restroom." Why did Si Qiming suddenly go to the bathroom? Tang watched his back, feeling a bit confused. They had been having a pleasant chat. Could it be that Si Qiming was getting emotional during their conversation and needed a moment to cool down? The more Tang thought about it, the more she believed that was the case. Because she had read some reports about Si Qiming before. Although Si Qiming was already 23, he was still a. He had never had a girlfriend before. She might be the first woman to get so close to him. Thinking of this, Tang's face turned slightly red. "All right, Qiming brother, go ahead." Si Qiming turned and headed to the bathroom. The dining table was large, with many members of the Si family, and everyone's attention was on Jiang Ning, so it was hard to notice if one person was missing. Jiang Ning's left was Si Laofu, and her right was Si Huawen. They kept using shared chopsticks to serve her food. Soon, her bowl was piled high with dishes. "Ning, eat quickly, eat more meat, to nourish yourself. Look, you've become so thin." Ning, just treat this place as your home. Yes, Ning, don't be polite. Jiang Ning was very happy during this meal. In the afternoon, Jiang Ning suggested she go back. Although she liked the Si family's atmosphere, Yu Qianlan was still waiting for her at the hotel, and she couldn't leave Yu Qianlan alone there. Si Laofu was reluctant to see her go, and kept standing at the door watching Jiang Ning's disappearing figure. It felt like once Jiang Ning left, she might never come back. Ma Hanan comforted her, saying, "Mom, don't look anymore. Once the DNA test results come out, we'll bring Shengbao home to live with us. You'll be able to see her every day." Only then did Si Laofu smile. Son Jiaqing smiled and agreed. Fourth sister-in-law is right. Mom, once the paternity test results come out, you can stay with Shengbao for as long as you want. Several daughters-in-law helped Madame Si walk inside the main gate. Suddenly, Zhao Yanin seemed to remember something. Mom, should we tell Madame Shi about doing the paternity test with Ning? After all, it is a big matter. Madame Si hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Let's not tell her for now. Qiongfang is not feeling well, and Shengbao is her lifeline. I'm worried she can't handle the stress. We can wait until the results are out before informing her. Although Madame Si believed Jiang Ning was their Shengbao, the test results had not yet come back. What if they weren't hers? Wouldn't that be a wasted effort for Madame Shi? Zhao Yanin nodded. Mom, you're right. They entered the hall. Tang and was still sitting on the sofa. Madame Si felt a headache coming on. She thought she shouldn't have left, but now she was back and still feeling unwell. Grandma Si, seeing Madame Si come in, Tang and immediately stood up. You're back. Madame Si nodded, massaging her temples, and said to Zhao Yunong, take good care of Anan. I have a headache. I'll go back to my room and rest for a while. A headache? Tang and squinted. Why would Madame Si have a headache suddenly? It was obvious she was angry with Jiang Ning. When Zhao Yunong heard Madame Si had a headache, she became very worried. Mom, are you okay? Should I call Dr. Wu to come and see you? No need. I'll just rest for a bit, Madame Si replied. Hearing this, Tang An thought more and more that Madame Si was upset because of Jiang Ning. Otherwise, why wouldn't she see a doctor? Jiang Ning really lacked self-awareness. Tang An stood up gently and said softly, Grandma Si, last year I learned some massage techniques from a teacher. Maybe I can give you a massage. It might make you feel better. No, thank you, Madame Si politely declined. Tang An's lips curved slightly. Since Madame Si said no, she was probably worried she'd get too tired. After all, everyone in the Si family was trying to match her with Si Qiming. In the future, she would become the granddaughter-in-law of the Si family. Jiang Ning returned to the hotel. In the afternoon, she went on a yacht trip with Yu Qianlan, visited the underwater world, and checked out popular scenic spots. Last night, Yu Qianlan received a WeChat message, and her face instantly changed. Ning, my mom sent a message saying my grandma back home has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. She got lost yesterday, and we haven't found her yet. I need to buy the next flight and go back immediately. Okay, let's pack our bags now and leave tonight, Jiang Ning said. Ning, you don't have to come with me. Besides, aren't you waiting for the test results from the Si family? Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlan share everything. She didn't hide the test results from Yu Qianlan. No need to wait. It's an unknown result anyway. If it's positive, the Si family will contact me, Jiang Ning replied. Since we're both coming to Hong Kong, how can I let you go alone? Yu Qianlan hugged Jiang Ning tightly, feeling very touched. Thank you, Ning. You're like a little angel. After packing their things, they returned to City A. Because Jiang Ning left in a hurry, she sent a WeChat message to Zhao Yunong. It was 9 p.m. Jiang Ning sat in the airport lounge, with nothing to do, and posted a moment on her social media, returning to the city with a photo of the airport hall. At the same time, Shen Jingnian was leaning on his bed, scrolling through his social media. During these days of Jiang Ning's trip, she posted almost every day to record her life. Sure enough, when the time came, he saw Jiang Ning's post. Returning to the city, Shen Jingnian raised an eyebrow slightly. Is she coming back? He immediately switched pages and sent a message to his secretary. Check all flights from Hong Kong to City A today. The secretary responded quickly. In 9, there is only one flight from Hong Kong to City A today, departing at 9:30 p.m. and arriving at 11:50 p.m. Seeing the reply, Shen Jingnian had a plan in mind. At exactly 10 p.m., Shen Jingnian left Shen Garden on time. Old Madam Shen happened to come downstairs for something. Seeing Shen Jingnian holding his car keys, she asked curiously, Jingnian, it's so late. Where are you going? There's a sudden matter at the company, Shen Jingnian said. Old Madam Shen wanted to say more, but Shen Jingnian had already walked away. Meanwhile, at 11:50 p.m., the plane landed on time. After getting off the plane, Jiang Ning and Qian collected their luggage, and it was already 12:20 a.m. They pulled their suitcases and walked while talking.
Ning.
Just as they reached the exit, a surprised voice sounded nearby. Jiang Ning slightly lifted her gaze, a bit surprised. Shen Jingnian? What are you doing here? Shen Jingnian then said, I'm here to pick up a client, but the client canceled the flight unexpectedly. I didn't expect to meet you here. Since I'm already here, shall I take you back? Yu Qianlan squinted her eyes and wondered, what kind of client needs Shen Jingnian, this great figure, to come personally? Is there an ulterior motive behind this? Mr. Shen, my driver is here to pick me up. You can take Ning back, Yu Qianlan said, then looked at Jiang Ning. Ning, I'll go now. My parents are waiting at home for me to go back to our hometown. Okay, go quickly. Send me a message when you get home.
Got it.
Yu Qianlan ran off without looking back. Shen Jingnian naturally took the suitcase from Jiang Ning's hand. Let's go.
Okay.
Jiang Ning followed him. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the parking lot. Shen Jingnian opened the trunk and put the suitcase inside. Jiang Ning smoothly sat in the front passenger seat, then connected Bluetooth and played music. Everything was done in one smooth motion. Even Jiang Ning didn't realize she was being too informal. About an hour later, the car reached Jiang's villa gate. Hearing the car, old Master Jiang came out to open the door. Is Ning back? Yes, Grandpa, Jiang Ning replied, opening the car door. Shen Jingnian got out and took the suitcase. Old Master Jiang looked a bit surprised and said, Little Shen? Although he had only met Shen Jingnian once, Shen Jingnian was not an ordinary person, so old Master Jiang remembered him. It's me, Grandpa Jiang. Old Master Jiang smiled and said, Thank you for bringing Ning back so late. Come in and have a cup of tea. No, Grandpa Jiang, it's late. I'll head back now. All right, little Shen, old Master Jiang said without insisting further. Drive safely on your way. Shen Jingnian was confused. Did old Master Jiang really not want to keep him? Was he sure he wouldn't stay a little longer? He was just being polite. He didn't expect old Master Jiang to take it seriously. Old Master Jiang grabbed his luggage. Ning, let's go home. Jiang Ning and Shen Jingnian thanked him, then followed old Master Jiang. Meanwhile, since Jiang Ning went back, Madame C fell ill. She stayed in bed all day, feeling uncomfortable everywhere, sighing, You guys, why do these 3 days feel so slow? So slow. It felt like a year passing by. Aunt Sherwa comforted her, saying, Mom, the test results will be out tomorrow. Don't worry. We've waited so many years. There's no need to rush now. Brother Sherwa nodded and said, You're right, Mom. Don't think too much. The results will be here tomorrow. Once the results are out, no one is allowed to look at them first. Bring them to me immediately, Madame Sherwa ordered. Okay, Mom. We promise you'll be the first to see them. Soon, the next day arrived. The testing center delivered the report. Hearing this, Madame Sherwa felt no more headache or fatigue. She felt full of energy and walked straight to the hall. Shaoli, where is it? Quickly give me the report. At this moment, the hall was full of people. All members of the Sherwa family had gathered. Everyone was waiting for the test results, eyes full of hope. Old Madam, here is the report. Shaoli respectfully handed her a folder. At that moment, Madame Sherwa's hands trembled. She carefully opened the folder and took out the report. When she saw the results section, she suddenly felt weak and burst into tears. Shengbao, My dear grandson. The report clearly showed, after our center's examination, it confirms that Hua Anhao and Jiang Ning share a quarter of their bloodline, establishing a grandparent-grandchild relationship. Madame Sherhua suddenly lost control of her emotions. Zhao Yunong and Sun Jiaqing immediately supported her. Zhao Yunong asked quickly, Mom, are you okay? What does the report say? Yes. Yes. Ningning is my Shengbao. She is my Shengbao. By the end, Madame Sherhua was crying loudly. 19 years. She had waited 19 full years. Finally, today arrived. Heaven had sent Shengbao to her. No one knew how excited Madame Sherhua was now. Hearing her words, everyone in the family was also very moved. Mom, let me see the report. Sherhua immediately reacted and took the report from Madame Sherhua. The 7 brothers of the family gathered around Sherhua. Seeing the results on the report, Sherhua and Madame Sherhua both cried out, It's Shengbao. It's really Shengbao, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. After all these years, we finally found Shengbao. The 8 brothers hugged each other, crying and laughing together. Finally found Shengbao. We finally found Shengbao. Zhao Yunong and her 7 sisters-in-law also shed tears of excitement. Heaven rewards the diligent. Finally, our big family can see a good result before the new year. Zhao Yunong wiped her tears and looked at Xiang. Xiang, quickly go and tell the good news to the capital. Madame Shi and Madame Si are the same. They have been looking for Shengbao for 19 years. At this moment, the most important thing is to share this good news with Madame Shi. Xiang nodded quickly. Yes, I'll call and inform Madame Shi right away. Madame Si then said, Get ready. I will go to City A myself to pick up Shengbao. Mom, we want to go too. We want to go too. Grandma, and us. Her 13 grandchildren from the Si family also spoke up. Shengbao is their only sister. Of course, they need to pay attention. Everyone go. Let's all go together. At this, Madame Si seemed to remember something. No, we still need a few people at home to prepare. If everyone goes, no one will be left to supervise the house. If it were any other matter, turning a blind eye might be fine.
But now,
it's about bringing her obedient granddaughter home. Madame Si doesn't want to turn a blind eye when it comes to Shengbao. No one knows how excited Madame Si is right now. 2nd daughter-in-law, you and the 5th daughter-in-law stay at home to supervise. Make sure the house is well decorated, more festive. Hearing this, Sun Jiaqie and Zhou Ruoying weren't happy. They also wanted to go with them to pick up Shengbao. They've waited so many years. Isn't this what they've been waiting for? After thinking for a moment, Sun Jiaqie continued, Mom, after we pick up Shengbao, we will go to the capital immediately. Or, how about this? I'll go with you to City A to pick her up, then when Shengbao returns to the capital, Ruoying and I will come back to decorate the house. What do you think? Shengbao is from the Shi family after all. Madame Si also waited many years for Shengbao. The first thing to do after finding Shengbao is to bring her back to the capital to reunite with her family. After the busy work in the capital is done, they can then take Shengbao to Hong Kong. Madame Si smiled and said, Yes, Jiaqie, you're right. Let's do as you say. You want to go with us to City A, then come back. Then she looked at the two of them. Is it too tiring to go back and forth like this? Zhou Ruoying quickly said, Not tired at all. Not tired at all. As long as we can bring Shengbao back, we're not tired at all. Sun Jiaqing nodded in agreement. If Ruoying is right, we just took a couple of extra flights.
What's so tiring about that?
It's not tiring at all. Old Lady Si smiled so happily that her eyes disappeared. She hadn't been this happy in many years. Then it's decided. Huawen, go apply at the airport. We'll leave today. The Si family has its own private plane, but flying requires prior approval. Though it's a bit troublesome to apply in advance, with such a large family, it's not very convenient to take the plane otherwise.
Okay, Mom, Si Huawen nodded.
I'll go handle it right away. Meanwhile, outside the Si family's main door, Tang En came to visit again. Strangely, normally, as soon as she said a word, the butler would come out quickly to take her inside. But today, the butler went inside and stayed there for a while with no sign of coming out. This made Tang a little confused. 10 minutes had passed. Just as Tang was starting to feel impatient, the butler came out. "Miss Tang." Tang An's face immediately lit up with a smile. She took a few steps forward. "Manager Wang, can I go in now?" She was about to step inside. These days, Tang came almost every day, but unfortunately, Si Qiming had been very busy lately, and she hadn't even added him on WeChat. So today, she came again. She thought Si Qiming would definitely be home today. But as soon as Tang stepped onto the Si family's doorstep, she was stopped by the butler. "Miss Tang, please wait."
Wait?
Tang looked back in confusion. "Manager Wang, is there something else?" "Sorry, Miss Tang." The butler looked apologetic. "Our Si family has an important matter to handle today, so we are not receiving guests." "An important matter? Not receiving guests?" Hearing this, Tang couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. What big thing happened at the Si family that they wouldn't even entertain a distinguished guest like her? After saying that, the butler handed her a small gift. "By the way, Miss Tang, to express our apologies, this is a small gift specially prepared by our wife. Please don't take this matter to heart. Please thank Annie for me." Tang took the gift with both hands, then asked, "Manager Wang, can you tell me what big thing happened at home? Is there anything I can help with?" The butler shook his head. "I'm not sure about that either." Tang looked up toward the gate, her eyes narrowing slightly. What exactly happened? On the other side, in Jingcheng, the Shi family. Due to her illness, Lady Shi has been lying in bed these days, unable to eat or drink, feeling very sad. Shen Jingnian sits beside her, feeding her soup. Lady Shi's face is pale as she waves her hand. "I can't eat anymore." Shen Jingnian sighs, looking worried.
How can you not eat?
"Mom, people need food. If you don't eat for a few days, you'll get very weak. You haven't been eating well for several days." Seeing the spoon handed to her, Lady Shi still shakes her head. Helplessly, Shen Jingnian puts down the bowl. Lady Shi seems to remember something and continues, "By the way, Xiaoyu, how is Xiangjiang? Is Madame Si feeling better? Hasn't called back?" "Madame Si has recovered and is doing well now. You don't need to worry." Shen Jingnian doesn't want Tang's good reputation to be overshadowed by a young girl, so she deliberately hides Jiang Ning's situation from Lady Shi. According to Tang, Jiang Ning is only 19 years old, 3 years younger than Tang, and Lady Shi already doesn't like Tang. If she hears that Jiang Ning, who is even younger, helped save Madame Si, she would definitely dislike Tang more. Although Shen Jingnian and her daughter both think Jiang Ning got a big advantage and she doesn't have any special medical skills, Lady Shi wouldn't think the same. Lady Shi would rather believe outsiders than her own granddaughter. Hearing Shen Jingnian, Lady Shi breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she's fine. If anything had happened to Madame Si now, even if she were underground, she wouldn't close her eyes. Madame Si is just like her. Neither Shi Huasheng nor Shengbao have been found. Even if they are underground, they wouldn't close their eyes. Hearing this, Shen Jingnian's eyes flicker with a brief light. What does it matter if Madame Si wakes up now? A person's life usually lasts no more than 100 years. Madame Si is already 77. Her life can only last another 23 years at most. But not just 23 years. If it were 43 or 53 years, Shi Huasheng and Shengbao wouldn't come back. In the end, they can only wait in vain. They want to reunite, but they can only do so underground. Of course, Shen Jingnian can't say these words aloud. Yes, Shengbao hasn't been found yet. Madame Si can't have anything happen now. Luckily, heaven is watching over us. After speaking, Shen Jingnian looked at Madame Shi again. "Mom, just focus on resting now. You must not get upset anymore, and don't take other people's words to heart. Shengbao is not an ordinary child. We will definitely find her. The more you get angry now, the more you fall into the trap of those little people. They hope you won't get better." Actually, Madame Shi's recent headache was also related to Shengbao. She was at a dinner party when her old rival made her angry. That rival has two granddaughters who keep poking at her wounds and insult her, saying she has done many wrong things, which led to her having no children. Madame sure couldn't stand steadily at that moment. She was so angry she was trembling. Before the party ended, she hurried home. Madame sure nodded. Xiao Yu, you're right. I can't get angry now. I need to take good care of my health. Suddenly, a sharp ringing of her phone broke the silence. It was Madame C's phone. The phone was on the table, and Nanhua immediately went to answer it. Madame Sure quickly asked who is calling. This was her personal phone. Only close friends and family knew this number. Seeing the caller ID, Nanhua was very excited. It was from Hong Kong. It must be Madame C calling to praise Tang'an. After all, her Anin is so excellent and must be loved by Madame C. Maybe Madame C will even personally discuss Tang'an's marriage with Si Qiming. Because Tang'an had called her, saying the Si family was trying to match her with Si Qiming. Nanhua suppressed her excitement and looked at Madame Sure. Mom, it's the Si family calling. Give it to me, I'll answer, Madame Sure said. Nanhua immediately handed her the phone. Hello? Madame Sure answered, trying to sound calm. On the other end, Shuang Xiang's excited voice came through. Old Madam, it's Ing Xiang. I'm calling to give you good news. Good news? What kind of good news? Hearing Shuang Xiang say this, Madame Sure was stunned for a moment. But before she could react, Shuang Xiang's voice continued. Old Madam, we found Shengbao. She's now in City A. My mother and I have decided to go there immediately to bring her home. What? Ing Xiang. What did you just say? Old Lady Sure suddenly felt no more headache or back pain. She felt full of energy and sat up quickly. Ing Xiang, say that again. Although Old Lady Sure's phone was not on speaker and Sure Nanhua couldn't hear what was said on the other end, she believed that the call from the Sure family was definitely praising Tang'an. If it wasn't Old Lady Sure from the Sure family calling to praise Tang'an, she wouldn't be so excited. Maybe. Old Lady Sure also mentioned Tang and Sure Qiming to Old Lady Sure. The more Sure Nanhua thought about it, the more excited she became. She wanted to say something but couldn't interrupt their conversation. Shuang Xiang continued. Yes. Old lady, you heard right. We found Shengbao. Shengbao looks very much like Huashang and Naxing and is very talented. I've sent the DNA test results to your WeChat. Just open it and see. Actually, the message was sent 5 minutes ago, but Old Lady Sure had been lying in bed, too lazy to check her WeChat messages. She didn't know Shuang Xiang had sent her a message. At this moment, Old Lady Sure's mind went blank. She wasn't hearing things. She really found Shengbao. After all these years, she finally saw hope. Old Lady Sure cried and laughed, feeling very emotional. Until Shuang Xiang hung up, she was still lost in her own world. Seeing her mother like this, Sure Nanhua felt even more sure that Old Lady Sure must have praised Tang'an as if she were a flower. Her Anin was so excellent, she deserved Old Lady Sure's praise. Mom, what's wrong? Although she already had an answer, Sure Nanhua pretended to be clueless and asked, what did the Sure family say to you? Old Lady Sure could no longer hear outside sounds. She tremblingly opened WeChat. Sure enough, Shuang Xiang had sent her several messages. The first message was the DNA test results. The second was Jiang Ning's current home address. At this moment, Old Lady Sure suddenly burst into tears. Shengbao. Grandma's Shengbao. After so many years, Grandma finally saw hope. Sure Nanhua was shocked. A bad feeling rose in her heart. Could it be? Could it be that Sure Sheng has news? But Sure Sheng was already dead, wasn't she? How could a dead person have news? Old Lady Sure must have connected Sure Sheng's situation with Tang'an's. Yes, that must be it. No wonder my daughter always complains that Madame Sure favors others. Now it seems she is indeed very biased. Clearly, the current main character is Tang'an. The person who pleases Madame Sure is also Tang'an. At such times, Madame Sure should think of Tang'an first. What about Sure Sheng? What's going on? Tang'an is right when she says one thing. No matter how excellent Tang'an is, in Madame Sure's eyes, She still cannot compare to Shi Sheng. Shen Jingnian frowns slightly, feeling bitter, but she can't show her feelings now. She takes a few steps forward and walks to the bed. Mom, what exactly did the Si family say to you? Stay calm and tell me slowly. Madame Shi grabs Shen Jingnian's hand tightly. Xiao Yu, what about the soup? I want to drink some soup. She wasn't hungry just now, but now she is very hungry. Very hungry. It's as if she has come back to life in an instant. Hearing this, Shen Jingnian is stunned again. She wants to drink soup. Why would Madame Shi ask for soup without any reason? Shouldn't the priority be sitting down and talking carefully about the Si family's matters? Should she first arrange the engagement between Si Qiming and Tang En, or what? What does drinking soup have to do with anything? Could it be that in Madame Shi's eyes, Tang En's drinking soup is more important? Shen Jingnian can only suppress all her doubts and pick up the bowl on the table again, handing it to Madame Shi. Madame Shi immediately takes the soup, drinks it all in one gulp, then lifts the quilt and gets out of bed. Seeing Madame Shi like this, Shen Jingnian is startled. A few days ago, Madame Shi was clearly weak and couldn't even speak loudly. Why is she so energetic today? Mom, where are you going? Shen Jingnian asks. Buy a plane ticket. I need to leave immediately. Buy a plane ticket? Hearing this, Shen Jingnian immediately becomes excited. She knows without thinking that Madame Shi must be planning to fly to Hong Kong. The matter between Tang En and Si Qiming is a lifelong affair, and she must go to Hong Kong in person to communicate. Shen Jingnian says excitedly, Okay, Mom, I'll buy the ticket right away. Madame Shi opens her wardrobe, ready to pick out a nice outfit. After hearing Shen Jingnian, she adds, Xiao Yu, remember to buy the next flight ticket to a city. She can't wait any longer. She can't wait to see Shengbao. 19 years. This meeting between grandmother and grandson is 19 years late. In these 19 years, she doesn't know how much Shengbao has suffered. Madame Shi is very anxious now, eager to fly to a city immediately. She can't wait even a moment longer. A city? Hearing this from old lady Shi's mouth, Shen Jingnian was momentarily stunned. Did she hear things? The Si family is clearly in Hong Kong, so why is old lady Shi going to City A? Could she be so happy that she's talking nonsense? Okay, Mom, I'll go book a flight to Hong Kong right now. Shen Jingnian said. Not Hong Kong. Old lady Shi said angrily, correcting her, it's City A, City A. Is it really City A? Shen Jingnian was confused and quickly asked, what are you going to City A for? Old lady Shi smiled and said, to pick up Shengbao and bring her home. Pick up who? Shengbao? Shi Sheng? Shen Jingnian felt terrible, but she had to stay calm. She turned to old lady Shi and asked, Mom, do you think you've been tricked? We don't even have any news about Shengbao now. How can you pick her up in City A? Old lady Shi had already found a wine-red down jacket. She hadn't worn wine-red in many years. But now it was different. Shengbao had been found. This was a huge happy event. When something happy happens, you naturally wear red. Shengbao has been found, so it's not far from finding her daughter-in-law. Her son will wake up, and everything will gradually get better. 19 years. Old lady Shi had never been this happy before. She put on the down jacket, tried it on, and smiled. That call just now was from Yingxiang. Yingxiang said they've already found Shengbao, and she's in City A. So, I must fly there immediately. At this moment, old lady Shi only had one thought. She wanted to bring Shengbao back immediately. Thinking about seeing Shengbao soon, old lady Shi's eyes turned slightly red.
Bang!
Hearing old lady Shi's words, Shen Jingnian felt like she'd been hit with a heavy. Found Shengbao? How could this be? Wasn't Shengbao already dead? If Shengbao was found, what would she do? What about Anan? After all, Tang En is now the only heir of the Shi group. But if Shengbao returned, Tang En would no longer be the only one. Unlike old lady Shi's excitement, Jingnian was now very anxious, even unable to breathe. But she still pretended to be excited, screamed, covered her mouth, and asked, really?
Mom.
Is that what the Si family said? They've already found Shengbao? Yes, that's correct. Old Madame Shi no longer expected Shi Nanyue to book her plane tickets. She put on her down jacket, grabbed her bag, and headed outside. As she walked, she told her assistant waiting outside, Xiao Sun, please book the next flight to City A. Understood, madam. Xiao Sun nodded respectfully. Shi Nanyue immediately followed behind her. Mom, wait a moment. Has the Sijia family done the DNA test? Are you sure that person is Shengbao? Your health isn't good. Don't waste time if it's not confirmed. No, it won't be a waste, old Madame Shi said with a smile. The DNA report and address have already been sent. I need to go to City right away. The DNA test was ready?
So fast.
Hearing this, Shi Nanyue almost fainted. How did the Sijia family find Shisheng? She's alive. Shengbao's luck is really strong. Shi Nanyue tried her best to hide her surprise from old Madame Shi, pretending to be happy. Mom, I'll go with you. No need, no need. Old Madame Shi waved her hand. You stay at home. Naxing still needs someone to take care of her. Since they all left, only a group of outsiders was left to care for Naxing, which made old Madame Shi feel uneasy. Shi Nanyue wanted to say more but was cut off by old Madame Shi. Xiao Yu, it's decided. Stay at home and prepare to welcome Shengbao back. Also, call in quickly and ask her to come back. After saying this, old Madame Shi hurriedly left. Shi Nanyue could only watch her back, unable to do anything. After a while, Shi Nanyue finally reacted. She took out her phone and called Tang and hello, and Mom, what's wrong? Tang and had just returned to the hotel from the Sijia family. She was feeling a bit upset. She had prepared to spend the day bonding with Si Jiming at the Sijia family's house. But, unexpectedly, something went wrong. Shi Nanyue continued. Where are you now? I'm at the hotel, Tang replied. Shi Nanyue then said, hurry up and buy a ticket back to Beijing. Back to Beijing?
Why now?
Mom, I finally managed to build a good relationship with the Sijia family. Why do you want me to come back now? Don't you want me to marry Si Jiming? Tang asked casually. Something big has happened, do you know? Shi Nanyue asked. What big thing? Tang asked indifferently. Could anything be more important than her marrying into the Sijia family? Next, Shi Nanyue's words instantly brought Tang's mood down to the lowest point. She heard her say, the Siji family has found Shisheng.
What?
Tang was sitting on the sofa. Hearing this, she immediately stood up, her face turning pale, and said, Mom, what did you say? The Siji family found who? Shisheng. You heard me right. The Siji family found Shisheng. Shi Nanyue also felt very upset. You should come back quickly. Tang almost cried. Mom, are you joking with me?
I'm not joking now.
You need to come back quickly. If she was late, the Siji family would lose their place for her. They must find out everything about Shisheng now. Only by understanding Shisheng's background can they find the right plan. Shi Nanyue never expected that, with the new year approaching, such a big mistake could happen. Hearing this, Tang finally believed her mother was not joking. This was real.
No wonder.
No wonder she had just visited the Siji family, and Butler Wang said there was an important matter to handle. It turned out that this big matter was that Shisheng had been found. Tang was very anxious now. She quickly said, okay, Mom, I'll come back right away. Meanwhile, Lady Shi successfully boarded her plane. Flying from Beijing to City A is a bit closer than from Hong Kong to City A. After boarding, Lady Shi sent a message to Xiang. Xiang, I've set off. At this moment, the Siji family members also arrived at the airport. Upon receiving Lady Shi's message, Xiang immediately replied, okay, safe travels. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning also received a message from the Siji family. The DNA test confirmed the relationship. Jiang Ning was a bit stunned. She was actually Shisheng. She thought it was just a coincidence. Who would have thought that the bond of blood was so wonderful? After seeing the DNA report, Jiang Ning immediately called Old Master Jiang. When Old Master Jiang heard about this, he put down his work and rushed back. Actually, after Jiang Ning returned from Hong Kong, she had already told Old Master Jiang about the test results. Old Master Jiang always supported his granddaughter finding her relatives. But because Jiang Ning didn't pay much attention to the test results, Old Master Jiang didn't have high expectations. Ning, I'll go with you to Hong Kong. When he heard this news, Old Master Jiang's first concern was not whether his granddaughter had found her family and still recognized him as her grandfather, but rather, he immediately thought of sending Jiang Ning to Hong Kong to reunite with her relatives. As an elder, he was very happy that his granddaughter could find her family. Over the years, she had been very lonely. Others had parents, grandparents, and relatives, but Jiang Ning only had her grandfather. But now, things are different. The granddaughter is no longer alone in this world. Don't worry, Grandpa. They seem to have already arrived from Hong Kong, Jiang Ning said, looking at her grandfather. Rest assured, Grandpa, no matter where I go or who I am, you will always be my grandpa. I will take care of you until the end. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Grandpa Jiang's eyes turned slightly red with emotion. Good, Ning. Grandpa believes you are a good girl. Afterward, Grandpa Jiang wiped his tears. I'll go prepare some fruit and snacks. When the guests arrive, we'll have something to eat. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. I'll help you prepare. 1.5 hours later, Mrs. Shi's flight arrived smoothly at City A Airport. Following the address sent by Xiang, she stopped a taxi. To number 81 City Villa. Please, hurry. Mrs. Shi was eager to see her granddaughter. Okay, ma'am, hold on tight. We're leaving now. The driver was very efficient. What usually takes an hour took him just over half an hour. Ma'am, the total fare is 98 yuan. Would you like to pay by mobile or cash?
I'll scan it for you.
Mrs. Shi took out her phone. Soon, a machine sound was heard. Alipay received 1,000 yuan. 1,000? The driver was startled and quickly rolled down the window to look at Mrs. Shi. You paid too much, ma'am.
You made a mistake.
No, it's correct. The extra is a tip. Mrs. Shi turned to look at the driver. The driver was very excited. He had received tips before, but never more than the fare itself. He shouted loudly behind Mrs. Shi, "Thank you, ma'am. Wishing you good health and all your wishes come true." Mrs. Shi was already walking quickly toward Building 8, ignoring his words. Just as she reached the entrance of Building 8, she saw a young girl carrying a trash bag walking out. The girl was wearing a long white down jacket, had a bun hairstyle, and very fair skin. She had beautiful peach blossom eyes, a high and straight nose, and cherry lips that looked naturally red without makeup. Seeing her face, Mrs. Shi suddenly stopped in her tracks. Although she had never seen a photo of Shengbao, the blood relation is so magical that Madame Shi instinctively felt that this was her Shengbao. It must be. Jiang Ning had just stepped outside when she saw an elderly woman looking at her intently, with a very complex expression. Curiously, she asked, "Madam, do you know me?" Madame Shi looked at Jiang Ning, and suddenly tears welled up in her eyes. "Shengbao, my Shengbao, you are my Shengbao, right? 19 years. Exactly 19 years. Madame Shi thought about reuniting with her granddaughter every moment. She even believed she might never see her again. But today,
right now,
she saw her. No one could understand how Madame Shi felt at this moment. Her tears blurred her vision quickly. Although Jiang Ning hadn't responded yet, Madame Shi knew she definitely was. She is Shengbao. The special bond of blood will never be broken. Suddenly, the trash bag Jiang Ning was holding dropped to the ground. Are you Madame Shi? Hearing this, Madame Shi cried out, "Shengbao, my Shengbao, I am your real grandmother. Shengbao, I've been searching for you so hard all these years. So hard." Jiang Ning just stood there, her eyes feeling sore. It turned out that this was the suffering Madame Shi of the Shi family. In the past, when Jiang Ning heard about the Shi family, she thought this old woman was very pitiful. In old age, others have children and grandchildren around them, happy and warm. But Madame Shi? Her son was a vegetable in bed. Her daughter-in-law and granddaughter were missing. Everyone said Madame Shi had suffered a lot, and now it was clear why. According to Baidu, Madame Shi is only 62 years old, just past 60, about the same age as Jiang Lao. But Jiang Lao's mental state is much better than Madame Shi's and looks much younger. Tears streamed down Madame Shi's face, and she couldn't control her emotions anymore. She ran to Jiang Ning and hugged her tightly. Shengbao, my Shengbao. Grandma finally found you. Madame Shi hugged Jiang Ning very tightly, her strength strong because she was afraid that if she let go, her Shengbao would disappear again. Her Shengbao was so far away, yet so close. Far enough that she searched for 19 years. Close enough that she could hold Shengbao so tightly now. Oh heavens! Is she really not dreaming? Grandma. Even Jiang Ning, who is usually calm and composed, couldn't hold back her tears at this moment. Like Lady Shi, they hugged each other tightly. The scene of grandmother and granddaughter meeting was very touching. No one knew how excited Lady Shi was right now. She was not only excited but also scared. She was afraid this was just a dream, because she had many similar dreams before. And this time, finding Shengbao seemed too easy. Lady Shi cupped Jiang Ning's face with her hands. Good girl, let Grandma see. Let Grandma take a good look at your face. Only after seeing Jiang Ning's face, clearly did Lady Shi believe she was not dreaming. In her dreams, she could see her granddaughter, but she could never see her face clearly. And her granddaughter looked too much like her son and daughter-in-law. Exactly like them. Her Shengbao had eyes exactly like her daughter-in-law's, a mouth shaped like her son's, and a tall, straight nose that resembled her son's. Even the small red mole at the corner of her right eye was exactly the same as Shen Jingnian's. That red mole was very small. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice it. Jiang Ning was naturally beautiful, and with this small red mole, she looked even more charming, so pretty. There was no need for a DNA test. Lady Shi was sure this was their family's bloodline. The more she looked at Jiang Ning, the more she liked her, the happier she became. It was so good. She finally had a granddaughter. She had a real granddaughter. Lady Shi held Jiang Ning's hand tightly, her voice hoarse. Shengbao, my Shengbao, you've suffered so much over the years. Good girl. You've endured so much. Grandma is sorry. Grandma should have found you earlier. Just thinking about the hardships her granddaughter had faced outside over the years made Lady Shi's heart ache. It hurt so much. She wished she could take those hardships for Jiang Ning. Grandma, don't say that. I'm not suffering at all. It's you who's been suffering. Thank you for never giving up on finding me all these years. Seeing how understanding and kind her granddaughter was, Lady Shi felt even more pain. Good girl, my good girl. Even after all these hardships, you still think of Grandma. Shengbao, Grandma has been looking for you every day for the past 19 years. Every day, she hopes to find you, but she always ends up disappointed. City A's grandma came over more than 10 times. She never expected in her dreams that you, obedient child, would be in City A. Jiang Ning nodded and took a tissue from her pocket to wipe the tears from the old lady's face. I understand, I know. Grandma, you've worked hard all these years. It's not hard, the old lady shook her head. Grandma is not tired at all. I only feel guilty for not finding my Shengbao earlier and letting him suffer so much. Jiang Ning continued, Grandma, it's cold outside. Let's throw away the trash and go home. Okay, let's go home and talk. On the way to throw out the trash, the old lady held Jiang Ning's hand tightly, not daring to let go. After throwing away the trash and walking back, the old lady asked, Obedient child, is your grandpa at home? Shui Yingxiang sent Jiang Ning's situation to the old lady on WeChat. So, the old lady knew Jiang Ning's background. She also knew that Jiang Ning grew up with her grandfather, who depended on each other. Grandpa is at home, Jiang Ning said. He knows you're coming. He's preparing tea now. The old lady nodded. Obedient child, your grandpa must be a very kind person. By the way, does your grandpa have other family members? Grandpa lost his wife early and has a son, but after he married into another family, he stopped recognizing his grandpa. So, they cut ties. Whether he's here or not, it's the same. Hearing this, the old lady's tears, which had just started to fade, welled up again. She choked with emotion. All these years, it's been you and your grandfather. Obedient child, it's all my fault. I didn't have the ability. You were right here in City A, but I just couldn't find you. If it weren't for your grandma and uncle, I might never have found you. Some things are better not to think about, but the more she thought, the more guilty she felt. If it weren't for the C family this time, she wouldn't know when she'd find Shengbao. Grandma, don't say that. It's not your fault. I've never blamed anyone, Jiang Ning said. Before meeting the C family and the Shi family, she thought, like in her previous life, no matter how her identity changed, she couldn't escape being abandoned. But after meeting the C family and the Shi family, she realized that not everyone in this world favors boys over girls. Although she was a girl, her family treated her like a treasure. They would do everything to find her. This was something Jiang Ning never dared to imagine before. Soon, the grandmother and granddaughter entered the villa. Old Master Jiang was preparing tea and snacks. When he heard the door open, he turned around and saw Jiang Ning walking in with Madame Shi. Grandpa, Jiang Ning introduced warmly, "This is my grandma from the capital." Then she looked at Madame Shi and said, "Grandma, this is the grandpa who raised me since I was a child." Madame Shi immediately stepped forward, choking with emotion. "Grandpa Shengbao, thank you. Thank you for raising my good child so well, so understanding." She then knelt on the ground to thank Grandpa Jiang. Madame Shi had once made a vow before Buddha. If someone could save her Shengbao and raise him to adulthood, she would personally kneel and thank that person. She kneeled so quickly that by the time Grandpa Jiang reacted, she was already on her knees. Grandpa Jiang hurried to help her up. "Get up quickly, please get up. I can't accept this." With Grandpa Jiang's help, Madame Shi stood up. "Grandpa Ning, no need to thank me. From now on, you will be the greatest benefactor of the Shi family, and you will always be Ning's grandpa," she assured him. This was Madame Shi's promise to Grandpa Jiang. Even if she took Shengbao to the capital, she would bring Grandpa Jiang along. Grandpa Jiang raised Jiang Ning since she was young. Their Shi family would never abandon Grandpa Jiang. Grandpa Jiang helped Madame Shi sit on the sofa. Jiang Ning brought over a cup of hot tea. "Grandma, drink some hot tea to warm up." Madame Shi took the tea and sipped it, trying to stay calm. She looked at Grandpa Jiang and asked, "Grandpa Shengbao, I heard that when you found Shengbao, he was in a ditch, covered in blood? Can you tell me exactly what happened when you found him?" Madame Shi couldn't understand. Why was her obedient grandson found in a mountain ditch, so far away, and covered in blood? Whenever she heard the words "covered in blood," she felt short of breath. Who could it be? Who would want to harm her and cut off her descendants? Ding dong, just as Grandpa Jiang was about to speak, the doorbell rang outside. Jiang Ning immediately went to open the door. When she opened it, she saw a crowd standing outside. At the front was Madame C. Following her were 8 uncles from the C family, 8 aunts, and 13 cousins. There are more than 20 people in total. Jiang Ning hadn't yet reacted when Madame C suddenly hugged her tightly. "Shengbao, Shengbao, me Shengbao. The moment I saw you, I knew you must be my Shengbao. My dear granddaughter, I finally found you."
Grandma.
Jiang Ning's tears, which had just stopped, started flowing again. "Shengbao, I am your eldest uncle." The C family's uncle and aunts gathered around. "I am your second uncle. I am your eldest aunt. Shengbao, I am your 7th uncle. Shengbao, I am your 3rd uncle. Shengbao, I am also here. I am your youngest little uncle." Fearing Jiang Ning might not see him, Si Huafeng jumped up and greeted her. "Little uncle," Jiang Ning politely called out. The elders were too enthusiastic. The 13 cousins from the C family didn't even get a chance to greet Jiang Ning. "Shengbao, look at me. I am your 6th older brother. Go away."
Siksudong pushtazi de siksuxia.
"My big brother hasn't even gone in line yet, and you, 6th, step aside. Exactly, line up in order." Si Shixia looked aggrieved. "Ha, just line up if you want." Jiang Ning called out to everyone in turn. Big uncle, auntie, second auntie, third auntie, fourth auntie, fifth auntie, sixth auntie, seventh auntie, little uncle, little auntie. The 8 uncles and aunts from the C family watched their beautiful and generous niece with tears of happiness in their eyes. 19 years. They had waited 19 years. Finally, they heard the words uncle and auntie. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, seventh brother, eighth brother, ninth brother, 10th brother, 11th brother, 12th brother, 13th brother. The 13 brothers were moved beyond words. It was so wonderful. They finally had a younger sister, no longer envying others who had sisters. The once empty living room became lively with the C family's arrival. Jiang Ning continued to introduce, "Grandma, uncles, aunts, and brothers, this is my grandfather." After saying that, Jiang Ning looked at old Master Jiang. "Grandpa, this is my grandma. These are my 8 uncles and aunts, and these are my 13 brothers." Madam C quickly went to old Master Jiang and took his hand. "Shengbao's grandpa. Thank you. Thank you for raising our Shengbao so well." Then Madam C looked at her children and grandchildren behind her. Children quickly bowed to Grandpa Shengbao. The 8 uncles and aunts of the Ji family stood at the front, while the 13 grandchildren stood at the back. "Thank you, Grandpa Shengbao." The scene of bowing was especially grand. "No need to thank me," Old Man Jiang said, surprised by such a big gathering. "Ningning is like my own granddaughter in my heart. It's only right I treat her well." Old Lady Ji then said, "Grandpa Shengbao, 19 years ago, you saved our Shengbao's life. 19 years later, you are still our family's great benefactor. From now on, you're not only Shengbao grandpa but also the grandpa of these 13 grandchildren. They will all respect you and care for you in old age." After speaking, Old Lady Ji looked at the 13 grandchildren behind her. Sudong, Xuanan, Xuxi, Xubei, Xushang, Xuxia, Xuzhu, Xuyo, Xuzhong, Xuyang, Xuqin, Qiliang, Qiming, come quickly and call Grandpa. The 13 grandchildren of the Ji family all stepped forward to stand in front of Old Man Jiang, forming a line. "Hello, Grandpa." Good. Seeing so many children, Old Man Jiang was truly happy. After everyone got to know each other, they sat on the sofa and chatted. Fortunately, the villa that Jiang Ning bought was fully decorated. The living room sofa was big enough. Otherwise, with over 30 people, there wouldn't be enough seats. Jiang Ning sat between Old Lady Ji and Old Lady Shi. The 2 elderly women held Jiang Ning's arms on each side, their faces full of smiles. Old Lady Shi continued the previous topic. "Old sister and Shengbao's uncles and aunts, I must admit, I always suspected that the car accident involving Naxing, Huashang, Shengbao, and their family wasn't an accident but was caused by someone intentionally. Otherwise, Shengbao wouldn't have appeared in Qing City, so far away." Hearing this, Old Lady Shi looked at Old Man Jiang. "Grandpa Shengbao, now that everyone is here, please tell us how you found Shengbao back then." Hearing this, Old Man Jiang seemed to return to that early morning 19 years ago. He slowly began to speak. It was spring then, but the weather was still a bit cold. "I was out herding sheep early in the morning when I passed by a water channel and heard a child's crying. At first, I thought I was hearing things, so I didn't pay much attention. But when I returned from herding, I heard crying again. This time, the crying was much softer than before, like a kitten calling. Mountain people often call water channels water ditches. So, everyone said Old Man Jiang found Jiang Ning in a water ditch. But actually it was just a water channel." Old Man Jiang's voice continued. "So, I quickly searched around the water channel and soon found Ningning inside it. At that time, Ningning was wearing a blue cotton jacket, covered in blood. When I picked her up, her voice was hoarse from crying, and only her eyes could move. Her face was as pale as paper, breathing was shallow. Nearby, some people were working near the water channel. When they saw me holding a child, they came over to see what was happening. Seeing Ningning's condition, Everyone said she wouldn't survive and advised me to abandon her. But I felt she was too pitiful, so I took her home. Luckily, Ning was very lucky. After returning, I first gave her some sugar water, and then gave her a warm bath. I only wanted to try, but unexpectedly, she actually survived. Not only did she survive, but she also smiled at me with a small grin. At that moment, I decided to raise her as my own granddaughter. That story from 19 years ago was brought up again. Madame Shi, Madame Si, and everyone from the Si family listened with heavy hearts, unable to breathe. The tears they had just managed to stop started to flow again. She was soaked in the water channel, covered in blood. It's hard to imagine what suffering a 3-month-old baby must have endured to survive in such an environment and wait for old man Jiang. Si Huawen, with tears in his eyes, asked urgently, "Uncle Jiang, when you found Shengbao in the water channel, was there anyone else nearby?" Si Huasheng was also missing at that time. Since Shisheng was in the water channel, was Si Huasheng also there? Hearing this, almost everyone looked at old man Jiang, waiting for his answer. "No." Old man Jiang replied softly, shaking his head. There was only Ning in the water channel at that time. Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed. Then old man Jiang seemed to remember something and said, "But I still keep the little clothes Ning was wearing and the chain she had on. Do you want to see them? Maybe they can give us some clues." Yes, that's right. Even after so many years, old man Jiang still keeps Ning's childhood clothes. He originally planned to give these things to Ning on her wedding day. Because old man Jiang disapproved of Ning's marriage to Qing Zijuan, he didn't even attend the wedding. This is also why the old master of the Qing family decided to put the house given to Jiang Ning as a bride price in the names of Jiang Dongsheng and He Sufeng. Because from the very beginning, old Master Jiang did not agree. Therefore, old Master Cheng had to go to Jiang Dongsheng and He Sufeng, since at that time, Jiang Dongsheng and He Sufeng were Jiang Ning's official uncle and aunt. Even the wedding witnesses were represented by Jiang Dongsheng and He Sufeng on behalf of the family. Hearing old Master Jiang's words, Madame Si and Madame Shi nodded in agreement. "Grandpa Ning, please go and get it," they said. Old Master Jiang nodded. "Please wait a moment, everyone," he replied. Then he got up and went upstairs. Soon after, old Master Jiang brought a small wooden box into the living room. The box was not large, dark red in color, and a bit chipped due to age. He took a key from his pocket and unlocked the box. Inside, on the top layer, was a blue cotton padded jacket and a small pair of black pants. Old Master Jiang took out the jacket and smiled, saying, "This is the cotton jacket Ning wore back then." Madame Shi immediately stood up from the sofa, trembling as she took it. This set of clothes was bought by me personally for Shengbao. Although 19 years had passed, Madame Shi remembered every detail from that time very clearly. Very clearly. Back then, because the early spring weather was still a bit cold, her son, daughter-in-law, and their family of 3 were about to leave, and she specifically asked her daughter-in-law to give her granddaughter this blue cotton jacket. After putting on the jacket, Madame Shi praised her granddaughter for having fair skin and being very cute in it, like a little doll from a New Year painting. She never imagined that after parting that morning, they would have to wait 19 years to reunite. And this, old Master Jiang took out a pair of tiger head shoes from the box. These are the shoes Shengbao wore back then. Shui and Xiang took the shoes. Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law, fifth sister-in-law, sixth sister-in-law, seventh sister-in-law, eighth sister-in-law. Do you remember? These shoes were woven by all 8 of us together. In Xiangjiang, there was a tradition where an aunt would make shoes for her nieces and nephews. So, Madame Si was pregnant, and the 8 sisters-in-law made this pair of tiger head shoes together. Yes, I remember. I wove the tiger's ears myself, Wang Ahui said excitedly. Ma Huan's eyes filled with tears as she said, "I wove the eyes." 8 aunts held the tiger head shoes in their hands, carefully examining them with tears in their eyes. Although the incident had happened over 10 years ago, to them it felt like it had just occurred yesterday. This is the small bracelet Ning wore at that time. Old man Jiang took out 2 gold bracelets. Seeing the gold bracelets, Madame C immediately stood up. These 2 bracelets were given to Shengbao by me when she was a month old. Madame C never expected that old man Jiang still kept this bracelet. Others would have sold such a keepsake long ago. After all, old man Jiang and Jiang Ning had lived very hard lives before. This shows that old man Jiang truly loved Jiang Ning as his own granddaughter. Also, these are photos of Ning from age 1 to 19. Old man Jiang took out a stack of photos. In the past, the family had no good conditions, no camera, and no smartphones to take pictures. To remember her childhood, every summer old man Jiang would take his granddaughter to a photo studio to take a picture as a keepsake. Madame C took the photos and shared them with everyone. Old man Jiang really took good care of Jiang Ning. At 1 year old, Jiang Ning was chubby and very cute. At 2, although her clothes weren't very nice, her innocent and happy smile was genuine. At 3, Jiang Ning still smiled sweetly, leaning on old man Jiang like a soft rice ball, making people want to hug and kiss her. Then came 4, 5 years old. Almost every photo had the date written on the back. Although they weren't involved in Jiang Ning's growth, seeing these photos made it feel like they had participated. The C family and Madame C looked at each photo, feeling heartbroken, like they were stuffed with cotton. They had missed Shengbao's 19 years completely. Everyone looked through Jiang Ning's childhood belongings again and again, but found no clues about the car accident involving the family of 3. Si Huawen looked up at old man Jiang. Uncle Jiang, did Shengbao have any little notes or anything in her pocket back then? Old man Jiang shook his head.
No. Madame C frowned tightly.
Then where did Huashang go? Si Huashang was different from Jiang Ning. When the accident happened, Jiang Ning was only 3 months old, but Si Huashang was already an adult. If Si Huashang were still alive, there would be no way she hadn't contacted anyone. Mrs. C tightly hugged Jiang Ning, crying and saying, "Poor Shengbao, so young and already away from parents. But it's okay. Soon you'll have grandma, grandma's mother, uncle, aunt, and your 13 brothers. My Shengbao, you must never suffer again." When Si Huawen and Si Huawu heard this, they quickly said, "Mom, we're here. No one dares to let Shengbao suffer. We won't let it happen. Grandma, and us too." Si Sudong, Si Shushi, and the brothers also spoke up. They will protect their youngest sister from now on. Jiang Ning looked up at Mrs. C and said, "Grandma, don't worry. I will find my mother. If someone is alive, I want to see her. If she's gone, I want to see her body." Good, good, Shengbao. Mrs. C's eyes turned slightly red. Grandma believes in you. In Beijing. After receiving her mother's call, Tang An bought a plane ticket and flew back to Beijing. At the C family's front gate, Shen Jingnian was waiting there.
Mom.
At this moment, a luxury car belonging to the Shen family stopped. Tang An stepped out. She was about to speak when she saw the butler standing nearby. She immediately smiled and ran to Shen Jingnian, excitedly asking, "Mom, I heard we found our sister. Is that true?" The butler's surname is Wu. He has worked for the Shen family since he was young and is very loyal to Mrs. C. At this moment, Tang An naturally couldn't show any suspicion in front of the butler. "Yes," and then Shen Jingnian nodded and smiled. "Your grandma has found Shengbao. Where is Shengbao now? Where is she?" Tang An asked immediately. "Your grandma went to pick Shengbao up." Shen Jingnian took her daughter's hand. "Let's go home. I'll tell you everything slowly." "Okay." Tang An nodded and followed Shen Jingnian. Soon, mother and daughter arrived at their courtyard. They closed the door. Tang An's face immediately changed, her eyes darkening with suspicion. It was as if 2 different people. "Mom, what's going on? Didn't you say Sheng was already dead? How can a dead person suddenly come back to life?" Shen Jingnian also looked very confused. Sheng was clearly dead, but now she appeared again. Shen Jingnian narrowed her eyes. "I heard it was the C family who found her. You've been in Hong Kong for so long. Did you notice anything unusual in the C family?" "No." Tang An shook her head slightly. Shen Jingnian helped Tang An fix her hair and then asked, "By the way, Anan, how are things between you and Si Qiming?" That's pretty good. I think he is very satisfied with me, but he's a bit shy. When mentioning Si Qiming, Tang An's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but she quickly thought of something else. Mom, now's not the time to talk about Si Qiming. Sicheng is back. She will definitely take my things. What should I do? She's back, so I won't be the only heir of the Shi family anymore. Tang An is both angry and anxious now. She never thought Sicheng could be found again. After all, she has been the heir of the Shi group for so many years. Now this position was suddenly taken by Sicheng. How can Tang An accept this? And then, don't be upset. Naxing gently helped Tang An sit down and said softly, I've checked. Sicheng is just a small village girl now. She has no education, no skills, and she's a divorced woman with a past. She can't even compare to you. At the end, Naxing's eyes showed disdain. Divorced? A woman with a past? Hearing these words, Tang An's eyes widened with obvious disdain. Oh, she's divorced? But isn't she only 19? Naxing smirked slightly. People from small places with little education tend to marry early and have children early. Mom. Tang An looked at Naxing and asked, Are you sure she has a marriage certificate? Naxing was worried that Jiang Ning might take away what belonged to Tang An, so she checked Jiang Ning's background thoroughly. Yes, I'm sure. She's from an ethnic minority. At 19, she can get a marriage certificate. I even found her divorce record at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Skit. Hearing her mother's precise answer, Tang An felt even more disdainful. Getting married and divorced at 19? She must be a bad person. So dirty. Someone like her is even worthy of being her cousin? The more Tang An thought about it, the more disgusted she felt. At this point, Naxing narrowed her eyes and continued, Someone as rotten as her. Even if your grandma finds her, she's just a burden. And she can't compare to you. So in the end, only you can support the Shi group. Even Sicheng, as her cousin, can only be a foil for you. In Naxing's view, Jiang Ning, a divorced woman with a past, is nowhere near her precious daughter. Hernan has been smart and clever since she was a child and has received the best education. I started learning foreign languages a few months ago. By age 12, I had mastered 3 languages. My family hired a private tutor to improve my manners and demeanor. I can play 2 instruments, the violin and the piano, and I also dance traditional and ballet dances. In elementary school, I even skipped 3 levels of dance classes. Now, at 22 years old, Tang An has already graduated with her bachelor's degree and is pursuing her master's. More importantly, Tang An is not only excellent academically, but also very successful in her career. She has started her own skincare brand and her own clothing line. She currently works at the Shi group, where Madame Shi is training her to be the next leader. Jiang Ning? What about Jiang Ning? She is 19 years old and has achieved nothing. Not only has she made no accomplishments, but she is also divorced. She probably can't even speak a full sentence in English. People like her only embarrass the Shi family. So, what if Madame Shi takes Jiang Ning back? Jiang Ning still can't become the heir of the Shi group. Naxing narrowed her eyes. Only her beloved daughter is qualified to be the successor of the Shi group. And she is the most rightful heir. The more Naxing thought about it, the more confident she became, and her pride showed clearly in her eyes. After hearing Naxing, Tang An also thought that made sense, but she still felt uneasy. She looked up at Naxing and asked, Mom, are you sure you checked everything? Is Sicheng really just a small-town girl who's been married twice? Don't worry. If it's such an important matter, how could I not check thoroughly? Here, look at her background. Naxing handed Tang An a folder. Tang An took the folder. Inside was Jiang Ning's information. To be precise, it was her pre-divorce information. Tang An took out the documents and saw Jiang Ning's photo. Her eyes widened instantly. It's her. It's really her.
No wonder.
No wonder she felt something was off the first time she saw Jiang Ning. It turns out her feeling was right.
Look.
Jiang Ning is trying to steal what belongs to her. Shameless. Since she's a divorced rural girl, she should stay where rural people belong. Why did she come to Beijing? Beijing is no place for someone like Jiang Ning. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Shen Jingnian immediately asked, "And do you know her?" Tang nodded and then said, "Mom, do you remember the scammer I told you about? She was pretending to be someone important at the Si family, making everyone believe she was the savior of Madame Si." "Then, are you sure about that?" Shen Jingnian asked, wide-eyed and surprised. "I'm sure. It's her." Tang bit her lip, feeling upset as she thought about how everyone in the Si family believed Jiang Ning was the hero who saved Madame Si. At that moment, Tang suddenly remembered that when Madame Si woke up from her coma, she immediately hugged Jiang Ning, crying and calling her Shengbao. Tang hadn't paid much attention to this before, thinking Madame Si was just confused. But now, she realized Jiang Ning was actually Madame Si's granddaughter. The more Tang thought about it, the angrier and more uncomfortable she felt. Why did all the good things seem to go to Jiang Ning? Why her? Tang snorted coldly and then said, "If I had known she was Sicheng, I would have been cautious around her from the start. She's so sneaky. She must have planned this." She already knew her identity and pretended to be the hero who saved Madame Si. That girl is so cunning. She's a real troublemaker. Shen Jingnian's face also looked unhappy, filled with anger. Her daughter was very proud and never insulted anyone lightly, but now she called Jiang Ning a troublemaker out of anger. Jiang Ning's actions were indeed disgusting. Not only her daughter was angry, but she herself was very upset too. Tang narrowed her eyes. "Anyway, Grandma won't live much longer. When she passes away, I'll kick that troublemaker out immediately." Shen Jingnian nodded and smiled. "When Shengbao comes back, your grandma will surely arrange for her to intern at Sher Corporation. That girl, with her wild hair, won't be able to control the company. The shareholders of Sher Corporation are not fools. They won't let a divorced girl from a small village ruin their interests." To Shen Jingnian, Jiang Ning was someone who couldn't even understand a financial report. Someone like her would never gain respect in Sher Corporation. So, there was no need for her daughter to do anything. The old shareholders would drive Jiang Ning out on their own. Then Shen Jingnian squinted and said, "And when the time comes, you should take the opportunity to gather support and make those old men side with you. After all, you're so talented." Once Tang took over Sher Corporation smoothly, she could easily get rid of Jiang Ning with just a few moves. "Okay, Mom, I won't let you down," Tang said. Then she added, "But I have another worry." "What is it?" Tang looked out the window and lowered her voice. "Mom, do you think my little brother-in-law might suddenly wake up? After all, even Sicheng was back. Is there anything that can't happen?" Tang is really worried that Shen Jingnian might wake up. Shen Jingnian is truly talented in business. If he wakes up, the consequences would be unthinkable. "No," Shen Jingnian smiled slightly, confidently saying, "Your little brother-in-law has been in bed for 19 years. If he could wake up, it would be like a meteor hitting the earth." Tang nodded. "What if a miracle happens?" "There won't be any miracles," Shen Jingnian said firmly. Tang didn't say anything more. Shen Jingnian took Tang's hand. "Anan, tomorrow you will help me prepare everything." "Prepare what?" Tang asked with doubt. Shen Jingnian's lips curled into a small smile. "Prepare the dinner to welcome Sicheng back." "Welcoming Sicheng back?" Tang's face immediately fell. "I'm not going," Tang said, full of jealousy. "I never had a big celebration on my birthday. Why does she get a grand dinner just because she comes back?" Tang feels very upset now. She is also a member of the Sher family. Why does Madame Sher treat Jiang Ning so well, but only sees her as insignificant? Just seeing Jiang Ning makes her feel terrible. Shen Jingnian's smile grew more obvious as she turned to look into Tang's eyes. "And this party must be grand. The bigger, the better. We will invite all the noble families in Beijing."
Why?
Tang felt terrible. Is her mother crazy? Shen Jingnian held her daughter's hand and smiled. "Anan, you must understand. Only the swan can highlight the elegance of the goose. I do this to let everyone in Beijing know that you are the elegant swan. That small village girl can only be a big goose forever. Tang and still couldn't fully understand her mother. Sure, Nanua laughed helplessly. Silly girl, do you think a divorced second-hand girl can handle such a big event? On the day of the party, we invited all the social elites, speaking English. She might not even know how to hold a knife and fork, let alone understand what others are saying. It's all uncertain. By then, not only would that young village girl be embarrassed, but even your grandmother's old face would be hard to show. Tang and immediately understood her mother's meaning, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Mom, you're right. That Jiang Ning is such a shameful person. When the time comes, not only the Sher family won't want her, but the Si family definitely won't either. The news about the Sher family finding their missing heir after 19 years quickly became a hot topic on half of the social media platforms. The other half was occupied by news about the Si family recovering their missing princess after 19 years. At the He family, He Suasua was also watching the news. Seeing the reports about the Sher family and the Si family, she couldn't help but envy. Those little princesses from the Sher and Si families are so lucky. They went missing for 19 years and still got found. Then she looked at He Sufang. Mom, Dad, the news says the little princess still lives in our city. If I could meet her early, I might be able to enter a wealthy family with her. It's a pity we don't even know who she is. He Sufang also felt very jealous. People who find the little princess are the real heroes. They jumped from the lowest to the highest. Their family raised her so well, and in the future, the Sher and Si families will see them as great benefactors. Dongsheng, why isn't it us who found the little princess? As she spoke, her heart was filled with envy. If they had found the little princess, they would be wealthy now. Jiang Dongsheng continued, picking up children like that is useful. What's the point of bringing back Jiang Ning? She's not useful at all, and she's even a divorced woman with a bad reputation. When he said this, his eyes showed disdain. He Sufang nodded. You're right, Dongsheng. Only children like that are useful. When one succeeds, everyone around benefits. At first, he even wanted to bring back Jiang Ning, that burden, to raise with us. Luckily, we didn't. Just as she finished speaking, the news anchor's voice came from the TV. A paparazzi also captured a side profile of the little princess. Although it's just a side view, you can see she truly is a blood relative of the Sher and Si families, stunningly beautiful. Then, a side photo of the little princess was shown on the screen. Seeing her profile, the He family members froze, their faces turning pale. It was only a side view, but they recognized her clearly. It was Jiang Ning. It was Jiang Ning. Because, besides Jiang Ning, no one has such a stunning side profile. At this moment, even the air seemed to stand still. Everyone in the He family looked very pleased. It was like a palette of colors. The little princess of the Sher and Si families could be anyone. But how could she be Jiang Ning? What is Jiang Ning anyway? Jiang Ning is just a small village girl. No one expected that the little princess of the Sher and Si families would actually be Jiang Ning. He Sufang and Jiang Dongsheng were so upset they almost cried. After all, they almost adopted Jiang Ning and became her foster parents. At that time, old Master Jiang immediately sent Jiang Ning to be adopted by them, but they refused. Because Jiang Dongsheng and He Sufang both believed that children they found wouldn't have strong feelings for them. And at that time, He Sufang was already pregnant. But they didn't know Jiang Ning was hiding her true identity. If they had known Jiang Ning was the little princess, they wouldn't have refused no matter what. Now, it's different. They weren't rejecting Jiang Ning. They were rejecting the incredible wealth and status. Just thinking about it makes them feel like they can't go on. Their hearts ache painfully. It hurts so much. He Suasawa was the first to react, her face pale as she said, It's her. It's Jiang Ning. The little princess of the Sher and Si families is actually Jiang Ning. Mom and Dad, how can this be? Was the news wrong? What is Jiang Ning anyway? She's not even better than my little finger. What right does she have to be the little princess of the Shi and Si families? He Suasua was so jealous she almost died, her face turning deathly pale. Because the Shi family is the top noble family in Beijing. The Shi Group runs the most popular and best exported traditional Chinese skincare products in the country, and Madame Shi's name is always on Forbes' billionaire list. The Si family is even more impressive. They are the top family in Hong Kong. The little princess has 8 uncles and aunts who run businesses all over the world, almost monopolizing all of Hong Kong's markets, making them true Hong Kong tycoons. What's more, the little princess has 13 excellent brothers. If Jiang Ning really is that little princess, wouldn't she be loved and pampered by these people forever? And it would be the kind of love that's so precious, it's like holding a fragile treasure in your hands. After all, Jiang Ning is the only one in both the Shi and Si families. In the Si family, she is the only granddaughter. In the Shi family, she is the only heir. The more he Suasua thought about it, the worse she felt, her face growing even paler. She couldn't believe this was true, and she couldn't believe Jiang Ning had such an incredible identity. He Sufang and Jiang Dongxing's feelings are equally complicated. At this moment, Jiang Dongxing suddenly realizes something. He quickly grabs the remote control and pauses the TV screen on a side photo. Sufang, let's look carefully again. Is this really Jiang Ning? That shouldn't be her, right? Did we see it wrong? Compared to the person being Jiang Ning, Jiang Dongxing would rather believe they made a mistake. Yes, it must be her. He Sufang squints her eyes. It's her. Jiang Ning's bone structure is almost 1 in a million. Whether from the front or the side, she looks stunning. Hearing this, the last bit of hope in Jiang Dongxing's eyes is crushed. All his strength seems to be drained in an instant.
Bang!
He falls directly to the ground, like a deflated ball, his face pale and defeated. It is Jiang Ning. It is really Jiang Ning. Oh my God! Heaven! Jiang Dongxing despairingly pounds the floor, crying out, if we had known that little village girl was actually the young princess of a Shi and Si families, we should have raised her well back then. We shouldn't have refused to adopt her. If Jiang Ning had been raised by him and his wife, their whole family would have been blessed and elevated. That wealth and status would be beyond their reach in this lifetime. No one knows how much Jiang Dongxing's heart hurts. He feels truly sad, very sad. He feels like his whole person has died inside. He Sufang also cries loudly, wailing in despair. She regrets deeply, her intestines turning green with remorse. She wishes she could turn back time to 19 years ago. If she could go back, she would have raised Jiang Ning high, giving her the best life. Seeing her parents crying, he also starts to cry. She is jealous and unwilling.
Why?
Why did all the good luck go to Jiang Ning? She is clearly more outstanding than Jiang Ning. She deserves a better life more than Jiang Ning. She thought that after Qing Zijuan kicked Jiang Ning away, Jiang Ning would never recover and would only be a divorced woman with a second-hand status for the rest of her life.
But now,
she has suddenly transformed from a discarded second-hand person into the young princess of a Si family, the heir of the Shi family. And the only heir. Whenever he Suasua thinks about Jiang Ning living a life of privilege, beyond the reach of ordinary people, she feels suffocated and unable to breathe. Apart from her looks, which are not as beautiful as Jiang Ning's, she is almost better in every way. But why is her fate still worse than Jiang Ning's? She works so hard to become better, yet she still lives at the bottom. And Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning does nothing, yet she becomes the little princess everyone envies. Why does God have to be so unfair to her? When the He family parents returned home, they pushed open the door and saw their daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter all sitting on the floor crying. They were shocked. What big event had happened? A sudden sense of foreboding swept through the He parents. Mother He quickly put down what she was holding and asked, Sufang, Dongxing, what happened? What are you all doing? Father He immediately helped up So-So, looking worried. So-So, get up quickly. Tell Grandma and Grandpa what really happened. Sufang hugged her mother and cried, Mom. Why is our family so unlucky? So unlucky. They were just one step away from wealth and success. Unlucky? Mother, he was stunned. Because of the Chung family, their family had already entered a modest middle-class life, happy and fulfilling. How could she say they were unlucky? Mother, he then said, you child, our family now even has a large apartment. Life will only get better. How can you say we're unlucky? A large apartment? Hearing this, Su Fang's eyes were full of sarcasm. Compared to a wealthy family, what is a large apartment? Forget a large apartment. In this situation, even if she had a big villa, she wouldn't survive. After all, that was the Shi family and the Si family. How could she be willing to accept that? She pulled So up, and father, he helped Jiang Dongsheng up from the ground. Dongsheng, get up quickly. What exactly happened? Jiang Dongsheng looked up at his parents-in-law with a pale face. Mom, Dad, do you know that the Shi family and the Si family have found their heirs? Father and mother, he nodded. Yes. We heard that the young lady is still living in our city, a city. This was big news recently, and since the main characters in the story were from a city, it was almost known by everyone there. Mother, he then asked, but what does this have to do with us? Ordinary people like us, how could we possibly get involved with a little princess? No, Mom. It's related. Very related. Our family almost got involved. Su Fang cried. Mom, do you know who that little princess is? Who? It's Jiang Ning. Yes, you heard right, Jiang Ning, that village girl. As soon as she said this, both father and mother, he were stunned. Their faces showed disbelief. Father, he swallowed hard. Su Fang, stop joking. This was not funny at all. I'm not joking, Dad. I'm serious. The little princess is Jiang Ning. If you don't believe it, just watch TV. The TV in the living room has been on all along, but father, he and mother, he didn't pay attention. When they turned to look, they saw the paused news on the screen and a side photo of Jiang Ning. Seeing Jiang Ning's face, father, he and mother, he felt like the sky was falling. Father, he suddenly felt all his strength drain away, and his voice trembled as he said, if I had known this would happen, when old man Jiang sent Jiang Ning here, we should have advised Su Fang and Dongsheng to raise her. Mother, he felt her heart bleed.
Don't talk about that time.
Even half a year ago, when old man Jiang sent Jiang Ning to stay with us for school, if we had agreed, we would have shared the good fortune too. But instead, they treated old man Jiang and Jiang Ning like trash and drove them away. At this point, Mother He's eyes flashed with determination, and she said, Dongsheng is the old man's biological son. Jiang Ning may not be related to Dongsheng by blood, but she was raised by the old man. You two stop crying and cheer up.
Take Suo to find Grandpa Suo.
Go find him? Su Fang frowned slightly. Mom, Dongsheng has already cut ties with him. If we go now, will he still recognize Dongsheng? Why wouldn't he? Even though you've signed the severance papers, blood ties are still there. Old man Jiang only has Dongsheng as his biological son. Could he really refuse to recognize Dongsheng? Don't worry. As long as you take Suo to see him personally, he will definitely recognize you. Blood is thicker than water. Is there any father who wouldn't recognize his own child? As long as old man Jiang accepts his daughter and her family, they will share in his great wealth. Mother He narrowed her eyes and continued, the Si family and the Shi family are not ordinary people. If Jiang Ning is taken back by them, she will be the young lady of the Shi family. Suo is her sister, so she will naturally become the second young lady of the Shi family. Not only the Shi family, even the Si family will have a place for Suo. Hearing this, Suo's eyes brightened. Mom and Dad, Grandma is right. I am Jiang Ning's sister and the old man's granddaughter. The last time the old man saw me in the neighborhood, he even called me by name. That shows he can't forget his precious granddaughter. If we go see him ourselves, he will definitely recognize us. In Suo's view, old Master Jiang treasures his granddaughter very much. After all, she is the only blood-related granddaughter of old Master Jiang. If old Master Jiang accepts her back, she will be considered Jiang Ning's real sister. Jiang Ning is now the eldest daughter of the Shi family. In the future, she will be the second young lady of the Shi family. The more Suosa thought about it, the more excited she became. She pulled Sufang and Jiang Dongsheng by the arms. Mom and Dad, let's go quickly.
Let's find Grandpa.
In the past, Suosa disliked old Master Jiang very much, but now she desperately wants him to accept her. She can't wait to step on Jiang Ning's head and become the second young lady of the Shi family, the little princess of the Xi family. Then she can also be interviewed by the media and appear on TV. If Su Lin and Lin Wani see her on TV, they will definitely be very jealous of her. Remember, that's the Shi family and the Xi family, families that ordinary people could never reach in a lifetime. Hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Dongxing's face showed a look of difficulty. I said so many harsh things to your grandfather back then. Do you think he would really forgive me? Back then, he said all sorts of unpleasant things to cut ties with old Master Jiang. Now, Jiang Dongsheng was very anxious. You're his biological son. How could he not forgive you? There's no grudge between father and son that lasts overnight, Sufang said with narrowed eyes. Moreover, Suosu is right. When I took her to my eldest sister's house last time, I saw the old man in the community. When he saw Suosu, he was so affectionate. He even called her by name. If he saw Suosu coming to see him today, he would be so excited. There's no way he wouldn't recognize us. Besides, Jiang Dongsheng is not only old Master Jiang's biological son, but also his only son in this world. So, they don't need to worry about old Master Jiang not recognizing them. It's simply impossible. As she spoke, a faint light flickered in Sufang's eyes. Dongsheng, the problem now isn't whether the old man will accept you, but what conditions we should offer him when we meet him. I haven't thought about that yet. Sufang, what conditions do you think would be good to propose to the old man? Jiang Dongsheng was usually a person without strong opinions. When faced with such matters, he could only look to his wife for guidance. Sufang's expression was full of scheming. First, the old man has raised Jiang Ning for 19 years. Although Suwa is only Jiang Ning's nominal sister and has no blood relation, their bond is stronger than many real sisters. So, Jiang Ning must personally bring Suwa to the Shi family. The head of the Shi family is now in a coma, and besides Jiang Ning, there are no other grandchildren. Since Suwa is Jiang Ning's sister, she should also become the second young lady of the Shi family and inherit everything with Jiang Ning in the future. Second, let the Shi family buy us 2 villas in Beijing. Third, let the Shi family arrange for both of us to be leaders in the Shi group. Only when they both become leaders in the Shi group and lay a good foundation for Suwa can she smoothly take over the Shi group and become its main leader. After all, Suwa is much better than Jiang Ning. The position of heir to the Shi group can only be firmly held by Suwa. Hearing this, Jiang Dongsheng frowned slightly. What if he doesn't agree? Sufang smiled. Just tell him to let Suwa change her surname. As long as he agrees to these, we'll immediately have Suwa take the Jiang surname. If he dares not to agree, then Suwa will have to keep the surname he for the rest of her life. Suwa is his only precious granddaughter. Do you think he won't agree? The older generation values inheritance very much. When Jiang Dongsheng married into the He family, old master, he was never very happy. Now they're willing to let Suwa change her surname to Jiang, and the old man would be happier than anyone. How could he refuse? Just thinking about it, it's obvious he wouldn't refuse. Sufang, you're right. Jiang Dongsheng nodded. Let's do it that way. Come on. Let's go now and find the old man. Sufang and Suwa immediately put on their coats and left with Jiang Dongsheng. His parents sent their daughter and son-in-law's family to the door, excitedly saying, Dongsheng, Sufang, we'll be waiting at home for your good news. His parents thought that living in a big flat was already a great achievement for them. But now, they might even move to Beijing in the future. Okay, Mom and Dad, Jiang Dongsheng smiled back. Just wait and enjoy life with us in Beijing. After all, Their family will soon have 2 villas in Beijing, and Sua will live with Jiang Ning in the Shi family, becoming the second young lady of the Shi family. Jiang Dongsheng and He Sufang first went to the neighborhood where old man Jiang used to live but couldn't find anyone. Then they went to the property management, who told them that old man Jiang and Jiang Ning had already moved to Wanqing Villa. Hearing this, He Sua's eyes widened. No wonder I saw Jiang Ning's access card for Wanqing Villa last semester. It seems Jiang Ning was already discovered by the Shi family and the Si family back then. They just didn't do a paternity test. You girl, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? He Sufang scolded. If she had found out sooner, they would have already gone to find old man Jiang, instead of waiting until now. I thought the old man was working as a cleaner at Wanqing Villa. I never imagined that the little village girl had a hidden identity, said He Sua, with a look of regret. The family of 3 then took a taxi again. But they overlooked one problem. Wanqing Villa does not allow social vehicles inside. Now they couldn't get in at all. Being stopped outside by security, He Sufang was very angry, hands on her hips. A bunch of clueless guards. Do you know who we are? We're relatives of the Shi family and the Si family from Beijing. Offend us, and you'll regret it. Although the security guards see many people like He Sufang every day, they remained patient and said, Sorry, ma'am. Our villa has rules. Without an access card or reservation, you can't enter. We're just following the rules. Why don't you call your family member to come out and pick you up? Or have him call our security booth. He Sufang looked at Jiang Dongsheng. You call the old man. I deleted his number. Jiang Dongsheng looked uncomfortable. If he had the number, he would have called old man Jiang already. Just then, He Sua suddenly brightened and waved toward the distance, excited. Grandpa, Sister Ning. Yes. The person in front was indeed old man Jiang and Jiang Ning. Because Madame Shi, Madame Si, their uncle and aunt from the Si family and 13 brothers wanted to learn about Jiang Ning's past living environment, old man Jiang and Jiang Ning took everyone to see the neighborhood where they used to rent a house. Hearing this, Jiang Dongsheng and He Sufang immediately looked up. Sure enough, they saw old man Jiang and Jiang Ning among the crowd. Jiang Dongsheng and He Sufang exchanged glances, then waved and called out, Dad. Ning. Hasua rolled her eyes at the security guard and proudly said, That is my grandfather and my sister. You, the watchdog, are going to have bad luck. Hearing the voice, old man Jiang and Jiang Ning looked over. A few seconds later, old man Jiang stopped and looked at everyone. Grandma Ning and Aunt Ning's grandma and uncle, please wait here for a moment. I need to handle some private matters. Grandpa, I'll go with you, Jiang Ning said. It's okay. Old man Jiang smiled and looked at Jiang Ning. Grandpa can handle it. All right, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. After old man Jiang left, Madame Si, Madame Shi, and the others from the Si family were very curious about the family of 3 outside the door. Jiang Ning explained, They're my grandfather's son who married into the family, his wife, and his granddaughter. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. They had already signed a formal separation, yet they still dared to come here? This family's behavior was really unpleasant. Old man Jiang had already reached the door. Xiaozhang. Security guard Xiaozhang immediately turned around and smiled. Uncle Jiang, these 3 say they know you. Are they your relatives? Seeing old man Jiang approaching, Jiang Dongsheng, He Sufang, and He Sua all looked excited.
See?
They knew old man Jiang wouldn't forget them. After all, one was old man Jiang's biological son, another his daughter-in-law, and the third his granddaughter. Although Jiang Ning was beside old man Jiang now, Jiang Ning had no blood relation to him. Only they and old man Jiang were truly family. Thinking of this, He Sufang straightened her back and looked at old man Jiang. Dad, I specifically brought Dongsheng and Sua to see you. But this watchdog stopped us from entering. You must complain to the property management and get him fired. Hearing this, Xiaozhang looked at old man Jiang and immediately apologized. Sorry, Uncle Jiang, I didn't know they were your family. I really didn't mean to stop them. Old man Jiang was the owner here. The property fee for Wancheng Villa was over 30,000 yuan a year. If the owner complained, he could really be fired. Security guard Xiao Zhang didn't want to lose this high-paying job. Hearing Xiao Zhang's apology, He Sufang felt even more proud, her face showing a smug expression. Now you know to apologize. Why didn't you do it earlier? Such an unself-aware watchdog. Next, Old Man Zhang's words made He Sufang and her family feel like they had fallen into an icy pit. Little Zhang, you don't need to apologize. I don't know them. I have nothing to do with them. If they try to pretend to be my family again and come in, just call the police directly. Old Man Jiang is not a fool. He knows clearly who he is. So, what if there is blood relation? He has long been very disappointed in his so-called biological son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. Very disappointed. Actually, the moment he signed the severance papers, Old Man Jiang was only disappointed in Jiang Dongsheng and He Sufang. He still held a little hope for He Suasua. After all, He Suasua is his real granddaughter. Their blood relation is real, and in Old Man Jiang's view, adult matters shouldn't involve children. But the two later meetings made Old Man Jiang see the true face of this so-called granddaughter. At that time, He Sufang pointed at his nose and called him a shameless old man. Old Man Jiang originally thought that this granddaughter would defend him. But unexpectedly, He Suasua's reaction was even more extreme than He Sufang's. What did He Suasua say? She said, "My mom is right. Old thing, you better look in the mirror. We are no longer in the same social class. Stay away from me in the future, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Hearing this, Old Man Jiang felt very sad. Being called an old thing by his own granddaughter. Such sadness might be hard for others to understand. From that day on, he quietly decided in his heart, only Jiang Ning is truly his granddaughter. Hearing Old Man Jiang's words, He Suasua was so wronged, she almost cried. "Grandpa, I am Suasua. Don't you want Suasua anymore?" Not only was she wronged, she was also afraid. She was afraid Old Man Jiang would really disown her. Without the relationship with Old Man Jiang and Jiang Ning, how could she climb up to the upper class and connect with the Sher family's two towering trees? In the past, Jiang Ning marrying Cheng Zijuan made He Suasua extremely envious. You should know, the entire Cheng family couldn't compare to the Sher family and the Si family. But now, Old Man Jiang says he won't recognize her, and He Suasua couldn't accept that. Because she knew this was her only chance to get close to the upper class. If it had been before, Grandpa Jiang would have forgiven his granddaughter immediately when he saw her upset like this. But now, after seeing things clearly, he understands why Jiang Dongsheng and He Sufang's family came at this time. They must have heard some news. To be precise, they are not here to acknowledge him as their father and grandfather. They are here to climb higher. As a grandfather, Grandpa Jiang absolutely will not allow anyone to harm Jiang Ning's interests. Ning Ning has already suffered a lot. Now that her own family has finally found her, she should enjoy her happiness. Instead, she is being used and exploited, drained like a bloodsucker. In the past, his granddaughter always stood in front of him, defending him and shielding him from storms. This time, he wants to stand in front of his granddaughter and protect her from all the storms. Thinking of this, Grandpa Jiang looked at He Suasua and snorted coldly. "Don't call me Grandpa. I only have one granddaughter, Ning Ning." At this, He Suasua was truly scared. He remembered that Grandpa Jiang had never spoken to her in this tone before. Could it be that Grandpa Jiang really doesn't recognize her anymore? Tears in her eyes, He Suasua said, "Grandpa, I am your real granddaughter." He Sufang and Jiang Dongsheng exchanged a look. Then He Sufang continued, "Dad, there's no family feud that can't be resolved. Besides, we came here personally to see you. Oh, and you've always opposed Dongsheng's marriage into the family, right? Well, I discussed with Dongsheng, and we decided to change Sifuo's surname to Jiang, to leave a successor for the Jiang family." She paused and then added, "But if you really want Sifuo to change her surname, you must agree to 3 conditions from us." Jiang Dongsheng nodded. "Yes, Dad. If you still want Sifuo to change her surname and leave a successor for the Jiang family, You must agree to our 3 conditions. Give us a way out, or it will be much harder for you to change her surname in the future. His last words carried a strong threat. He Sifuo was Grandpa Jiang's only real granddaughter. It was obvious that Grandpa Jiang would be very excited when he heard they were willing to let Sifuo change her surname. He Sifuo stopped crying and waited silently for Grandpa Jiang's reply. She knew that Grandpa Jiang would definitely agree to her parents' 3 conditions. Soon, she would go to Beijing to live with Jiang Ning. He Sifuo was very excited now. Old Master Jiang looked at the 3 ungrateful individuals and then spoke. The letter ending our relationship has already been signed. I am no longer connected to your family of 3. He Suasua's surname and family background mean nothing to me. If you 3 keep bothering me and Ning Ning with how advanced the internet is, I don't mind showing your IDs and reporting you on short video platforms for disloyalty and unfaithfulness. Then, Old Master Jiang's gaze shifted to He Sufang and He Suasua. Do you remember what you 2 said to me last time you met at Qingji Garden? Hearing this, both He Sufang and He Suasua turned pale. He Sufang was the first to react and smiled. Dad, we didn't say much that day. Maybe you remember wrong? Yes, Grandpa, you are my real grandfather. What could I possibly say to you? As long as they didn't admit it, no one could prove what they said that day. Old Master Jiang continued. There was a surveillance camera on the street. I already copied the footage from the property management. It's saved on my phone. If I upload that video online, do you think you'll be bullied on the internet? His last words weren't meant to scare He Sufang and He Suasua. He truly had copied the video because Jiang Ning was becoming more and more outstanding every day. Old Master Jiang knew their personalities well. He was certain that once they found out Jiang Ning's true strength, they would come to cling to him and drain his resources.
So he was prepared.
The Jiang and Shi families were not ordinary. If these 3 dared to spread lies or rumors online, he would simply release the video. Hearing this, Jiang Dongsheng and his family broke out in cold sweat. They never expected Old Master Jiang to go this far. He even retrieved the surveillance footage. Even a fierce beast wouldn't eat its own children. Why could he be so heartless? He was so guarded against his own son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. He Suasua's knees buckled, and she knelt on the ground, crying, Grandpa, I really know I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I promise I will be a good and filial granddaughter from now on. Old Master Jiang slightly frowned. You say you don't know you're wrong, but you're actually trying to climb higher in the Shi and Jiang families. After saying this, Old Master Jiang turned and walked away. Watching his back, no one knew how regretful He Suosu was. She felt very sorry. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have called Old Master Jiang an old thing that day. She also shouldn't have refused to acknowledge Old Master Jiang. Jiang Dongsheng and He Suafang were even more regretful, feeling like their insides were twisted, their faces full of mixed emotions, especially looking at Old Master Jiang's back, speechless. Old Master Jiang approached everyone and said, Ning Ning's grandma, Ning Ning's grandma-in-law, and Ning Ning's uncles, let's go. Okay, Madam Shi and Madam Si nodded. A group of people walked past Jiang Dongsheng's family, heading to the car. He Suafeng watched them get into 4 long Lincoln cars parked by the roadside, feeling so regretful she wanted to hit the wall and die. If they had adopted Ning Ning back then, now it would be their family sitting in those luxury cars. But they missed out on wealth and happiness just like that. Soon, the 4 long Lincoln cars drove into Qingjiyuan. Seeing the rundown surroundings, Madam Shi and the Si family members looked at each other with sad expressions. The uncles from the Si family felt even worse. At first, when they learned Ning Ning was living in a villa, they relaxed a little. But when they found out the villa was only recently moved into, and that her cousin had been living with Old Master Jiang in cheap rented rooms before, they felt terrible. They had prepared for a modest living environment, but they never expected it to be this bad. They held in their hands the little princess they cherished, afraid she would fall, and in their mouths, afraid she would melt away, yet she was living in such a place. Madam Shi held Ning Ning's hand and cried, Shengbao, my good girl, you've suffered so much. You've endured great hardship. Madam C also shed tears. Grandma, grandma-in-law, don't cry. Ning Ning wiped their tears. I'm not suffering at all. Although my material life was worse before, every day was fulfilling. And Grandpa treats me very well. They had no hardship in poverty, just a simple life. Ning Ning was not afraid of hardship. She was afraid of meeting relatives like those in her past life. Fortunately, this time was different. This time, she and her family were working towards each other. Seeing her granddaughter so sensible, Madam C felt even more heartbroken. Oh, my poor Shengbao, if your parents knew you've been living like this all these years, they would be heartbroken to death. Although Madam C knew her granddaughter hadn't had an easy life outside, seeing it with her own eyes was another matter altogether. She is really very sad. Especially now that she hasn't found her missing daughter, Si Huashang. Jiang Ning hugged Madam C. Grandma, don't cry. Things are getting better, and we will have a better future. Madam C choked and said, Old sister, Shengbao is right. Our future will be better.
Shen Yuan.
In the study, Shen Jingnian sits at his desk reading a book. He holds a book in one hand and a pen in the other. When he finds important parts, he makes notes. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Come in, Shen Jingnian says, without looking up. Madam Shen walks in with a fruit tray. Jingnian, have some fruit. Mom, just put it down there. Madam Shen continues, it's so late, and you're still reading? Yes, Shen Jingnian nods slightly, studying finance. Madam Shen glances at the book title. Walking on Wall Street? Are you sure you're studying finance or just reading a romance novel? You're reading a romance novel called Walking on Wall Street and doing finance? Romance novel? Shen Jingnian scoffs. I wouldn't read that kind of stuff. After saying this, Shen Jingnian calmly closes the book and hands it to Madam Shen. If you don't believe me, take a look. If you look carefully, Shen Jingnian's nose is slightly sweaty. He's nervous, because this is just a book disguised as Walking on Wall Street. Madam Shen reaches out to take the book, but then pulls her hand back.
What are you looking at?
I just searched the title online and knew what kind of book it was. Shen Jingnian secretly breathes a sigh of relief and puts the book into a drawer. Madam Shen opens Baidu and searches for Walking on Wall Street. Soon, she finds the answer. Seeing that Walking on Wall Street is indeed a finance book, she says with some frustration, why did they name a finance book like this? It's so strange. Shen Jingnian continues, Mom, is there something you want to talk to me about? I want to ask how things are going with Ning Ning. Madam Shen sits in front of Shen Jingnian, resting her chin on her hands. Jingnian, I really like Ning Ning. I like her a lot. I've already decided she's going to be my daughter-in-law. Oh, Shen Jingnian responds with a calm tone.
A what?
I'm asking you, are you pursuing Ning Ning? Mom. Shen Jingnian slightly opens his lips, seeming not to care much. Don't matchmake us. She's just a friend. You know that chasing after your wife like this will lead to disaster. Mrs. Shen was so angry she couldn't speak. Shen Jingnian just smiled slightly and said, chasing after my wife? Mom, you're overthinking. He would never chase his wife. Mrs. Shen didn't bother to reply to Shen Jingnian. She turned her gaze and suddenly saw a book about cooking on her son's bookshelf. Home-cooked recipes? Jingnian, didn't you say your office is your battlefield? TSK, you're already turning the tables on yourself. Tell me, are you learning to cook just for Ning Ning? Mrs. Shen seemed to have uncovered something true, her eyes bright with curiosity. Shen Jingnian still looked calm and indifferent. That book? That's how Tian's. After saying that, Shen Jingnian picked up a document and looked at it slowly. Mom, do you think this is the first day you've known me? Why would I learn to cook just for a girl? It's impossible. Never possible. Mrs. Shen rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave, casually taking the fruit tray she had just brought over. Shen Jingnian was about to eat a piece of watermelon when his mother picked up the fruit tray and left. Mom, weren't you here to give me fruit? Mrs. Shen huffed and said, Old bachelors have no right to eat the fruits I bring myself. Old bachelor. Just bachelor. Why add the word old? Is he really that old? He's not even 30. Shen Jingnian felt a bit frustrated. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up. It was a WeChat notification. Shen Jingnian checked the date on his phone. Today was the 25th, and tomorrow was the 26th. He had planned to go out to eat with Jiang Ning on the 26th. So, the message was probably from Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was probably texting him about dinner. Shen Jingnian quickly opened WeChat. Sure enough, it was from Jiang Ning. A small smile appeared on his face, but when he read the message, his smile quickly faded. The message said, "Sorry, I was supposed to take you to that delicious but shady restaurant tomorrow, but I have an urgent matter. My family is coming back to Beijing tomorrow, so we probably won't come to a city before the new year. Let's reschedule another day." Going to Beijing? Not coming back before the new year. Shen Jingnian immediately replied, "Ning, is something wrong? Do you need any help?" "It's nothing serious, just that my family found me, so I have to go back with them. These past few days, news about the Shi family and the Si family has been very lively. Although I haven't looked closely, after seeing Jiang Ning's reply, I started to think about something." Shen Jingnian raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Congratulations to the young princess of the Shi and Si families on returning home." "Thank you," Jiang Ning replied. She didn't deny anything. "This means I guessed correctly. She is returning to the capital. She has gone back to the capital. From now on, the capital is her home." Looking at Jiang Ning's WeChat message, Shen Jingnian's eyes narrowed slightly, deep and dark like ink, impossible to see the bottom. In the capital city, Nanhua, Tangawi, and Tang'an, a family of 3, held flowers and waited at the airport arrival gate for Jiang Ning. Tang'an was a bit unhappy. "Mom and Dad, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Why did all 3 of us come to the airport? She's just a divorced small-town girl. She doesn't deserve to be personally picked up. Just thinking about it makes her feel ashamed. She is a proper noble daughter. Some scenes need to be prepared." Tangawi looked at his watch. "And successful people don't mind small details. Although she is just a divorced small-town girl, she is also your grandmother's granddaughter." After Tangawi finished speaking, Nanhua continued, "Today, not only your grandmother and Sheng are here. I checked, and Madame Si, her 8 sons and 13 grandsons have all come." Hearing this, Tang'an's eyes lit up.
Mom.
"Really? Is Si Qiming also here?" Nanhua nodded. "Of course, it's true. That's great." Tang'an's gloom was gone. She hasn't seen Si Qiming in a week. If he sees her little darling, he will definitely be very happy. This Si family grandson-in-law. She has decided. While mother and daughter were talking, they saw a group of people walking out of the VIP exclusive corridor. Leading the group were Madame Shi and Madame Si. Jiang Ning was surrounded by everyone, like the moon surrounded by stars, shining brightly. Seeing Jiang Ning's face, Tang'an subtly frowned, feeling jealous beyond words. She knew Jiang Ning would definitely take what belonged to her. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, she should be the one surrounded by stars now. Fortunately, Jiang Ning is just an unimportant small-town girl. "And let's go." Nanhua pulled Tang, and mother and daughter smiled and stepped forward to meet the crowd. Nanhua hugged Jiang Ning tightly, crying and saying, "Shengbao, is this our Shengbao? It's been 19 years. Aunt finally sees you, Shengbao." Nanhua cried sincerely, acting as if she truly regarded Jiang Ning as her precious little one. Tang also cried, "Shengbao, I am your older sister. Do you remember me?" Tangawi handed a bouquet of fresh flowers to old Master Jiang, saying, "You must be Uncle Jiang. I am Shengbao's uncle. Thank you for raising her all these years. Without you, Shengbao would have suffered so much." The family, 3 people, all cried very sadly, acting very well, so outsiders couldn't tell any signs of falsehood. Old Lady Shi then introduced Jiang Ning, "Shengbao, this is your aunt, this is your uncle, and this is your cousin Tang and cousin." Hearing Old Lady Shi's introduction, Tang felt a little unhappy. Did she really need to emphasize the word cousin? But she didn't show any of her feelings outwardly. With her eyes red, she said, "Shengbao, after so many years, we finally got to see you again." Jiang Ning called out to each person, "Aunt, uncle, cousin." Nan wiped her tears and took Jiang Ning's arm. Mom, Shengbao, old lady Shi, and Shengbao's uncles and aunts, let's go back first. The airport isn't a place for talking. They haven't seen each other for so many years. Shengbao must want to see her dad too. Yes, let's go back first. Old lady Shi nodded. Shengbao, let's go back to see dad. Although Naxing had been bedridden all these years, old lady Shi believed her son was conscious. If he saw his daughter return, he would definitely be very happy. The group headed towards the airport. Tang and deliberately slowed her pace, leaning on Si Qiming's shoulder. Brother Qiming, is a city fun? Okay. Si Qiming subtly took a step back. Seeing Si Qiming fall behind, Tang An's lips curled slightly. Although she knew boys tend to be shy around someone they like and find it hard to get close to their loved ones, Tang An didn't expect Si Qiming's face to be so thin-skinned. It seemed Si Qiming really loved her. Soon, they returned to the Shi family estate. In the past few days, Nan decorated the Shi family house very festively, hanging red ribbons everywhere. At this moment, the butler and more than 20 servants were standing at the door to greet everyone. Seeing Jiang Ning get out of the car, the butler and the servants all said in unison, "Welcome home, Miss Sunday." Miss Sunday, hearing this title, Tang An felt her defenses weaken again. From now on, she could only be the family's young lady. Little brat. Madame Shi held Jiang Ning's hand and introduced her. Shengbao, this is the household manager Liu. Manager Liu respectfully said, "Miss Sun, if you need any help at home in the future, just call me." Okay. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. After speaking, Madame Shi took Jiang Ning and everyone to the courtyard where Naxing lived. As soon as they entered the house, they saw the wedding photo hanging in the center and Jiang Ning's 1-month-old photo. Jiang Ning's eyes turned slightly red as she carefully looked at the decorations inside. Her gaze finally settled on the wedding photo of Naxing and Si Huasheng. Suddenly, she understood why Madame Si and Madame Shi could recognize her at a glance without a DNA test. They went to the bedroom and saw Naxing still lying quietly there.
Dad.
As soon as she called Dad, Jiang Ning's voice became hoarse. Although Jiang Ning was prepared, knowing Naxing was in a vegetative state, it was still hard to accept when she saw him with her own eyes. Madame Shi covered her mouth with a handkerchief, crying, "Naxing, Shengbao is back, Shengbao is back." Madame Si also came to the bedside, holding Naxing's hand. "Naxing, open your eyes and see, Shengbao is back, our Shengbao is back." But Naxing lying on the bed showed no response. The two elders cried uncontrollably. Several uncles from the Si family also had tears in their eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Yunong seemed to remember something. Shengbao's medical skills are so good. Maybe Shengbao can check on Naxing. Perhaps Shengbao can wake him up. Yes, Madame Si quickly nodded. "My life was saved by our Shengbao," she said. This time, Jiang Ning brought a medical kit with her. She quickly took out a pulse pillow from the kit and began checking Naxing's pulse. She lowered her eyes slightly, her delicate face showing no emotion. Tang An watched Jiang Ning with a look full of sarcasm. The little village girl. Pretending so well. Does she really think she's a great doctor? It's laughable. A few seconds later, Jiang Ning released Naxing's wrist. Madame Shi immediately asked, "Shengbao, your dad, does he still have a chance to wake up?" Madame Shi was very nervous now. Very nervous. Over the years, Naxing had seen many doctors. All of them were internationally award-winning specialists. But those doctors said the chances of my son waking up are very low, unless a miracle happens. As a mother, Madame Shi desperately hopes her son will wake up someday. Jiang Ning then spoke. "The main reason my dad became a vegetable is because his brain tissue was injured. After surgery, he had a chance to wake up, but he has mild high blood pressure, and with severe brain damage and slight brain bleeding, he has been in a coma ever since." Hearing this, Madame Shi frowned tightly, looking very upset. Does this mean her son won't wake up? But soon, Jiang Ning's next words made Madame Shi's eyes light up again. "But Grandma, you don't need to worry. I have about a 70% chance to wake my dad up." Old Madam C was surprised and asked, "Really, Shengbao? Can you really wake your dad up?" Although Tang Naxing is not Madam C's son, he is her son-in-law and the father of her granddaughter. As elders, Madam C and Madam Shi share the same hope. They both want Naxing to wake up soon. That way, there's one more person to find Si Huashang. It's true, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Hearing Jiang Ning's answer, Tang En's eyes were full of sarcasm. Sure enough, she's just a small village girl who can't be taken seriously. She dares to boast about everything. Naxing has been lying in bed for 19 years. He has seen many doctors. If he could wake up, he wouldn't still be in this state now. And Jiang Ning, a young girl with no experience, what does she know about medicine? It's laughable. Tang Manhwa and Tang Gaoi exchanged glances, both seeing mockery in each other's eyes. Yes, it's mockery. According to the investigation by the couple, Jiang Ning is just a girl who didn't even finish high school. If there's anything different about her, it's probably that she's been divorced. A child raised in a good family wouldn't get divorced. Divorce is like being second-hand goods. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Madam Shi was very excited when she heard Jiang Ning's words, quickly holding Naxing's hand. "Naxing, did you hear that? Shengbao said you can wake up. You can wake up." By the end, Madam Shi almost cried tears of joy. This is truly double happiness. Madam Shi trusts her granddaughter completely and without reservation. So, after hearing her granddaughter's words, she truly believes her granddaughter can make her son better. Lady C looked at Jiang Ning and asked, "Shengbao, when do you think your father will wake up?" Hearing this, Madam Shi quickly turned to look at Jiang Ning, hoping for her answer. Jiang Ning continued, "In the shortest case, about half a year. In the longest, about a year." Half a year to a year? Hearing this, Tang and almost laughed out loud. If Jiang Ning were truly a miracle doctor, how could she take a whole year to heal? Clearly, she was deliberately delaying. When the year is up and Naxing still hasn't woken, Jiang Ning will find a new excuse. Tang knew this kind of person very well. However, Madam Shi, Madam C, and the C family did not question her at all. It was crazy. Jiang Ning then said, "By the way, Grandma, I study traditional Chinese medicine. Some medical principles conflict with Western medicine. If I treat Dad, he can't receive Western medical treatment at the same time." This statement sounded suspicious to Tang, and good doctors usually combine Chinese and Western medicine, but they don't say the principles conflict. Jiang Ning wasn't trying to treat Naxing, she was trying to harm him. Tang couldn't listen any longer. Just as she was about to speak, a pair of hands gently rested on her shoulder. Looking up, Tang met Naxing's meaningful eyes. She understood the warning in Naxing's eyes and swallowed her words. Madam Shi looked at Jiang Ning and said, "No problem, Shengbao. From now on, no other doctors will treat your father. You will be responsible for his health."
Yes, Grandma.
Madam Shi took Naxing's hand and said, "Naxing, very soon, your suffering will end." 19 years. She had waited 19 years. Hoped for 19 years. Now she finally received good news. Madam C wiped her tears and said, "Qiongfang, we've all endured enough."
Yes.
Shi Nanhua smiled and said, "Shengbao is truly our little lucky star. Since she returned, not only has my mother's headache improved, but Naxing is also about to wake up." After speaking, Shi Nanhua looked at Tang again. Look at Shengbao. She's so young, yet her medical skills are so impressive. You should learn more from her in the future. Although Tang was unwilling inside, she could only nod and smile, saying, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll learn from Shengbao." Tang was just being modest. She thought that Madam Shi would say a few words to help her. After all, she was much better than Jiang Ning, the young girl from the small village. Jiang Ning couldn't even compare to her little finger. However, Madam Shi said nothing. She didn't look at her at all from start to finish. It seemed as if only Jiang Ning was in her eyes. She felt she was being unfairly treated. How could such an elder be so biased? No wonder this old lady has no children or grandchildren. Then Shi Nanhua said, "Mom, Madam Sure, I arranged the celebration to welcome Shengbao home on the 28th. Do you think the timing is good? Madam Sure didn't give a direct answer, but looked at Aunt Sure beside her.
Old sister, what do you think?
I think it's a good idea, Aunt Sure said with a smile. After the family reunion on the 28th, Hua Wenyu and the others will take the children back to Hong Kong for the new year. I, with my thick skin, will stay in Beijing to celebrate the new year with Shengbao. She just met her granddaughter and didn't want to part with her so soon. Besides, this was their first new year together as grandparents and grandchildren. Madam Sure smiled and said, Old sister, if you stay in our Sure family for the new year, it will be a sign of respect for us, and with so many people, it will be lively. So, it's settled. Family reunion on the 28th. Sure Nanhua had already prepared the guest rooms and the places where Jiang Ning and old Master Jiang would stay. After leading everyone to their respective rooms to rest, Madam Sure and Nanhua took Jiang Ning and old Master Jiang to their rooms. Nanhua smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, I don't know what style of room you like, so I prepared a courtyard in a Chinese garden style for you. By the way, your neighbor's courtyard is Shengbao's. The Sure estate was very large. Even before Jiang Ning returned, Madam Sure had reserved the best courtyard for her. Old Master Jiang said, Ning, you're too kind. I'm just an old man, and I can stay wherever. How can I let you stay anywhere you want? You are a great benefactor to our Sure family. Nanhua continued, since you've just come to Beijing, you might find many things unfamiliar. If you need anything, just tell the servants at home. Madam Sure nodded. Nanhua is right. Shengbao, dear, just treat this place as your home. Don't be too reserved. After arranging everyone's accommodations, Nanhua finally took Tang back to their family courtyard. Tang asked curiously, Mom, do you really think Jiang Ning, this small village girl, can wake up my brother-in-law? Sure Nanhua smirked with a look of mock innocence. Just her?
Dream on.
To Sure Nanhua, Jiang Ning was just a young girl with no experience. How could such a girl possibly cure Shen Jingnian, who was in a coma? Even thinking about it with her toes, she knew it was impossible. Tang frowned and said, Since you don't believe Jiang Ning can cure my brother-in-law, why did you stop me from exposing her true nature earlier? Her mother not only prevented her from revealing Jiang Ning's true identity, but also made her follow Jiang Ning to learn from her. Every time Tang thought about what just happened, she felt very frustrated. She was a proper noble daughter. If anyone should be learning, it should be Jiang Ning following her. Sure Nanhua squinted and said, you are still too young. Jiang Ning was just found and is now everyone's treasure. If you try to expose her now, no one will believe you. Instead, they might turn against you, and you could become the target. Instead of risking yourself, it's better to wait patiently. If after a year your brother-in-law still doesn't wake up, your grandma will naturally find trouble with her. At the end, a sly look appeared in Sure Nanhua's eyes. Tang finally understood her mother's intention and smiled, saying, Mom, you're right. With that small village girl's third-rate medical skills, not only will she not wake up my brother-in-law, but just saving his life would be good enough. Maybe in the end, he might even die in her hands. If Sure Nanqing died because of Jiang Ning, Madam Sure would definitely turn against her. So, from now on, Jiang Ning would treat Sure Nanqing, making the story more interesting. In City A, Shen Jingnian returned home to find Madam Shen having dinner. She was very surprised and asked, Jingnian, why are you back? She liked quiet environments. He usually only came home once every 2 weeks. Today was unusual. He had just returned yesterday night. Nothing much at the company today, and the new year is coming soon, so I came back to spend more time with you. After speaking, Shen Jingnian took off his coat and handed it to a servant, then casually placed the newspaper on the dining table and sat down to eat with his mother. Madam Shen and Shen Jingnian both had the habit of reading printed news every day. Seeing her son put the newspaper on the table, she casually picked it up and started flipping through it. Shen Jingnian looked at her and said, Mom, please focus on eating during mealtime. I don't want to. I refuse. I want to eat while reading the newspaper. Madam Shen, who is very stubborn, suddenly seems to have seen some important news. She quickly straightens up and, after a few seconds, points at a side profile picture on the news page and says, Jingnian, don't you think the little princess from the sea and Sher families looks a lot like Ning Ning? Very similar. Jingnian turns to look and replies, yes, that's Ning Ning. That's Ning Ning. Madame Shen's eyes widen immediately. You knew all along that Ning Ning is the little princess of the sea and Sher families? Madame Shen suddenly remembers that Jiang Ning once said she was an orphan. But she never expected that Jiang Ning is actually the granddaughter of the Sher family and the niece of the Sea family. Yes, Jingnian nods slightly, appearing indifferent. If you knew all along, why didn't you tell me earlier? Madame Shen is now very angry and wants to scold someone. What difference would it make if I told you earlier? Jingnian slightly opens his lips. Do you want to move to the capital city?
Yes.
I want to move to the capital. Besides, our main base has always been in the capital. Madame Shen explains. The Shen family moved to City A 3 years ago because their ancestral home is there. Madame Shen originally wanted to retire and return home.
But now,
her daughter-in-law has run away. What's the point of retiring? Jingnian's lips curl slightly, but quickly return to normal. He looks up at Madame Shen. Mom, don't jump to conclusions. We only moved to City A 3 years ago. I'm not jumping to conclusions. I'm serious. I don't care. I just want to move to the capital. Madame Shen continues. And you always complain that Shen Garden is noisy, right? Moving to the capital will be quieter. Jingnian frowns slightly. Are you serious? Of course I am. As serious as gold. Madame Shen replies confidently. Jingnian sighs helplessly. Are you really not going to think it over? What's there to think about? No need to think. It's decided. Madame Shen insists. All right then, Jingnian says reluctantly. Since you put it that way, I will respect your decision. Seeing her son give in, Madame Shen finally feels satisfied. That's more like it. Get ready, and after the new year, we'll move to the capital. There are only 4 days left before the new year. Moving now doesn't seem very practical. Got it. Jingnian nods slightly. I'll inform my sister and brother-in-law later. After dinner, Jingnian goes back to his room upstairs. He closes the door and excitedly hugs the small white dog on the bed. Xiaobai, are you happy? We are about to move to the capital city. The capital? Hearing this word, Xiaobai immediately became excited and meowed happily.
Ah.
Is Dad taking it to find Ning Ning? A few seconds later, Shen Jingnian released Xiaobai and squinted, saying, What's going on? Xiaobai, you don't smell as nice as before. Xiaobai. It hasn't been hugged by Ning Ning for 2 days, so of course it wouldn't smell good. Just so you know, it used to be hugged by Ning Ning every day. Soon, it was the 28th. The family reunion banquet of the Sher family. Old Madame Sher invited all the wealthy families in Beijing. Several popular celebrities were also invited to host the event for her granddaughter. Even the host was a well-known TV personality. Old Madame Sher wanted to announce to everyone that Jiang Ning was not only the little princess of the Sher family, but also the only heir of Sher Group. At this moment, Jiang Ning was getting ready in the makeup room. The makeup artist was applying makeup and sighed, Miss Sher, your skin is really good. It doesn't even need powder. Your eyes are also beautiful, like you're wearing colored contact lenses. But contact lenses are just lenses. Although pretty, they lack soul. Jiang Ning's eyes are much more beautiful without them. Old Madame Sher hired a top makeup artist for Jiang Ning, someone who usually works with celebrities. She had seen many beautiful women, but she had never seen someone as stunning as Jiang Ning. Most importantly, her face had no artificial enhancements at all, completely natural. So, during makeup, there was no need to worry about anything. Miss Sher, what skincare products do you usually use? The makeup artist asked. Use Wanbao, Jiang Ning replied. Wanbao? Hearing this, the makeup artist was surprised. Wanbao is a popular skincare brand under Sher Group, known for being affordable. Most users are moms and grandparents, while young people prefer luxury brands. The makeup artist thought Jiang Ning's skin must be kept so good because she used high-end products, but it turned out she used Wanbao. Then I'll start using Wanbao too. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Later, I'll have someone send you a set of the New Year limited edition. The makeup artist happily replied, "Thank you, Miss Sher." When she first heard that the granddaughter found by the Sher family was a girl from a rural village, she thought she would be rough and unrefined, a poor girl suddenly becoming rich. But she was surprised. Although Jiang Ning comes from a rural background, her overall demeanor is more elegant than many wealthy young ladies, making people instinctively want to bow down before her. Ding ding. As she is finishing her makeup, there is a knock on the door. "Come in," Jiang Ning calmly says. It is not someone else, but her 8 aunts. Zhao Yunong brings a set of formal clothes. "Shengbao, this is a high-quality dress and crystal shoes I ordered for you. They were air-shipped from abroad this morning. Try them on and see if they fit." It is a wine-red dress. The hem is decorated with red gemstones, which shine brightly under the light. Most importantly, each gemstone is genuine. The total value is over 30 million. Shen Jingnian brings a pair of top-grade pearl earrings. "Shengbao, these are the earrings I prepared for you. They match your aunt's dress perfectly. You must wear them tonight." Shuang Xiang also presents a gift she had prepared earlier. "Shengbao, this is a necklace I got for you. I have waited a long time for the right moment. This necklace was worn by a princess of Y country. I've been saving it just for you to wear on the night you return, dazzling everyone." Ma Hank doesn't want to be outdone by her sisters-in-law, so she quickly shows her gift. "Shengbao, this is a ring I prepared for you. It has a special background." Zhou Ruoying also presents her gift. "Shengbao, this is a bracelet from your 5th aunt. It's quite meaningful." Zhao Yanan, Wang Ahui, and Chumengli also take out their gifts one after another. By now, Jiang Ning's makeup is finished. She takes the gifts from her aunts. Great aunt, 2nd great aunt, 3rd great aunt, 4th great aunt, 5th great aunt, 6th great aunt, 7th great aunt, 8th great aunt. I'll go to the changing room to swap into my dress and jewelry. Good. Go quickly. Jiang Ning and the makeup artist go inside to change clothes. Her 8 aunts wait outside. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning comes out of the changing room. The wine-red color is usually difficult to match with skin tones. If someone has a darker complexion, it can make their face look pale and lifeless. But Jiang Ning is fair-skinned. Wearing this wine-red dress, she looks like a fairy descending from the heavens, absolutely stunning. Everyone is amazed by her beauty. In addition, Jiang Ning's hands, neck, and ears are filled with the gifts her aunts gave her. Jewelry is not an ordinary thing. Ordinary people with slightly less good looks and charm often look very tacky and dull when wearing such jewelry. But Jiang Ning is different. She has excellent color. Even with a head full of pearls and emeralds, dressed in luxurious clothes, she still looks noble and elegant. These dazzling jewels don't overpower her. Instead, she looks even more refined than the jewelry. Even the most eye-catching jewelry pales in comparison to her beauty. As Jiang Ning walks out, her 8 aunts gasp in surprise. "Oh my! Shengbao looks so beautiful in this outfit." Yes. This is the first time I've seen someone wear so many things and still look so fresh and elegant. If Shengbao enters the entertainment industry, other actresses might not have a chance to compete. Hearing this, Shen Jingnian quickly says, "Our Shengbao can't go into the entertainment industry and suffer." Si Huan runs an entertainment company, so she knows how tiring acting can be. Their Shengbao shouldn't have to endure that hardship. No. Chumengli smiles and says, "Second sister-in-law, I'm just making a comparison. Don't be so nervous." The dressing room door is open. Tang'an enters and sees the scene. She notices Jiang Ning surrounded by her 8 aunts, all smiling happily. A look of jealousy flashes in Tang'an's eyes.
Why?
Why is it that someone she has tried so hard to please can easily attract all their attention and affection? From her observations, every piece Jiang Ning wears or carries is worth at least 10 million. Not only that, the uncles and 13 brothers of the Si family have also prepared expensive gifts for Jiang Ning. Even the jewelry is packed in boxes. And what about her? Her most expensive bag is only worth 5 million. Her priciest necklace is just 15 million. Tang En's jealousy is about to explode, but she forces herself to stay calm. It's okay. Tonight, everyone coming to the family gathering is from noble families. Even a village girl like Jiang Ning, dressed in royal robes, wouldn't look like a prince. She's just waiting to embarrass herself. Although the Si family likes Jiang Ning, they also care about their reputation. If Jiang Ning embarrasses herself at the banquet, would the Si family still like her? If she makes a fool of herself, the Si family will avoid her completely. Thinking of this, Tang En's mood improves. A smile appears on her face as she looks at Jiang Ning. Shengbao, the banquet is about to start. Grandma asked me to see if you're ready. I am ready. Jiang Ning replies softly, with a slight smile. Surrounded by several aunts, Jiang Ning arrived at the banquet hall. Although it was not yet 6 p.m., people had already started arriving one after another. Old Lady Shi and Shi Nanue were greeting guests in the hall. Old Lady Si and the Si family's uncles were chatting with Old Master Jiang. The 13 brothers of the Si family were busy playing mahjong. The hall was filled with joy and laughter. Seeing Jiang Ning, Old Lady Shi immediately waved her over. Shengbao, Shengbao, come here quickly. Grandma. Jiang Ning smiled as she walked over. Old Lady Shi took Jiang Ning's hand, her face full of loving kindness. My Shengbao looks so beautiful tonight, like a fairy in the sky. That's because Grandma's genes are good, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Old Lady Shi was already very happy, and hearing Jiang Ning's words made her even happier. Nanue added, our Shengbao not only looks good, but also has a sweet tongue. She'll definitely be good at business in the future. Old Lady Shi nodded happily. Our Shi family has a successor now. Tang En, who was walking over, just heard Old Lady Shi say this. Humph, what does it mean to have a successor? Isn't her granddaughter considered an heir of the Shi family? She felt jealous. Tang En suppressed her unhappiness and smiled as she approached. Grandma, Mom, Shengbao. And Un is here. Old Lady Shi looked at Tang En. Just then, the butler ran over and whispered a few words into Old Lady Shi's ear. Old Lady Shi nodded and looked at Jiang Ning. Shengbao, I need to step out for a moment. Follow your aunt and recognize some people. After saying that, she looked at Nanue again. Xiaoyu, Shengbao will be temporarily under your care. Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of Shengbao. After saying this, Old Lady Shi left with the butler. Next, Nanue and Tang and took Jiang Ning to greet guests at the hall entrance. Suddenly, Nanue's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Tang En's arm. And look, it's Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy. Tang En immediately looked ahead. Old Lady Shi was indeed biased. Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy are the top wealthy people in F country and part of the royal family, holding very high status. Almost as soon as they appeared, they drew the attention of everyone in the hall. At her 18th birthday, Old Lady Shi didn't invite Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy. Now that Jiang Ning was back, she had actually invited them too. Shengyang looked back at Jiang Ning and explained with a kind smile, Shengbao, Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy are from F country and are part of the royal family. They are very important people. They are good friends with your grandmother. After speaking, Shengyang smiled and said, Shengbao, since you can't speak French, let Nan go and say hello to Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy for you. And then, go ahead. Because Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy are important, Tang En personally greeted them to help establish her position in high society. Today, it seems the main guest at the party is Jiang Ning, but actually it's her daughter, Tang En. After all, Jiang Ning can't speak French at all. Just wait. After tonight, everyone will see how excellent her beloved daughter is. And after tonight, Jiang Ning will only be seen as a fool by others. Okay, Mom, Tang En said with a big smile as she walked toward Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy. She felt very proud. Even if Madame Shi invited Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy to support Jiang Ning, could Jiang Ning really hold her own? Tonight, she was just making a dress for her. Tang En approached Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy and said fluently in French, Good evening, Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy. I am Tang En, the granddaughter of the Shi family. Then she pointed to Jiang Ning and said, "This is my grandmother's younger sister, Sicheng. Since she can't speak French, I am here to welcome you on her behalf." Hearing this, the other guests looked at Jiang Ning with complicated eyes. The famous heir of the Sher family couldn't even speak French. She was even less impressive than an outsider. A little village girl is just a village girl. No matter how noble her dress, her true nature can't be changed. Miss Tang is even better. The heir of the Sher family is just a pretty face. It seems that in the future, the Sher family will rely on Miss Tang. Someone from the countryside can't compare to a rich young lady raised in a noble family. Listening to everyone's comments, Shen Yu and Tang and looked very pleased. Especially Shen Yu. The banquet had only just begun. Jiang Ning was still being humiliated behind the scenes. After Tang An's introduction, Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy approached Jiang Ning. Mrs. Andy spoke first. Since she and Mr. Slime didn't speak Mandarin, she spoke in French. "Miss Sher, hello. Madame Sher has been looking for you for many years, and now her wish has finally come true. Miss Sher wishes a smooth and peaceful future for you." Tang An wanted to see Jiang Ning's embarrassment, so she didn't speak immediately and just stood there. Shen Jingnian also looked at Jiang Ning with pride. This mother and daughter deliberately wanted Jiang Ning to lose face in front of all the distinguished guests.
Their goal was achieved.
As Mrs. Andy finished speaking, everyone was waiting to see Jiang Ning's reaction. If Jiang Ning were an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter. But she is the future heir of the Sher family. An heir who dares not speak French. A few seconds later, Tang An seemed to realize and covered her mouth, looking regretful.
Shengbao, I'm sorry.
I forgot you don't speak French. I'll translate for you right away.
Nonet, Jiang Ning replied calmly.
Then she took a step forward, reached out and held Mrs. Andy's hand, and spoke in very fluent and authentic French. "Hello, Mrs. Andy. I am Sheng and Jiang Ning. Thank you for your blessing, and I wish you eternal youth and beauty." When Jiang Ning spoke, almost everyone fell silent. Who said Jiang Ning couldn't speak French? This is not just speaking French. Her French was not only very fluent, but also had a perfect, authentic French accent, better than a broadcaster's. Shen Jingnian and Tang An were stunned. Jiang Ning actually knew French. Wasn't she just a simple village girl with no special skills? She can't even speak English well. How did she learn French? Tang An's face turned pale. She originally wanted to outshine Jiang Ning. But now, not only did she fail, she also made Jiang Ning look impressive. It's so frustrating. Tang An's eyes nearly shot fire. Mrs. Andy stared in disbelief and asked, "Miss Sher, you speak French?" "Yes." Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Mrs. Andy continued, "Then why do they say you can't speak French?" By they, she meant Shen Jingnian and Tang An. Shen Jingnian quickly responded with a smile. "Shengbao, look at you. Since you can speak French, why hide it? Annie thought you couldn't speak French." See, this misunderstanding. Shen Jingnian, being experienced, casually shifted all the blame onto Jiang Ning, implying that Jiang Ning deliberately caused the situation to turn out this way. If it were someone else, hearing such words from South Moon, they would definitely lose their composure and panic. But the person in front of South Moon is Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning simply smiled faintly, with a slight dimple at the corner of her mouth, and said, "I thought Annie didn't even ask if I could speak French, and just sent sister and to greet Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy. Were you trying to make fun of me? It seems I misunderstood." Jiang Ning's voice was calm but firm. Today, Jiang Ning can speak French. What if Jiang Ning couldn't speak French? If Jiang Ning couldn't speak French, not only South Moon and Tang An would be laughed at, but everyone in the banquet hall would also be laughing. A few words that turned the situation around instantly. Everyone in the hall looked at South Moon and Tang An differently.
Oh.
It turns out this mother and daughter deliberately wanted Jiang Ning to embarrass herself at the family reunion. Why is South Moon like this? Miss Sher is her niece, after all. It's simple. Before Miss Sher returned, her daughter Tang An was the only heir of the Sher family. Now that Miss Shi is back, South Moon feels threatened. Miss Shi is truly the most beautiful woman in Hong Kong and the daughter of the top talented man in the capital. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also very smart. Although she was born in the countryside, she doesn't seem crude at all. Back then, South Star Shi was the top scorer in the capital's college entrance exam, earning her the title of the best talented person. Si Huashang participated in the Miss World pageant and won the Asian champion, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman. But in an instant, everyone's comments changed. Hearing the gossip, South Moon nearly lost her footing, her eyes narrowing sharply. Her clever tongue was impressive. She underestimated this small-town girl. Tang, and was even more furious, spitting blood. A small-town girl speaking French better than her. Unbelievable. She had started learning French at age 8. South Moon's smile remained unchanged, her tone gentle, still acting like a kind auntie. Shengbao, I really underestimated you. I apologize. I originally wanted to help you, but I didn't expect our Shengbao to be so talented. Thank you for the compliment, Andy. I will live up to your expectations and work hard to inherit the Shi family and develop the Shi group even better. South Moon felt helpless now. That small-town girl. Just wait. The banquet has only just begun. Jiang Ning was still humiliated in the back. Mr. Slime looked at Jiang Ning and asked curiously, Miss Shi, your French is so good. Almost like a native. Did you live in France for a while? No, I haven't been to France, but I really like it there. Not been to France? Mr. Slime looked even more surprised. Miss Shi, did I hear you right? You haven't been to France, yet you speak French so well? Yes, you heard correctly. I learned by watching TV and buying books to study on my own. His eyes showed admiration. You truly are a descendant of the Shi family. Thank you, but I don't deserve such praise. Jiang Ning replied modestly, still calm and unpretentious despite the compliment. In the noisy banquet hall, she stood like a solitary green bamboo, independent and graceful. Si Huafeng and Chu Mingli stood nearby. Originally, they wanted to support their niece publicly. But unexpectedly, their niece didn't need anyone's support. Si Huafeng's eyes were full of pride. Shengbao is so impressive, brave and spirited. Truly a member of the Si family. She has our family style. As her uncle, Si Huafeng was very happy. Chu Mingli smiled and said, Shengbao's father is Shi Naxing, and her mother is Si Huashang. With such tiger parents, she can't be anything but a tiger herself. A tiger's child will naturally be a tiger.
Si Huafeng nodded.
Mingli, you're right. Shengbao is like a little tiger. A cute little tiger. Chu Mingli continued, Shi Nanyue's behavior just now was really ugly. She's supposed to be Shengbao's aunt, but when others bullied Shengbao, she joined in. Luckily, Shengbao isn't a soft target. She had seen everything clearly just now. Shi Nanyue didn't get any advantage, and even lost out to Jiang Ning.
Mentioning Shi Nanyue, Si Huafeng's face dar kened.
She's just a daughter-in-law. No matter how much she stretches, she can't cause much trouble. Besides, Shengbao has us. If she dares to bully Shengbao, I won't let her go. Whenever, Jiang Ning has the support of the Si family behind her. They are her backing. 10 minutes later, old lady Shi entered the banquet hall. Mrs. Andy approached her. Feng, your granddaughter Shi Sheng is amazing. She has your spirit when you were young. My slime and I both like her very much. Mrs. Andy's admiration was sincere, and she praised Jiang Ning endlessly. Most importantly, their liking was genuine, not just for show. Westerners are straightforward in personality. Liking something is simply liking it. Not liking something is not liking it. I never fear offending others. Madame Shi was very surprised. Whether it was Slime or Andy, both had high standards, and it was very difficult for us to get close to these two people. She didn't expect that. She had only been gone for a little while, and her granddaughter had already managed to get Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy to agree. After talking with Mrs. Andy for a while, Madame Shi continued to the door to greet guests. She went straight to Jiang Ning and smiled, saying, "Shengbao, Mrs. Andy just praised you. My Shengbao is so amazing." She made Mr. Slime and Mrs. Andy praise her nonstop. Tang and was standing nearby. When she heard this, her jealousy made her face twist. She was so tall that Madame sure couldn't see her, yet she was called Jiang Ning right away. It was so funny. She probably forgot that Jiang Ning was her own granddaughter. At this moment, the deputy butler came in from outside and said, "Miss Sun, someone outside claiming to be your friend is here to see you." Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a bit confused. A friend? Who could it be? She didn't have many friends in City A. Yu Qianlong couldn't come because her family was busy, so she didn't send Yu Qianlong an invitation. Besides Yu Qianlong, who else could it be? Tang and squinted, thinking, Jiang Ning's friend? With Jiang Ning's background, what good friends could she have? Probably the same kind of small-town girl. Most likely, she was a very simple girl from a small village. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Without thinking, she knew Jiang Ning's friend probably couldn't even afford a decent gift and would only cause embarrassment. Thinking of this, Tang and quickly said, "Uncle Wang, since she's Shengbao's friend, she must be a distinguished guest of the Shi family. You should go and invite her in." Madame Shi thought her granddaughter was very attentive to Jiang Ning's friends. Hearing this, she quickly said, "Anan is right. Since she's Shengbao friend, let's invite her in quickly." As soon as she said this, everyone looked curiously toward the entrance. They all wanted to know who Jiang Ning's friend was. Tang smiled, her eyes full of pride. Just wait. Jiang Ning was about to make a fool of herself. Soon, the deputy butler brought 3 people inside. Specifically, a wealthy middle-aged couple and a young girl in a champagne-colored dress. It was obvious. This was a family of 3. Oh my, isn't this Yu Zong and Yu Tai? Walking among them was Miss Yu. Someone in the crowd recognized the Yu family. Which Yu family? Which Yu family could there be? Besides the Yu family from Huqing, is there any other family called Yu? Could it be that Yu's eldest daughter is friends with Miss Sun from the Shi family? How could they be friends? Didn't they say Miss Sun grew up in the countryside? People started talking again. Tang En's face changed slightly. Jiang Ning and Yu's daughter are friends?
No. Impossible.
With someone like Jiang Ning, a small village girl, how could she be friends with Yu's daughter? Tang En licked her dry lips, trying to stay calm. It definitely wasn't. It couldn't be. Seeing her friend's face clearly, Jiang Ning was suddenly very happy and quickly went to greet her. "Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, hello." "Congratulations, Ning Ning." Yu's mother took out a luxurious gift box and handed it to Jiang Ning. "This is a token from Annie and your uncle. Please accept it happily." "Thank you, Auntie Yu." "Thank you, Auntie Yu." Jiang Ning took the gift box and handed it to the staff who was counting the guests' gifts, then looked at Yu Qianlong. "San Yu, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Yu Qianlong deliberately looked serious.
Why?
"Ning Ning, are you not happy to see me?" "Of course I am happy to see you." Jiang Ning replied. "Didn't you say you couldn't come because of family matters? Wasn't it to surprise you?" Yu Qianlong smiled. "Jiang Ning hukket Yu Qianlan." "Thank you, San Yu. I was really surprised." After the hug, Jiang Ning introduced Yu's parents and Yu Qianlong to old Madame C. Tang En stood nearby, almost unable to breathe. She thought that just bringing Jiang Ning's friend would embarrass Jiang Ning. But unexpectedly, a big shot appeared. Yu family. That's the Yu family. Even she didn't know the Yu family members. How did Jiang Ning meet the Yu family? Could it be that old Madame Shi arranged it? Yes, that must be it. Jiang Ning was old Madame C's precious granddaughter, and to boost her image, old Madame Shi deliberately arranged all this. Otherwise, with Jiang Ning's status, how could she possibly be connected to the Yu family? Thinking of this, Tang En felt very uncomfortable. She couldn't understand why old Madame Shi was so biased. Clearly, she and Jiang Ning were both descendants of the Shi family. Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong hadn't seen each other for over 10 days. They had so much to talk about. Jiang Ning even specially brought Yu Qianlong to meet old Madame C. "Grandma, this is my best friend from City A, Yu Qianlong." Her nickname is March. Just call her March. Mrs. C, not being foolish, naturally understood that someone so highly recommended by her granddaughter must hold an important place in her heart. She smiled warmly and held Yu Qianlan's hand. Good girl, you're called March because you were born in March? Yes, Grandma C. March is when peach blossoms bloom. No wonder this child looks like a peach blossom, beautiful and charming. Yu Qianlan felt a bit shy for Mrs.
C's praise.
Next, Jiang Ning took Yu Qianlan to meet her 8 uncles and aunts. Then she introduced her to her 13 brothers. Seeing the 13 brothers from the C family, Yu Qianlan was very excited. The C family's genes are truly impressive. Each of Jiang Ning's 13 brothers could easily play the role of a bossy CEO in a TV drama. Most importantly, each brother is handsome in his own way. Jiang Ning introduced them one by one. March, this is my eldest brother. This is my second brother, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th brother. The 13 brothers from the C family also treated Yu Qianlan as one of their own. Hello, Sister March. Being called sister by these handsome brothers made Yu Qianlan feel incredibly happy. Jiang Ning then said softly in her ear, By the way, March, this is my eldest sister-in-law. Mrs. C's wife is Mary, a white woman from country M. Mary is very beautiful, with distinct features and a gentle personality. She is the only daughter in her family and has long regarded her husband's younger sister as her own sister. Afterward, Jiang Ning whispered again, Besides the eldest brother, all 12 of our brothers are single. Yu Qianlan was even more excited. She quickly shook hands with Mary. Hello, sister-in-law. You're very beautiful. Thank you, March. Mary smiled.
So are you.
Yu Qianlan took out her phone. Sister-in-law, let's add each other on WeChat. Sure, Mary replied, taking out her phone and adding Yu Qianlan. After adding each other, Yu Qianlan said, Big brother, now that I have sister-in-law's WeChat, I won't add yours. Second brother, let's add each other too. Second brother already added me. Third brother, you should add me too. Soon, Yu Qianlan had added all 12 single brothers' WeChat accounts from the C family. The 12 brothers happily accepted her friend requests as well. Seeing Yu Qianlan actually add the WeChat contacts of the C family brothers, Tang An's jealousy was completely stirred up. Jiang Ning was really too much. She hasn't even added Si Qiming's WeChat, yet Jiang Ning brought along an outsider and added him. It's hard to tell who is more important. Does Jiang Ning even understand what an outsider is and what a family member is? She is a biological sister related by blood to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning should be proud to introduce her to the C family, not bring Yu Qianlan an outsider. Is Jiang Ning deliberately doing this? Jiang Ning knows Si Qiming likes her, so she intentionally avoids introducing her to the C family.
Yes, it must be like that.
Because Jiang Ning doesn't want me to become her sister-in-law. Is love and romance something Jiang Ning can just forbid? Jiang Ning is nothing. Just wait. I will definitely marry Si Qiming and become the lady of the C family. Thinking of this, Tang An's eyes showed a firm expression. Jiang Ning took a walk around the banquet hall, and the butler came over to call someone. Miss Sun, the old madam wants to see you. Hearing this, Jiang Ning looked at Yu Qianlan. I'll go over in March first. Go ahead, Yu Qianlan smiled. I'll chat with a few brothers. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded slightly and looked at the 12 brothers. Then I'll leave March in your care. Don't worry, Shengbao. Jiang Ning went to the old Madam C. Madam Shi smiled warmly and said, Shengbao, this is your eldest cousin, Shi Mubai. The Shi family's old master has a brother. Shi Mubai is a descendant of that brother. His parents divorced early, and his father committed suicide after a heavy. He grew up abroad and is a well-known comic artist. Shi Mubai is tall and handsome, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and elegant. As soon as he appeared, he drew everyone's attention in the banquet hall. Jiang Ning took the initiative to greet him. Hello, eldest cousin. Shi Mubai handed over a gift he had prepared. Congratulations on Xingxing's rebirth. I hope her future life is smooth sailing. Thank you, eldest cousin. You're welcome. As soon as Mubai finished speaking, Tang En's voice sounded in the air. Brother Mubai, you're back. And Mubai turned to look at Tang En, smiling warmly. Tang En casually linked her arm with Mubai's. Brother Mubai, long time no see. I missed you so much. Let's go chat over there. Mubai seems just a comic artist. But actually comics are just his side job. He owns a castle in country M. Tang and is intentional. Now everyone is supporting Jiang Ning and holding her in high regard. She absolutely won't allow Mubai to be taken away by Jiang Ning again. Mubai is 3 years older than Tang En. When he was young, his mother left home and his father committed suicide. He often stayed at the Shi family's house until he was 10, when his grandparents took him abroad. Therefore, Mubai and Tang En have a good relationship. They walk to a quiet place, and Mubai takes out a gift he prepared for Tang En. "Anan, this is your gift." Tang En's face lights up with surprise. "Thank you, Brother Mubai. But from now on you can just give Shengbao gifts. I don't need any." Mubai smiles and says, "Shengsheng has many brothers who love him. Whether I give him gifts or not doesn't matter. Giving you a gift is the most important thing, since you're the only brother I have." Mubai is an only child. He truly treats Tang En like a younger sister. Although Shengbao is loved by several brothers, she's actually quite pitiful. She grew up in a poor rural area and got divorced at a young age. Divorced? Hearing this word, a strange look flashes across Mubai's face. Because of his mother, he's never had a good impression of women who divorce. If his mother hadn't had an affair and his father hadn't divorced, his father wouldn't have committed suicide. Seeing the unusual expression in Mubai's eyes, Tang En curves her lips into a proud smile. Good, she's achieved her goal. Mubai continues, and Shengbao is only 19. You shouldn't say such things casually. I'm not joking. Shengbao really is divorced. But Brother Mubai, Grandma told me not to say this outside. I only told you. If you don't believe it, you can check her records. Hearing Tang En's words, Mubai's expression becomes very complicated. He glances back toward Jiang Ning. Married and divorced at 19, it seems that some people really can't be judged just by appearances. Jiang Ning looks pure and beautiful. But Tang En quietly observes Mubai's expression, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, and then speaks. Brother Mubai, I'm telling you about Shengbao divorce, not to cause trouble. I just think she's quite pitiful. I hope you can protect and love her, like the 13 brothers of the Xi family. After all, Shengbao has suffered in the countryside for over 10 years. Tang En acts like a caring older sister, with such a convincing performance that it's hard to tell if she's being genuine. Speaking about this, Tang En then said, although everyone says good girls don't divorce or abandon their families without reason, I don't know why Shengbao married and divorced at such a young age. But I do know that divorce is definitely not her fault. Shengbao is so talented, she wouldn't do anything inappropriate during marriage. Brother Mubai, please don't judge her just because she has been divorced. Tang En's words seem to be defending Jiang Ning, but they are actually no different from spreading rumors. Because Tang En's goal is very clear from the start. She wants to gradually push Jiang Ning out of the Shi family. She wants everyone to dislike Jiang Ning. She wants to isolate Jiang Ning. Sure enough, after hearing Tang En's words, Mubai's face changed. Especially that line about good girls not divorcing or abandoning their families, which directly tore open the wound on Mubai's heart that had already begun to heal. Blood was flowing again. Mubai seemed to return to the day his mother left home. At 5 years old, he tightly held onto his mother's leg, begging her not to leave. But his mother still pushed him away coldly. As soon as his mother left, his father jumped from the 18th floor. Mubai will never forget that morning. In just one night, Mubai went from being a child with a happy family to an orphan. Does she have children? Mubai then asked. His way of addressing Jiang Ning changed from Shengbao to her current name. No children. Tang En shook her head. But I don't know if she ever had an abortion. Actually, Shengbao is still so young. It's normal if she doesn't want children. On the other hand, not having children is quite good. If she had children, who knows what kind of influence it would leave on them? When parents divorce, the biggest victims are the children. Shengbao expression changed slightly.
Yes.
Tang and was right. When parents divorce, the victims are always the children. And although Tang and didn't say it openly, her implication was very clear. Jiang Ning had an abortion. Thinking of this, a strong disgust flashed in Shengbao eyes. Seeing the disgust in Shengbao eyes, Tang An's lips curled slightly. She held Shengbao hand and smiled sweetly. Brother Mubai, let's not talk about this. We haven't seen each other in so long. Let's chat about other things. You've been abroad for so long. Did you bring back a sister-in-law for me? Shengbao shook his head. Not in a hurry. Because of childhood trauma, Shengbao is very afraid of marriage and afraid of dating girls. He fears his own children might become like him. If she cannot guarantee giving her child a happy and healthy family, she would rather not get married. The family gathering is still going on. Popular male and female stars are singing on stage. The atmosphere is lively, and as the song reaches its guests in the audience start humming along. Mrs. Shi is walking among the crowd with Jiang Ning, introducing her to relatives, friends, and business partners. After all, Jiang Ning will take over the Shi family in the future. Mrs. Shi holds Jiang Ning's arm and guides her through the banquet hall. Shengbao, this is General Manager Song and Mrs. Song. We've been working together for over 10 years. Jiang Ning then speaks. Hello, General Manager Song and Mrs. Song. I am Sicheng. General Manager Song is quickly called away to drink with colleagues. Mrs. Song stays behind to chat with Jiang Ning. She is holding a boy around 10 years old, and her eyes are full of admiration when she looks at Jiang Ning. Miss Shi, you are young and beautiful, just like the young Mrs. Shi used to be. Come, Haoran, call Miss Shi. Song Haoran glances at Shen Ning shyly, but doesn't speak. Mrs. Song explains, Haoran doesn't like to call people by their names. Miss Shi, please don't mind. Jiang Ning replies, Mrs. Song, you're joking. It's normal for a young boy like Haoran not to like calling people. It's okay. Mrs. Song continues, not only does he dislike calling people, but he's also been having trouble sleeping lately. He wakes up in the middle of the night and doesn't eat much. It worries me a lot. Jiang Ning looks at Song Haoran. Mrs. Song, has Haoran's condition only started in the past 2 months? Yes.
Mrs. Song nods, surprised.
Miss Shi, how did you notice? Mrs. Shi, proud, says, Mrs. Song, my granddaughter knows traditional Chinese medicine and is very skilled at it. Tang An, standing behind them, overhears their conversation clearly. Skilled at medicine? A hint of sarcasm appears in Tang An's eyes. Mrs. Shi isn't afraid of others laughing at her. What medical skills does Jiang Ning have? She must be talking nonsense. Really? Mrs. Song continues. Could you please take a look at Haoran? Is his condition serious? Of course. Jiang Ning slightly bows. Haoran, let your sister check your pulse. She then takes Song Haoran's wrist. A few minutes later, Jiang Ning releases his wrist and looks serious. Mrs. Song, does Haoran usually attend various tutoring classes? Maybe he's feeling a lot of pressure? Mrs. Song smiled and said, Haoran is the only son of my husband and me, and he is also the heir of the Song family. So, we have been raising him to prepare him for this role. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Since he is the future heir, the pressure is naturally quite heavy. That explains it. Haoran's condition is caused by too much stress leading to lack of blood flow in his heart cells, which affects heart function. He needs to have surgery within half a month. If we miss the best time for treatment, it could cause heart failure, and then it might be too late for surgery. Half a month? Is it that serious? Mrs. Song frowned. Yes, Jiang Ning nodded slightly, looking serious. It's very serious. Mrs. Song was also frightened by Jiang Ning's serious tone and then asked, Miss Shi, do you think Haoran can take some medicine for now? I want to wait until next summer vacation to take him to the hospital for surgery. The winter break is only 20 days, and summer vacation lasts 2 months. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. We can't wait until next summer. The surgery must be done within 15 days. Mrs. Song, I am not exaggerating. You must take this seriously. How long does it take to recover after the surgery? Mrs. Song asked again. Recommend a half-year break from school, Jiang Ning replied. Old lady sure believed wholeheartedly in her granddaughter's words. Hearing this, she hurriedly said, Mrs. Song, don't underestimate my granddaughter just because she's young. Her medical skills are quite good. You must take her advice seriously. If you miss the best treatment time, you will regret it too late. All right, old lady sure, Mrs. Song nodded. After saying this, old lady sure took Jiang Ning and left. Mrs. Song watched the backs of the grandmother and granddaughter leave, her eyes full of worry. It seemed she needed to take her son to the hospital immediately for further treatment. Tang and squinted her eyes. She knew it was time to gather everyone's loyalty. The Song group is the biggest partner of the Shi family. If she could bring Mrs. Song into her camp, her position in the Shi group would become unshakable. Even Jiang Ning wouldn't be able to compare with her. Thinking of this, a look of excitement appeared in Tang An's eyes. After a moment, Tang An walked over to Shi Nanyue.
Mom.
Shi Nanyue turned around. What is it, Tanan? Tang An lowered her voice and whispered a few words into Shi Nanyue's ear. Shi Nanyue listened and nodded. And in you go quickly. 15 minutes later, Tang An reappeared in front of Mrs.
Song.
Mrs. Song. Miss Tang. Tang An's face was full of guilt. Madam Song, my sister just returned from the countryside and hasn't even finished her 3rd year of high school. She speaks without thinking. Young Master Song looks so energetic. How could he possibly have a heart problem or develop heart failure? Please don't take her words to heart. Miss Shi hasn't finished her 3rd year of high school? Madam Song asked in surprise. Yes, Tang An nodded. Didn't my grandmother tell you? No. Madam Song shook her head. Then she said, actually, Miss Shi is right about some things. Our Hao Ran went to the hospital for a checkup before. He does have a small heart issue. At that time, it was just a minor problem. Madam Song didn't expect it to become so serious now. A small heart problem is quite normal. I also have irregular heartbeat sometimes, but there's no need to worry. Madam Song, your young master is about to start 3rd grade. If he has surgery now and takes a half-year break from school, it will definitely affect his studies. Tang An's words touched Madam Song's heart. She was worried that surgery would interfere with her son's education, so she wanted to delay it until next summer. 3rd grade is a very important time. Madam Song, after having 2 daughters, finally had such a precious son. She was eager for him to succeed and hoped he would always be the top of his class. Only by excelling in everything could he become a qualified heir. Then Tang An added, besides, who doesn't have pressure nowadays? I've never heard of pressure causing heart failure. Children's hearts should be healthier than adults. We adults face so much stress daily, yet we're fine. How could children develop heart failure just because of pressure? My sister is just overreacting. She's not a real doctor. Madam Song listened more and felt Tang An was right. Jiang Ning hasn't even finished high school. What does she know about medicine? Oh, Madam Song, I have heart protection pills made by the renowned Dr. Nanwu. You can give them to young Master Song. Just take them continuously for half a month, and I promise you'll see a lively, healthy young Master Song. Heart protection pills. And made by the famous Dr. Nanwu. Everyone knows Dr. Nanwu is second only to the legendary Dr. Wen. Dr. Nanwu's heart protection pills are very rare and hard to find. Compared to the village girl from the countryside, Madam Song would naturally trust the more authoritative Dr. Nanwu. It has to be said. Tang An is truly a great benefactor to their family. Without her, she might have had to take her son for surgery on his throat. Mrs. Song's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly took the box handed to her by Tang An and excitedly said, Miss Tang, once my Hao Ran recovers in half a month, I will personally go to your home to thank you properly. Mrs. Song is now very happy. I have to say, Tang An's appearance has solved a big problem for her. With this reassuring pill, not only can her son's studies remain unaffected, but he also won't need surgery on his mouth. It's truly a win-win situation. So, Mrs. Song's words that she will thank Tang and properly after Hao ran heels are not just politeness, but a promise. If her son gets better, she will definitely thank Tang and again. Hearing Mrs. Song's words, Tang and was also very excited. She quickly smiled and said, Mrs. Song, there's no need to be so polite. As long as young Master Song gets better and his studies are not affected, I will be at ease. Mrs. Song held Tang An's hand and then said, if our Hao Ran gets better after taking this pill, in 15 days, I will let him recognize you as his older sister. Older sister. Hearing this, Tang An was utterly surprised. The Song family is not an ordinary family. Forget about being an older sister. Others probably wouldn't even have the right to carry Hao Ran's shoes. But now, Mrs. Song actually agreed to let Hao Ran recognize her as his older sister. Mrs. Song, I am just the granddaughter of the Shi family. I don't have the right to be the older sister to young Master Song. If anyone should be the older sister, it should be my sister, Shi Sheng. Tang An deliberately mentioned Jiang Ning at this moment. People need comparisons. Only through comparison can her excellence be highlighted. And now, Jiang Ning is just a stepping stone to emphasize her. Hearing Jiang Ning's name, a flicker of displeasure crossed Mrs. Song's eyes. Miss Shi is just scaremongering, almost causing me to take Hao Ran to the hospital for surgery. That surgery would require 6 months of rest. Miss Tang, I have to say, besides being born more nobly than you, she is simply no match for you in any other way. At this point, Mrs. Song took Tang An's hand. Miss Tang, as Hao Ran's older sister, you are definitely the one. Tang An's face showed a shy smile. Mrs. Song, you really don't have to be so polite. Just call me Ethan and all right, and then Mrs. Song said with a smile. Then you can call me Aunt Song from now on. Okay, Aunt Song. The two women enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Halfway through the banquet, Tang An carried a glass of red wine and walked over to Si Qiming. Brother Qiming. Miss Tang, Si Qiming said politely. Tang An felt a helpless smile cross her face. Brother Qiming, I told you, we don't need to be so familiar. Just call me An. Her psychology book said that boys are usually very nervous around girls they like and often avoid eye contact. Tang An thought that Si Qiming was like that with her. He never dared to look at her directly. Every time they met, he called her Miss Tang. This kind of address seemed distant, but it was actually a sign of nervousness. Thinking of this, Tang An smiled and said, forget it, Brother Qiming, just call me whatever you want. Come on, let's toast. She raised her glass. Si Qiming also raised his glass. Clink. The crystal glasses made a pleasant sound. By the way, Brother Qiming, we haven't added each other on WeChat yet. Let's add each other. 13, brother. At that moment, Yu Qianlan's voice sounded in the air. At this moment, Si Qiming seemed to hear beautiful music, and he immediately looked up to respond to Yu Qianlan, then turned to Tang and with an apologetic look. Sorry, Miss Tang, I need to go over there. Okay, Brother Qiming, go ahead. Although Tang An was smiling, her eyes were full of anger, like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. Little brat. Jiang Ning is a little brat. Jiang Ning's friends are also little brats. She clearly wanted to get to know Si Qiming, so why was Yu Qianlan trying to compete with her? She almost managed to add Si Qiming on WeChat. Moreover, Si Qiming liked her. Yu Qianlan was the daughter of the Yu family, an esteemed young lady. How could she be so eager to be a mistress? Shameless. Tang An had never seen such shamelessness before. But since Jiang Ning returned, she had been facing one problem after another. Tang An was so angry she almost felt like choking, but she still had to keep a proper smile. Si Qiming hurried over to Yu Qianlan. Si Qiliang was chatting with Yu Qianlan. March. What do you want me to do? Yu Qianlan smiled and said, I want to play rock, paper, scissors with 12 brother, but we're missing someone. Why don't the 3 of us play together? Sure, Si Qiming nodded. Soon, the 3 of them played the game with great enthusiasm. The loser had to drink alcohol. Of course, Yu Qianlan was drinking soda. The more Tang An watched, the angrier she became, almost grinding her teeth in frustration. At this moment, a young woman in a white evening gown approached Tang, and Tang An's thoughts returned, and she looked up at the visitor, then smiled and said, Su Su sister. This person is Lu Su, the daughter of Lu Group in City C, a classmate of Shengbao Bai, and also his secret admirer. Lu Su pulled Tang An to sit on a chair, and isn't your brother back? Why haven't I seen him? He's in a bad mood today, Tang An whispered. In a bad mood? Lu Su frowned slightly. Why? Tang An looked around and sighed. Actually, this is also my fault for being too nosy. If I hadn't spoken out, Brother Mubai wouldn't be so upset. Lu Su was curious. What happened? Tang An opened her mouth as if to say something but then hesitated. Su Su sister, I'm sorry. I can't tell you. Lu Su was not initially curious, but hearing this made her even more interested. She liked Shengbao Bai and knew why he was upset, so she could help him. After all, Lu Su came tonight specifically for Shengbao Bai. Why can't you tell me? Lu Su deliberately looked serious. Tang An looked troubled. Su Su sister, please don't ask. Lu Su deliberately looked stern, and if you won't tell me even about such a small thing, you're treating me like a stranger. Tang An quickly explained, Su Su sister, how can you say that? I've never thought of you as a stranger. Then tell me quickly, what exactly happened to Mubai? Lu Su said seriously. Tang An frowned, then continued, Su Su sister, you have to promise me that once I tell you, you can't tell anyone. My grandma specifically told me this must be kept secret.
Okay, Liu Shunarid.
Tang An finally spoke. Actually, Mubai is upset because of my sister, Sicheng. Miss Shi? Lu Su looked surprised. Why? In fact, Lu Su had a good impression of Jiang Ning. She was beautiful, spoke politely, and wasn't annoying. You know, I know that Brother Mubai hates women who are unfaithful in marriage and irresponsible to their families, especially those who are unfaithful after divorce. Hearing this, Lu Su's eyes widened. So, Sicheng is divorced? And she's the kind of woman who is unfaithful and irresponsible to her family and marriage. Tang An nodded, then quickly put her finger to her lips. Sure. Su Su sister, speak softly. This isn't something to be proud of. Don't let others hear. Tang An seemed to be defending Jiang Ning, but in fact, she had already tarnished Jiang Ning's reputation many times over. Hearing this, Lu Su snorted coldly. She has the nerve to do shameful things and still fears others will talk about her? A person who acts like a villain still wants to pretend to be upright? There's no such thing as that in this world. Initially, Lu Su had a pretty good first impression of Jiang Ning. But now, that impression was rapidly declining. Jiang Ning married and divorced at just 19, and she's unfaithful to her marriage and family. Just thinking about it with her toes, she's clearly a person like that. Tang An quickly covered Lu Su's mouth in fear. Shu Jia, please don't say that. What if Sister Sicheng is also a victim? Lu Su pushed Tang An's hand away, sarcastically saying, her legs are on her body, not on others. If she's unfaithful to her marriage or irresponsible to her family, can others force her? That just shows her true nature. Because of her family background, Shengbao Bai has suffered from depression over the years. With time and healing, she finally started to get better.
But now?
Having a cousin like Jiang Ning, her old illness has flared up again. No one knows when she will fully recover. Lu Su grew angrier the more she thought about it. She looked at Tang and couldn't help but speak up. Sometimes Sicheng, this cousin, really makes you suffer. It's so unfair. Tang An is a talented all-rounder. Before Jiang Ning was found, she was the only heir of the Shi family. Now that Jiang Ning has been found, she can only be considered a distant cousin of the Shi family. Tang An smiled and said, Shu Jia, don't say that. My grandma has worked hard her whole life and has been hoping for Sister Sicheng's happiness. As long as she's happy, that's enough. No matter what kind of person Sister Sicheng is, she's always my sister. I will never dislike her. Tang An's words seemed simple, but it felt like she had said everything. In just a few words, she painted Jiang Ning as a flirtatious and scheming woman. Afterward, Tang An continued, Shu Jia, you shouldn't discriminate against Sister Sicheng just because of these things. She's actually a very good girl. Hearing this, Lu Shu almost wanted to give Tang a thumbs up. You're so open-minded and kind. Even when facing such a cousin, you still say she's a good girl. If it were her, she'd be so angry she'd want to explode. As an older sister, I should treat my younger sister kindly. Tang held Lu Shu's hand. Shu Jia, no matter what, Shisheng is my sister. As her older sister, how can I speak ill of her behind her back? Speaking of Mu Bai Gij, he clearly said he wouldn't mind Sister Sicheng's past marriage, but he still remembered some bad things. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have told Mu Bai Gij the truth. In the end, Tang sighed with a look of self-blame on her face. It's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Sicheng for not being faithful. Getting married young isn't shameful, but being unfaithful and divorced is. After speaking, Lu Shu squinted her eyes. Someone like her dares to attend such a grand banquet? I'll tear her face off. Since Jiang Ning made Mu Bai unhappy, she wanted to make Jiang Ning unhappy too. Hearing this, Tang secretly laughed inside.
Ha.
Lu Shu is not someone to be easily provoked. For Mu Bai, she would do anything. Jiang Ning is finished this time. Although Tang felt proud inside, she pretended to be surprised and grabbed Lu Shu's arm. Sush Jie, what are you going to do? Didn't you promise me you wouldn't dislike Sister Sicheng? You don't need to worry about what I do. Remember, this has nothing to do with you. After saying that, Lu Shu pulled her arm away.
Sush Jie.
Lu Shu looked back at Tang with a cold face and said, "Don't follow me." Tang bit her lip, still acting like a good sister. Sush Jie, don't make things difficult for Sister Sicheng. Lu Shu didn't look back and just walked away. Tang watched Lu Shu's back, almost laughing out loud. Even Jiang Ning, this little village girl, wants to compete with her? She doesn't even need to make a move herself to ruin Jiang Ning's reputation. Just wait. Jiang Ning's night is over. Tang was in a very good mood. She picked up the red wine on the table and took a big sip. Shen came over from the side.
Mom.
Tang looked up at Shen. Shen asked, "How is that matter going? Are you talking about the Song family?" "Yes." Shen nodded. The Song family holds an important position internationally. If her daughter can successfully connect with the Song family, she won't have to listen to Madame Shi's opinions in the future. By then, Tang would have to personally attend the board meetings. "Madame Song has accepted my calming pill," Tang said excitedly, and she even promised that if little Song young master recovers in 15 days after taking the pill, she will let him acknowledge me as his older sister. Upon hearing this, Shen asked in disbelief, "Mrs. Song really said that?" Tang nodded, "Of course." Shen looked at Tang with pride in her eyes. "You truly are my daughter. Brave and clever. Who else in the entire capital city could become the older sister of the young master of the Song family besides her daughter? Furthermore, if Shen became the older sister of the young master of the Song family, then Mr. and Mrs. Song would be like her adoptive parents. Remember, the Song family has never officially recognized any adoptive relationship before.
Tang would be the first.
How could Jiang Ning compare to her precious daughter? Tang squinted her eyes. "Mom, I told you I won't let you down. Soon, even Jiang Ning, the star of today's banquet, would be overshadowed by her." Tang's smile grew even brighter. "By the way, I just heard a piece of news among those ladies," Shen said seriously. "What is it?" Tang asked. Shen continued, "They say the Shen family plans to move from City A to the capital after the new year." When she heard the name Shen pupils shrank in disbelief. "Mom, are you talking about Lord Shen? Who in all of China doesn't know Lord Shen? He is like the snow on the cold mountain peak, high and unreachable. He is also the object of admiration for all unmarried women." Shen nodded and lowered her voice. "Yes, Lord Shen. I also heard that the Shen family decided to move back to the capital because old Madame Shen wants to choose a future matriarch of the Shen family." She narrowed her eyes and continued, You need to keep fishing for Si Qiming and also put some effort into Lord Shen. If you can become the Shen family's future matriarch, then Mom will have no regrets in this life. To Shi Nanyue, her daughter was so outstanding that she could not only train Si Qiming to be a loyal supporter willing to do anything for her, but also become the irreplaceable bright moon in Lord Shen's heart. Tang An was very excited now. Mom, are you sure this news is reliable? Is the Shen family really moving back to the capital? Is old Madam Shen really going to choose a future matriarch? Tang An asked 3 times in a row, afraid her mother had heard wrong. That's the Shen family, the #1 family in all of China. Lord Shen is even more outstanding, like a dragon among men, making others feel inferior. He has achieved many business miracles before turning 30. Tang An wouldn't even dare to dream of such a person. Now, the Shen family is actually moving to the capital. Moreover, old Madam Shen plans to choose the future matriarch of the Shen family in the capital. This is a great opportunity for Tang An. A perfect opportunity. She is beautiful, intelligent, capable, and almost the ideal candidate in old Madam Shen's eyes. Everyone says so, so I believe it's true. After all, where there's smoke, there's fire, Shi Nanyue squinted. Anan, you need to be prepared. Once the Shen family moves to the capital, they will likely make other moves. Got it, Mom, Tang An nodded. After speaking, Tang An looked at Si Qiming. Although Si Qiming is also very talented, compared to Lord Shen, he is still a bit young. It's a pity. He can only be her backup in the future. A boy as deep-hearted as Si Qiming would definitely remain single for her. That's actually good. Men will do anything for the girl they like. Then she can see herself as a stepping stone. And a top-tier stepping stone at that. Thinking about how others love but cannot be with the boy, yet he has to be her loyal follower and stepping stone, Tang An felt very proud, a high smile curling on her lips. Old Madam Shi was still introducing people everywhere with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't mind the trouble and kept following old Madam Shi. Old Madam Shi, Miss Shi. Suddenly, a female voice sounded behind them. Old Madam Shi turned around and saw Lu Shu. To be precise, Lu Shu had come prepared. Old Madam Shi looked at Lu Shu and then introduced her to Jiang Ning. Shengbao, this is Miss Lu from Lu Group in Sea City. She studied abroad with your eldest cousin.
Hello, Miss Liu, Jiang Ning politely greeted.
Lu Shu nodded slightly, extended her hand, and shook hands with Jiang Ning. Hello, Miss Shi. I am Lu Shu. I heard that although Miss Shi grew up in the countryside, she has no rural heirs. Not only is she talented in many arts, but she is also skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Lu Shu said modestly but loud enough for everyone in the banquet hall to hear. As soon as she said that, everyone looked over here, waiting for Jiang Ning's response. Setting aside Jiang Ning's background, she is the only granddaughter of the Shi family and the only heir. As the heir, she has hardly any shining points. If she can't handle someone like Lu Shu, how will she inherit the Shi group in the future? Tonight is not only Jiang Ning's engagement banquet, but also her best chance to prove her strength to everyone. Jiang Ning could see that Lu Shu was not friendly, and a charming smile appeared on her lips. She had faint dimples on both cheeks, but she was very calm. She looked at Lu Shu and softly said, Miss Lu, you're flattering me. But I do know a little about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Hearing this, Lu Shu's eyes showed sarcasm. She had just looked up Jiang Ning's background. The information showed that besides being divorced, Jiang Ning was quite ordinary in every other way. Such an ordinary woman claiming to know a little about arts and skills was quite amusing. Lu Shu then asked, Miss Shi, you're so talented. I feel a bit ashamed. By the way, which of these arts are you best at? All about the same, Jiang Ning replied calmly, not feeling pressured by Lu Shu's probing. Lu Shu continued, in that case, your chess skills must be very good too? Jiang Ning nodded slightly, yes, I am quite good. Lu Shu's smile became more obvious. Miss Shi, what kind of chess do you prefer? Xiangqi or Weiqi? I can play both, but I like Weiqi the most. Oh, really? Lu Shu pretended to be surprised. That's so funny. Miss Sure, you might not know, but I used to be a professional Weiqi player. I was somewhat famous internationally, but those days are gone now. They say playing chess against a worthy opponent is rare. I wonder if I have the honor today to challenge Miss Sure to a game? Of course. Jiang Ning agreed. Lu Shu smiled and said, but for the game to be fun, there should be a bet. Miss Sure, if you lose, how about giving me the East Sea Shark Pearl your family gave you as the prize? There are 2 East Sea Shark Pearls, which are family treasures of the Sea family. To show her importance to Jiang Ning, the old lady of the Sea family decided to give one of the pearls to Jiang Ning after discussing with her 8 sons. If Jiang Ning lost the pearl to Lu Shu, she would not only lose a family treasure but also embarrass both the Sea and Sure families. At this moment, if Jiang Ning refused Lu Shu, she would lose her position as the heir of the Sure family and become a laughingstock at the banquet. Hearing this, the old lady frowned slightly. What was Lu Shu trying to do? Was she bullying her family? How dare she treat her precious Sheng so disrespectfully? The old lady was about to step forward, but Jiang Ning held her arm and said, "Grandmother, I can handle this." Just a simple sentence was enough to soothe Lady Sure. Lady Sure nodded. Jiang Ning looked at Lu Shu. "Miss Lu, since this is a competition, it should be fair. The East Sea Shark Pearl is a family treasure of our company, and there are only 2 in the world. What if you lose? Do you have anything you can use as a bet?" Lu Shu took off her necklace. "This necklace is called the Ocean Star, passed down from my great-grandfather. Miss Sure, do you dare to bet against me?" Jiang Ning smiled faintly.
Why not?
As soon as she spoke, everyone in the banquet hall was stunned. "Miss Sure, are you crazy? Lu Shu is a top player who's unbeatable. It's said no one in the Go world can make Lu Shu lose, except for N. N was once a famous international Go player, but he retired 2 years ago. N is very mysterious. When participating in competitions, he never shows his face, always wearing a mask and hat, verifying his identity with fingerprint scans. No one knows his true identity, and because of the protection from the authorities, even his gender is unknown. Could Jiang Ning be even better than N? That's impossible." Lu Shu dared to bring out her family treasure, the Ocean Star, to bet with Jiang Ning because she knew she wouldn't lose. Jiang Ning's words also shocked old Master Jiang and Lady Si. Lady Si quickly looked at her sons. "Hua Wenhua and Wu Yu 8, think of a way to help Shengbao. She's about to be bullied by an outsider. The East Sea Shark Pearl is our family's treasure." Hua Wenhua smiled. "Mom, don't worry. Shengbao isn't the impulsive type. She won't lose the East Sea Shark Pearl. Besides, she's part of our family. How could we not handle such a small problem?" Hua Wu nodded. "Big brother is right. Shengbao just arrived in the capital, and this is a good chance for everyone to see that the heir of the Sure family and the little princess of the Sea family are not so easy to mess with." Hearing this, the other 6 uncles of the Sea family nodded in agreement. Lady Si and Old Master Jiang finally relaxed. Lu Shu looked at Jiang Ning and continued, "Miss Sure, I am a professional Go player. Playing against you is an advantage for me. Winning against you isn't something to boast about. If you don't want to compete, it's still not too late to regret. Once the game starts, there's no turning back. Think carefully." "No need to think. I'll compete with you." Jiang Ning looked at Lu Shu steadily, speaking clearly and deliberately.
Huh?
The young village girl really has a big mouth. Lu Shu's eyes showed more obvious mockery as she smiled and said, "It seems Miss Sure is very confident in herself." Jiang Ning also smiled. "I just think winning against you is quite easy." Her voice was soft and light, but it carried a strong presence, giving off an inexplicable aura. Yu Qianlan's eyes lit up. 12th brother and 13th brother. Look at Ning Ning. She's so cool. Si Qiliang and Si Qiming looked at Jiang Ning with pride in their eyes. The other 11 brothers from the Si family also looked proud. They all believed in Jiang Ning's strength. If Jiang Ning wasn't confident she could win, she wouldn't say such words. As soon as she spoke, the crowd in the banquet hall became even more lively. Is Jiang Ning crazy? Does she know who's standing in front of her? That's Lu Shu. It looks like the family heirloom of the C family is going to become Lu's this time. Losing even the family heirloom. How embarrassing. Lu Shu looked at Jiang Ning and snorted coldly. Once you shoot the arrow, there's no turning back. I've already given Miss Shi a chance, but she didn't cherish it. All the distinguished guests here are witnesses. And just a reminder, Miss Shi, don't cry if you lose. Lu Shu's words were especially proud. She was a retired Go player. Besides N, she was unbeatable in her circle. What is Jiang Ning? Just a young girl with yellow hair. What does she know about Go? She doesn't even have the right to organize her own game pieces. Does she really think she can beat her? That's a pipe dream. Jiang Ning simply looked at Lu Shu, her delicate face showing almost no special expression. She spoke calmly and asked back, Miss Lu is right. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. The Star of the Sea is, after all, your Lu family's heirloom. Are you sure you want to lose such an important thing to me as a bet? Lu Shu burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, she laughed loudly, unable to hold back. Lu Shu didn't understand where Jiang Ning's confidence came from. It was just too funny. Then Lu Shu said, Rest assured, Miss Shi, I always speak with certainty. I will never go back on my word like a scoundrel. And please don't act like one yourself. After saying this, Lu Shu continued to laugh. Not only Lu Shu, but the guests below also sneered and laughed mockingly. It looks like the Shi family is really finished. Who gave Jiang Ning the courage? Make her so arrogant in front of Miss Lu. Old Lady Shi, are you really not thinking about choosing a different heir? Jiang Ning really isn't as good as Miss Tang. I'm starting to doubt if Old Lady Shi has chosen the wrong person. Jiang Ning is not Shi Sheng at all. Listening to the crowd's teasing and gossip, Tang An felt very proud inside. She looked up at Jiang Ning with a sinister expression in her eyes. Just wait. After tonight, that little troublemaker will become infamous in the capital. And she, from now on, will be the only heir of the Shi family. Losing the East Sea Pearl might seem like just losing a family treasure of the Sea family, but actually, it's a loss of face for both the Sea and Shi families. Sooner or later, Jiang Ning will lose everyone's favor. Tang An felt more and more excited. Indeed, a small village girl is just a small village girl, with no brains at all. Lu Shu only used some tough love tactics, and she just barely accepted Lu Shu's challenge. She really thought she was someone special. Sure, Nanhua didn't expect the family reunion to become so lively and couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that Miss Lu accidentally helped us so much? It's not an accident, Tang An corrected. And then what do you mean? Sure, Nanhua turned to look at her daughter, full of confusion. Tang An continued, everything is under my control. Sure, Nanhua's eyes widened in disbelief and asked, So, Anan, was this all your plan? Yes, Tang An nodded. Mom, I told you Jiang Ning, this small village girl, is not even a match for my little finger. She wants Jiang Ning dead by the third watch, and Jiang Ning won't even see the dawn. Sure, Nanhua was very surprised. Anan, how did you do it? Lu Shu isn't someone who can be easily used. Lu Shu is the third young lady of the Lu family, one of the few smart people in the family. She was a well-known figure in the chess community before retiring, and after leaving, she helped the Lu group solve many crises. She is also a heroine among women. Sure, Nanhua never expected that such a clever Lu Shu would one day become a weapon in her daughter's hands. Her daughter is simply too outstanding. For a moment, sure, Nanhua felt very proud. Tang An's lips curled slightly, and she lowered her voice, saying, Mom, if you observe carefully, you'll see that everyone has weaknesses. I just happen to know Lu Shu's weakness perfectly, so I can turn her into my weapon. Not only can she make Lu Shu her tool, but she can also make Lu Shu deeply grateful to her. After all, she was the one who explained to Lu Shu why Shirmubai was unhappy. Sure, Nanhua smiled and said, Sure enough, the student surpasses the teacher. And you're really amazing. It seems that in the future, whether in the capital or Hong Kong, the daughter will surely be the one in control. Tang An pulled Sure Nanhua to sit down gently and said softly, Mom, from now on, let's just enjoy watching the show. Shen Jingnian nodded slightly and sat down with Tang Yin. Over here, the banquet hall staff had already prepared the chessboard. Jiang Ning and Shen Jingnian sat facing each other, with the camera focused on the board. The big screen in the hall was live streaming the game, so all guests could see the process. In Go, black moves first. The one who goes first has the advantage. They have a better chance of winning. After guessing, Lu Shu took the black stones. She looked at Jiang Ning and said, "Monsieur, although I am black, I am willing to let you make the first move." Not only that, even if she let Jiang Ning 10 moves, she could still win. "No need, let's follow the rules," Jiang Ning said slowly. "I'm not used to taking advantage, and I don't like winning unfairly." What a way to win unfairly. Lu Shu's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. It was the first time she saw someone as shameless as Jiang Ning. She was about to die, yet she was still talking big. Does Jiang Ning really think she can win? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. I've never seen someone so narcissistic. Lu Shu snorted coldly. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. With that, Lu Shu placed a stone on the board. Seeing where Lu Shu placed her stone on the big screen, the hall buzzed with discussion. That's the Tianyuan position. Miss Lu's first move is right in the center. It looks like she plans to crush Jiang Ning. Oh my. No wonder she's a professional Go player. Even after retiring for 2 years, her skill level is beyond ordinary people. In Go, starting in the Tianyuan position is a challenge and a sign of disrespect, showing contempt for the opponent. Clearly, Lu Shu didn't take Jiang Ning seriously. She was a former professional player and indeed had the skill. Faced with Lu Shu's challenge, Jiang Ning remained calm. She picked up a white stone with her delicate fingers and placed it on the star point. Star point? It was the star position. In Go, the most important thing is to occupy corners first, then edges. But Jiang Ning placed her stone on the star point, which is neither a corner nor an edge. It is clear that she doesn't understand Go at all. She is just making random moves. Seeing this, the people in the banquet hall, who already looked down on Jiang Ning, began to mock her even more. Playing at the star position? She's crazy. She looked so arrogant just now. I thought she was really good. Turns out she doesn't understand Go at all. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. Miss Lu can make her give up or lose. 10 minutes? You're underestimating Miss Lu too much.
It won't even take that long.
At most 3 minutes. When Jiang Ning placed her stone on the star position, Lu Su was speechless. Clearly, Jiang Ning hasn't even learned the basics of Go. It's so funny. Lu Su slightly smiled and then placed a second stone. Soon, most of the stones were on the board. Black stones were dominating, while white stones were in a dangerous position. Lu Su smiled proudly. "Monsieur, the outcome is already clear. My time is precious. Continuing to play is just wasting time. You should admit defeat." Hearing this, the crowd immediately echoed. "Yes, yes, monsieur, just admit defeat. Give up." Someone in the crowd agreed with her. Yu Qianlan was anxious. "Ning Ning, keep going. Don't give up, Ning Ning." The 13 brothers of the Si family were also cheering for Jiang Ning. Go, Shengbao. Old Lady Shi, Old Lady Si, and Old Master Jiang all nervously watched Jiang Ning. Si Huafeng poured a glass of wine for each of the 3 elders. "Auntie, Uncle Jiang, and Mom, don't worry. Maybe Ning Ning is just buying time." Hearing Si Huafeng's words, Tang unrolled her eyes. Buying time?
Come on.
Si Huafeng is overestimating Jiang Ning too much. With her kind of fool, how could she have a plan to buy time? It's obvious Lu Su is the one in a trap. Jiang Ning glanced at the crowd, slightly smiled, giving her family a reassuring look. Then she turned her gaze back to Lu Su across the table, slowly placing a stone on the board. Her voice was clear and cold. "Miss Lu, take a good look. Who do you think has lost?" Jiang Ning's voice was not loud, but enough to make the entire room quiet. Lu Su didn't take Jiang Ning's words seriously. Jiang Ning is now in a dead end. Could she possibly turn things around? But in the next second, when Lu Shu's gaze fell on the chessboard, she was greatly shocked, her face turning pale, and her blood seemed to flow backward. She saw that the white pieces, which had been struggling for survival just moments ago, were now in a reverse situation. Jiang Ning had only used one move to connect all the white pieces, forcing her into a desperate position.
Black.
She lost. She actually lost. Lu Shu's breathing suddenly became heavier as she looked at the scene in disbelief. Apart from N, no one had ever made her lose before. And she lost so badly. Jiang Ning's voice sounded again, soft and light, very pleasant to hear. Miss Lu, I concede. After saying this, Jiang Ning picked up the ocean star necklace that Lu Shu had placed aside. Thank you, Miss Lu, for the gift. Since it was a competition, rules had to be followed. Jiang Ning was not a saint, and she wouldn't return the ocean star to Lu Shu just because it was a family heirloom of the Lu family. After all, Lu Shu had always aimed at the East Sea Pearl of the Ciji family, intending to embarrass both the Ciji and Shi families. Since that was the case, Jiang Ning would do as Lu Shu wished. Seeing Jiang Ning pick up the ocean star necklace, Lu Shu was stunned. She never thought she would lose the Lu family's heirloom. She never expected to lose to someone like Jiang Ning. For Lu Shu, this was a great shame. A huge shame. Not just a personal shame, but a disgrace to the entire Lu family. It's over. From now on, she and the Lu family would become the laughingstock in the noble circles of the capital, talked about over tea and meals. She was from Sea City, but now she had come to the capital to make a fool of herself. Who exactly is Jiang Ning? At the same time, the guests below the stage also reacted. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did I see it wrong? Miss Shi actually won against Miss Lu? Some who understood Go immediately saw the point. A withered tree in front of spring. What a brave move to risk everything. Miss Shi truly lives up to her family's reputation, not only sharp-minded like her Shi family, but also with the demeanor of the Ciji family. Exactly. She risked everything. Impressive. It's just too amazing. Miss Shi actually beat Miss Lu. Does this mean Miss Shi's level is on the same level as N? Miss Shi is truly clever. They say spectators see more clearly, but players are often confused. Just now, Miss Shi's bold move fooled us all. Yeah, I've never seen such an exciting game before. It seems that Miss Shi will surely take the Shi family to new heights in the future. Yes, Miss Shi is so talented at such a young age. It truly makes us all feel ashamed. Clap. Next, there was a burst of enthusiastic applause. Yu Qianlong jumped up excitedly. Ning is amazing. I knew Ning was the best. The 13 brothers of the Si family were also very excited. A few elders looked even happier, their faces full of pride. Si Huawen looked at Madam Si. Mom, what do you think? I told you, Shengbao wouldn't let us down. Madam Si smiled and nodded. Honestly, everyone was convinced by Jiang Ning's game. Old Madam Shi looked even more proud, turning to Madam Si. Older sister, our Shengbao really is unstoppable. Who says otherwise? In the past, Madam Si worried that after returning to Hong Kong, Jiang Ning would be left alone in Beijing and might be bullied by Tang. But now, it's clear her Shengbao can stand on her own. Tang is no match for her. Tang stared in disbelief at the scene. She couldn't believe Jiang Ning had so easily won everyone over. She couldn't believe Jiang Ning even defeated Lu Shu. That was Lu Shu. She thought she could use Lu Shu to make Jiang Ning look bad and ruin her reputation in Beijing. But now, not only did Jiang Ning not embarrass herself, she made a big splash. Tang was furious. Her face turned pale. Little brat. That little brat. Tang clenched her fists so tightly that her long nails broke without her noticing. Why won't Jiang Ning just go away? Seeing Jiang Ning take the family heirloom, Lu Shu's face turned pale as she spoke. Miss Shi, Miss Lu, do you have any other advice? Jiang Ning looked back slightly and stared at Lu Shu. Lu Shu continued, the ocean star is our Lu family's heirloom. You can't just take it. No, Jiang Ning can't take the ocean star. It belongs to Lu family. Jiang Ning's action was like trampling over Lu family's dignity. She absolutely can't let Jiang Ning humiliate them like that. Moreover, if her father finds out she lost the Ocean Star, she would be doomed. Jiang Ning calmly said, Miss Lu, it was you who proposed the game, and you brought out the bet. Did you forget what you said before we started? If you forget, all the guests here are witnesses. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the guests agreed, saying Miss Shi is right. We're all adults, so we should accept losing and take it gracefully. Miss Lu, you're also from the Lu family, so there's no need to be so upset about losing. Lu Shu, if you can't accept losing, don't make a fool of yourself. Yes, Lu Shu, don't embarrass yourself. TSK, who said that a person who goes back on their word is a scoundrel. Turns out all the Lu family members are so uncultured. Seeing everyone on Jiang Ning's side, Lu Shu froze completely, feeling like a thorn in her back, her face turning pale, almost fainting. Before the game, everyone was on her side.
But now,
all these people are standing with Jiang Ning. Who is she? Lu Shu stared at Jiang Ning intensely, as if she wanted to burn a hole in her. But Jiang Ning ignored Lu Shu's gaze, directly handing the Ocean Star to the butler beside her.
Keep it safe.
Yes, Miss Sheng. Shengbao, well done. Old Lady C smiled warmly as she walked over, holding Jiang Ning's arm. You have the grace of the C family.
Thank you, Grandma.
Old Lady Shi followed behind. Yes, Shengbao, how many surprises does Grandma still not know about you? Jiang Ning pretended to be mysterious, more than you can imagine. You'll find out soon. Old Lady Shi laughed happily at Jiang Ning's words. Seeing Jiang Ning shine like the bright moon, Tang and was so jealous she could hardly breathe.
Why?
Why is that? Just wait. The days are still long. She will definitely drive that little troublemaker out. No one can take what belongs to her. At the Song family, Song Liangyan was talking to his assistant, Xiao Wang, be sure to contact the best cardiologist in the country. Okay. The assistant nodded. Originally, Song Liangyan didn't know about his son's heart problem, but last night after the banquet, Old Lady Shi specifically caught up with Jiang Ning and told him about his son's issue. She also instructed him to take Song Haoran for open-heart surgery. Song Liangyan and his wife had 2 daughters, then a 3rd child, and finally a precious son. His life was at stake, so he naturally paid close attention. As soon as he got home, he asked the assistant to arrange for the best doctor. Mrs. Song, Zhou Yafu just came downstairs and, hearing her husband's words, asked curiously, why do we need to contact a cardiologist? Did Old Lady Shi and Miss Shi not tell you? Song Liangyan looked at Zhou Yafu and said, Haoran's heart has a problem. He needs surgery as soon as possible. Hearing this, Zhou Yafu smiled directly and said, I said it, but you don't need to worry about this matter or insist on surgery. Song Liangyan found her words a bit hard to understand. But Miss Shi said Haoran's condition is already very serious. If we delay further, the consequences could be terrible, he said, looking at Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu's eyes showed disdain. Liangyan, I know you're worried about Haoran, but do you realize that Miss Sun from the Shi family is not only divorced but also hasn't finished high school? Do you really think she knows much about medicine? I believe she just heard that Haoran has some minor heart issues and is trying to scare us in front of everyone to flatter us. After all, Jiang Ning had just returned home, and their family was not very stable. The Song family was also the biggest partner of the Shi family. She continued, Miss Tang gave me a special heart-preserving pill personally made by Dr. Nanwu. If Haoran takes it for 15 days straight, he will be fine. No need to worry. Song Liangyan frowned slightly. Are you sure this pill really works? Zhou Yafu was a bit speechless. This is made by Dr. Nanwu himself. How could it not work? The heart-preserving pill is rare and valuable. Would you rather trust some unknown remedy than a reputable expert? All right, then. You handle it. I've been busy lately, so I'll leave Haoran's matters to you, Song Liangyan said. Their family usually relied on the wife to manage the household and the husband to work outside. Zhou Yafu nodded with a smile. Liangyan, if Haoran gets better this time, we must thank Miss Tang properly. If she hadn't given me the heart-preserving pill, We might have had to take Howard to surgery for real. Hearing his wife's words, Song Liangyan nodded. If Howard gets better, we should thank Miss Tang too. Zhou Yafu continued, I promise Miss Tang that once Howard recovers, our family will let him recognize her as his older sister. Okay. Song Liangyan had no objection to this. You decide. After speaking, Song Liangyan adjusted his tie. I'll head to the company first. All right. Zhou Yafu saw her husband off to the car, then instructed the driver, Oldly, drive slowly. Understood, madam. After Song Liangyan's car disappeared ahead, Zhou Yafu turned back to the villa. Upstairs, Song Howard was practicing the piano. Zhou Yafu stepped onto the second floor in high heels and frowned, saying, Howard, I asked you to practice the piano.
Where are your thoughts now?
Do you realize you just played 2 wrong notes? Most ordinary people wouldn't notice. But the piano was Zhou Yafu's strongest skill. Song Howard turned to look at Zhou Yafu, looking very tired, and said, Mommy, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm so exhausted. Can I rest for a while? Very tired, very exhausted. It's a kind of fatigue that Song Howard can't fully express. Zhou Yafu snorted coldly. You're so young, and already saying you're tired. You really don't know how to improve. Practice seriously, and do it 10 more times. If you make another mistake, do 10 more repetitions. Practice until you're skilled. After practicing the piano, you still have to attend the math class. After math class, a French teacher will come to teach you French one-on-one. When you can sleep tonight depends on when you finish practicing the piano. Hearing her words, Song Howard felt hopeless, and even breathing became difficult. Since he could remember, he had endless tasks every day. Mommy, Song Howard turned to look at Zhou Yafu. I'm really so tired. Sister sure said it's true. I might really need surgery. Hearing this, Zhou Yafu was very angry. She thought Jiang Ning was just talking nonsense in front of Song Howard, which made him feel so negative. Practice your piano. If you pretend to be sick again, don't expect to rest today. Song Howard bit his lip, wanting to say more, but when he saw his mother's gaze, he dared not say anything. He wanted to tell her he wasn't pretending. He was truly in pain, very uncomfortable. But Song Howard was only 10 years old. A 10-year-old child. How could he easily change his mother's mind? Once Zhou Yafu decided he was pretending to be sick, he was pretending. Practice now. Seeing Song Howard still hadn't moved after a long time, Zhou Yafu shouted angrily, took a ruler, and tapped it on Song Howard's back. Only then did Song Howard lift his arm painfully and continue practicing the piano. 10 minutes later, he finished playing a piece smoothly. Zhou Yafu squatted down, placed her hand on her son's shoulder, looked into his eyes, and spoke sincerely, Howard, you are the heir of the Song family. In the future, you will take over the Song group. So, you must become very good. I want you to practice the piano, learn advanced math, and study French, all for your own good. You are my only hope. To nurture you well, I sent your 2 older sisters abroad. Don't they long for their mother at such a young age? Don't you realize how much you should cherish this? Today is the last time. If I catch you pretending to be sick to avoid studying again, you won't be allowed to play on New Year's Eve either. Do you hear me? As a mother, Zhou Yafu truly doesn't want her 2 daughters to suffer. Of course she does. She dreams about her daughters every day, but she has no choice. If her daughters were with her, she would have to split her attention to care for them. So, she can only send her daughters abroad. Only then can she focus on raising her son properly. After all, only the son is the future heir of the Song family. Hearing her mother's words, Song Howard suddenly felt more pressure. He lowered his head.
Got it.
Honestly, he also wanted to go abroad with his sisters. He was very jealous that his sisters didn't have to live with their parents. He didn't want to live with his parents at all. He definitely didn't want to be an heir. His father was busy with work every day and had no time to spend with him. His mother only made him study, even when he was unwell. Life like that was really boring. Absolutely no fun.
Did you eat?
Zhou Yafu's voice was soft, but she frowned. You're a man, not a little girl. Speak louder. Song Haoren could only raise his voice. Got it, mommy. That made Zhou Yafa happy. She patted his head gently and said softly, that's more like it. Don't always hang your head down. You look like you're about to die. Then she seemed to remember something. Oh, did you take your heart-saving pills today? Not yet, Song Haoren shook his head. Hearing this, Zhou Yafu immediately asked the servant to bring the pills. She watched her son take the pills herself. Then she felt relieved. At the Shi family, Jiang Ning was in Shi Naxing's bedroom, giving him acupuncture. One needle after another. Her hand moved so quickly it looked like a blur. In no time, Shi Naxing was covered with golden needles, shining coldly under the light. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning removed the needles. As she took out the last one, she frowned slightly, noticing something unusual about the needles. Jiang Ning opened the door and looked at Lin Ma outside. Lin Ma, please call my grandmother over. Yes, Miss Sunday. The new year was approaching. The 8 uncles and aunts of the Xi family, along with 13 brothers, had already returned to Hong Kong. Mrs. Shi was busy cutting window decorations with Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Shi when she heard Lin Ma say that her granddaughter was looking for her. Mrs. Shi quickly put down the decorations and said, Old sister, Grandpa Shengbao, I'll go see her first. Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Shi nodded. Go quickly. Don't keep Shengbao waiting. A few minutes later, Mrs. Shi arrived at Naxing's courtyard. She pushed open the door and eagerly asked, Shengbao, what do you want to see Grandma about?
Grandma.
Jiang Ning went over and closed the door. Seeing her close the door, Mrs. Shi looked even more confused. According to her granddaughter's personality, she wouldn't close the door unless something serious happened. After closing the door, Jiang Ning asked Grandma, who's been taking care of my dad all these years? I've been personally taking care of your dad all these years, Mrs. Shi replied. Sometimes, when I wasn't home, your aunt looked after him. And the doctor responsible for my dad's health? Who hired him? Jiang Ning asked. I did, Mrs. Shi answered. Have you changed doctors? Jiang Ning continued. Mrs. Shi nodded. Yes, I've changed 3 doctors. The last one is Dr. Zhang Wenyan. Dr. Zhang is now our family doctor. For some reason, Mrs. Shi suddenly looked a bit nervous. Shengbao, why are you asking suddenly? Jiang Ning looked very serious. Grandma, I suspect that not only was the car accident 19 years ago caused by someone intentionally, but also that my dad being in bed for so long was also caused by someone.
Bang!
Hearing this, it was as if something exploded in Mrs. Shi's mind. Shengbao, do you mean that your dad was poisoned? That's why he's been lying in bed all this time and can't wake up? Mrs. Shi felt like she was falling into an icy pit. Even though she was in a warm room, she felt a cold chill down her spine. The other person wouldn't be so stupid as to poison openly. When I was giving my dad acupuncture just now, I noticed a faint greenish substance on the needle. This substance isn't toxic, but if it stays in the body for a long time, it can neutralize the medicine inside. That means the medicine and treatments my dad has been taking all these years could be affected. That's also why Jiang Ning's recent pulse check on Naxing didn't show anything unusual. It's not just about taking the pulse. Even blood tests wouldn't detect this, because this substance isn't a poison. It's even something that can be beneficial to the body. For someone like Shi Naxing, who has been bedridden for years and needs medication, this is not good news. Madame Shi's steps became unsteady as she took a few steps back.
Who?
Who could it be? Who is really hurting your father? What kind of deep hatred could there be that even when Shi Naxing is lying in bed, the other person still won't leave her alone? Compared to Madame Shi's panic and confusion, Jiang Ning remained much calmer. She reached out to steady the unsteady Madame Shi and continued, who benefits the most if my father is in trouble? That person is probably the culprit behind the scenes. Actually, Jiang Ning's words were already very clear. Madame Shi has 1 son and 1 daughter. Her daughter married elsewhere. In this situation, if something happens to Shi Naxing, the person who benefits most is obvious. Thinking of the answer, Madame Shi's face turned pale. She looked at Jiang Ning and asked, Ning, do you mean that person is your aunt? Yes, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. There's an 80% chance it's her. Besides Shi Nanhua, Jiang Ning couldn't think of anyone else. Hearing Jiang Ning's answer, Madame Shi's eyes turned red. No, it can't be. Your aunt and your father are siblings. They are only 4 years apart and grew up together. They have a very close relationship. Your aunt is kind-hearted and has taken good care of your father and me over the years. How could she hurt your father? No, it's impossible. It can't be. Madame Shi couldn't bear to think about it. That's her own daughter. When she gave birth to Shen Jingnian, her condition was poor, and she even showed signs of difficult labor. It took 2 days and nights to finally deliver Shen Jingnian. Because of this, Madame Shi was especially doting on her daughter. Even after Shen Jingnian got married, she still let her live at home and supported her husband's business financially. How could Shen Jingnian possibly do such a thing? It must be someone from our family, not your aunt. Seeing Madame Shi's emotions nearly collapse, Jiang Ning helped her sit down in a chair. Grandma, calm down. Madame Shi grabbed Jiang Ning's hand tightly. Shengbao, call the police. Let's report this and let the police handle it. If it really was her daughter behind this, the police would surely find evidence. If it wasn't her daughter, the police could clear her daughter's name. As a mother, apart from calling the police, Madame Shi couldn't think of any other way. No, I can't. Jiang Ning shook her head slightly. Grandma, we don't have the key evidence yet. If we report to the police now, it will just alert the bad guys. My dad is in no condition to protect himself right now, and we can't watch him all the time. Not only can't we call the police, but we also can't let any clues slip out. We should wait until my dad wakes up before making any decisions. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Madame Shi thought her granddaughter's reasoning made sense. All right, Shengbao, Grandma will listen to you. I trust you. Jiang Ning spoke seriously. Also, I found something strange with my dad. You must not tell anyone about this, not even auntie, uncle, or Tangan. Only you, and I should know. Okay, Madame Shi nodded. But Shengbao, don't worry. The person who did this is definitely not your aunt. She has a good relationship with your dad, and she would never do such a thing. Before seeing any proof, Madame Shi couldn't believe that her beloved daughter, whom she had risked her life to have, would turn against her own brother. Jiang Ning didn't directly deny Madame Shi's words. Grandma, who hurt my dad isn't up to us to decide. Neither I nor you can say for sure. The truth will come out with time. When my dad wakes up, everything will be clear. My dad was a witness to the car accident 19 years ago. He must know something, which is why he was hurt and lying in bed. As she said this, Jiang Ning seemed to remember something and continued, Oh, Grandma, there's one more thing I need your help with. What is it? Madame Shi asked. Jiang Ning leaned close to her grandmother's ear and spoke softly. After hearing Jiang Ning, Madame Shi nodded. All right. Madame Shi trusted her granddaughter completely and believed everything she said. She would do whatever Jiang Ning asked. 10 minutes later, Madame Shi left her son's courtyard. Not long after, she ran into Shen Jingnian. Shen Jingnian approached her mother and asked with concern, Mom, why are your eyes red? Did you cry? Madame Shi quickly wiped her eyes. No, I didn't cry. Shen Jingnian immediately noticed something was wrong. Mom, what happened? I can tell you've been crying. Can't you tell me what's going on? Hearing this, Madame Shi sighed and then said, I just went to see Naxing. Shengbao said that Naxing's condition has worsened compared to before. I am worried. Can Naxing really wake up? At this point, Madame Shi's eyes turned red again. Xiaoye, tell me, why is your brother's life so hard? Shengbao finally was found. It's okay, Mom. Don't be so pessimistic, Shen Jingnian hugged Madame Shi. From a position where Madame Shi couldn't see, she slightly smiled. Shengbao is such a good doctor. She will definitely make Naxing better. Mom, we have to trust Shengbao. We can't pressure her. Hearing Shen Jingnian's words, Madame Shi felt sure that the person who hurt her son wasn't her daughter. If her daughter really caused her son's current condition, then why would she trust Shengbao so much? From her daughter's words, it was clear she trusted Shengbao just as much as her own grandmother did. Madame Shi composed herself and said, Xiaoye, you're right. Shengbao will surely cure Naxing. I believe in her. Shen Jingnian sneered silently. Trust Jiang Ning? Her mother was really so confused. Has her mother not yet realized that Jiang Ning is already making excuses for her inability to treat Naxing? Otherwise, Jiang Ning wouldn't specifically mention to Madame Shi that Naxing's condition has worsened. But Shen Jingnian couldn't say this directly. If she did, what if Madame Shi decided to find better doctors for Naxing? She must make sure Naxing dies at Jiang Ning's hands. Comatose patients are fragile, and Naxing's condition has already worsened. It seems he's not far from that day. Thinking of this, a faint light flashed in Shen Jingnian's eyes. She wiped away Madame Shi's tears. So, Mom, don't cry anymore. The new year is coming soon. This year, we found Shengbao again. We should be happy. Madame Shi looked at her daughter with complicated feelings. Is she really her daughter? Naxing, please wake up soon. Wake up and give her the truth. Give her daughter a clear conscience. Soon, it was New Year's Eve. This year, the Shi family was very lively, with 4 new people. Besides Jiang Ning, Old Master Jiang, and Lady Si, there was also Shi Mubai's father passed away early, and his mother left home. 3 years ago, his grandparents also passed away. As the second grandmother, Madame Shi naturally couldn't let him spend the new year alone outside. Jiang Ning and the 3 elders were busy pasting couplets, while Shi Mubai was with Tang En, putting up window decorations. Tang En, while sticking the decorations, asked, Brother Mubai, I see you don't talk much with Shengbao. Is it because Shengbao is divorced? Do you have any issues with her? Shi Mubai glanced at Jiang Ning, who was happily chatting with old Lady Si. I can't force myself to open up to someone who is unfaithful in marriage, irresponsible to family, and has had a miscarriage. Although Sheng is related to him by blood and is his only sister besides Tang En, Shi Mubai just can't get past this in his heart. Why are there such selfish mothers who don't love their children? If she doesn't love her child, why did she get pregnant in the first place? Why let an innocent child bear all the blame? Since he found out Jiang Ning was like this, Shi Mubai has been unable to sleep. He doesn't understand why there are so many unkind and cold-hearted people in the world. Tang En quickly said, Brother Mubai, please don't say that. Grandma told me not to tell anyone that Shengbao is divorced. Also, Shengbao never said she had a miscarriage. Don't talk nonsense. Shi Mubai smiled slightly. How can someone who had a miscarriage admit to it? Seeing how much Shi Mubai disliked Jiang Ning, Tang En felt very proud. Brother Mubai, it's okay to say these things in front of me, but please don't say them in front of Grandma or Shengbao. After all, Shengbao is Grandma's little sweetheart. Got it, Shi Mubai replied. Meanwhile, in City A, Shen Jingnian was sitting in his study reviewing documents when suddenly, the door was pushed open from outside. Yun Haotian ran in excitedly. Little uncle, it's snowing. The first snow of the year. Shen Jingnian frowned slightly. It snows every winter.
What's so special about that?
The first snow is different. Little uncle, hurry up and take photos. You should take pictures with the girl you like to share the moment. You can even send the photos to Dad Jiang. Shen Jingnian, feeling uninterested, simply said, childish. And I don't like any girl. Yun Haotian snorted. If you don't take pictures, I will. I'll take them. Hearing this, Shen Jingnian put down his documents. Take pictures? Send them to Jiang Ning? I only heard Yun Haotian say, although I don't have a girl I like secretly right now, I can send my good brother a message, haha. Hearing this, Shen Jingnian silently picked up the file he had just put down. In the capital city, after putting up the couplets, Jiang Ning's phone received a WeChat message. Opening WeChat, it was from Shen Jingnian. It was a photo of snow falling all over, with Shen Garden in the background. Ning, it's snowing in City A, the first snow of the year. Jiang Ning opened the picture and replied, so beautiful, but unfortunately, I won't be able to see City A's first snow this year. After replying, Jiang Ning also took a photo and sent it to Shen Jingnian. This is snow in the capital. It has been snowing here for a while, but I still feel closer to City A snow. Surprisingly, Jiang Ning sent him a picture. Shen Jingnian was momentarily stunned, then opened the photo with disbelief. It was a picture she took standing in front of a window. Her silhouette was faintly visible on the glass. Shen Jingnian zoomed in on the picture. Although her reflection on the glass was blurry, he could still see clearly that she was wearing a loose knit sweater, rosy and cute, with white bunny slippers on her feet. It was quite adorable, different from her usual cold demeanor, adding a touch of human warmth. Looking at her picture, Shen Jingnian's lips curled into a gentle smile. He quickly saved the photo and remembered a line from a book. Sharing the desire to share is the best confession. After saving the picture, Shen Jingnian replied, although I can't see City A's snow with my own eyes, watching it online is the same. I'll send you a video. He then recorded a video for Jiang Ning. While filming, suddenly, a dog's head appeared. More precisely, it was Yuan Haotian's head. Shen Jingnian was startled. Yuan Haotian stared at Shen Jingnian mischievously and said, "Little brother-in-law, what are you doing? Is my future sister-in-law online checking on you? Are you filming a video to prove your innocence?" Although caught, Shen Jingnian remained calm, acting as if nothing was wrong. He said casually, the signal suddenly went out inside. "I came out to check." Then, he calmly switched his phone to the work page. With such a little brother-in-law, Yuan Haotian couldn't doubt him at all, because Yuan Haotian simply couldn't imagine how a cold, aloof person like Shen Jingnian, as high and pure as snow on a mountain, would report his schedule or share daily life with a girl. Cloud Haotian looked at the snow-damaged internet cable and said, "Oh, maybe the snow affected the signal." Shen Jingnian calmly put his phone back into his pocket and asked, "Is there something you came to see me about?" "Oh, Grandma asked me to ask you if you have any special food you want for tonight's New Year's Eve dinner." Since Shen Jingnian's grandparents passed away 3 years ago, his family has been visiting the Shen family for the New Year for the past 2 years, celebrating with old lady Shen and Shen Jingnian.
No, Shen Jingnian replied.
Oh, Cloud Haotian nodded.
Got it. Then he seemed to remember something.
By the way, little brother-in-law, today is New Year's Eve. Remember to send a WeChat message to Uncle Jiang to wish him a Happy New Year. Send a WeChat message to wish him? Shen Jingnian slightly parted his lips. I never bother with those formalities. Cloud Haotian scratched his head. That's true. His little brother-in-law's position is quite high now. People always take the initiative to wish him New Year greetings. He has never been the one to start the greetings. Little brother-in-law, even if you don't like to be the one to send New Year wishes first, Uncle Jiang is still your lifesaver. Shen Jingnian frowned slightly. You send it. Oh, Cloud Haotian dared not say more. Little brother-in-law, I'll go downstairs first. Go ahead. Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. After Cloud Haotian left, Shen Jingnian took out his phone from his pocket, recorded a video, and sent it to Jiang Ning. They continued chatting like that. Unconsciously, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Until Cloud Haotian came upstairs to call Shen Jingnian for dinner.
Eat? Shen Jingnian was surprised.
Is it already that late? He paused his typing on the keyboard and realized the sound of fireworks and firecrackers was already ringing in his ears. Yes, it's already 6:30, Cloud Haotian said, noticing Shen Jingnian still working New Year's Eve. He couldn't help but complain, little brother-in-law, it's New Year's Eve, and you're still working. You really are a workaholic. Shen Jingnian continued, you go downstairs first. I'll tidy up and come later. Okay, Cloud Haotian nodded slightly. After Cloud Haotian left, Shen Jingnian replied to Jiang Ning's last WeChat message on his computer, then logged out of WeChat. He put on a black coat nearby and went downstairs. Cloud Haotian was setting off fireworks in the yard. Little brother-in-law, look. I bought the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains fireworks. It looks amazing when it goes off. After speaking, Cloud Haotian lit the fuse. Beautiful fireworks exploded in the sky. Shen Jingnian took out his phone from his pocket, recorded a few videos, and sent them to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's family was about to have their New Year's Eve dinner. Seeing the fireworks sent by Shen Jingnian, Jiang Ning felt very envious and replied, fireworks really make the New Year feel special, but unfortunately, fireworks are banned in the city. Our family can only set off electronic firecrackers. After replying, Jiang Ning also sent a short video of the electronic fireworks to him. When Shen Jingnian watched the electronic fireworks, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yun Haotian turned around and saw Shen Jingnian smiling. Curious, Yun Haotian asked, "Little uncle, what are you laughing at?" "Today is New Year's, I'm happy," Shen Jingnian replied. "As a single person, what's there to be happy about? If I were you, I wouldn't even feel proud to come home for the New Year." Old Madam Shen passed by Shen Jingnian and couldn't help but complain.
Shen Jingnian, no smile.
At 6:30 p.m., the Shi family had their New Year's dinner on time. Most people had arrived, but Shi Mubai was still not there. Old Madam Shen said, "Shengbao, go call Mubai." "Okay, Grandma." Jiang Ning went outside and saw Shi Mubai gazing thoughtfully at the plum blossoms in the flower bed. "Big cousin, dinner is ready," Jiang Ning softly called. Shi Mubai turned to look at Jiang Ning.
"Oh."
After that, he said, "By the way, I have something to tell you." He hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to speak. Only by saying it out loud could he feel relief. Hearing this, Jiang Ning took a few steps forward. "Big cousin, go ahead." Shi Mubai continued, "I don't like you. At first, I found it hard to accept you as my cousin, but even if I don't want to admit it, you are the granddaughter of the second madam, my uncle and aunt's daughter. So, let's just keep our distance in the future. As long as it looks good on the surface, we don't need to pretend to be close siblings." Hearing this, Jiang Ning's face showed no particular surprise or anger. She simply looked at Shi Mubai with clear, penetrating eyes, as if she wanted to see through all pretenses and face the truth directly. Shi Mubai was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Jiang Ning to have such eyes. This was different from the Jiang Ning he thought he knew, who was unfaithful in marriage and irresponsible to her family. Jiang Ning then spoke, "I'm not a currency that everyone likes. We just met for the first time, and we haven't spent much time together. Can I know the reason? Why do you dislike me?" "Because you're divorced," Shi Mubai replied. "Yes, I am divorced." Jiang Ning was very straightforward. "But now we are in an era of free marriage. Instead of struggling in a twisted marriage, it's better to let ourselves be free. Is this something that would shame the family?" Sure enough, people always find excuses for themselves. She is just like that woman. She pushed her father to the limit and still shows no remorse, only making excuses for herself. Shi Mubai no longer wanted to continue talking with Jiang Ning. He said, "I dislike some people and like others. That's my own business. I just don't like you, and there's no reason." Then he added, "But don't worry. You are part of the Shi family. Even if I don't like you, I won't speak badly about you behind your back." After saying that, Shi Mubai turned and walked into the hall. Jiang Ning remained calm. Old Lady Shi, Old Lady Si, and Old Master Jiang were all very happy. It was safe to say this was the most joyful New Year Old Lady Shi and Old Lady Si had ever celebrated. After dinner, they started giving red envelopes. "Shengbao, this is yours. This one is Annen's. And this one is Mubai's." Old Lady Shi handed out the red envelopes in order. Then she said, "Annen, Mubai, this is Shengbao's first New Year at home, so I gave her a slightly thicker red envelope. Don't mind you too. Grandma, look at what you're saying. It's Shengbao first New Year at home, so it's right to give her a bigger red envelope." "There's nothing to mind," Tang'an said, though she secretly cursed Old Lady Shi 1,000 times. Mind? How could she not mind? In the first year Jiang Ning returned home, Old Lady Shi openly favored Jiang Ning. From then on, would the Shi family still have its own standing? After handing out the red envelopes to Old Lady Si, she moved on to Old Master Jiang. Then it was Old Lady Shi and Mr. Tang. Soon, Jiang Ning had a handful of red envelopes. Her phone vibrated. She took it out, WeChat message from Shen Jingnian, a picture. It was a table of dishes. Having New Year's dinner. Jiang Ning sent him a picture. Just finished receiving red envelopes. After dinner, Jiang Ning stayed up with the 3 elders to see the New Year in. They had to stay awake until midnight. Old Lady Shi, Old Lady Si, and Old Master Jiang, all elderly, were exhausted after staying up. They each prepared to go to bed. Before going upstairs, old lady sure looked at Jiang Ning. Shengbao, you and Mubai can go play. We won't join you. After midnight, it was time for the young people to have fun. Okay, Grandma.
Jiang Ning nodded.
A few elders left. Tang and held Shu Mubai's arm and said, "Let's go, Mubai, and find Sister Su Lin to play cards."
Shu Mubai nodded and said, "Okay."
Tang and deliberately didn't call Jiang Ning, isolating her. Being left out must feel really bad. Tang An's lips curled slightly, and her eyes showed pride. Buzz buzz, Jiang Ning's phone rang at this moment. She answered the call. "Hello. It's me, Shen Jingnian." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." Shen Jingnian's voice came from the phone. "Come out."
"Come out?"
Jiang Ning was surprised and then asked, "Are you coming to my door?" "Yes," Shen Jingnian replied. Jiang Ning was a bit confused but still put on her down jacket, changed into boots, and went outside. It had been snowing in the capital these days. Although it wasn't snowing now, there was still a thick layer of snow in the yard, crunching underfoot. Very rhythmic. When she arrived outside, she didn't see anything unusual. Just as Jiang Ning was about to send a message to Shen Jingnian, a shadow suddenly cast over her, enveloping her entirely. She looked up and saw the man's sharp features. She froze. "Miss Jiang, Happy New Year." It wasn't until Shen Jingnian spoke that Jiang Ning realized she wasn't dreaming. It was real. She was surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" Shen Jingnian's lips parted slightly, and he said, "The Shen Group headquarters is in the capital. I came to the city for some business, so I thought I'd come early to wish you a Happy New Year."
"I see.
Happy New Year to you too, Mr. Shen." "By the way, Ning," Shen Jingnian took out a clear glass bottle from his bag. "This is for you." Inside the bottle seemed to be some white cotton, sealed with a wooden stopper. "What is this?" Jiang Ning asked curiously as she took the bottle. "City A's first snow," Shen Jingnian continued. "You said you regretted not being able to see City A's first snow in person, so I brought it to you." Jiang Ning realized the bottle was cold. "Thank you. You're so thoughtful." She never expected that just by casually mentioning it, Shen Jingnian would remember. If Shen Jingnian wasn't a non-marrier, Jiang Ning might even start to think he was pursuing her. So now, they're just brothers in spirit. Also this, Shen Jingnian took out a thick red envelope from his bag. "Lucky money." "Thank you, Boss Shen." Jiang Ning received the envelope with both hands and bowed. "Wishing you great wealth in the new year." "What are you thanking me for? You're my lifesaver. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am now," Shen Jingnian said. "Since I have nothing planned tonight, shall we go set off fireworks?" "I checked, and there's a special fireworks spot about 50 kilometers from here." "But I didn't buy any fireworks," Jiang Ning said. "Fireworks aren't allowed here, so Jiang Ning didn't buy any." "No worries, I bought some," Shen Jingnian replied.
"Okay," Jiang Ning nodded.
"Let's go set off fireworks." Shen Jingnian opened the passenger door. "Get in the car." Jiang Ning sat in the warm passenger seat. It's the new year. The whole trip was lively and bustling. Jiang Ning felt very happy. He took out his phone, connected Bluetooth easily, and started playing Peking opera. Shen Jingnian drove while saying, Ning, there's drinks in the middle console cabinet. You can help yourself." "Okay, I'm not thirsty," Jiang Ning replied. After about an hour and a half, they reached the fireworks spot. Although it's in the countryside, today is the new year, so there were many people, and it was very lively. Shen Jingnian prepared a trunk full of fireworks. There were big fireworks, small sparklers, and glow sticks. He first took out the big fireworks from the trunk. Ning, shall we start with this?" "Sure," Jiang Ning said. "Did you bring a lighter?" "Yes," Shen Jingnian replied. Jiang Ning asked, "Then I'll light it." Holding the fireworks, Shen Jingnian said, "The lighter is in my coat pocket.
You can take it."
"Okay." Jiang Ning, who considered Shen Jingnian his best brother, naturally wasn't shy. He reached into Shen Jingnian's coat pocket to get the lighter. The moment Jiang Ning reached into Shen Jingnian's coat pocket, Shen Jingnian clearly heard his heartbeat. Like a sudden gust of wind and rain. Thump, thump, thump. He looked down and saw Jiang Ning's side profile. Beautiful and pure as jade. His heartbeat quickened even more. He almost couldn't breathe. Until Jiang Ning handed him his phone. Help me record a video. I want to send it to March. Okay, Shen Jingnian finally reacted, but he still dared not look into her eyes directly. Jiang Ning held the lighter. Shen Jingnian, are you ready to film? Once you're ready, I'll light it. Jiang Ning's phone was unlocked. Shen Jingnian had already moved to the filming scene. Ready. Jiang Ning immediately lit a lighter and ignited the fuse. Sizzle. The fuse sparked. Jiang Ning ran quickly. At the moment she turned around and ran, a huge fireworks display exploded behind her.
Bang!
The fireworks lit up most of the sky. They also lit up her face. The fireworks were beautiful, but she was even brighter. At this moment, Jiang Ning turned to watch the fireworks. Wow, so pretty. She grabbed Shen Jingnian's hand, excited like a child. Shen Jingnian, look. It's so beautiful. Shen Jingnian looked down at her. His deep eyes reflected her figure, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. I'm watching. Soon, the fireworks set off by Jiang Ning and Shen Jingnian became the highlight of the show. Someone recorded the video and uploaded it to a short video platform. Wow, that's a 4-foot jade. I checked, this kind of fireworks costs 6 figures. As expected, only wealthy people in the capital can afford it. Really want to know which big boss launched this 4-foot jade? Imagining a powerful CEO bringing his lovely wife to watch fireworks, I also want to find a boss who will set off 4-foot jade fireworks for me. Song family. Song Haoran sat on the bed, frowning as he looked at the heart-protecting pill his mother handed him. Mommy, I don't want to take this today. No. Zhou Yafu said sternly. You have to take it if you want to get better. Song Haoran frowned. But I feel uncomfortable after taking it. Mom, can I just not take it? Every time he took this pill, he felt terrible. He really didn't want to take it anymore. Lying. Zhou Yafu's expression grew more serious. This heart-protecting pill is for your heart. How could it make you feel better? I think you just don't want to take medicine. Song Haoran, I warn you, don't think I won't get angry during the new year. Feeling wronged, Song Haoran almost cried. Mommy, I'm not lying. He truly wasn't. Why doesn't his mom believe him? Song Haoran felt helpless. I'll count to 3. Zhou Yafu frowned. 3, 2. Seeing that his mother was about to get angry, Song Haoran quickly picked up the pill on the table and swallowed it in one gulp. After the boy took the pill, Zhou Yafu's expression softened a little. Will you lie again in the future? Mommy, I didn't do it. Sensing Zhou Yafu's fierce gaze, Song Haoran quickly changed his words. I won't lie anymore. I promise I won't lie again. Zhou Yafu smiled happily. Good boy. That's my good son. Children must never lie, understand? Song Haoran nodded. Hearing the fireworks outside, Song Haoran bravely asked, Mommy, today is New Year's Day. Can I go watch the fireworks? No. Zhou Yafu refused directly. It's so cold outside. What if you catch a cold? I'll wear more clothes. Then it won't be cold. No way. Zhou Yafu said sternly. I said no. Instead, read more books. Look at your math scores. You're just 4 points away from a perfect score. If you focus more on studying instead of playing, you wouldn't have done so poorly. Because Zhou Yafu loved her son deeply, she hoped he would grow up to be successful and capable of taking over the family business in the future. Hearing this, Song Haoran lowered his head and didn't say anything more. Zhou Yafu continued, tonight go over those advanced math problems a few more times. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the temple to burn incense. Okay, Song Haoran replied listlessly, then held Zhou Yafu's hand. Mommy, can you stay with me tonight? For some reason, Song Haoran really wanted his mother to sleep with him tonight. Seeing her son's spoiled request, Zhou Yafu's temper flared. Song Haoran, how have I been teaching you? You're a grown man, not a little girl. No more acting spoiled. A real man should be independent, not like a mama's boy. Otherwise, how will you take over the Song group in the future? Seeing his cold, indifferent mother, Song Haoran looked disappointed. I understand. I won't do it again. The next morning, it's the first day of the new year. Zhou Yafu and her husband went to have breakfast. As soon as they arrived at the dining room, Zhou Yafu looked at the servant. Where's Haoran? Why isn't he up yet? Usually by this time, her son would be at the table reading a book, waiting for them to come downstairs. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Ma hurried downstairs, looking pale. Sir, madam, something's wrong. I went to wake little young master, but no matter how I knocked, he wouldn't open the door. Mother Zhang then said, about 7 or 8 minutes. Actually, 7 or 8 minutes isn't very long. But the main issue is that normally, Song Haoran wouldn't need to knock on the door to call him. He would wake up on his own. Song Lianyun then said, hurry up and call Uncle Zhang to come and unlock the door. No need to unlock the door, Zhou Yafa said calmly, standing up from her chair with a smile. Last night, Haoran asked me to take him to see fireworks, but I didn't take him. It must be because he's upset with me about this. Hearing this, Song Lianyun sighed in relief. Let's go upstairs and check. Okay. Zhou Yafa nodded. The couple went upstairs one after the other, with Mother Zhang following behind. When they reached the upstairs, Zhou Yafa knocked on the door while threatening, Haoran, open the door. Quickly. If you open the door now, Mommy can forgive you. If you don't open it, Mommy will be angry. To Zhou Yafu, her son was just throwing a little tantrum. A mother knows her child best. But after she finished speaking, there was no response from inside the room. Haoran, I am Dad. Please open the door. Song Lianyun tried to turn the doorknob but found it was stuck and wouldn't turn. Zhou Yafa frowned. This kid, I've told him hundreds of times not to lock the door when he sleeps, but he just won't listen. After saying that, Zhou Yafa looked at Mother Zhang. Zhang Ma, find someone to fix the lock this afternoon so he can't lock himself inside in the future. Since Song Haoran wouldn't listen, she decided to remove the lock herself. Yes, madam, Mother Zhang replied. Song Lianyun frowned subtly. Messing with the lock might not be good. Haoran has his privacy too. Privacy? Zhou Yafu found it amusing. He's just a kid. What privacy does he need? Song Lianyun thought her point made some sense. After all, her son was only 10 years old. What privacy could a 10-year-old have? Suddenly, at that moment, Song Haoran came over and opened the door. He was wearing pajamas, looking a bit tired. Dad, Mommy, good morning, he said. We knocked for a long time. Why did you take so long to open the door? Zhou Yafu asked with a frown. I just felt really uncomfortable. My chest was tight. I remembered it, but I couldn't move. Mommy, I didn't do it on purpose. This was the first time Song Haoran experienced that feeling. He heard the noises outside, but just couldn't get up. His chest felt tight. He felt uncomfortable. Stop pretending. You're still pretending. Zhou Yafu was so angry, she couldn't hold back. To her, her son was perfectly healthy. Song Haoran, you're really going to extremes just to avoid studying. You took your heart medicine. I didn't make you practice the piano last night, so why are you feeling unwell again? How long are you going to pretend? Song Haoran started crying and hid behind Song Lianyun. Boo, I'm not pretending, Mommy. I'm really not pretending. I truly feel unwell. Seeing her son crying made Zhou Yafu even angrier. Whose child cries on the first day of the new year? For her son, she had almost given up everything. But now, her son was returning her favor in such a way. Zhou Yafu couldn't understand why her son couldn't just understand some things. He was crying on the first day of the new year. If this kept up, she might live several years less. Song Lianyun protected his son behind him and looked at Zhou Yafu with some displeasure. Forget it. Today is the first day of the new year. Why are you arguing with the child? After saying that, Song Lianyun looked back at his son. Haoran, apologized to Mommy quickly. Dad, I really wasn't pretending. I just felt very unwell a moment ago. Song Haoran looked very wronged, very upset. He didn't understand why his parents never believed him. He just wanted to grow up quickly. When he grew up, he could leave this home. Hearing this, Song Lianyun also frowned. Haoran, today is the first day of the new year. I don't want to get angry. The last sentence was clearly a warning. Song Haoran was scared by his father like this. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Yafu. Sorry, Mommy, I was wrong. Seeing his son apologize, Zhou Yafa's anger eased a little. She said to Song Liangyan, see? I told you he was pretending. Then she looked at Song Haoren. Go change your clothes quickly. After changing, come downstairs. We need to burn incense later. Got it, Mommy, Song Haoren nodded. Half an hour later, with the help of the servant, Song Haoren finished washing up and changed into new clothes before coming downstairs. After breakfast, Song Liangyan and Zhou Yafu took Song Haoren to the temple to burn incense and pray for blessings. On the first day of the new year, many people were at the temple burning incense. Zhou Yafu knelt on the mat, clasped her hands together, and prayed sincerely, Buddha, please bless my son Song Haoren. May he study hard and improve every day, and may I not worry. Song Liangyan and Song Haoren also kowtowed nearby. After burning the incense, Zhou Yafu and Song Liangyan took Song Haoren outside. As soon as they reached the outside of the temple gate, they saw Lady Si, Lady Shi, and their granddaughter Jiang Ning together. Song Liangyan took the initiative to greet them. Lady Si, Lady Shi, Miss Shi, Happy New Year. Zhou Yafu also greeted them politely. Even the somewhat shy Song Haoren greeted Jiang Ning, saying, Happy New Year, Sister Shi. Happy New Year, Brother Haoren, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. She took out a small red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Song Haoren. I hope you stay healthy and happy in the new year. Thank you, Sister Shi, Song Haoren said politely, accepting the envelope with both hands. Suddenly, Jiang Ning noticed something unusual about Song Haoren and looked up at Mr. and Mrs. Song. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, I think Haoren's condition seems worse. Haven't you taken him to the hospital for surgery? Honestly, these parents are very careless. Their child is like this, and they still haven't taken him to see a doctor. Zhou Yafa smiled and said, Our Haoren has been taking heart protect pills lately. No need to go through surgery and suffer. And he's about to start 3rd grade soon, so he can't just take a break from school. Not taking a break from school? Jiang Ning felt a bit speechless. How can parents be so naive? They think studying is more important than their child's health. Hearing this, Jiang Ning straightened her expression. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, Haoren's condition is already very dangerous. It could worsen at any time. The heart protect pills are no longer enough. He must go to the hospital immediately. Zhou Yafu was speechless, thinking Jiang Ning was just exaggerating, but since Jiang Ning was the only heir of the Shi family, she couldn't directly criticize her. She could only smile and say, Haoren is my and my husband's biological son. We know his health situation very well. Don't worry, Miss Shi. Her words clearly implied that Jiang Ning was meddling too much. After saying this, Zhou Yafu took Song Haoren's hand and looked at Mr. Song. Liangyan, let's go. Mr. Song nodded to Lady Si and Lady Shi, then took his wife and son and left. Watching the family of 3 walk away, Jiang Ning's face was serious. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. How could such parents exist? It's terrifying. Lady Si then spoke. Shengbao, we've said everything we need to. If anything happens to that child, it has nothing to do with you. Lady Shi nodded in agreement. People often learn by example, and lessons are learned once they happen. Song Haoren followed his parents into the car. The driver was driving ahead. The family of 3 sat in the back seat. Song Haoren then spoke, Dad, Mom, I actually like Sister Shi. Can I visit her house often in the future? Like her?
Why?
Zhou Yafa frowned. Because she's very talented. Jiang Ning immediately saw that he was uncomfortable, but his parents didn't believe him. His mother only told him to study hard and stay positive every day. Jiang Ning wished him good health and happiness. And she's very pretty. Song Haoren really likes Jiang Ning. Zhou Yafu continued, people tend to gather with those similar to them. Haoren, you should like outstanding people and look up to them. Sister Tang, and is the person you should get to know, not someone like Jiang Ning, who married early and divorced quickly, and didn't even get into college. You are not allowed to talk to Jiang Ning anymore. Tang, and is truly talented. At a young age, She is already studying for her master's degree, and she is enrolled in a top university for her combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral programs. Most importantly, during the college entrance exam, Tangyan ranked third in the whole city. She was the top scorer in high school, and she was first in her district. In ancient times, that would mean she was someone who needed to go to the capital to meet the emperor. Compared to Jiang Ning, Zhou Yafu hoped her son would learn from Tangyan. People like Jiang Ning only encourage bad habits in her son. So, she had to cut off this influence immediately. Hearing this, Song Haoran quietly objected, I don't like Tangyan. Not at all. Tangyan doesn't look as pretty as Jiang Ning. And she's not impressive either. She even likes to fake smile to please others. Song Haoran didn't understand why his mother wanted him to learn from such a person. What did you say? Zhou Yafu asked. Hearing her tone grow sharper, Song Haoran suddenly dared not say anything more. Nothing. Nothing.
Oh well.
Forget it. He would be fine when he grew up. When he grows up, he can like whoever he wants. Humph. Just then, the car suddenly stopped. Song Lianyan immediately asked, Old Wang, what's going on? Driver Lao Wang turned back. Sir, maybe there's a problem with the engine. I'll get out and check. After the car stalled, there was no more heat inside. Song Lianyan and Zhou Yafu also got out of the car. Old Wang, how is it? Old Wang closed the hood. Sir, the car has several issues. I'll call Lao Ji to come over. Lao Ji is another driver from the Song family. Okay, Song Lianyan nodded. Zhou Yafu frowned and said, Such bad luck. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the car broke down. And now it can't even move. Woof woof woof. At that moment, Song Haoran suddenly saw a small black puppy by the roadside. It was very cold outside. The puppy was trembling from the cold. Song Haoran immediately picked up the puppy and held it in his arms. Mommy, can I keep it? Zhou Yafu turned around and saw her son holding the dog. She immediately screamed, It's so dirty. Throw it away quickly. Stray dogs are full of parasites. It's disgusting. It's not dirty, Mommy. It's so sad. Zhou Yafu frowned. I'll count to 3. Mommy, I want to keep it.
It's so cold now.
If I throw it away, it might die. 3, Dad. Feeling helpless, Song Haoran looked at Song Lianyan. Song Lianyan's face also looked unhappy. You're right. These dogs are full of parasites. Hurry and throw it away. Don't make us angry. Seeing that Song Haoran wasn't moving, Zhou Yafu couldn't wait any longer. She walked over, grabbed the puppy, and threw it to the ground.
A woof.
Woof woof woof. The puppy yelped loudly after being dropped. Just then, Old Ji arrived in his car. Zhou Yafu quickly pulled her son into the car and shut the door swiftly. Let's go home. Woof woof woof. I want the puppy. I want the puppy. Son Haoran sat by the car door, watching the puppy get farther away. No one knew how sad Song Haoran was right now. No one at home cared about how he felt. Everyone said it was for his own good. But he wasn't happy at all. He felt like that discarded puppy, alone and helpless. Zhou Yafu hated it when children cried, especially big kids like Song Haoran. Song Haoran, I warn you now, if you cry again, you'll have to write our family rules 100 times when we get home. Hearing this, Song Haoran didn't dare to cry anymore. At least, he didn't dare to say he wanted the puppy again. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was sitting in the car, ready to go home, when she suddenly saw something wriggling by the roadside. The small puppy was black. The snow was white, so it was very obvious. Jiang Ning then said, Uncle Zhao, please pull over to the side. Yes, Miss Sunday. Uncle Zhao immediately pulled over. Old Madam sure looked confused and asked, What's wrong with Shengbao? Old Madam C also looked puzzled at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning continued, There seems to be a small puppy over there. I'll go take a look. After saying that, Jiang Ning opened the door and got out of the car. Sure enough, she saw a puppy about a month old in the snow. She quickly bent down and picked up the puppy. Little guy, who threw you here? The little guy is all black, quite cute, but the only flaw is that he has a slight overbite. In the freezing snow, he was trembling all over. Jiang Ning held him in her arms and said, Don't be afraid, sister will take you home. Mrs. C and Mrs. Shi also got out of the car. Jiang Ning looked at Mrs. Shi and asked, Grandma, can we keep a dog at home? Of course, as long as Shengbao likes it. We can raise cows and horses too. Mrs. Shi nodded. Anyway, the estate is big. As long as Jiang Ning wants, she could even run a small zoo. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Then let's keep him? Sure. Mrs. Shi nodded. Jiang Ning carried the puppy into the car. Mrs. C suggested, Shengbao, you should give this dog a name. Grandma, you choose. Mrs. C immediately felt appreciated as a grandma and smiled. Shengbao, you saw him on New Year's Day, so let's call him First Day? Okay. Jiang Ning patted First Day's head. First Day, now you have a name. Grandma has given you one. First Day seemed to understand and let out a cute little bark. Mrs. Shi made a call to prepare a dog bed and dog food in advance. At the Shi family estate, seeing Jiang Ning come back with a dirty little dog, Tang and looked disgusted. She thought, typical village girl, always picking up stray animals. Does she think the Shi family is a rescue station? But Mrs. Shi didn't oppose at all. In fact, she approved. She's clearly biased. Even though Tang and hadn't brought home a stray dog before, she could imagine that if she did, Mrs. Shi would scold her to death. Mrs. Shi only cared about her precious granddaughter. What is she? In Mrs. Shi's heart, she's not even worth a stone on the roadside. It's laughable. Although Tang and disliked Jiang Ning bringing home a puppy, she didn't show it. Instead, she smiled and said, Shengbao, this puppy is really cute. Did you give it a name? Called First Day, Jiang Ning replied. Tang and continued, that's a nice name. Then she seemed to remember something and added, by the way, Shengbao, I prepared New Year gifts for you and Brother Mubai. I was just waiting for you to come back, so I could give them to you personally. As she finished, Tang looked at a servant and said, Lao Sa, go get the gifts I prepared for Shengbao and Brother Mubai. Yes, Miss Biao. Miss Biao again. Miss Biao. Upon hearing this title, Tang An's eyes flashed with a fierce look. One day, she will rule the Shi family and make everyone call her the head of the family. Soon, Sister Li came down holding 2 boxes. Tang and took one of the boxes from Sister Li and first went to stand beside Shi Mubai, speaking softly, Brother Mubai, guess what's inside? Men's perfume? Shi Mubai asked.
Wrong.
Shi Mubai continued guessing, razor?
Still not right.
Shi Mubai had to give up, saying, I can't guess, Anan. Just tell me what's inside. Tang and playfully lifted the lid of the box, revealing a secretive smile. Tada. Brother Mubai, take a look yourself. Seeing what's inside, Shi Mubai exclaimed happily, it's a painting by Feng Yu and teacher. Feng Yu. Hearing this name, Jiang Ning slightly raised her eyes and glanced at the box. Tang and caught Jiang Ning's look and smiled slightly. No need to guess. Jiang Ning must be very jealous of her now. Because Feng Yu is a big name. Feng Yu is a master of traditional Chinese painting. Shi Mubai became a well-known comic artist largely because of Feng Yu. About 3 years ago, Feng Yu suddenly appeared and gained many international awards with a painting called Night of Wind and Snow. Eventually, this painting was collected by an international museum. Since then, every work by Feng Yu has become a classic. Feng Yu's paintings are always rare and highly sought after. Shi Mubai loves Feng Yu's style. Although he has never met Feng Yu's paintings touch his heart. Art reflects character. So, Feng Yu has always been Shi Mubai's idol. Shi Mubai learned traditional Chinese painting for a while because of Feng Yu, but he accidentally entered the comic world and became a famous manga artist. Shi Mubai looked at Tang and asked, Anan, Feng Yu's paintings are hard to buy. How did you get yours? Tang An's eyes flashed with pride. Oh, it's nothing. I happen to be quite familiar with Feng Yu's apprentice, Wan Yan. In the whole capital, maybe only she could be friends with Wan Yan. Anan, can you introduce me to teacher Wan Yan? Shi Mubai eagerly wanted to meet his idol, even if it was just the apprentice. Of course, Shi Mubai nodded, but I need to ask him first. That would be great, Anan. You're too kind, Mubai. It's what I should do. Speaking here, Tang looked at Jiang Ning and then said, Shengbao, you used to live in the countryside and didn't have many chances to meet the big artists in the painting world. Do you want to meet Wanyang with Mu by Gij? If you want to see her, I can also help you ask. After saying this, Tang and looked very proud. She knew Wanyang, a disciple of Fengyu. Does Jiang Ning know her? If Jiang Ning wants to meet Wanyang, she has to rely on herself. Meeting Wanyang is a great blessing for Jiang Ning, something she couldn't even imagine. She must be very excited now. Jiang Ning slightly turned her eyes and looked at Tang. Thanks, but I'm not interested in Wanyang. Tang and was momentarily stunned. Not interested in Wanyang? Who would believe that? Wanyang is someone many nobles in the capital want to befriend. It's all pretend. Jiang Ning was definitely pretending. She was jealous. Jealous that she knew Wanyang, but Jiang Ning didn't. That's why she acted like she wasn't interested. People like her are really disgusting. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, even Shenmu Bai looked at her with confusion. In her eyes, there was a puzzled expression. How could anyone not be interested in Fengyu? But Shenmu Bai didn't think much of it. Tang smiled and said calmly, "All right then, Shengbao, since you're not interested in Wanyang, I won't insist." Then she added, "But Shengbao, if you ever want to meet Wanyang, just tell me. Wanyang and I are very good friends." Tang and emphasized the last part on purpose. She and Wanyang are very close friends. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Tang and then took another box from Sister Li and walked over to Jiang Ning. "Shengbao, this is your gift. It also contains a painting by teacher Fengyu. I hope you like it." Jiang Ning took the box. "Thank you." Tang smiled and said, "We're all sisters. No need to be polite." Jiang Ning handed the box to the butler nearby. "Please, Uncle Zhang, put this away." "Yes, Miss Sunday." Jiang Ning hugged her little puppy and said, "Let's go, Chewy. Let's go back to our room." Tang and frowned slightly. What is this little village girl pretending for? If others received a message from Fengyu, they would be overjoyed and very happy. Jiang Ning is so lucky. Yet she shows no reaction at all. Fengyu's paintings are considered very good, but in her eyes, they seem to be worth less than a stray dog. Is Jiang Ning looking down on Fengyu's paintings? That little brat clearly doesn't see her as her sister. After everyone in the hall had left, Tang and went to stand beside Shenmu Bai, looking quite upset. She asked, "Brother Mubai, do you think Shengbao doesn't like me?" Shenmu Bai was surprised and asked, "And why do you ask that?" Tang En's eyes turned red as she said, "I introduced her to Wanyang, but she didn't want to meet her. I gave her a painting of Fengyu and teacher, but she didn't seem to appreciate it." "Anan, don't overthink. Maybe she just doesn't have much experience and doesn't know who teacher Fengyu is," Shenmu Bai comforted her. Jiang Ning used to live in the countryside, where news was limited, so it's normal she wouldn't know about Fengyu. After all, in the countryside, how many farmers understand traditional Chinese painting? How many farmers know about Fengyu? Tang sniffed and said, "But I told her that teacher Fengyu is a very talented Chinese painter, yet she still acted like she didn't care." "Brother Mubai, don't try to comfort me anymore. Shengbao just doesn't like me." Shenmu Bai looked toward where Jiang Ning had disappeared. Tang had a point. Even after learning about Master Fengyu's high social status, Jiang Ning still looked down on his paintings. It seemed like she was deliberately targeting Tang, and unless Jiang Ning and Tang were both very familiar with Wanyang and could easily get paintings from Master Fengyu. But could Jiang Ning do that? Jiang Ning was just a young girl from the countryside. How could she possibly have access to someone like Master Fengyu, unlike Tang? Thinking of this, Shenmu Bai frowned slightly. If Tang hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed that Jiang Ning was so scheming. Seeing the change in Shenmu Bai's expression, Tang raised an eyebrow slightly. "Good." It seems Jiang Ning is now seen as quite untrustworthy in Shenmu Bai's mind. Jiang Ning took Qi to her room. The butler had already arranged a dog bed, supplies, and some goat milk powder and dog food. Jiang Ning had no experience raising dogs before, but she had kept a cat in City A for a while. Although Xiao Bai belonged to Shen Jingnian, she had some pet-raising experience. After placing Qi in the warm dog bed, she started preparing milk for him. On the third day of the new year, the weather was sunny. Jiang Ning, Old Master Jiang, Old Lady Shi, and Madame Si took Shui to the park. As soon as they entered the park, they ran into an old acquaintance of Old Lady Shi. The other person was alone, and Old Lady Shi and her companions just happened to form a group of 4, enough to play mahjong. Jiang Ning greeted the 3 elders and then took Shi for a walk alone in the park. Older sister Shi, is this puppy the one you found on the street? Song Haoran ran over from nearby, looking happily at the puppy behind Jiang Ning. He recognized Chi not only because it was black, but also because it was a small dog with a misaligned jaw. Yes, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Brother Haoran, how did you know? Song Haoran continued. I saw it by the roadside on New Year's Day, but my mom didn't let me keep it. Luckily, it met you. Sister Shi, have you named it? It's called Chuyi, Jiang Ning replied. Song Haoran gently patted Chuyi's head. Chuyi, you're so lucky to have met Sister Shi. Jiang Ning noticed that Song Haoran's face looked worse than before and frowned. Brother Haoran, haven't your parents taken you to the hospital for a checkup? No. Song Haoran shook his head and muttered, I wish I were a little dog too. Then Sister Shi might have taken me home. At this moment, Song Haoran felt grateful that Chuyi met Jiang Ning but also wished he could be like Chuyi. His voice was very soft, and Jiang Ning didn't hear clearly.
Brother Haoran, what did you say?
I didn't say anything, he replied. Just then, Zhou Yafu ran over from nearby, angry. Song Haoran, come here. Startled, Song Haoran looked back at Jiang Ning. Goodbye, Sister Shi. Then he ran toward Zhou Yafu. Watching his back, Jiang Ning frowned slightly. She also followed, saying, Mrs. Zhou, you really should take Haoran to the hospital. It might be too late otherwise. Miss Shi, are you done? Haoran is my son. This is my family matter. I told you. It's none of your business. Zhou Yafu snapped, grabbing Song Haoran and walking away. Jiang Ning quickly added, Mrs. Zhou, you must pay attention to Haoran's condition. If he faints again, you need to take him to the hospital immediately. If someone like Song Haoran fainted and was taken to the hospital right away, there might still be hope. Zhou Yafu, tired of Jiang Ning's advice, directly took Song Haoran to the roadside car, closed the door, and scolded loudly, Haoran, I've told you so many times, stay away from people like Shisheng. The company you keep influences you. Zhou Yafu didn't want her son to become someone who married and divorced at 19. Mommy, I feel so bad. I'm dizzy. Song Haoran leaned back in the seat, feeling weak. You're just pretending. Yafu Zhou was very angry and said, every time you make a mistake and I criticize you, you look like this. If I had known, I shouldn't have had you in the first place. Song Haoran smiled bitterly. He looked at the sunlight coming through the window. The world outside was bright, but it also felt dark. Mommy, I really feel dizzy. I want to sleep. Get up now. Yafu Zhou was very angry. Seeing her so upset, Song Haoran had to gather all his strength and stand up. Soon, the car arrived at the door of the Song family villa. Yafu Zhou forcefully pulled Song Haoran out of the car and locked him in the study. Do 2 math test papers. If you can't finish, you can't eat tonight. Song Haoran leaned against the door, looking pained. Mommy, I feel even more dizzy. Can I skip the papers today? Stop pretending. Yafu Zhou ignored his pain. I'll check on you tonight. If you don't finish, you can handle it yourself. After saying that, she went downstairs. Mommy, Song Haoran knocked on the door. I feel really bad, Mommy. Song Liangyan came home and heard the knocking. He looked up at the upstairs and then at Yafu Zhou. What's wrong with Haoran? Ignore him. He's pretending to be sick. Why is he learning all these things at such a young age? He's just pretending. And it's all because of Shisheng. Ever since Shisheng said he had a heart problem, he's been like this. Yafu Zhou got angrier and continued, I saw Shisheng in the park today. She told me to take Haoran to the hospital early. Haoran only started pretending after hearing her. Truly, you become like those you spend time with. Hearing this, Song Liangyan didn't pay much attention to the knocking. It's normal for children to act out or be rebellious. In the study, the parents didn't open the door for a long time. Song Haoren felt hopeless. He was very tired, very sleepy, and his head was heavy and dizzy.
Bang!
Finally, Song Haoren couldn't hold on anymore and fell heavily to the ground. In his last moment with his eyes closed, he saw his grandparents walking toward him. They were still as kind as always. He remembered that when his grandparents were alive, he was a spoiled child. Grandpa, Grandma, are you here to pick me up? Grandpa, Grandma, you finally came to pick me up. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Goodbye, Sister and Chui. A happy smile appeared on Song Haoren's face. The sound of Song Haoren fainting on the ground was very loud. Downstairs, Song Liangyun and Zhou Yafu both heard it. Hearing the loud noise, Song Liangyun looked at Zhou Yafu with concern. Haoren really got into some trouble? Should we go upstairs to check? No need. He's probably just throwing a tantrum. Don't mind him. He's such a big kid. The more you pay attention to him, the more he'll act out, Zhou Yafu said. This time, I must teach him a good lesson and fix his bad habits. Song Liangyun nodded, thinking his wife made a good point. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. It was 6:30 in the evening. The Song family was about to have dinner. Song Liangyun looked at the servant. Zhang Ma, go call the young master down for dinner. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ma came to the dining room. Sir, Madam, I knocked on the study door, but the young master wouldn't open it. Zhou Yafu frowned slightly. It's probably just another tantrum like last time, she said. Then she looked at Zhang Ma. Go get the ruler for me. Today, I'm going to give him a good lesson. After speaking, Zhou Yafu looked at Song Liangyun. And you're not allowed to stop me. Song Liangyun nodded. I understand. Zhang Ma quickly brought the ruler over. Zhou Yafu, holding the ruler, stormed upstairs and pushed open the study door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Song Haoren lying on the ground. Zhou Yafu was furious and shouted, Song Haoren, get up right now. You're getting more and more daring. How dare you pretend to be faint? She then swung the ruler and hit Song Haoren's back. In the past, this would have scared Song Haoren into getting up immediately. But today, he remained motionless. Seeing her son still lying on the ground, Zhou Yafu's anger flared even more. She was furious. This was too much. Song Haoren, Zhou Yafu rolled up her sleeves. I don't believe I can't teach you a lesson today. Zhang Ma sensed something was wrong and quickly went to check Song Haoren's breathing. When she did, her face turned pale. She looked up at Zhou Yafu and Song Liangyun. Sir, Madam, young master. He seems to have stopped breathing. He's gone? Song Haoren is gone? Hearing this, Song Liangyun and Zhou Yafu were stunned. Zhou Yafu reacted immediately. Zhang Ma, what are you saying? There's no way Haoren is gone. He's just scaring us. Yes. That's definitely it. It was her son who was scaring her. Her son eats health pills every day and is healthy. Zhou Yafu comforts herself silently. Mother Zhang's voice was choked with tears. Song Haoren is the child she watched grow up. Madam, I'm not lying. The little young master seems to have really stopped breathing. If you don't believe me, you can come and see for yourself. Song Liangyun quickly squatted down and picked up his son. Haoren, Haoren, wake up. Song Haoren showed no response. He looked like a broken cotton doll. Song Liangyun was panicked. He hurriedly reached out to check Haoren's nose for breath. Just as Mother Zhang said, there was no breathing. His son had no breath. Haoren, Song Liangyun suddenly panicked, crying out, Son, I am your dad. Zhou Yafu also panicked, her face turning pale as she spoke. Haoren, Haoren, wake up. If you keep like this, Mommy will be angry. Song Liangyun turned to look at Zhou Yafu, shouting angrily. Why are you just standing there? Call 911. Hurry. Call 911. Haoren was his only son. He couldn't imagine what he would do if something happened to his son. Okay. Zhou Yafu quickly took out her phone, trembling as she dialed. Song Liangyun kept holding his son and spun around anxiously, not knowing what to do. Haoren, don't scare Daddy. Haoren, Haoren. Song Haoran kept his eyes closed. No matter how Song Liangyan called, he showed no response. Zhou Yafa hung up the phone, walked over to Song Liangyan, crying, Haoran, I am mommy. I am mommy. Please wake up, okay? Open your eyes. She never thought her son would stop breathing. What should she do now? What can she do now? She couldn't lose her son. It was impossible. The more Zhou Yafa thought about it, the more panicked she became. Liangyun, let me hold Haoran. Let me hold Haoran. Get lost. Song Liangyun suddenly changed and shouted angrily, Get lost. Don't touch my son. Zhou Yafa's blood ran cold, her legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground, crying loudly. Oh my God. What should I do? Buddha, please protect him, keep him safe. Please don't let anything happen. Beep beep. At that moment, the sound of an ambulance came from outside. Hearing this, Song Liangyun seemed to grasp the last straw of hope. He hurriedly carried Haoran downstairs. Zhou Yafu also ran down with him. Medical staff were waiting downstairs to assist the couple. The ambulance sped quickly. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the nearest hospital. Song Haoran's condition was very serious. As soon as they reached the hospital, the doctor used a defibrillator. Song Liangyun and Zhou Yafu waited outside the emergency room. Zhou Yafu leaned against the door of the operating room, crying and shouting, Haoran, Haoran. Mom was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have said you were pretending to be sick. Please get better soon, okay? Haoran, my son. Zhou Yafu cried very hard. Song Liangyun looked very worried, with red eyes and a worried face. Zhou Yafu cried for a long time. Seeing her husband not speaking, she looked at Song Liangyun and grabbed his hand. Liangyun, Haoran will be fine, right? Song Liangyun pushed her hand away sharply. Zhou Yafu, I warn you. If anything happens to Haoran, we will get a divorce. Immediately. It's all Zhou Yafu's fault. If it weren't for Zhou Yafu saying Song Haoran was pretending to be sick and telling him not to worry, he would have gone upstairs to see his son much earlier. If he had gone upstairs sooner and seen his son's condition, things wouldn't have turned out like this. No one knew how angry Song Liangyun was now. He vented all his anger on Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu was pushed to the ground and couldn't get up. Normally, if Song Liangyun dared to push her like this, she wouldn't let him go. But today, Zhou Yafu dared not do anything. She just lay there weakly, muttering, It's okay, Liangyun. Haoran will be fine, I know he will. It sounded like she was talking to Song Liangyun, but it was more like self-soothing. Her son couldn't have an accident. She couldn't get a divorce either. Song Liangyun was too tired to look at Zhou Yafu. He clenched his fists and painfully hit the wall. Time passed second by second. Finally, the emergency room door opened. A doctor in a white coat came out. Seeing the doctor, Song Liangyun and Zhou Yafu immediately saw hope. Zhou Yafu was the first to rush forward, crying, Doctor, my son is okay, right? My son is definitely fine, right? Song Liangyun also looked at the doctor with hope. The doctor took off his mask, looking regretful. Sorry, the child was brought in too late. We did our best. Family members, go in quickly to see your child one last time. Did their best. What does that mean? What does see one last time mean? At this moment, Song Liangyun and Zhou Yafu's world collapsed. Song Liangyun tried to calm himself down and asked with teary eyes, Doctor, what does it mean to see? See the last time? The doctor sighed. The child stopped breathing at 7:03 p.m. and has left this world forever. I'm sorry, we really did our best. Although he was used to life and death, he rarely saw such a young child. Suddenly, Song Liangyun's steps faltered, and he nearly fell backward. Fortunately, medical staff caught him in time. Doctor. Zhou Yafu grabbed the doctor's white coat, her emotions breaking down. You must be mistaken. My son's body was so healthy. How could he die? Zhou Yafu couldn't believe this fact. She refused to accept that her son had left her forever. Healthy body? Hearing this, the doctor frowned. Family member, you are mistaken, right? The child's heart has always had problems. Due to excessive stress, his heart cells lacked blood supply. affecting heart function and causing heart failure. The best treatment for this is surgery within 15 days. The child waited too long. Zhou Yafu's face turned pale, losing all color. She stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what she heard. The doctor's words were exactly the same as Jiang Ning's. Jiang Ning had told them the same thing back then. But she didn't listen to Jiang Ning. Then, the doctor asked, in the late stages of heart failure, patients feel very uncomfortable. They're not only very sleepy, but also experience dizziness. During this time, your child hasn't mentioned feeling dizzy or unwell, has he? Hearing the doctor, Zhou Yafu and Song Liangyun's hearts broke. Zhou Yafu sank to the ground, struggling to breathe from her sadness. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain her son had faced while alive. He must have been very uncomfortable, right? He was suffering so much. He kept knocking on the study door, begging her to open it, begging her to take him to the hospital. But she cruelly closed the door. Not only that, she even said her son was pretending. Thinking of this, Zhou Yafu was overwhelmed with pain, almost unable to breathe. How ran? Mom is sorry. It's all my fault. By this point, Zhou Yafu truly regretted everything. She regretted being so strict with her son. She later regretted saying her son was pretending to be sick. She should have taken him to the hospital earlier for a checkup. Song Liangyun rushed in front of Zhou Yafu, grabbing her collar angrily, shouting, "Zhou Yafu, return my son's life. Return my son's life. Why won't you die? Why is it Hua Ran who died? Hua Ran is innocent. You go die. The person who should be dead is Zhou Yafu. It should be her." Zhou Yafu didn't resist, allowing Song Liangyun to hold her collar. Seeing Song Liangyun lose control, the doctor and nurse quickly pulled him away. The nurse said helplessly, "Sir, I understand your feelings, but the child isn't just this lady's alone, right? How can you vent all your pain about losing your child on her?" Song Liangyun was pulled back and pointed at Zhou Yafu, saying, "Do you know what this fool did? You don't understand at all. My son kept saying he didn't feel well, that he was dizzy. He begged this fool to take him to the hospital. But this fool not only didn't bring my son to the hospital, but also stopped me from taking him. She says my son is pretending to be sick. Poor Hua Ran is only 10 years old. How could a 10-year-old pretend to be sick? Hua Ran. As he spoke, Song Liangyun burst into tears again. Hua Ran was his only son. He was also the only heir of the Song group and his only emotional support in this world. Hearing this, the nurse and doctor were stunned, looking at Zhou Yafu with disbelief. Does such a mother really exist? The child already said he was unwell, and he still claims the child is pretending? Is this really how a normal person thinks? For a moment, the nurse and doctor didn't know how to handle Song Liangyun. At this moment, Zhou Yafu seemed to remember something. She grabbed the doctor's hand and said, "Heart-protecting pills." "Yes, heart-protecting pills. Doctor, go and save my son again. He's been taking heart-protecting pills recently. He must still have a chance." Those were pills personally prescribed by the famous Dr. Nanwu. The doctor shook his head. They're not effective. Heart-protecting pills can only help relieve symptoms, but can't cure the illness. "Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, is this your only child?" Zhou Yafu cried and said, "We have 2 daughters." The doctor wanted to say something, but Zhou Yafu continued, "But what use are daughters? Daughters grow up to get married. Once married, they are gone like water spilled. Only sons can carry on the family business." In Zhou Yafu's mind, daughters were worthless. If a son is like a vital support in times of need, then a daughter in her heart is not even considered a decorative addition. Otherwise, Zhou Yafu wouldn't have sent both of her underage daughters abroad. After giving birth to 2 daughters, Zhou Yafu became pregnant with her 3rd child. When she checked at 5 months, all were girls. To avoid having more daughters, she had 3 abortions in a row. Finally, on the 6th try, she successfully conceived a son. For Zhou Yafu, her son is her everything. That's why she is so strict with him. She fears her son, whom she risked her life to give birth to, will end up with nothing. She also fears her son will disappoint her hopes. She dreams of him becoming successful. But Zhou Yafu never imagined that one day, her son might lose his life under her strict discipline. Hearing Zhou Yafu's words, the doctors and nurses were stunned. Is this really what a mother should say? What does it mean to say a daughter is useless? It's the 21st century. Why are there still people so biased against girls? I just don't understand. At this point, Zhou Yafu suddenly knelt down in front of the doctor, begging, "Doctor, please, I beg you, save my son. He is the only son we have. He is our life. We can't live without him." She seemed unaware of her pain, banging her forehead loudly again and again. The doctor quickly helped her up, saying, "Mrs. Song, please don't do this. We've already done our best. Please be strong." Then the doctor added, "You and Mr. Song should go see your child's last moments. You might not get to see him again." Hearing this, Song Liangyun immediately rushed into the emergency room. Zhou Yafu also got up from the ground. Song Haoren was lying on the operating table, covered with a white cloth. Song Liangyun tremblingly lifted the cloth and saw his son lying there with his eyes closed. His body was still soft and warm, as if he were sleeping. "Haoren! Haoren!
My son!"
Song Liangyun cried, hugging his son. "Open your eyes and look at Dad. Don't scare Dad. Haoren!" No one could understand Song Liangyun's pain. No one could truly feel the grief of losing a child. What hurt him the most was that his son didn't have to die. He could have lived. This was a tragedy caused by humans, avoidable and preventable. Zhou Yafu also rushed over, crying and shouting, "Son, Haoren, Mom was wrong. Please open your eyes and look at Mom. Give Mom another chance, okay? Just one more chance, and I promise to be a good mom from now on. Go away. Get out of here." Song Liangyun pushed Zhou Yafu away. "You wicked woman, get out. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, would Haoren have died? He wouldn't have died at all." Song Liangyun vented all his anger on Zhou Yafu. This time, Zhou Yafu didn't choose to accept it quietly. Instead, she fought back. She cried and slapped Song Liangyun, angrily saying, "Song Liangyun, think carefully. Was it only my fault? Don't you have any mistakes? Your legs are yours. I didn't let you go upstairs to see the child, but you really wouldn't go upstairs to look at him? You're the child's biological father. Usually I ask you to smoke less, but you don't listen. You can secretly smoke, so why can't you secretly go upstairs to see Haoren?" If Song Liangyun had just gone to see Song Haoren, he wouldn't have missed the best treatment time. She admits she was wrong about this. But Song Liangyun is not entirely innocent. If he were just an outsider, it might be different. But he is not an outsider. He is Song Haoren's biological father. Song Liangyun can't just blame everything on her. No way. Song Liangyun was hit so hard by Zhou Yafu's slap that he felt dizzy. He raised his hand, wanting to slap Zhou Yafu hard, but after thinking about it, his son was lying nearby. He gave up and continued to hold his son, crying. Just yesterday, the boy was lively and jumping around. Today, he was gone from his side. How could he bear this? "Haoren, Dad is sorry. Dad didn't protect you well." Zhou Yafu held Song Haoren's small hand, kissed it repeatedly, tears streaming down her face onto his hand.
"Haoren, I'm sorry."
"Can you forgive Mom? Mom was wrong." "I'm sorry. Mom really knows she was wrong. If Mom knew you weren't feeling well, she would have taken you to the hospital long ago." But Song Haoren was already gone. No matter how much Zhou Yafu said, Song Haoren couldn't hear her. He couldn't hear anything. Zhou Yafu was truly filled with regret. Every time she thought about her son suffering so much before he died, she felt overwhelmed with remorse. She kept slapping herself. Clap, clap, again and again. Soon, her face was so red and swollen from the slaps. It hurt a lot. But Zhou Yafu seemed to feel no pain and kept slapping her face, as if hitting herself could somehow lessen her guilt. At that moment, Zhou Yafu's eyes flashed with an idea. She quickly straightened up and said, "Tangen, the murderer. I need to find Tang, and it's all her, that little brat. If it weren't for her, I would have listened to Miss Shi and taken Howren to the hospital for surgery the next day. If she had taken Song Howren to the hospital for surgery then, he wouldn't have had an accident. It's all Tang En's fault. That murderer, Tang En. The more Zhou Yafa thought about it, the angrier and sadder she felt. She turned and walked away. She wanted to get revenge. One life for another. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Shi family hosted several distinguished guests that evening. Everyone was gathered in the living room, chatting happily. The atmosphere was very good. As they talked, the topic shifted to traditional Chinese painting. Tang En smiled and said, "Speaking of Chinese painting, our Shengbao can paint too." "Shengbao, didn't you say last time that you're good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting?" Jiang Ning was feeding a little snack to Chu Yi when she suddenly heard Tang En bring up her. She just nodded lightly. "I know a little." Tang En's eyes were full of sarcasm. She thought Jiang Ning was such a simple village girl. She actually dared to admit it.
Her skin is really thick.
Someone nearby chuckled and said, "Miss Shi is so talented. I also set my daughter to learn Chinese painting, but she never quite focused on it." "Miss Shi, what level are you at in Chinese painting?" This person was Wu Anyu. He was the richest man in S City and had long-term business dealings with the Shi family. Today, he brought his wife from S City to visit the old Madame Shi for New Year's greetings. In the past, the old Madame Shi would refuse visitors during the New Year. Every year on the first day, she would lock herself in the Buddhist hall, reciting prayers and wishing her son's family well, not seeing anyone. But this year was different. This year, she found her granddaughter again. The old Madame Shi was happy, especially since her granddaughter said she could help her son wake up. She was even happier and looked several years younger. "I think it's level 9, Jiang Ning replied. "Level 9? Hearing this, Shi Mubai looked at Jiang Ning with a strange expression. It's known that level 9 in Chinese painting is already top tier. If Jiang Ning really knew some Chinese painting, Shi Mubai would believe it. But if she claimed to be at level 9, even if Shi Mubai were to die, he wouldn't believe it.
How old is Jiang Ning?
She's only 20 after the new year.
So,
Jiang Ning is probably lying. Is her vanity really that strong? Does she not know that telling one lie means she has to tell many more to cover it up? Shi Mubai already had a bad opinion of Jiang Ning, and after hearing her answer, his impression worsened. Level 9. Hearing this, Wu Anyu excitedly said, "At that time, Miss Shi was considered a senior in the Chinese painting world. My daughter will come to Beijing soon. I wonder if we might have the chance to ask Miss Shi for some guidance?" Before Jiang Ning could speak, Tang En said, "Mr. Wu, you're too kind. My daughter Shengbao is very kind, and she is also skilled in Chinese painting. She would be happy to share her knowledge. Right, Shengbao?" At the end, Tang En shifted the topic back to Jiang Ning. She did this on purpose. She wanted to see how Jiang Ning would handle Wu Anyu's daughter. If Wu's family found out Jiang Ning doesn't really know Chinese painting, it would be embarrassing. Thinking about Jiang Ning's possible embarrassment made Tang En feel very pleased. Wu Anyu looked at Jiang Ning and asked, "Miss Shi, is that okay?" Wu Anyu naturally knew that Tang En couldn't replace Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. "Yes." Wu Anyu was excited and said, "Thank you so much, Miss Shi. You're welcome." Jiang Ning's voice was a little soft as she took a sip of goat milk. The conversation then shifted to Chinese painting. The female entrepreneur sitting opposite Wu Anyu, Zheng Wanwan, continued, "Speaking of Chinese painting, I admire Master Fengyu the most. Her painting, Return in a Snowy Night, is truly breathtaking. Just one look, and I remember it to this day." Shi Mubai was pleasantly surprised. "Boss Zheng also likes Master Fengyu?" Hearing this, Zheng Wanwan smiled and said, "Master Fengyu has fans all over the world. She is a breath of fresh air in the Chinese painting scene. Anyone who loves Chinese painting likes her. Fengyu is really different from others. Most artists participate in online activities, appear on TV, register short video accounts, or join Chinese painting associations to increase their fame. But Fengyu hasn't done any of that. Since her debut, she has never appeared in public. Fans only know her gender and nothing else. Feng Yu is a true master. She doesn't care about those things. She also doesn't need to promote herself. Just as Tang An was about to say she owned some of Feng Yu's works and wanted to show everyone, the butler hurriedly ran in from outside. Old madam, what is it? Old madam sure looked at the butler. The butler continued, Madam Song has arrived. Madam Song? The old lady looked at the clock hanging on the wall and asked, It's so late. Why did Mrs. Song come here? This seemed a bit strange. The butler turned to Tang and said, Mrs. Song said she has something important to discuss with Miss Biao. Tang An was surprised. To discuss with her? Something important? But soon, Tang An realized that Mrs. Song must have come because of Song Haoran. After all, Mrs. Song had promised her before to make her Song Haoran's older sister. Mrs. Song coming so late was probably to thank her publicly in front of everyone. Thinking of this, Tang An was very excited. Quick, go and invite Mrs. Song in. Tang An was truly excited. Honestly, Zhou Yafu choosing this moment to thank her was perfect timing. Tonight, the Shi family not only had the old lady, but also several distinguished guests. She believed that after tonight, her good reputation would spread throughout the capital. The more Tang An thought about it, the happier she felt. After the butler left, the old lady of the Shi family asked curiously, Anan, why did Mrs. Song come to see you so late? Tang An looked at the old lady and shook her head. I'm not really sure. As she spoke, her eyes met Shi Nanyue's. Shi Nanyue then said, By the way, Anan, didn't you tell me a few days ago that you helped Mrs. Song with a small favor? Could it be that she came specifically to thank you? Shi Nanyue emphasized the word small favor. Hearing this, Tang An seemed to remember something. Oh, you mean that? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. The old lady of the Shi family asked curiously, And what favor did you do for Mrs. Song that made her come all this way to thank you? It must have been a big favor. Otherwise, with children at home, Zhou Yafu wouldn't be out so late. With that, Zhang Wanwan and Wu Wanyu looked at Tang An with curiosity. They had long heard that Shi's granddaughter was a very talented person. It seemed the rumors were true. Tang An pretended not to care and said, Grandma, it was just a small favor, nothing special. I really didn't expect Mrs. Song to come all this way so late. It was a bit overwhelming. Shi Mubai looked at Tang An and said, don't be so modest. If it was just a small favor, why would Mrs. Song come all the way to our house so late? Whether she should be modest or not, she was suddenly acting very humble. This person who should not be modest is naturally Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning clearly cannot paint traditional Chinese art, but for the sake of face and her vanity, she dares to claim she is at level 9. This is something Tang An would never do. If Jiang Ning were truly a good person, she would have already shown off her achievements. But Tang An did not. A blush appeared on Tang An's face as she smiled and said, Brother Mubai, you're making her feel shy. At this moment, footsteps came from outside, followed by the butler's voice. Madam Song, please come in. Tang An was immediately excited. She was coming. Finally, she was here. Zhou Yafu was finally coming. She wanted to thank her. Tang An quickly stood up from her chair, smiling as she looked at Zhou Yafu. Madam Song, it's so late. Sorry to trouble you to come to my house. If you need anything, just call me directly. Miss Tang, Zhou Yafu looked up, revealing a face that was swollen and disheveled. Come closer. I have something to tell you. Tang An and everyone inside finally saw the injuries on Zhou Yafu's face. They were all startled. What happened to Zhou Yafu? She looked so disheveled. Shi Nanyue quickly stood up from her chair, asking with concern, Madam Song, what happened? What's going on? What happened? Do you still have the nerve to ask me? It's all because of your good daughter. Zhou Yafu suddenly lost her temper, rushing over to Tang An, grabbing her sleeve angrily, and shouting, Tang An, you little brat, murderer, I will make you pay. Make her pay? What does that mean? Tang An never expected things to turn out like this. Wasn't Zhou Yafu here to thank her? What exactly happened? Nanyue also didn't expect things to become like this. Madam Song, please calm down. Are you mistaken? What do you mean by make her pay? I am the one who saved your son. If I hadn't given you the calming pills, young Master Song would have needed surgery. It would have been better if Tang An hadn't said anything. But once she did, Zhou Yafu's anger grew even more. Her eyes turned red, and she suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from somewhere, stabbing it directly into Tang An's abdomen.
Splat.
The shiny knife pierced into her. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
D.
No one expected Zhou Yafu to carry a knife with her, let alone suddenly attack Tang An widened her eyes in disbelief, feeling pain spreading all over her body. She didn't even know what had happened, just that she was hit suddenly.
Bang!
Tang An's vision went dark, and she collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Zhou Yafu had lost control. She was holding a knife, about to stab again.
Bang!
Shi Mubai reacted immediately, kicking Zhou Yafu to the ground. Zhou Yafu, already emotional, was kicked unconscious and fainted. The security team from the Shi family arrived at this moment, quickly subduing Zhou Yafu. This scene shocked Shi Nanyue, who turned pale. She looked at Tang An on the ground, afraid to move her, and could only press her hand on Tang An's abdomen, anxiously shouting, "An, are you okay?" Old Lady Shi was also frightened but remained calm enough to instruct the butler to call an ambulance. After calling the ambulance, Old Lady Shi cried as she approached Tang An. "An, don't scare Grandma. What exactly is going on?" Tang An's condition was very serious. Blood was continuously flowing from her abdomen. Despite Shi Nanyue pressing her hand on the wound, blood kept coming out. Jiang Ning looked at the servant. "Quick, go upstairs and bring my medical kit." Although Old Lady Shi had already called for an ambulance, Tang An's situation required immediate first aid. "Okay, Miss Sun." The servant quickly brought the medical kit. Just as Jiang Ning opened it to treat Tang An, Shi Nanyue stopped her. "Shengbao, wait a moment." "What's wrong, Auntie?" Jiang Ning looked at Shi Nanyue. Shi Nanyue continued, "Shengbao, what are you trying to do?" "I want to give my cousin first aid. She's injured in her lower left abdomen, and the situation is very urgent. If we don't act quickly, she could be in danger of losing her life or even becoming paralyzed." "Paralyzed? That's impossible." Shi Nanyue had never heard of an abdominal injury affecting the legs. And the danger to her life was even less likely. Jiang Ning didn't understand medical procedures at all. What if she accidentally harmed Tang An? After all, Jiang Ning had always been jealous of Tang, and jealous that she was better than her. So she absolutely couldn't let Jiang Ning treat Tang, and Shi Nanyue looked at Jiang Ning. "Shengbao, I know you mean well, but An's condition is too serious. We should wait for a professional surgeon to come and examine her. If we move her carelessly, we might cause more harm." She couldn't let Jiang Ning hurt her precious daughter. Madame Shi was very anxious. "Xiao Yu, Shengbao is the best doctor. If you don't let her give an first aid now, what if An's life is in danger?" Shi Nanyue believes that, as a mother, the most important thing is to protect her daughter, not to let her daughter get hurt. So, she absolutely cannot let Jiang Ning touch Tang An at all. Not even a little. "Mom, although Shengbao is also a doctor, she is not a surgeon. An's injuries are so serious that only a professional surgeon can treat her." Originally, the Shi family had a family doctor, but now it's the new year, and Jiang Ning also knows some medical skills, so Madame Shi gave the family doctor, Zhang Wenyun, a long holiday. Currently, Zhang Wenyun hasn't come to work. "Xiao Yu, what are you talking about? Does that mean Shengbao would harm An? If you don't let Shengbao treat An, she will really be in danger." Madame si deeply trusts Jiang Ning. Since Jiang Ning said An's condition is very dangerous and needs immediate first aid, it shows that An's situation is indeed very serious. Shi Nanyue cried and said, "Mom, I know you and Shengbao mean well, but we've already called 120. Let's wait for them to arrive." Besides the 120 emergency doctors, Shi Nanyue trusts no one else now. Seeing her like this, Jiang Ning decided to stop pretending to be helpful and respect others' choices. She turned to Madame Shi. Grandma, since Auntie doesn't trust me, then forget it. Although she is a doctor must also respect the wishes of the injured. Shen Jingnian immediately looked at Jiang Ning. Shengbao, Auntie doesn't mean not to trust you. Don't misunderstand her. She just wants a more professional surgeon to come. Anan is her only daughter, and she can't take this risk. Ambulances are very fast. Shen Jingnian didn't believe that in just 10 minutes, Tang and would be in life-threatening danger or become disabled. It must be Jiang Ning scaring her. Since Shen Jingnian said so, Jiang Ning didn't say much more, only saying, Auntie, as long as you understand. Anyway, she had already said what needed to be said. Seeing Shen Jingnian refuse Jiang Ning's treatment, Madame Shi was very anxious.
Xiao Yu.
Are you just going to watch Anan become disabled or worse in the future? Madame Shi only has one daughter, Shen Jingnian, and one granddaughter, Tang An. As an elder, she is truly worried about her granddaughter's condition. Clearly, Jiang Ning was confident she could save Tang An, but Shen Jingnian kept refusing. Mom, please stop. I know Shengbao is a skilled doctor, but Anan is seriously injured. Shengbao, as a medical student, should understand that further surgery could cause more harm to Anan. We can't risk it. Old Lady Shi really wanted Jiang Ning to ignore Nanyue and treat Tang An, but she didn't have the right to do so. If anything went wrong during treatment, Nanyue might blame her, and possibly Jiang Ning as well. No one can guarantee that treatment will go perfectly. Old Lady Shi nodded and said, All right, Xiaoya. Since you don't want Shengbao to treat Anan, don't regret it later. If Anan's life is in danger, or if she ends up with a limp, don't come crying to me. Nanyue's eyes were firm as she said, Mom, don't worry. I am the one refusing Shengbao to treat Anan. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility. I will never regret it. What a joke. If she had let Jiang Ning treat Tang An, then she would regret it. Hearing this, Old Lady Shi didn't say anything more. About 10 minutes later, the police and ambulance arrived. Nanyue followed the ambulance to the hospital. On the way, seeing the medical staff giving emergency aid to Tang An, Nanyue anxiously asked, Doctor, is my daughter in danger of losing her life? She's not in immediate danger for now. Family members don't worry, the doctor replied. Hearing this, Nanyue breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Jiang Ning was just trying to scare her. Old Lady Shi and Jiang Ning got into the police car. Wu Anyu and Zheng Wanrua, who were visiting the Shi family, were also taken into the police car as witnesses. Zheng Wanrua was speechless. After getting into the police car, she complained to Wu Anyu. They said the Shi family's granddaughter is so talented. But honestly, I think she's not even half as good as Miss Shi. During the new year, they dragged all of us to the police station. Such bad luck. Business people fear going to the police during the new year. It's bad luck. Zheng Wanrua never expected that, just to visit Old Lady Shi for the new year, she would see blood and end up in the police station. Nothing that happened last year was as exciting as today. Wu Anyu also felt frustrated. Mrs. Song kept saying Tang and was a murderer. Do you think Tang and really is a killer? Or does Mrs. Song have some mental illness? Zheng Wanrua shook her head. It doesn't seem like she's mentally ill. If she really had a mental disorder, why would she only stab Tang An? I estimate that Tang An has done something wrong. Wu Anyu thinks Zheng Wanrua's words make a lot of sense. Inside the police station, Zhou Yafu also wakes up. As soon as she opens her eyes, she starts crying. It's Tang An, that little troublemaker, who caused my son's death. I want her to pay with her life. After crying, she sees Jiang Ning on the opposite side. Zhou Yafu immediately pushes away the police officer controlling her, kneels in front of Jiang Ning, and holds onto her legs, crying as she says, Miss Shi, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have ignored your advice. I shouldn't have refused to take Hao Ran to the hospital. Please, I beg you, please save my Hao Ran. Jiang Ning frowns slightly. Hao Ran is in trouble. Yes, Zhou Yafu continues, my husband and I took him to the hospital, but the doctor said he wasn't breathing anymore. My son is only 10 years old. His life has just begun. At this point, Zhou Yafa's expression turns fierce. This is all Tang An's fault. If she hadn't come over and said it was okay not to go to the hospital, I would have listened to you and taken Hao Ran for surgery. That little troublemaker Tang An is the one who caused Hao Ran's death. She is the reason my Hao Ran is gone. Actually, when Jiang Ning saw Song Hao Ran during the day, she already knew his condition was very serious. But she never expected that in just a few hours, Song Hao Ran would be gone. It was too sudden. Zhou Yafu is now in deep pain, wishing she could go with her son.
Why?
Why does heaven treat her like this? Old Lady Sure finally understands what happened and asks in disbelief, "Are you saying that Anan stopped you from taking Hao Ran to the hospital for surgery?"
Exactly.
It was her, that little troublemaker. If it weren't for her, Hao Ran wouldn't have died. Hao Ran was my only son. How am I supposed to go on living?